The Huns would be unstoppable. Logically, the situation was already very dangerous, and there was no need to continue holding on. The Huns had a very high chance of winning, not just in numbers, but in geographical advantage. Most of Yuzhou City was plains, endless fields. Could these plains stop the Huns' cavalry? No favorable conditions, no geographical advantage, and if even the people were against them, then this battle was truly unwinnable. Even gods couldn't save them. What Governor Yang was struggling with was whether he should leave. Objectively, the situation was extremely urgent, and his retreat would be entirely reasonable. But if he did, he would never be the governor of Yuzhou again. If they lost, the responsibility wouldn't be on him. The best fighters had already gone to the front lines. If they still couldn't win, who could be blamed? What worried him the most was if he left and Lin Ji somehow won the battle. That would be a loss beyond measure. Governor Yang, what are you hesitating about? Is there anything more important than life? The adjutant kept urging him. If it weren't for the governor being here, he would have fled long ago. Why waste his breath here? After all, the governor was the highest administrative official in the northern border. If he led the way, when the court pursued responsibility, it wouldn't fall on a small fry like the adjutant. Shut up, don't you think I don't want to leave? Governor Yang was exasperated. He was frantic. He knew very well the situation he was in. Thinking carefully, his choices were indeed limited. Just then, a commotion broke out outside. Cries and shouts filled the air. Governor Yang craned his neck, curious and panicked. Had they come so soon? Chapter 250. Chaos in the north, no one to rely on. I need to see the prefect. Whoever tries to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Xiaolian's face was as cold as frost. Though petite in stature, she exuded an extraordinary aura. All the bailiffs around her, holding long swords, dared not approach. Everyone knew that no one in the Lin family was to be trifled with. Especially this young girl. Many had witnessed her skills. Ordinary people would likely not be her match. Governor Yang stepped out upon seeing this. Already troubled, he was even more incensed by the situation. What are you doing? Creating a ruckus at the prefect's residence. Do you not know your place? Do you want to live or not? Governor Yang, this young lady insists on seeing you and claims to have important matters. We couldn't stop her. The bailiffs were full of helplessness. They were just people on the payroll. Their skills were limited to rudimentary martial arts. They could handle petty thieves, but facing someone like Xiaolian, it was better not to confront her head-on. Otherwise, they would only end up injured. Governor Yang tilted his head and recognized her. Aren't you the little girl from the young general's side? Why are you causing trouble at the prefect's residence? Governor Yang, I have come to request that you report to the court and dispatch troops from Chomping City for support. This matter concerns the safety of the entire northern border. Please reconsider. Xiaolian got straight to the point. Normally, she wouldn't beg so humbly. Though just a maid, she was part of the Lin family. Why bow to outsiders? On her first day at the Lin family, Lin Jinxiu had told her to be a person of integrity, not to fear those in power. Xiaolian would never forget Lin Jinxiu's fatherly gaze and the assurance that the Lin family would always have her back. Now, times have changed. The Lin family has declined, but Xiaolian has grown into a formidable figure. She would go to any lengths to ensure Lin Ji's safety. Today, she merely stormed the prefect's residence. If the situation demanded, she might even resort to kidnapping. Nonsense, you little girl. Do you think you can just order troops? Who do you think you are? Go back immediately. Stop causing trouble here. The adjutant couldn't help but scold, his eyes full of arrogance. Though the Lin family's reputation still held in the northern border, the adjutant was, after all, an official of the court. For a maid from the Lin family to speak to them like this? It was too disrespectful. But Xiaolian did not move. She stood calmly at the doorway. Governor Yang understood her intentions. He knew the temper of the Lin family. None of them were easy to deal with. During Lin Jinxiu's heyday, even the Lin family's steward had more clout than he, the prefect. The local people listened. Everyone knew the Lin family protected the northern border. Naturally, the general's people deserved respect. That's why Linji could run wild in the northwest border without repercussions. It was all thanks to Lin Jinchio's support. Though times have changed, Governor Yang knew this girl was not to be trifled with. Miss, it's not that I don't want to help. You know I am the prefect of Yuzhou, and of course, I want our northern border troops to win. But I have repeatedly requested reinforcements from the court, yet nothing has come. In the past 2 years, the only reinforcement was when the young general returned with only 2,000 men. With the impending large-scale invasion, even if I report to the court now, it might be too late. Governor Yang's face was full of despair. Being the prefect of Yuzhou was no easy task. He couldn't be blamed for being selfish. Anyone in his position would consider themselves first. If the court doesn't care about the northern border, what can a prefect of Yuzhou do? Is there really no other way? Xiaolian frowned. Miss, on other matters, I might deceive you, but this concerns everyone's lives. Of course, I want to help the young general. What I've done before, you've seen. Giving him control over the northern border's troop deployment was my limit. To help further, I'd have to send ordinary people to the battlefield. Governor Yang spread his hands. He had bet on Linji, believing he could lead the northern border to fend off tens of thousands of enemies. After all, in the past 2 years, neither the Huns nor the Rongdi had launched large-scale attacks. But who could have predicted? This time, the Huns were enraged, sending 100,000 troops, coming in full force. Such a large-scale battle hadn't happened in at least 6 years. Back then, Lin Jinchio was at his peak. The Huns and Rongdi took 6 years to recover from that battle. If it comes to it, we'll draft all the civilians as militia. Xiaolian said resolutely. To protect the young general, she would risk her own life, let alone others. Governor Yang's eyes widened in shock. The Lin family really had no easy members. Was this even human speech? A maid by Lin Ji's side dared to be so audacious. Didn't she fear angering all the civilians in the northern border? Historically, in times of war, civilians were sometimes drafted as laborers. But usually, these people were either transporting supplies or doing menial tasks in the camps. Rarely were they sent to the front lines. Unskilled civilians, timid and lacking valor, were prone to desertion or betrayal. Such individuals were the most intolerable on the battlefield. Which general would allow such people under their command? It was a recipe for disaster. Miss, you're really putting me in a bind. The civilians of the northern border may hate the Huns, but they haven't been to war, don't know how brutal it is. You're sending everyone to their deaths, Governor Yang said helplessly. But can we just watch the young general be left unsupported? Xiaolian gritted her teeth. She had lost hope in the court. The only thing left was to rally the northern border for support. Chapter 251. Arranging troops and setting traps. However, the morale of the people at the northern border has already dissipated. The common folk are all fleeing in panic, with no time to attend to anything else. How could they still be willing to assist the defenders of the northern border? This situation is inherently incomprehensible. If the entire northern border falls, the Huns could march south, penetrating deep into our territory. Can you escape the temple even if you escape the monk? If one day the Huns reach Chongping City, won't all the people along the way suffer? Xiaolian knows that many common people cannot grasp these concepts. They simply do not understand the crux of the matter. That is why she came to seek the governor of Yuzhou, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. After a long silence, Governor Yang slowly said, "Little girl, rest assured. If I can help, I will do my utmost. As long as the young general commands, I will support to the end. But I am, after all, just a civil official, and there are many things I cannot achieve." Seeing this, Xiaolian couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, when it comes to critical moments, few officials in the court can be relied upon. If you are unwilling to help, I will do it myself. With that, she turned and left. The military advisor, witnessing this scene, was indignant. "Sir, this little girl is far too disrespectful. Does she know who she is speaking to? This clearly shows she does not place you in her eyes." "Enough, say no more," the governor of Yuzhou said, feeling troubled. "It is because all the common people have such attitudes that our northern border has always been in a state of being bullied. If everyone could unite, we would have been able to cope long ago. Despite his words, he understood that the fear of the people at the northern border stems from enduring hardships for too long. They have nothing, living in constant fear every day. For anyone, the only thought might be to ensure their own survival. What other thoughts could there be beyond that? While the entire northern border was in chaos, in Ming County, Lin Ji stood on the tall city wall, gazing at the north wind. He could now faintly see distant smoke and fire, which marked the location of the Huns' main camp. It was less than 20 miles from Ming County, meaning the situation was extremely critical. At this moment, Yu Yin hurried over, his face solemn. The battle could break out at any moment. Every second was a race against time. This is the cruelty of war. A single mistake could lead to a dramatic change in the entire battle situation. The battlefield is unpredictable. No one can foresee what will happen the next second. That's why throughout history, armies have raced for time. Whoever can gather more information and prepare and deploy earlier will gain a greater initiative. As a general of the Yu family army, Yu Yin is well aware of this. So, upon receiving the order, he immediately set out to complete it. Young General, all the thunderbolts have been placed on the Huns' must-pass routes, and I have also hidden 2,000 Yu family soldiers along the main road. As soon as the Huns appear, we will let them taste our methods. Lin Ji nodded upon hearing this. Did you instruct the soldiers not to light the fuse prematurely? If they detect any movement, the effect may not be as good. Don't worry, young general. Although the brothers of the Yu family army haven't fought on the battlefield for many years, I believe they are reliable at this moment. They won't flee in the face of battle, Yu Yin said with certainty. The Yu family army has always been dedicated to defending the country. Once, they were the elite of the great Xia dynasty. In fact, the current Yu family army and Lin Ji share the same fate. Both are descendants of fallen generals. It's unavoidable. Being too powerful always invites jealousy. Those in the court don't want a true war god or a true military family to hold a place in the court forever, because that would inevitably divide their power and shake their interests. Good, Lin Ji nodded. To deal with unforeseen circumstances, he had to alter his original plan. Lin Ji had originally planned to develop the fuse after completing the thunderbolts. That was the most crucial part. If the fuse could detonate the thunderbolts quickly, it would achieve the purpose of a surprise attack. These weapons, for now, pose the greatest threat by catching the enemy off guard. Because once the Huns know the destructive power of these weapons, they will certainly avoid them. And that's why Lin Ji also hoped to continuously improve the military technological capabilities of the northern border. This would have extraordinary significance in defending the border. The problem is, the Huns did not give him time to conduct extensive research. Therefore, all the fuses Lin Ji is using now are ordinary hemp ropes soaked in oil. This can only ensure that the thunderbolts are accurately ignited. Controlling the timing is impossible, because the burning time of hemp ropes is vastly different from that of fuses. Where is Zhou Yu? He should be arranging soldiers to equip with firearms and will serve as the first line of defense for Ming County, Yu Yin said with certainty. Due to the rapid approach of the enemy, they did not have time to produce many firearms. So far, the main long-range offensive weapons in the camp are still bows and crossbows. Even though all the blacksmiths are working overtime, they cannot ignore quality. These weapons must not have any quality issues. No, if we use the fire rifle team as the first line of defense, it could lead to the Huns encircling us. Lin Ji pondered. The Huns are not fools. After the first defeat, the Hun leader will certainly inquire why the fire cavalry failed, even if using the same tactic. Young general, perhaps our priority now is to concentrate our forces? If we disperse all the troops in Mingqing County, once we face a direct confrontation, we will surely fall into an even more perilous situation. Lin Ji couldn't help but let out a gentle laugh at this point. You don't really think the Huns' army is made of bronze heads and iron bodies, do you? What do you mean? Yu Yin was a bit slow to catch on. Think carefully. If our Thunderbolt Thunder can indeed ambush the Huns' army on the official road, they will surely be wary after suffering a loss. And at this very moment, the northeast and northwest directions are the easiest places to bypass. If we leave these two areas unguarded, they will certainly take advantage of the situation to infiltrate, even encircling the entire Mingqiang County. Linji spoke slowly. What we need to do now is to do our best to prevent the Hun's army from encircling Mingqiang County. This is the most important point. Yu Yen was enlightened, as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. Perhaps it was because he hadn't truly participated in a war for a long time. As a general, even his most basic sensitivity had gradually faded. He couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration in his eyes. Young general, you are also the descendant of a military family. I truly admire you. Your vision is too clear. If it were me, I would never have thought of this crucial point. Linji couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh upon hearing this. Do you think I want this? It's like forcing a duck onto a perch. There's no other way. The greater the pressure, the greater the potential that can be unleashed. Sometimes, people appear incompetent not because their abilities are insufficient, but because the pressure is not enough. If everyone is pushed to the brink of despair, then the strength displayed will be extraordinary. Why is it that barbarians like the Huns, such as Rongdi, always exhibit extremely fierce combat prowess? Is it really because they are much stronger than the people of the Central Plains? In Linji's view, it is not the case. It is precisely because the natural environment brings them immense survival pressure. And the relatively comfortable natural environment of the Central Plains has led everyone, including the court, to lack a strong desire for expansion. But in the northern wilderness, the barbarians, due to the extreme harsh environment they have lived in for years, are constantly seeking to move south. It is precisely for this reason that has led to many barbarians' physical fitness surpassing that of the people of the Central Plains. Since these issues cannot be fundamentally resolved in a short time, Linji can only resort to technological means. No matter how strong your flesh is, it is still mortal flesh and blood. As long as I use weapons, I can also make what you persist in collapse. In the northern suburbs, the Hun army marches forward with a fierce momentum. The Hun leader rides on horseback. His gaze is intense. The generals by his side are also formidable and majestic, with ferocious expressions. This time, their target is Mingqiang County. On one hand, they want to reclaim their honor from previous defeats, and on the other hand, they want to show the entire Great Xia dynasty the strength of the Hun tribe. Without Lin Jinqiu, do you still think you are that formidable, you people of the Central Plains? You are nothing more than a flock of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To be honest, when they learned that Lin Jinqiu and the Northern Frontier Army suddenly disappeared, the happiest were not the officials in the court who envied and were jealous. It was precisely the leader of the Hun tribe. He had suffered too many losses at the hands of Lin Jinqiu. Countless brave warriors under him had died at the opponent's hands. Now that the northern border has lost Lin Jinqiu, for the Huns, it is like a beast trapped in a cage, losing its shackles. Everything outside is no longer a threat to him. Lord Leader, this time, we will surely restore the prestige of our Huns, and let the people of the Great Xia dynasty see who is the most formidable in the world. The general beside him couldn't help but exclaim with ambition. The Hun leader, upon hearing this, also looked full of pride. I want to see just how strong the defenses of Mingqiang County are. Can they withstand our 100,000-strong army? Lord Leader, why don't I dispatch 20,000 vanguard troops? We can capture Mingqiang County today. The speaker was a general named Zhamu. He was also considered a formidable general among the Huns. Most importantly, he and Huolua were originally in competition. Both were once very outstanding generals. Unfortunately, Zhamu was always slightly inferior. For this reason, he had countless times hoped to prove himself. Now that Huolua had suffered such a great loss at the hands of Lin Ji, Zhamu naturally hoped to seize this opportunity to showcase his abilities. If he could capture Mingqiang County, it would prove that he was stronger than Huolua. The Hun leader turned to look at Huolua upon hearing this. What do you think? Lord Leader, I think we should directly encircle the entire Mingqiang County. Do not give those people any more opportunities. Huolua said indifferently. Although he had now recovered, he had been completely broken in spirit by Lin Ji. He no longer dared to charge forward fearlessly as he used to. Since his side had an absolute numerical advantage, there was no need to use those so-called tactics. Taking it down with sheer numbers was the simplest and most direct method. Upon hearing this, Jamu's eyes revealed disdain. Huolua, I never expected you to become so cowardly now. And to say such words, what you cannot do does not mean I cannot. Jamu, didn't you listen to what I said before? The one defending Mingxing County now is the son of the northern frontier General Lin Zhenxiu, a very cunning and deceitful fellow. You won't gain any advantage by confronting him like this. Huolua frowned. His heart was filled with displeasure. He had both taught the Lin family father and son. The old man was indeed a war god, extremely formidable on the battlefield. Not only were his soldiers invincible, but his strategies were also flawless. He could almost predict all the enemy's movements, thus making perfect preparations. But this son was different. Lin Ji was truly the epitome of cunning and deceit. Without any bottom line, resorting to any means. He was not like a general at all, more like a shameless rogue in the market. As long as he could achieve victory, he did not care about any means, yet he always made Huolua suffer miserably. That feeling was like facing a weasel, forever unable to guess the opponent's thoughts, but repeatedly only paying a painful price. Chapter 253. Once bitten, twice shy. Jama's face was filled with arrogance. Huolua, don't think everyone is like you. Today, I will show you the true prowess of our Hun warriors. Even if all the generals of the northern border were to gather, I could breach their gates with just 20,000 men. Then the chieftain can just enter the city and drink to celebrate. His words were full of confidence and conviction. Huolua opened his mouth, but seeing the unfriendly look from the Hun chieftain, he swallowed his words. He didn't care if Jama would die. It wasn't his concern. But if all 20,000 Hun warriors were lost in this battle, it would have a huge impact on the Hun tribe. They might struggle to continue their southward advance. All right, Jama, you lead 20,000 warriors as the vanguard, the Hun chieftain declared with ambition. Huolua's repeated dissuasions were affecting morale. He couldn't allow anyone to shake the army's resolve before the battle. That would be a grave mistake. Seeing this, Huolua's face showed nothing but helplessness. He had a very uneasy feeling, even suspecting that Jama might not return. But he wasn't sure why. Huolua wasn't even sure what tricks Lin Ji might pull this time. If it were just the same as before, that would be fine. But everything had changed dramatically in the past couple of months. The spies they sent to Ming County had found nothing. This made Huolua feel even more eerie. Lin Ji had played him with deceptive tactics before, so how could he have no defenses now that they knew 100,000 Hun troops were coming? And the Great Xia dynasty hadn't moved troops from other regions, relying on just the few tens of thousands in Yuzhou City to hold off 100,000 Hun troops? There must be something fishy about this. Chieftain, we can't underestimate Lin Ji, Huolua said cautiously. Sending the vanguard now might be a mistake. The Hun chieftain shot him a fierce glare. Huolua, I warn you. If you say such things again, I'll deal with you according to military law. But I am the chieftain. Enough. I don't want to hear any more meaningless talk. The chieftain cut him off harshly. I can overlook your previous defeat, but if you disrupt the army's morale, you'll face the consequences, and you'll see what kind of person I am. Huolua knew there was no point in arguing further. The chieftain had made up his mind, and not even 8 bulls could change it. So, he could only wait and see. If Jama could successfully breach the gates, it would be a good thing. But Huolua feared it might not go as planned. Jama's mindset was exactly the same as Huolua's when he led the troops before. Continuing like this would surely lead to a heavy price. Huolua had already learned from his own mistakes. On the desolate official road of the northern border, the surroundings were barren. The trees were bare, with not a single leaf in sight. At this moment, 2,000 Yu soldiers were lying in ambush in the nearby hills. This place wasn't ideal for an ambush, as one could see far ahead. Therefore, all the soldiers were not wearing armor, and their clothes were a dull yellow, almost blending with the earth. This was a special camouflage uniform prepared by Lin Ji before their departure. It was quite deceptive. At a glance, one wouldn't think anyone was lying there. They had been lying in wait for almost 3 days. Occasionally, someone would pass by on the official road, always in a hurry. Who would want to be in such a desolate place? If someone died here, it might take 10 days or half a month before their body was found. "Vice General, how long are we going to wait here?" a soldier whispered in the pit. Just ahead on the official road, over 300 thunderbolts had been buried. Once ignited, anyone passing by would be blown to pieces. But the thunderbolts had a significant issue. They were difficult to detonate. So, they had to resort to a more primitive method, lighting them on sight and waiting for the explosion. "I don't know. As soon as the young general received the news, he immediately sent us here. But no matter what, even if we have to wait for 10 days or half a month, we'll stay here," the vice general said firmly. Before they left, each soldier had brought enough food for nearly 20 days. Moreover, someone would come every night to deliver food and water, taking good care of them. Their ambush here was crucial for the safety of Ming County. If 100,000 troops attacked, Ming County's few thousand soldiers wouldn't hold out for long, even if they defended to the death. The hot weapons had a significant flaw: limited ammunition. In a short time, they couldn't produce enough thunderbolts and ammunition. So, they were prepared for the final hand-to-hand combat. But if they could reduce the Hun army's forces as much as possible before the final battle, it would have extraordinary significance. The initial purpose of firearms was similar: to change the battle situation. Firearms could only serve as an auxiliary. It was difficult to directly annihilate the enemy with firepower. But if they have the enemy's forces, the 100,000 versus 100,000 battle would change dramatically, tilting the balance of the war. Everyone nodded in agreement. "But Vice General, what if they take a detour? Wouldn't all our efforts be in vain?" a soldier asked. The Vice General slapped him on the head. "Are you questioning the young general's decision? Don't you remember what's most important for a soldier?" In truth, he also had doubts, but as the highest-ranking officer of the U Army, he couldn't show any hesitation. Ambushing was already quite strenuous. If the army's morale wavered, the consequences would be unimaginable. But it was indeed a question worth pondering. Chapter 254, Sudden Turn of Events. The Deputy General had never doubted any decision made by Lin Ji. Moreover, this official road was the most likely route for the Hun's main force to take. However, there was still a possibility of a detour. If that were the case, all their efforts would be in vain. The Deputy General couldn't even imagine the consequences if such a situation occurred. But on the battlefield, there were no what-ifs. If they gambled wrong, they gambled wrong. Their only hope now was that the Huns would pass through here. "Inform the brothers to stay alert. No matter what, we must wait for the news. Absolutely cannot drop the ball at this critical moment," the Deputy General commanded solemnly, while gnawing on a dry, tasteless flatbread he had been holding. On the battlefield, there was no need to care too much about such things. If luck wasn't on their side, they might even lose their lives. What good would eating well do then? Once they won the battle and returned, there would be plenty of good wine and food to enjoy. As he spoke, a soldier came running, almost tumbling over himself. The Deputy General's eyes widened in surprise. "What's the matter? Seeing ghosts?" "Deputy General, they're here." "Who?" "The Hun's main force." "How many?" "Roughly estimated to be 20,000. The soldier reported breathlessly. Upon hearing this, the Deputy General immediately perked up. "Inform everyone. Immediately prepare for battle. No mistakes allowed. Once they enter the predetermined range, light the fuse immediately." "Understood." With this order, the Yu family soldiers, who had been drowsy, immediately reorganized and became spirited. They hid themselves around the area, some covering themselves with more soil to conceal their presence due to their proximity to the road and lack of cover. One of the biggest headaches in battles at the northern border was ambushes, as everything was visible at a glance. But now, the Yu family soldiers were well prepared, even equipped with camouflage suits pre-made by Lin Ji, which were unprecedented and could indeed catch the enemy off guard. Soon, the shadow of the Hun's main force could be seen in the distance. They were advancing rapidly, and within an hour, They had reached the area where the thunder bombs were set up. The deputy general became extremely nervous. This was the first time they were using thunder bombs in actual combat. Whether they would achieve the expected effect was uncertain. Seeing the 20,000 vanguard troops fully within the coverage area of the thunder bombs, the deputy general signaled to a nearby soldier, who nodded and began to pass the signal. Everyone lit the fuse. However, according to the predetermined time, the fuse should explode after a stick of incense. All they had to do now was wait. But soon, the deputy general noticed something was amiss. Perhaps because they had waited too long, the oil-soaked cotton threads had dried up, slowing the burning speed significantly. Deputy General, at this rate, the enemy will have left our encirclement. A staff officer couldn't help but say in a low voice, his eyes filled with anxiety. No one had expected such a situation, catching everyone off guard. If they let these people pass, not only would the thunder bombs fail to work, but these 20,000 troops could endanger the safety of Ming County. This was an extraordinary matter. Even if all the Yu family soldiers were to die in apology, it would be of no use. At this critical moment, the deputy general suddenly stood up, startling all the surrounding soldiers. "General, what are you doing? You're exposing our position. All we need to do now is to delay their advance," the deputy general said decisively, his eyes firm. Since the fuse was burning slower, their only option was to slow down the enemy's advance. Only in this way could they achieve the same effect. "All soldiers, show yourselves." The deputy general directly pulled out his fire gun from his waist and fired it into the sky. The sound was particularly piercing in the open road. Zemu, leading the Hun forces, immediately went on high alert and began searching for the source of the noise. The deputy general jumped onto a hillock, laughing fearlessly. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to actually come. Who are you?" Zemu held the reins, his eyes showing confusion. The man was wearing a dull yellow outfit, which had a military air about it, but he had never seen a soldier dressed so simply. "I am the deputy general of the Yu family army. Today, I am here specifically to wait for you." Upon hearing this, Zemu was dumbfounded, then burst into laughter. "Just you alone? Wanting to stop my 20,000-strong army? I've never seen such a conceited person. Even if one could fight 100, it would be useless. Moreover, the terrain here was not suitable for a one-man stand against 10,000. The surrounding area was all hills, and if necessary, they could simply detour. There was no need to struggle on this road. At most, it would just delay them a bit." But Zemu didn't even consider a detour. One person trying to stop him was simply delusional. "Who told you it's just me? The Yu family army, with its 2,000 brave warriors, will never retreat. Brothers, show yourselves." With the deputy general's command, countless soldiers emerged from their hiding places. This sight left the Huns dumbfounded. They had never expected that such a seemingly calm road had been ambushed by so many people. If the Yu family army had suddenly attacked during this process, the Hun forces would have had no defense and could have suffered heavy casualties. But even so, Zemu was even more disdainful. "The Yu family army is also quite famous in the Central Plains, but I didn't expect it to be so mediocre now. If you were setting an ambush, did you really think you could surround and annihilate us with just manpower? With just a few thousand people and no terrain advantage, what gives you such confidence?" Zemu said loudly. The deputy general, seeing this, was also extremely nervous. These Huns were indeed extraordinary in momentum. Of course, it was also because their side had too few people. Chapter 255. Going all out. Cutting off all retreat. The most crucial point. This place is not suitable for an ambush at all. The surrounding terrain is relatively very flat. If the ambush fails, it will be extremely difficult for them to retreat. Similarly, if the enemy realizes they are surrounded, breaking through and retreating will be a breeze. Moreover, the disparity in forces between the two sides is a staggering tenfold. Even if every soldier of the Yu family army could fight 10 men at a time, the resulting encirclement would be full of loopholes. Not to mention, these Hun soldiers are definitely not ordinary warriors. In such terrain, The Yu family army would find it hard to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation. But the deputy general's purpose is not to gain an advantage. He aims to buy time. Moreover, the arrogance displayed by Zemu instantly gave him an opportunity. Hee, you Huns rely on sheer numbers, don't you? How about a one-on-one duel? If your man beats me, the Yu family army will never block your advance again. Zemu tilted his head upon hearing this. He looked at the deputy general as if he were a fool. Then he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. To be honest, I've never seen such a fool as you. A duel? What makes you think you're worthy of a duel with me? Today, my 20,000 vanguard troops can wipe out your 2,000 men without losing a single soldier. Why waste time on a duel? Zemu wasn't stupid. Moreover, he was eager to prove his worth. He didn't want to waste time on useless matters. No matter how strong you are, what does it have to do with me? A quick victory and capturing Mingxing County are the most important. All soldiers, listen up. Not a single enemy escapes. Kill them all. Zemu said decisively. The deputy general's heart sank upon hearing this. His biggest fear was that the enemy wouldn't give him a chance to buy time. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Yu family army were also worried. Initially, their goal was to ambush, so they didn't wear armor. Now, they only wore camouflage suits with a misleading function. If they were wearing armor, they might still be able to fight 10 men at a time. But with such a huge disparity in numbers, being attacked by 10 men at once left no chance of survival. General, what should we do now? It seems we can't continue to delay. The adjutant said worriedly. They weren't overly concerned about their own lives. They were worried about delaying the important mission. Then no one could bear the responsibility. The deputy general's mind raced as well. Seeing the enemy preparing to attack, he suddenly raised his musket again and fired a shot into the ground in front of Zemu. This startled his steed. It was on the verge of breaking down. Zemu quickly regained control. His eyes then revealed an incredulous look. What exactly was the weapon in the deputy general's hand? It had such power. He hadn't even seen the process of the projectile being fired. It seemed to hit his feet in an instant. Want to go head-to-head? Go ahead and try. We have muskets. If you dare to charge, see how many of your men will die under my musket. The deputy general said confidently, though his heart was uneasy. The situation was beyond imagination. He wasn't sure if he could hold steady. But no matter what, he had to try. Giving up meant certain failure, while trying at least held a small chance. Even that small chance was of great significance to them now. So the deputy general was determined to stake his life and never let this opportunity slip through his fingers easily. Indeed, the power of the musket did intimidate Zemu. It also made the Hun soldiers look at each other in confusion. None of them understood what was happening. The adjutant saw an opportunity. He secretly ordered all the Yu family army soldiers to place their hands behind their waists. In fact, only the deputy general had a musket among the entire ambush team. The other muskets were to be equipped to the soldiers guarding Mingxing County. His musket was mainly used as a signal. Now, all the Yu family army soldiers made this gesture. It made the Huns subconsciously think they would draw muskets from their waists like the deputy general. If that were the case, their situation might become very dangerous. Suddenly, everyone became anxious. The scene also entered a stalemate. Seeing this, Zemu frowned. He had originally been skeptical of Hulua's words. There were only so many soldiers at the northern border, and their combat capabilities were well known to the Huns. With such a clear understanding of numbers and abilities, no matter how clever the tactics, it would be futile. Could they really pull off something extraordinary? But now, after witnessing the mysterious weapon of the enemy, Zemu realized Hulua hadn't been exaggerating. The enemy indeed had exceptional qualities. The key was where this weapon came from and what kind of power it held. All still unknown. Well, still want to fight to the death? The deputy general said, seizing the opportunity. I'm not leaving today. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my body. Our orders are to defend this official road to the death. Zemu pondered upon hearing this. No wonder the commander of Mingxing County sent 2,000 men to block them. It turned out they had a secret weapon, but he had made a military vow in front of the Hun leader. Returning in disgrace like this would make him a laughingstock in the entire Hun tribe. Hun soldiers hate cowards and deserters the most. Both are unforgivable. General, what should we do now? Zemu's adjutant couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Judging by the situation, these 2,000 men have surrounded all the positions. If we want to break through, we'll have to charge past their weapon. The casualties are unpredictable. Zemu was also thinking. It was impossible for 2,000 men to really stop 20,000, right? That would be a huge joke. The two sides remained in a stalemate for a while. Both sides were very tense. The deputy general's palms were already sweaty. He had nothing but a musket in his hand. But facing 20,000 troops, this firepower was insignificant. Once the enemy noticed the ruse, there would be no chance of victory. Chapter 256. No one eats for free. The deputy general of the Yu family army currently had only one expectation, that the fuse would ignite the thunderbolts as soon as possible. Only then could they truly achieve their objective. The 20,000 Xiongnu troops were positioned exactly where the thunderbolts would cause the most devastating explosion. Perhaps this time they could annihilate the enemy forces entirely. Even if some survived, the vanguard would suffer more than half its casualties. It would be an unprecedented victory. Zemu, too, found the situation peculiar. Although the enemy only had 2,000 men, each wielded formidable weapons. Why were they confronting them here? Were they waiting for him to make the first move before they struck? But weren't their purpose to block the Xiongnu army? If they could wipe out the entire Xiongnu force, wouldn't that fundamentally solve the problem? As he pondered, he carefully observed the surroundings. He noticed that all the Yu family soldiers maintained the same stance without any change. Many looked extremely tense. Reflecting on the sequence of events, only the deputy general of the Yu family army had a firearm. Zemu suddenly realized, "You scoundrel! You dare to trick me!" He pointed at the deputy general and cursed. The deputy general instantly understood and felt his heart sink. Was this man so intelligent to have noticed the anomaly so quickly? "How long until the fuse explodes?" the deputy general asked the adjutant beside him. "We don't know. We have no idea how fast the fuse is burning or how far it has progressed," the adjutant replied. Since all the fuses were buried in pits, they had no way of knowing the exact timing after they were lit. They could only estimate based on previous calculations, but the situation had changed, rendering their previous estimates useless. This was done to prevent the enemy from discovering and quickly retreating, but it had now become their blind spot. "What are you whispering about? I see you're just stalling for time." Zemu suddenly realized, understanding the entire situation. This was not a suitable place for an ambush. The Yu family army's presence here was highly unusual, especially with only 2,000 men. It was unheard of for 2,000 men to ambush 20,000 in such a place. It was practically suicide. All these strange phenomena indicated that these men were merely stalling for time. No one knew their true purpose. Perhaps the main force of Mingxing County was already behind them, as they still had several thousand troops. If his 20,000 vanguard troops were completely surrounded, it would be very difficult to escape. "Men, charge. Kill them all." Zemu, realizing he had been tricked, became furious and drew his curved saber. The soldiers' morale slightly recovered, and they began to move. Seeing this, all the Yu family soldiers secretly sweated. The adjutant couldn't help but step back. "Deputy General, what do we do now? Even if we die here, it might be for nothing." Linji had always advocated for dying with purpose. If they had to sacrifice, it should be for the greatest benefit. Pointless sacrifices were meaningless, and this was not what he promoted. Unlike many in the court who blindly worshipped aggressive tactics, Linji believed that only fools would choose such unartistic methods. While the old saying goes that the best defense is a good offense, it cannot be generalized. The battlefield is ever-changing. If tactics remain unchanged, the enemy will exploit them, leading to heavy losses. Even if all the Yu family soldiers sacrificed, it might not yield sufficient benefits. For them, retreat was the best choice. Linji had also proposed before their departure that strategic retreat could be chosen when necessary. Although it seemed cowardly, it was actually a form of biding time for the next victory. No, we can't retreat now. The deputy general understood the key points, but he also knew he had little time and few opportunities. Even if all 2,000 U family soldiers could retreat, the terrain here was unsuitable for escape. The Shonu army was at the peak of their morale and would pursue relentlessly. They would die horribly and fail in their mission. It would be a disastrous loss. Perhaps due to spending too much time with Lin Ji, the deputy general had also adopted the young general's way of thinking. In business, the key was never to lose. While it seemed they might lose something, they would gain overall. But if they retreated now, they would lose everything and have no chance to recover. It would also bring endless threats to Mingqing County. Understanding this, the deputy general had made a resolve to die if necessary. He fired his pistol into the sky again, using up his remaining ammunition, and shouted at the Shonu army, "Come, let's see who's afraid of whom. We'll die together here if we have to." This thunderous noise indeed made the Shonu soldiers who charged first hesitate. No one wanted to face this unknown weapon, not knowing how they might die. However, this only reinforced Zemu's speculation. Among the entire Yu family army, it seemed only the deputy general had a weapon. Otherwise, why wouldn't others fire at this moment? Were they waiting until the enemy was right in front of them? Kill them. He only has one weapon. It can't do anything to us. Charge together. Zemu waved his saber, reaching an unprecedented peak of morale. At that moment, a loud explosion sounded behind him, with dust and noise. Everyone on the scene couldn't help but turn their heads instinctively. It felt like a thunderclap on a clear day. The deputy general's face instantly showed surprise. The thunderbolt had finally ignited. If one was ignited, other thunderbolts in the surrounding area might be affected as well. The plan was finally being implemented as they had envisioned. Haha, your end has come. Chapter 257. Capturing the vanguard and returning in triumph. The deputy general felt his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. He had invested so much effort and taken so many risks, even dancing on the edge of a blade. His true goal was to wait for the moment when the thunderbolt thunder would detonate. And now, their efforts had not been in vain. The thunderbolt thunder had indeed demonstrated extraordinary power, setting off a chain reaction like dominoes from that single explosion. The continuous blasts sent dust flying, and the Huns scattered in panic. The Yu family soldiers, witnessing this, were overjoyed and cheered enthusiastically. "Great! We've finally achieved victory." Exactly what more can you boast about now? Did you think your numbers made you invincible? We have plenty of ways to deal with you. This time, we truly win a decisive victory. In stark contrast, the Hun army was thrown into disarray. They had never expected such an eerie ambush, with explosions occurring so unexpectedly that there was no time to react, no place to hide. Many Huns were severely injured, and the pungent mix of blood and gunpowder filled the air, making some feel nauseous. Zemu, frantic, shouted, "Stay calm. Don't panic. Don't lose formation." But his own mount was startled by the commotion, nearly throwing him off several times. As the explosion spread and more Huns were injured, Zemu's fear, never before felt, surged like a tide. "General, we've fallen into their ambush. Continuing like this will cost us dearly," the deputy general urged anxiously. The 2,000 Yu family soldiers watched from the sidelines, while the Hun warriors fell one by one. The 20,000 initially confident Huns had become a laughingstock, unable to retaliate, seemingly helpless. The Thunderbolt Thunder's power was overwhelming, leaving them no means to counter. Even if they could withstand enemy attacks, the underground Thunderbolt Thunder's explosive force was beyond imagination, resulting in widespread wailing and countless Huns lying in pools of blood. Seeing this, Zemu was furious and shocked. He couldn't fathom being countered in such a manner, nor had he expected his defeat to come so suddenly. "General, we can't delay any longer. Staying here will only result in greater casualties," the deputy general urged. "Zemu, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to grit his teeth and order, "Retreat. All of us, retreat immediately." The deputy general nodded, relieved. Failing to retreat in such a situation would lead to unprecedented defeat. The Hun army quickly retreated, leaving their wounded to flee in disarray, some still injured by remaining Thunderbolt Thunders. The scene was chaotic. The Yu family officers cheered, "We've won. Yes, we've truly won. Ha ha ha. Weren't you so arrogant before? What face do you have to challenge us now? This is the most exhilarating victory we've had." The soldiers were ecstatic, celebrating with hugs. The Yu family soldiers, stationed at White Wolf Pass, had few real combat opportunities. The pressure in the northern border increased significantly, especially during the defense of Mengqing Pass, where everyone was on edge. Though the outcome was good, they felt it wasn't enough. Defending the city gate didn't feel like real combat. Now, the ambush on the official road gave them a true taste of victory's joy, something they had longed for. Who would have thought the Thunderbolt Thunder developed by the young general would be so powerful, easily repelling the 20,000-strong attack? The deputy general marveled, filled with joy. The officers agreed, indeed, without the young general, our 2,000 men wouldn't have been enough. But now, defending the northern border doesn't seem impossible. We might even create miracles. Many had worried about insufficient troops and the court's indifference, leading to a disadvantage against the Huns. But the young general's firearms became a formidable defense, easily destroying the Hun vanguard. This was unprecedented. These weapons ignored terrain, something unheard of in past battles where strategic locations were crucial. The Thunderbolt Thunder, however, enhanced any terrain or worked just as well without it. Brothers, clean up the battlefield. Return in triumph. Chapter 258. Reasserting Independence. Fearless of the court. Mengqing County. Lin Hao and Yu Yin gazed northward. Zhou Yu, the commander of Yuzhou, had already led his men to the woods to set up an ambush. At this moment, the entire city wall was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Everyone was extremely tense. The Hun's army could appear at any moment. A fierce battle was unavoidable. As the north wind rose, it stirred the banners fluttering. In this icy and snowy world, who would have thought that the one defending Mengqing County would be a noble young master who was once despised by the entire northern border? Even Lin Ji felt a momentary disorientation. The vicissitudes of life are truly unpredictable. How could he have imagined that one day he would return here? And even because of his arrival, the entire situation at the northern border has undergone a dramatic change. Just thinking about it doesn't seem like such a bad thing. The education Lin Ji received was different from that of Yu Yin and these descendants of military families. Since ancient times, almost all military generals have fought on the battlefield with an extremely identical belief: protecting their homeland and establishing merit. It seems in their eyes. Only in this way can they realize the value of their lives. But Lin Ji is different. The education he received was inherently different from that of the current generation, and after experiencing a life of wandering and hardship, Lin Ji has seen through many things. The so-called nation is nothing more than a community of interests concentrated under the imperial power. All the beliefs that the generals follow may be seen by the court and the ruling authorities as easily exploitable chips. Moreover, the current emperor, Li Jingzhen, regards the Lin family as a ferocious beast. Many officials in the court also look at him unfavorably. All of this has made Lin Ji have little attachment to the court. Establishing merit? Nonsense. If he could become a northern garrison general like his father, it would undoubtedly provoke further antagonism from the court. And at that time, his situation might become even more awkward. Merit overshadowing the ruler. This is the only problem these imperial families care about. No matter how many merits those generals and marshals have achieved, in the eyes of the emperor, they only care if this person poses a threat to him and whether it will affect his throne. King. If one day, the people in the court cannot tolerate him, he wouldn't mind becoming the emperor. If one were to ask, Lin Ji is only forced into this. If not for the compulsion, why would he go to such great lengths to do these thankless tasks? Young general, How long do you think it will take for the situation at the northern border to stabilize? Yu Yin asked, looking far away with profound meaning. For someone like him, a military commander, his heart is very conflicted. On one hand, he hopes to prove his value by achieving outstanding military merits and gain a higher status in the court, thus making a name for himself. Since ancient times, almost all officials have had this idea, honoring their ancestors and leaving a legacy. For an individual, this is understandable, who truly wants to live a mediocre life as a small character. But unfortunately, the person they serve largely determines whether they will reach that expected height. How would I know that? I'm not a god, Linji joked, leaning against the city wall. Who said you're not? You're more than a god. Yu Yin couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by that? Young general, to be honest, I haven't fought many battles. When I was young, I did serve in the military, but the title of general was largely inherited from my father, Yu Yin said meaningfully. So he doesn't have as much combat experience as Zhou Yu, but his understanding of tactics and military books is not low. After all, he is a descendant of a military family. This is the most basic. But after witnessing the situation at the northern border, Yu Yin has begun to question whether he was wrong. He does yearn for battle, because only then can he prove his value. But he also realizes that once war breaks out, it is truly unbearable for the people of the northern border. Not only do they live in constant fear every day, but now a large amount of financial resources is spent on building walls and other defensive works, including making firearms. The common people are already poor to the bone, barely able to afford food. Now local governments have to spend huge sums, which is already a double whammy. The key is that these things cannot be avoided. It sounds like you're not too satisfied with the current situation at the northern border? Lin Ji blinked. Yes, compared to the frequent battles at the northern border, I would rather the people here live a happy and peaceful life. To put it bluntly, if they could live such a good life, and at this time, if the foreign tribes dare to invade, I would definitely beat them to a pulp. Yu Yin said indignantly. Perhaps protecting the northern border is the only motivation he can hold on to now. Don't worry, that day will come. By then, the entire northern border, whether it's the Huns, the Rome, or other places, won't dare to bully us at will, Linji said meaningfully, patting his shoulder. His gaze was profound, unfathomable. Yu Yin blinked upon hearing this. He had a strange feeling. What did he mean by other regions? The only threat to the northern border comes from foreign tribes. But hearing Linji's words, could there be other hidden dangers? Where does this come from? After a moment of thought, he suddenly realized. Young general, do you mean the Central Plains and the court? Linji smiled meaningfully. Then he turned to look at him. Don't you think the court's attitude towards the northern border is too cold? If it were you, wouldn't you send reinforcements after the border has been repeatedly harassed? Hashtag chapter 259. Efforts have not gone to waste. Linji's words left Yu Yin in silence. In fact, this doubt had been lingering in his mind for a long time. He had never quite understood the root cause of it. Now that Linji mentioned it, he felt an uneasy premonition. Young general, what do you mean by? The reason is simple. It's because my Lin family still exists in this world, Linji said with profound meaning. Those officials and rulers in the court, in order to eliminate threats to themselves, are even willing to disregard the lives of the people in the northern border regions. To me, they are not qualified managers, at best mere puppets of power. They would go to any lengths for power and profit, even disregarding the lives of the people. What right did these people have to remain in high positions in the court? Young general, those words are not to be spoken lightly. Yu Yan's face changed dramatically. He had always known Linji to be carefree and unrestrained, but if these words were heard by those in the court, they would surely use it as an excuse to stir trouble. Have you heard the story of the innocent man with the jade? Linji couldn't help but chuckle. Who in the world would wish for trouble to find them? But often, the unpredictability of events meant that the more one wished for peace and to stay away from the whirlpool, the more one would be dragged in. Right now, I am that commoner with the jade, and for many, there are various ways to take it from me. Coercion and temptation. But there are also those who want to get the jade without any cost, and make the world believe it is my fault. Lin Ji said with profound meaning. If it were you, would you choose to die unjustly or rise up and fight back? These words basically revealed his current stance. Yu Yin widened his eyes, at a loss for words. The Yu family had always held loyalty to the country as their duty. They would never be accused of treason. So, what Lin Ji said left Yu Yan's mind in a turmoil. Personally, he supported the young general. It was because of Lin Ji's appearance that the Yu family army had the opportunity to prove themselves. But from the perspective of the family and the nation's interests, Yu Yan couldn't do it. Seeing his serious and solemn expression, Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Then he patted his shoulder. No need to be so tense. I'm not recruiting you, nor am I asking you to do anything. As a friend and brother, I just want to talk to you about the path I might take in the future. If that day really comes, I don't want to meet you on the battlefield. Wherever you go, as long as we don't cross paths, it's fine. After all, Lin Ji was a person who had crossed over. He couldn't be like many who held power, decisive and ruthless, completely disregarding his emotions. To Lin Ji, brothers, kin, and close relatives were far more important than power. Because those were the only proof of living in this world. And power would always exist, only the people it controlled would change. A general's success is built on a million bones. Wasn't that the truth? Yu Yan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say more. But at that moment, a loud horn sounded. Both turned their heads towards the direction of the city gates. In the distance, a horse galloped towards them. The rider was a brother from the Yu family army. General, good news. From afar, they could see the soldier waving the flag in his hand, a signal used only for victory. Lin Ji and Yu Yan exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Could it be that it really worked? Immediately, the two hurried down the city wall, reaching the gate just as the messenger arrived. He dismounted in haste, too excited to stand properly, almost stumbling. Yu Yan quickly stepped forward to support him. How is it? What's the situation ahead? Reporting to the general, young general, our Yu family army has won a great victory. He then recounted the situation on the official road in detail. The deputy general is leading the other brothers in returning in triumph. This time, the vanguard of the Huns has been successfully repelled. At least for several days, their offensive rhythm will be disrupted. Yu Yan couldn't help but cheer. That's great. This time, we've finally lifted our spirits. Lin Ji also breathed a sigh of relief. He had expected the enemy to send a vanguard to scout the situation, but he hadn't anticipated that they would send 20,000 men. Even less had he expected that they would all be scared off by the thunderbolts, suffering heavy losses. Isn't the leading general Huoluo? Lin Ji couldn't help but ask. In his calculations, Huoluo was the best candidate for the Huns to lead the charge in their comeback. This man had suffered greatly at his hands before, even falling ill upon returning. Now, he would certainly want to regain face. Normally, if it were Huoluo, encountering the Yu family army, he would be cautious. He wouldn't give them the chance to delay or trigger the thunderbolts. But from the soldier's description, the enemy general was extremely arrogant, not even regarding them. Huoluo, though not a rare military genius, did have his abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a vanguard general in the Huns. If he had suffered 3 defeats at Lin Ji's hands and was still so arrogant, he was truly foolish. Lin Ji even felt he had overestimated the man. It seems not. They called their deputy general something like Jamu. Jamu. Yu Yan was quite surprised. Do you know this guy? Not really, but I've heard Zhou General mention that Huoluo and Jamu are both vanguard generals under the Huns leader, each with their strengths and in competition with each other. I didn't expect it to be him leading the charge this time. Isn't that normal? If the Huns leader had used Huoluo again, it would have made me think he had something special. Lin Ji's lips curled slightly. As the saying goes, war is the art of deception. Since ancient times, all military leaders have emphasized unpredictability. But the Huns leader was not a traditional commander. Previously, Lin Ji had defeated Huoluo 3 times to make him lose the Huns leader's trust. The same trick couldn't be used on the same person repeatedly. If it had been Huoluo leading the attack this time, the effect might not have been as good. In other words, the Hun's leader had fallen into Lin Ji's trap. Chapter 260. Uplifting the border. Young General, their defeat this time will undoubtedly lead to another wave of demoralization among their troops. This will give us ample time to prepare further, Yu Yin said excitedly. He couldn't help but admire the foresight of the young general, Lin Ji. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned, even down to knowing the enemy's route. This was no ordinary feat for a commander. Indeed, this is indeed good news for us, Lin Ji nodded. Defeating the vanguard was not something to be overly proud of. More importantly, it bought them valuable time, which was crucial for their current situation. The only pity is that General Zhou and his men had to wait in vain in that forest for 2 days. Yu Yin couldn't help but say, I'm sure General Zhou will feel that his efforts were not in vain upon hearing this news. Lin Ji chuckled. You really do know how to care about people, don't you? I don't even know what to say. Yu Yan's optimistic demeanor, though sometimes amusing, was exactly what they needed. It's fine. The current situation is the best it can be for us, Yu Yan said with a light smile. Well said. Immediately send someone to inform Zhou Yu and the others to return to Mengxing County for a rest. A tough battle was likely ahead. Whether the Huns were enraged or spurred to replace their leader, the retaliation would be fierce. Lin Ji had a deep understanding of the Huns from previous encounters. He believed that just 2 defeats would not make them give up. These fierce barbarians would not stop unless truly subdued. In Yuzhou, Prefect Yang was pacing back and forth in his residence, feeling restless. With the war ongoing, as the highest local official, he could only watch helplessly. This was the most frustrating. Though not the best governor, Yang was still a decent official compared to many in the court who only cared about power struggles. With the war raging and no reinforcements in sight, Yang was deeply troubled. If money could solve the problem, he would spare no expense. After all, if it could save Yuzhou, it would be worth it. But the real fear was losing his position. Just then, a military advisor rushed in. Prefect Yang. What's the situation in Mengxing County? Good news, Prefect. It's said that the young general ambushed the Huns' path and heavily damaged their vanguard. The Huns have temporarily retreated. Prefect Yang's face changed instantly. He slumped into his chair, drained. Seeing his reaction, his subordinates hurried over. What's wrong, Prefect? Prefect Yang waved them off. You don't understand. This is called tears of joy. Do you get it? He had been on edge, unable to eat or sleep properly, worried about Mengxing County. Hearing the enemy's vanguard was defeated, the tension finally eased. His subordinates understood. Prefect, you worry too much. With Generals Yu, Zhou, and the young general, they can surely defend the northern border. Prefect Yang rolled his eyes. It's easy for you to say. He was a pleasure-seeking governor, especially during Lin Jinqiu's time. Though Lin often criticized him, it was the most comfortable period for Yang. Now with Lin Ji rising, it was a significant relief, ensuring the northern border's safety and his position. From now on, whatever Lin Ji asks for, we must do our best to assist, Prefect Yang said earnestly. And how should we report this border victory? Prefect Yang, now calm, said, report the truth to the court. The young general's merit is extraordinary. We must help him. He felt it crucial to build a new friendly relationship with Lin Ji, who was very different from his father. Chapter 261. The Reemergence of Hope. Although General Xiao was equally formidable on the battlefield, his behavior was well known throughout the northern border, characterized by the mannerisms of a profligate son. Such a person, Yang Duren found, was very easy to approach. Unlike someone like the northern garrison general, who showed no interest in worldly pleasures, General Xiao had weaknesses. Yang Duren thought, is he even a man? All he knows is war. Can't he think about anything else? Lin Ji, despite his significant changes, still exhibited the demeanor of a profligate nobleman at heart. Yang Duren believed that if he could establish a good relationship with this man, he could better enjoy life after the northern border was pacified, avoiding the strained relations he had with Lin Jinqiu. Remember, This man is crucial to us and the entire northern border. We must not treat him as we did before, Yang Duren solemnly instructed. The surrounding officials nodded in agreement, having witnessed the extraordinary side of the young general of the northern garrison, quite different from their previous impressions of Lin Ji. He seemed more approachable, more down-to-earth. Enough idle talk. Bring me paper and pen. I must personally petition for the young general's merits. At the northern boundary, where the Central Plains met the north, the Ministry of War's chief secretary and his entourage were resting. Despite their hurried journey, the chief secretary felt a deep sorrow for the displaced refugees and the dire state of the Great Xia dynasty. The Ministry of War, the most crucial of the 6 ministries, was meant to safeguard the dynasty. Yet even its highest officials were engrossed in power struggles and disregarding the law. The chief secretary, a man of conscience, was pained. Yet, with higher-ranking officials suppressing them, they could only endure, hoping for a day when the Minister of War would lose the emperor's trust and be replaced, offering a chance for change. But now, the chief secretary doubted if the Great Xia dynasty could last that long. Sir, it seems the northern border is deteriorating. I wonder how long it can hold, the servant whispered, his eyes filled with worry. Many were fleeing south, yet they were heading north. Apart from the ministry's orders, their efforts seemed unnecessary, as the Minister of War cared little for the outcome. Even if they failed to reach the northern border, a fabricated charge could shift the blame to Lin Ji. Yet, the chief secretary seemed unwilling to do so, and the servants could only subtly persuade him to let go of his convictions. Silence. Such demoralizing talk is forbidden. The chief secretary frowned, equally uneasy. He feared hearing of the border's fall before they arrived, plunging the Central Plains into crisis. He couldn't fathom how the Minister of War and even the Emperor could make such grave mistakes, jeopardizing the northern border's stability. As they pondered, a few travelers sat nearby, resting and chatting. "Did you hear? Our northern border has truly regained its pride," one exclaimed. "Where did you get that rumor?" With the Hun's 100,000-strong army poised to strike, the northern border could fall any moment, another countered. "Oh, you fools. The young general has outmaneuvered the Hun's vanguard and severely injured them with thunderbolts. The entire Hun army is seething." "Is that true? Why would I lie? It's all over the northern border. The governor of Yuzhou is even petitioning for his merits. Who would have thought the young general, once a profligate, would do so much for us? Perhaps he has truly turned over a new leaf, following in General Lin's footsteps. If he can match General Lin's prowess, our northern border will be secure, free from foreign invasions." "Then why are we heading south? Are you daft? Now's a great time to do business in the north. We can make some money and live comfortably, instead of always worrying about our next meal." Right. Let's hurry and leave after eating. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Exactly. We mustn't miss it." Chapter 262, Jamu's Crushing Defeat. Watching the passers-by engaged in heated discussion, the chief clerk of the Ministry of Military Affairs fell into a long silence. He was indeed unaware of the events that had transpired at the northern border. He had never anticipated that Lin Ji could lead tens of thousands of troops to such a devastating rout of the enemy. And that so-called thunderbolt, what was that exactly? In Chomping City, the chief clerk had not interacted much with Lin Ji, but he had heard rumors about him. Lin Ji was adept at commerce. The Lin family's business in the capital had already dominated half the market, and even after his departure, it continued to flourish. Even if the court wanted to intervene, it was too late. All 4 major businesses had already been replaced. There was no way to uproot them completely. Moreover, many princes and nobles had also joined these businesses, hoping to share in the profits. With their support, the Lin family's business continued to grow. It seemed that few were willing to oppose them, as it would be futile. Re-establishing order would be a cumbersome affair. Setting that aside, the chief clerk knew little else about Lin Ji. He never imagined that the man had such talent in leading troops. It was almost unbelievable. "Sir, could what these people are saying be true?" the servant asked in a hushed tone, his eyes filled with astonishment. Clearly, they were all quite surprised by the information they had received. Who could have thought that someone like Lin Ji could ride through the northern border as if it were unguarded? After a long silence, the chief clerk's lips curled slightly. Isn't this a great opportunity? Ensuring the safety of our northern border, whoever it is an invaluable talent to our court. He then stood up to settle the bill. Now, he was eager to rush to the northern border immediately, to see what the situation was really like. If it was indeed as he imagined, then he must do everything in his power to protect the northern border, absolutely not allowing such an important place to fall into the hands of the Huns. The Hun encampment. Inside the military tent, all the generals were gathered here. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Dead silence. The Hun leader's eyes were wide open, his fury ready to erupt at any moment. Jamu knelt below, his face covered in shame. Defeated? What did you promise me before you set out? You swore you would take Mingxing County, but now? You haven't even reached Mingxing County and have already lost nearly 10,000 men. The Hun leader spoke word by word. His killing intent was palpable. If it were just a normal battle and they had fallen into an ambush, such heavy losses would be understandable. After all, in war, no one can predict the battlefield with certainty. But the problem was, the vanguard was stopped by only 2,000 men, and according to the battle report, those 2,000 men emerged unscathed, easily taking control of the situation. The Hun leader had fought many battles, but never had he been so humiliated as today. If word of this got out, it would likely be a blow to the morale of the entire Hun army at the northern border. A crushing defeat, a truly humiliating defeat, leaving them utterly devastated. Leader, this can't be blamed entirely on the general. The enemy's tactics were too treacherous. We couldn't guard against them. The deputy general spoke up in Jamu's defense. After all, Jamu was a renowned warrior in the Hun camp. This time, it was due to carelessness that such a result occurred. But that shouldn't negate his past successes. Silence. Who asked you to speak? The Hun leader shot a glare at him. His tone was filled with killing intent. His anger had no outlet. No one could have foreseen the situation turning out this way. What was most incomprehensible to him was, how could the Central Plains troops not lose a single soldier while his side suffered 10,000 casualties? Since the beginning of the war between the Huns and the Central Plains, such an exaggerated casualty ratio had never been seen. I ask you, how did you lose this battle? On that road, you had multiple escape routes. What? Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the generals present revealed disbelief. A major battle was imminent. The Huns had suffered defeat after defeat. This greatly affected morale. If Jamu were executed at this moment, it would surely demoralize the troops. In an instant, countless people knelt down to plead for mercy. Leader, this isn't entirely Jamu's fault. If not for the enemy's deceit, we wouldn't have suffered such a heavy blow. Yes, and Jamu still has the chance to redeem himself. We are in urgent need of manpower. Executing Jamu now would definitely not be the best solution. We beg the leader to show mercy. If not, after we defeat the Central Plains troops at the northern border, we can then punish Jamu according to his merits and demerits. No one wanted to see Jamu lose his life so inexplicably. After all, the Huns revered strength. Jamu, in this regard, was quite appealing. The Hun leader's attitude, however, was very firm. It seemed he wouldn't allow any leniency. Who will take responsibility for the lives of these 10,000 soldiers? Tell me, how do we explain this to the people of the entire Hun tribe? 10,000 men. That's no small number. Leader, please give me another chance. This time, I will bring you Linji's head. Jamu suddenly looked up. His eyes reignited with determination. The Hun's warriors were not so easily defeated. Chapter 263. The difference between us and Lin Ji. Zamu knew he had committed grave sins. There was no way to atone for his misdeeds. But what he wanted to do now more than anything was to personally cut off the head of the young general of the northern border, Lin Ji. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart, and also avenge the deaths of his brothers. You? This time you didn't even see the shadow of Mingxing County, yet you dare say you want to take the head of the enemy general? The Hun's leader looked at him sideways, his eyes full of doubt. If one were to compare, Zemu had lost even more miserably than Huolua. The latter at least fought in the assault on Mingxing County, unable to break the deadlock, which eventually led to heavy casualties of the vanguard. He at least fought on the front lines, engaged in real sword and spear combat with the defenders of Mingxing County. But this Zemu didn't even get a chance to fight before being beaten and fleeing in disgrace. Every time he thought about it, the Hun's leader felt a bad breath stuck in his chest. If it wasn't resolved, he really felt uncomfortable all over. Zemu was slightly stunned. For a moment, he didn't know how to defend himself. Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, Huolua suddenly stepped forward. "Leader, I also think we can give General Zemu a chance." "You?" The Hun's leader looked at him with disdain. "Leader, don't you remember? When General Zemu was stubborn, I advised him, but he thought he knew the... At least they couldn't just rush forward like before when the Huns went to war. It was obvious. This Lin Ji was extremely cunning and treacherous. Knowing they would take the official road, he deliberately set up an ambush and possessed such powerful weapons. It was truly baffling. "All right, you all leave. I'm tired." The Hun's leader impatiently waved his hand. He felt inexplicably restless. Then he said, "Zemu, this is the last chance I'm giving you, so you should know how important it is. If you lose again, there's no need to answer. Just die at the city gate in atonement." Zemu suddenly came to his senses. It seemed he had regained his fighting spirit. He bowed and said, "Leader, don't worry. This time I absolutely won't disappoint you." A moment later, everyone dispersed. Huolua left the barracks, but was stopped by Zemu. "Why did you help me just now?" "What do you mean by that? Is there a problem with me helping you?" Huolua placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. His voice was unusually calm. "You should understand what I mean." Zemu frowned. His eyes were full of surprise. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But who would have thought that at the most critical moment? The person who stood up to help him would be Huolua. This everyday competitor, at this moment, actually was willing to lend a hand. In fact, if Zemu was executed, Huolua would be the biggest beneficiary. From then on in the barracks, no one would be able to compete with him. Even he would become the most trusted vanguard general under the Hun's leader. That's why Zemu felt very strange. He couldn't even guess what Huolua was thinking. "Yes, you and I are indeed competitors, and we've been maintaining this relationship for several years." Competitors in the barracks. No one can tell for sure. Maybe later it will turn into a fierce struggle. This is also the main reason why the military has never been able to maintain a long-term relationship. Everyone wants to be the best. But there's no first in literature, no second in martial arts. There are only winners and losers. Huolua and Zemu were evenly matched. They were hard to tell apart. Now there was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of them. But Huolua didn't take the opportunity to kick him when he was down. Zemu thought he couldn't do it himself. But we are all Huns, no matter how much we compete. It's only internal affairs. Now the enemy we face is from the Central Plains. Huolua said meaningfully. "Do you know why? Even though we have invaded the Central Plains many times, we always get driven back after a while? This is the nature of the Hun tribe. They have not only once occupied the Central Plains, going back 300 years, at least 5 or 6 times, but there has never been a single time where they could root in the Central Plains for more than 30 years. If it was once a coincidence, twice was bad luck. But under the circumstances of repeated failures, it must indicate a deeper reason." Zemu shook his head in confusion. "Isn't it just that those Central Plains people have more numbers and are cunning and treacherous, so they keep defeating us over and over again?" Huolua waved his hand. "What you said is just the superficial reason, but during my time recuperating in the barracks, I suddenly realized the key." "What do you mean?" "You should be very clear that the reputation of the young general of the northern border, Lin Ji, is not good in the entire northern border, right?" Huolua said slowly. Zemu nodded. This time, although it could be considered an encounter with Lin Ji, he didn't even see the true face of the guy. He had only heard of the things the other had done. A prodigal, reckless, full of bad deeds. All these could be used to describe Lin Ji. Yes, but even so, all the defenders in the northern border are willing to follow his command. Doesn't this seem strange to you? Hulua asked meaningfully. When people are sick, they always overthink. He was no exception. Especially that time when he retreated, he was almost beaten to death by Lin Ji. Almost every day, Hulua pondered in his mind. What was the difference between him and this guy? Chapter 264. Lin Ji is worth learning. Indeed, Huoluo is actually a very intelligent person, although he may not seem very sharp on the battlefield. But how bad can someone be if they are capable of self-reflection? You mean to say that your previous failure was due to Lin Ji's interference? Zemu began to see the picture, though he wasn't sure if his thoughts aligned with Huoluo's. Yes. Huoluo nodded. I believe that when this man returned to the northern border, everyone there had a huge issue with him. Yet, in such a short time, he managed to rally everyone to jointly resist our Hun army. This is a characteristic of the Central Plains people. Zemu felt he was getting closer to the truth. He couldn't help but lift his head, his eyes filled with contemplation. You mean, they can put aside their grudges? Yes, these people, though numerous and seemingly without faith, are a loose bunch in our view. Yet, at critical moments, they always unite like a rope, launching unprecedentedly terrifying resistance against us. Huoluo looked towards the direction of the northern border. In this regard, he couldn't help but admire. Though he didn't know how Lin Ji did it, the results showed that this man was indeed different from the generals they had encountered before. Even different from Lin Zhenqiu. So, Zemu, you and I are just competitors, not sworn enemies. Why fight to the death at such a critical time? We should learn from Lin Ji, unite to attack the northern border. Then, we can settle our personal grudges privately. What's wrong with that? Confidence. In their eyes, as long as the young general was there, all problems could be easily resolved. No matter how fierce the enemy was, they posed no threat. And that was the so-called sense of security. Meanwhile, Lin Ji and Zhou Yu sat together in the county office. It was this brief peace that allowed them to take a breather, in preparation for the even fiercer battles ahead. Young general, you're truly amazing. I've never seen anyone in the northern border who could repel 20,000 enemy troops without a single soldier. Zhou Yu couldn't help but exclaim. His words came from the heart. When he received the news, Zhou Yu's excitement was beyond words. In terms of terrain, numbers, and many other factors, the Yu family army held no advantage. To put it bluntly, if the Hun army had been slightly more decisive, all the Yu family soldiers might have been buried in that wasteland. The few who could survive would only return to report. Isn't that right? Yu Yin said proudly. He was proud to have such a commander. Though Lin Ji was his superior, the two usually addressed each other as brothers. Now, Lin Ji had proven his worth with his actions. Even in the northern border, he was no less impressive. I feel the young general might be even more formidable than General Lin was. Zhou Yu's eyes showed contemplation, then admiration. As the saying goes, a tiger's son is no hound. The young general truly surpasses the father. I dare say, General Lin never fought such a glorious battle in the northern border. It could even be recorded in the history of the Great Xia dynasty. In the past several hundred years, no outstanding general had achieved such a feat. We can't say that. My old man was way more formidable than me. Look, how many can I lead? The Northern Army had 100,000 troops back then. Lin Ji said calmly. He was very self-aware. Could he really have turned the tide solely with his brilliant tactics? In this regard, he wasn't at the level of a war god. But there was one thing different. Lin Ji stood on the shoulders of giants, viewing the world with the ability and technology to change it. No matter how formidable the current war gods were, even if the champion Ho reappeared, they might not gain the upper hand against Lin Ji. It was a dimension-leveling strike. Young general, you're too modest. Zhou Yu sighed. Forget it. Explaining to them won't make sense. Think what you want. Lin Ji waved his hand. His experiences, even if spoken, would likely not be believed. It was better to enjoy this brief peace. Who knew when the war would start again? Seriously, young general, when you returned to the northern border, when we received the news, all the soldiers in the Yuzhou camp hated you to the core. The reason was self-evident. After all, his reputation in the northern border had already gone down the drain. But who would have thought that in just a few months, young general, you've made me look at you in a new light. I, Zhou, am willing to bow my head. From now on, I am willing to follow the young general, to be at your command. For a commander, such praise was akin to submission. All in the military were proud and would not easily yield. Zhou, as a Yuzhou commander, was no exception. But Lin Ji's actions deserved such praise. Hearing this, Lin Ji smiled and waved his hand. No matter what you say, I know my own abilities. So don't put me on a pedestal. What if I revert to my old arrogant self? Chapter 265. Rest and rejuvenate. Discipline cannot be neglected. As Zhou listened, he couldn't help but chuckle. Young general, even if you are naturally unrestrained and carefree, as long as you don't engage in illegal activities like before, I believe the local people won't be too harsh on you. Guarding the entire northern border. Ensuring that the Huns cannot advance even a single inch. What an incredible feat. There are few in the entire Great Xia dynasty who can achieve this. With such capabilities, having accomplished such a great deed, what's wrong with enjoying life a bit? Perhaps the people of the northern border would even be delighted. They might consider the young general's behavior as true character. Lin Ji's eyes revealed surprise upon hearing this. This was something he hadn't expected. Wow, they actually allow me to do whatever I want? Of course, he was just joking. A gentleman knows when to act and when not to. No matter the time or place, Lin Ji never considered himself a noble and upright gentleman, but he knew every action he took was justified. Being able to do this is already commendable. Young general, what should we do next? Should we rely on the musketeers to defend Mingqing County? I feel that next time, the Huns won't be as careless as before. They might directly attack us. By then, if Mingqing County is besieged, the consequences and impact will be unimaginable. Lin Ji waved his hand calmly. Don't worry, the Hun army is no longer as reckless as before. We just need to use our thunderbolts and muskets, combined with the terrain, to set up ambushes and smoke bombs. This will help us control the situation. There is no one-size-fits-all in war. Although sometimes, as a general, one is need to plan ahead. But it's only a general direction. Who can guarantee that everything on the battlefield will go as planned? Problems can arise at any moment. This is why, for every general, analyzing the situation and ensuring everything is under control is extremely difficult. And if one can master this, they will surely become a renowned general. Zhou Yu and Yu Yin felt their worries dissipate upon hearing this. The three of them couldn't help but raise their teacups, drinking tea instead of wine. Let's not drink today. When we defeat the Huns and secure the northern border, we'll have a grand celebration then, Lin Ji said with great spirit. In the military camp, there are bottom lines that cannot be crossed. Lin Ji was well aware of this. If it's a small troop, say a few hundred, or just over 1,000 people, sometimes a bit more leniency is acceptable. But now, he's in charge of the entire northern border garrison. That's tens of thousands of people. Without rules, there is no order. This is especially true in the military camp. Lin Ji naturally should lead by example. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu also expressed their agreement and approval. They also saw Lin Ji's serious side. Everyone thought this young nobleman got his position as the main general guarding the northern border by relying on his talent. But only Zhou Yu and Yu Yin knew. Every time the young general won a victory, he would conduct several or even hundreds of sand table simulations beforehand. The first time the two saw it, they were quite surprised. They had never seen such a sand table simulation before. But later on, they realized that on the sand table, one could simulate battlefield situations freely. This way, the general could see more clearly, and thus make plans and judgments in advance for every step of the war, and deploy ahead of time in key areas. The methods were truly masterful. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu were both in awe. Now, they wanted to learn from this teacher how to conduct sand table simulations. In case there were other wars in the future, they wouldn't be completely clueless. No problem, let's go in and practice, Lin Ji said and gestured. The three of them then headed towards the military camp. Imperial City, Palace, Taiha Hall. At this moment, the officials of the court gathered here, and Emperor Li Jingzhen presided over the court according to the usual rules. Officials from various departments reported the recent situations of their departments, correct what needs to be corrected, and maintain what doesn't need changing. It was basically the same old issues. Li Jingzhen was getting a bit bored. As an emperor, he was confined here every day. He felt a bit of reluctance in his heart. But now, the outside world was not peaceful. If something happened to him, it might lead to unprecedented changes for his family and the imperial clan. An emperor's accident is a grave matter. Throughout history, such signs have always been accompanied by turmoil in the court and the world. After listening to the reports from the officials, Li Jingzhen was in a troubled mood. He then decided to announce the end of the court session, as there was nothing important. Wasting time here was not as good as enjoying himself in the harem. Even just admiring the flowers in the imperial garden would be better. But just then, a messenger from the Ministry of War rushed in from outside, holding a letter in his hand. Your Majesty, this is an urgent report from the northern border, an 800-mile express. Please take a look. Li Jingzhen raised an eyebrow. His eyes revealed surprise. He hadn't expected to receive a letter from the northern border at this time. But thinking about it, it seemed quite reasonable. However, the person reading this letter was not as calm as the one who wrote it. Your Majesty, what is the situation at the northern border now? The Minister of War asked meaningfully. He had already sent his confidant there. It could be easily taken over. No other tricks were needed. But the sudden appearance of an 800-mile border emergency was beyond the Minister of War Zhu Biao's expectations. But he couldn't figure out what kind of situation would suddenly trigger an 800-mile urgent report from the northern border. Either the northern border had collapsed and the enemy had taken over. Now, just sending someone back to report. Or another possibility, the northern border had won a great victory. So they needed an 800-mile express to inform the emperor as soon as possible. In the eyes of the Minister of War Zhu Biao, that was simply impossible. How many people are there at the northern border? Even if they really had modern weapons, they would absolutely not be a match for the entire Hun army of 100,000. And this time, they only came in small numbers. Chapter 266. Shocking the court, how could they win? Yet, to the surprise of everyone present, Emperor Li Jingzhen's face changed dramatically in a visible manner. He slammed the memorial heavily onto his throne. The scene left everyone bewildered. Could it be that the northern border had truly lost? But the problem was, they had neither received reinforcements from the court nor did they have a significant number of troops. Compared in every aspect, they should have been utterly incapable of victory. Upon closer thought, this scenario should have been the most common. Even Zhu Biao had prepared himself mentally, ready to wail in grief and celebrate this joyous moment with a certain expression. But just as he was about to act on his impulses, he suddenly heard Li Jingzhen say with profound meaning, they actually won. Zhu Biao, the Minister of War, instinctively let out a painful wail. But halfway through, he felt something was off. Turning his head, he found everyone staring at him intently, the scene unbearably awkward. Zhu Biao quickly regained his composure and turned incredulously towards the throne. Your Majesty, I didn't catch that clearly. Could you repeat what you said? What happened at the northern border? A great victory, Li Jingzhen enunciated each word, his gaze complex and teasing. This sight left all the officials in shock. None had expected that the northern border, almost certainly destined to be lost, had miraculously risen from the dead after a few months, even now able to contend with the Huns. It was an unprecedented absurdity. Gao Feihu, the Minister of Justice, was the most elated upon hearing this news. Ever since the young general left Chongping City, Gao Feihu had often worried. But with his heavy workload and sluggish news, he had no idea of the developments at the northern border. Now, hearing of Lin Ji's consecutive victories, his excitement was beyond words. There were those who rejoiced and those who grieved. Lin Ji was destined to be unpopular in the capital. From the beginning, Many had wished for his demise. Despite numerous incidents, he remained unscathed, making one suspect foul play. Winning once could be attributed to luck, but Lin Ji had no military experience nor any knowledge of camp management. How could he have possibly pulled off such a feat? Your Majesty, Xiao Jin lived in extreme hardship at the northern border. While the outcome of each battle seems favorable, I'm sure the young general also faced immense pressure, Gao Feihu earnestly said. I believe we should reward General Lin generously. Everyone in the court knew of his special relationship with Lin Ji. Though not a high-ranking minister like a minister, he was still a respected official. In the entire dynasty, there were only 10 officials titled minister. Excluding the 6 ministers and the prime minister, the minister was the highest-ranking and most powerful position. That's quite interesting. Does the military report say so? And so it is? I suspect that fellow merely fiddled behind the scenes during the battles at the northern border, Li Jingzhen said, narrowing his eyes, not yet answering. Zhu Biao, the Minister of War, couldn't hold back. Seizing the opportunity, he began to counter Gao Feihu. Perhaps due to their opposing factions, they couldn't find common ground and would attack each other, representing different interests. But Li Jingzhen was lost in thought. While the court debated how to treat Lin Ji's achievements, some suggested verifying the reports at the northern border to prevent him from thinking he was beyond the emperor's reach. What truly worried Li Jingzhen was not the victory itself. At a certain moment, he felt Lin Ji was eerily similar to his late father. Young and already displaying extraordinary talents, he had dominated the northern border for years without equal. Lin Jinxiu was that strong. Though not the highest-ranking general in the Great Xia dynasty, he was outstanding. In the past 20 years, no one like him had emerged. This action, however, stirred discontent among many. They fiercely criticized Gao Feihu. Master Gao, do you think you know the court well? In my view, you're merely feigning madness. At your age, I was already nominated for the position of minister. Yet, you're still a mere soldier with no real power. Zhu Biao, the Minister of War, spoke with a triumphant air, his words painfully unsettling. At that moment, the silent Li Jingzhen suddenly said with profound meaning, since he has made significant contributions, he should be rewarded. This matter should not be debated further. Dismissed. With that, he stood up and left. The surrounding officials looked at each other. They hadn't seen the emperor display such an expression in court for a long time, either indicating a major task or a significant issue. Leaving the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Jingzhen quickly arrived at the Imperial Garden. Just as he entered, Zhu Biao, the Minister of War, and several other officials followed. I mean no offense, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Zhu Biao spoke with a semblance of respect, perhaps why he had risen to his position. What is it, Master Zhu? Do you have something else to report to me? Li Jingzhen, already in a bad mood, hadn't planned to see these men, but they barged in, forcing them to temporarily suppress their true intentions, appearing ridiculous to outsiders. Indeed, Your Majesty, I believe there are issues with the reports from the northwestern border. Chapter 267. Lin Ji must die. Is there a problem? What do you mean by that? Li Jingzhen immediately became interested. The victory at the northern border was a good thing for the entire court. After all, holding the northern border was equivalent to securing the safety of the Central Plains. There was no need to worry too much about this matter. However, what truly troubled him was Lin Ji. Initially, Li Jingzhen had sent Lin Ji to the northern border precisely because he didn't want this man to take root in the capital. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji seemed to have a knack for survival, thriving in the capital and then returning to the northern border to achieve remarkable success. This was something Li Jingzhen had not anticipated. Upon hearing the report from the Minister of War, Zhu Biao, Li Jingzhen felt he had found an opportunity. Your Majesty, how many generals are there at the northern border? The Huns are known for their bravery in battle, a fact known not only at the northern border but also in the Central Plains and the south. Minister Zhu Biao spoke eloquently, his words resonating. Even if they could withstand the vanguard of the Huns, it's impossible for them to come out unscathed. Moreover, this time, only 2,000 soldiers from the Yu family army repelled the Huns' vanguard. Such a victory has never been achieved by our great Xia dynasty before. Although a civil official, Minister Zhu Biao had some understanding of military affairs. After all, someone in his position needed to know the ins and outs of the military to handle his duties effectively. However, upon hearing the details of the battle report, over 80% of the officials in the court did not believe it. It was absurd. How could such a victory be possible? So, what do you mean? Li Jingzhen asked, narrowing his eyes. Your Majesty, I believe Linji is suspected of treason. This victory might just be a ruse to make us lower our guard. The officials around were shocked. Treason was an unforgivable crime, with severe consequences, often leading to the execution of the entire family. If Linji was indeed guilty, as Minister Zhu Biao suggested, the severity of the issue would be unimaginable. Do you have any evidence? Li Jingzhen's expression grew more complex, his mind racing. While the possibility existed, he couldn't convict someone based solely on suspicion. He cared about his reputation and wouldn't be so rash. Besides, condemning Lin Ji for treason right after his recent achievement could shake the morale of the northern border troops. If the Huns took advantage of this, the great Xia dynasty would face unprecedented danger. Your Majesty, although there is no evidence, I have been pondering the possibilities. Minister Zhu Biao spoke confidently. If any of the upright officials from the court were present, they might have laughed at his words. Without evidence, what was the point of speculating? As a court official, all actions should be based on facts. Ignoring facts was absurd. Even if someone was innocent, they could be convicted of a serious crime under such circumstances. Your Majesty, to this day, the whereabouts of General Lin Jinxiu in the 100,000 Northern Border Army remain unknown, which is a significant blow to the northern border. Minister Zhu Biao continued. If they are not dead but hiding somewhere, and Lin Ji, upon returning to the northern border, accidentally made contact with them, then it would make sense that the Huns' army was no match for them. But why hasn't Lin Jinxiu reported to the court if he is alive? What exactly are the Lin family plotting? It's truly unsettling. Li Jingzhen felt a sudden unease. Lin Jinxiu had always been the general he feared the most. This man had built a high level of trust in the military over decades of leading battles. The Northern Border Army was the elite force of the Great Xia dynasty, never suffering a complete defeat. Most terrifyingly, their loyalty was to Lin Jinxiu personally, not the court. Minister Zhu Biao's words made Li Jingzhen realize the crux of the matter. He couldn't let this continue. If Lin Ji stabilized his position at the northern border and gained military power, coordinating with Lin Jinxiu, it wouldn't just be the loss of the northern border. Even the capital could fall into their hands. This was a formidable force, and the Lin family was a major threat to Li Jingzhen. He would not allow them any chance to rise again, as it would pose a significant threat to the court, overcoming all obstacles to achieve their destiny. If this was true, Lin Ji was his primary enemy. Li Jingzhen would not allow anyone to threaten his throne. After much thought, he felt Zhu Biao might not succeed. Lin Ji would certainly be wary of the Ministry of War. To kill him, someone who could easily get close and make Lin Ji let his guard down was needed. After considering various options, Li Jingzhen's eyes lit up. He had found the right person. Chapter 268. Ruthless Li Jingzhen. The Inner Palace. Ganlu Hall. Li Jingzhen sat in the upper seat. Princess Anning, Li Qingyue, stood below. This place was originally her residence. Since moving to the general's mansion, she had hardly returned. Li Qingyue never expected Li Jingzhen to be so eager to summon her back to the palace. It seemed there was something urgent. Moreover, the emperor rarely visited Ganlu Hall once in half a year. Now he was waiting for her here. This further made Princess Anning realize that something was out of the ordinary. Your Majesty, I did not know you were here, making you wait so long. Are you now staying at the general's mansion, unwilling to return? Li Jingzhen asked indifferently. Princess Anning Li Qingyue's eyes flickered with unease. Although she had an engagement with Lin Ji, they had not yet married. She moved into the general's mansion initially because Lin Ji was alone in the imperial city, needing protection. Later, Li Qingyue truly did not want to return to the suffocating life of the palace. It was not only devoid of freedom, but also extremely oppressive. Though Linji had left the imperial city, the general's mansion was peaceful, making her quite content. She spent her days reading and writing poetry, finding a sweet and leisurely life in the midst of tranquility. Your Majesty, I dare not. Since the young general has left the imperial city and the mansion is unoccupied, as his fiancée, it is my duty to look after it. If it were to be abandoned, it would surely be criticized by others. Li Jingjin interrupted her discontentedly. Enough, I don't want to hear any more excuses. I have a task for you now. Go to the northern border and find Linji. Li Qingyue's head snapped up. She never expected the emperor to give her such an order. Her heart couldn't help but fill with joy. Having lived in the imperial city for so long, she had long wanted to go to the northern border. But her special status prevented her from leaving easily. So this desire had been weighing on her heart. Yet, she never imagined that Li Jingjin, as the emperor, would bring it up himself. However, before she could rejoice, the next words from him plunged her heart into despair. Find him, get close to him, and kill him. What? Princess Anning's eyes widened in disbelief. Her beautiful face showed incomprehension. Father, I heard the northern border just won a battle. Why give such an order now? Lin Ji is a meritorious subject. Li Jingjin seemed unwilling to explain further. He waved his hand expressionlessly. You are a member of the royal family. Your duty is to obey my orders. Lin Ji poses a great threat to our royal family. He must be eliminated. You are the best choice, so this time, go to the northern border and either succeed or perish. Indeed, the emperor was ruthless. He pushed his own daughter into the role of an assassin, and this statement was practically a final ultimatum. Fail and don't return. Li Jingjun had little affection for Li Qingyue anyway, so using her was a welcome opportunity without considering her feelings. Father, can't you reconsider? Li Qingyue still couldn't accept it. Even if others were assigned the task, she could understand. But it was her. How could Princess Anning bring herself to kill Linji? He was loyal and dutiful. He always ensured Princess Anning's safety. Only in places like the palace, where an audience with the emperor was necessary, was he not allowed to accompany her. Seeing Li Qingyue come out, Suibo immediately went up. He noticed her distress at a glance. Princess, what's wrong? Suibo, let's return to the general's mansion. We need to pack and prepare to head north. Li Qingyue said expressionlessly. This only deepened Suibo's confusion. He knew the princess well. He was aware she always wanted to go to the northern border because Linji was there. But he never expected that such good news would not bring a single trace of joy to Princess Anning's face. Her disheveled state seemed to indicate she had learned of some devastating news. Princess, what happened? Why are we suddenly going to the northern border? Is this the emperor's decree? Li Qingyue glanced at him, then quickly averted her gaze. Her heart was filled with endless grievance. Yet, in Li Qingyue's mind, there was the code of heaven, earth, monarch, kin, and teacher. Her father was both a father and the emperor. His decree, whether public or private, Li Qingyue should not disobey. Now she had no one to confide in. She was afraid Suibo would notice something. So she calmly explained, it's nothing. Perhaps the emperor wants me to go to the northern border to marry the young general. At least for now, it's a good thing for us. Suibo opened his mouth. The words he wanted to say were swallowed back. He knew the princess's temper well. If she didn't want to talk, any probing would be futile. And there would be no gain. Chapter 269. Continuing to make new preparations. The northern border. Since the Yu family's troops repelled the Huns without losing a single soldier, the entire northern situation has changed. Everyone also knows about Linji's capabilities. Although he used to be a scoundrel, now, a prodigal son who has returned is worth more than gold. He has indeed protected the northern border. As a result, more and more people are gradually beginning to accept him. Walking on the road, even commoners greet Linji proactively. Young general, it seems your reputation in the northern border is gradually recovering, which is much better than before, Yu Yin said with a sigh. He remembered returning to the northern border. It was truly a time of universal contempt. The commoners wished to tear Lin Ji limb from limb. Of course, this was unavoidable. Who could blame Lin Ji for being such a disgrace? He didn't even get the right kind of fun. All he knew was to indulge in food, drink, and pleasure. He was a useless soldier. In short, he was a glutton raised by the Lin family. But now, this glutton has transformed into a military genius. He has repeatedly helped Mingxing County resolve crises. Such a person. Why shouldn't he gain the support of the local people? Why shouldn't he gain unanimous recognition from everyone? You don't know the northern border before. When Lin Ji's name appeared, it was bound to cause chaos, with people fleeing in panic. Zhou Yu couldn't help but tease. He had personally seen what the northern border was like before. The current changes are indeed beyond imagination. But precisely because of this, Zhou Yu now has greater confidence in the northern border's defense against the Huns. Thunderbolts. Firearms. These are treasures on the battlefield. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to use them. The Huns have never heard of, nor seen them. The border generals of the Great Xia dynasty are using these things to establish their strength and confidence in defending the northern border. Of course, this is not enough. Whether it's firearms or thunderbolts, they are consumables. Or all the modern heat weapons developed in later generations, including more advanced aerial weapons, all require huge sums of money for maintenance. And each shell is also incredibly expensive. But if it can protect a country, ensure the stability of the nation, and keep all the people safe and sound, even if it requires a huge cost, it is also acceptable. You two singing in unison, is there something you want from me? Lin Ji couldn't help but tease. His tone carried a hint of mockery. It's a common problem for these two. Or, after long-term contact, their feelings have become much deeper than before. Even in daily life, they are willing to communicate with others, which is a very rare change, especially between Zhou Yu and Lin Ji. They were almost on the verge of an irreconcilable feud. Fortunately, Lin Ji later proved his strength. Young general, do we two seem so despicable in your eyes? Can't we just speak the truth? Zhou Yu said seriously. You underestimate us too much. After all, we are both generals, and Xiao general's skills are so unique. They are worth learning from. Lin Ji nodded at this. Say whatever you want, anyway. I won't take your words to heart. While the three were chatting in the city, Yu Yin suddenly asked, By the way, young general, I heard you frequently visit the brick factory lately and have them work overtime to produce a lot of bricks. What's the purpose? The brick factory does not belong to Lin Ji's private property, but is a department set up by the local people. It must be said that these commoners have probably suffered too much, and now that they have such an opportunity, they are very happy. So the brick factory's business is also very prosperous. After all, these bricks are now very rare, and there are many places where they can be used. Many people are willing to use them to build houses. They have great advantages in all aspects. What they didn't expect was why Lin Ji also wanted so many bricks. Could it be that he wants to renovate the general's mansion? This request is understandable. After all, everyone is normal. After getting rich, they naturally want to see their living conditions improve. But the problem is that it's still wartime. Wasting money like this is not acceptable. Yu Yin is also kindly reminding. He's worried that Lin Ji might be carried away by victory, and reminds him to be careful. Lin Ji looked at the two with an interrogative look. He couldn't help but laugh lightly. Do I seem so frivolous in your eyes? Can't even tell the difference between what's important and what's not? The two nodded in unison. Their attitude was very serious. It's not impossible. And young general, you often do things that are hard for ordinary people to predict. If it's true, it's understandable that you don't want to say it. Lin Ji was a bit speechless. If it weren't for the presence of the commoners and the two's status as generals, he would have wanted to give each of them a big slap. Is this for real? Anyone with half a brain knows that doing such a project at this moment is obviously not cost-effective. And the Northern General's mansion is in Yuzhou City. This is Mingxing County. If you really want to renovate, you should start with your own place first. The General's mansion is so big, maintaining and renovating it is an extremely difficult task. Who asked the young general to always be so secretive? We can understand it like this. Yu Yin shrugged. His face was calm. Zhou Yu also looked at him seriously. Indeed, young general, if you really have something, you can talk to us. We can definitely help as much as possible. You hiding like this, we naturally suspect there's something wrong. Linji glanced at the two. Isn't it because you two are too busy dealing with military affairs in the camp? So I thought I'd save you some trouble, but I didn't expect to be misunderstood by you two. His good intentions were now seen as ulterior motives by the two. Linji had never suffered such a loss. His heart was even more helpless. But fortunately, he is naturally broad-minded and wouldn't really take it to heart. Since you are so curious, I'll just tell you. The reason I want so many bricks is because I plan to build a fortress. Fortress? The two were surprised when they heard this. They felt quite unexpected. They had never heard of such a name before. Chapter 270. Enhanced Defense of the Military Fortress. Despite the surprise, the two men did not seem as shocked as one might expect. Having spent so much time with Linji, they had long since become accustomed to his unusual and bizarre ideas. What was crucial was that the things Linji created, though seemingly incomprehensible, always managed to achieve unexpected victories. The Huns had already suffered multiple defeats due to these creations. Even if they could learn from their mistakes, they probably could not imagine that Linji's ingenuity was endless. This was simply too unpredictable. Now, upon hearing about the fortress, both men instinctively guessed that there must be some trick to it, though they were unsure what connection it had with the brick factory. I ask you, after the Huns have repeatedly suffered losses at our hands, what do you think they will do next? Linji asked with a profound meaning. If it were me, I would unhesitatingly choose to attack with a large army, Zhou Yu blurted out without much thought. This was the simplest and most brutal tactic. Trying to outsmart me? Let's see how much skill you have. As long as I have enough men, I don't care about the remaining traps and schemes. I don't care about anything else. With enough people, I have the greatest confidence. This is why, in this era, wars often involve hundreds of thousands of soldiers. It's because the technological level is limited, and there are no more powerful weapons, so we can only rely on numbers. Many battles between nations are won by sacrificing countless lives, extremely bloody and brutal. Plus, it's the age of cold weapons, and each major battle causes enormous consumption for both sides. That's why many dynasties have emptied their treasuries due to wars, leaving the government without money and the people in hardship. This leads to a vicious cycle and eventually the downfall of a dynasty. Come on, can't you come up with a more creative strategy? Relying on numbers is too underhanded. Linji couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although this tactic was a bit shameless, it was indeed the most effective for the current situation of the various countries. If it were me, I would choose to surround Mingxing County with heavy troops, take it down, and then control the major traffic routes in the north. This way, the entire north would collapse on its own, and I would have enough food supplies as a backup, Yu Yin said seriously. Both men had similarities, but their focuses were different. One considered strategy and prepared for a protracted war, while the other, as the commander of Yozhou's border, often fought with the Huns in surprise attacks. Their approaches were based on their respective experiences. But no matter which strategy you choose, if you encounter stubborn resistance, it will be very troublesome because you don't have adequate logistical support, and Mingxing County's biggest advantage is that it is a granary, Linji said with profound meaning. This is why the Hun army has repeatedly tried to attack Mingxing County. They are not fools. If they want to control the northern border, taking over Yuzhou is the most direct way. After all, it is the highest administrative region of the northern border, and many officials are stationed there. If they capture all these officials, the northern border will become a deserted place. Logically speaking, attacking Yuzhou would yield the greatest benefits. Linji believes the Hun leader understands this. But the reason they keep trying to take Mingxing County is precisely because of this. This is the key to the northern border's defense. We just need to hold Mingxing County, preventing them from using it as a granary base, and then we will have enough opportunities, Zhou Yu said thoughtfully. But the problem is, Mingxing County is naturally easy to attack and hard to defend. We are lucky enough to have held it this long. which is already commendable. If the Hun army attacks in force, I don't think Mingxing County has a high chance of holding, Zhou Yu said honestly. The terrain of Mingxing County is not particularly advantageous. If the Huns surround it on all sides, it will be very troublesome. First, there is a significant disparity in military strength. Second, the size of the county is not large. Although the walls have been heightened, the defense is not particularly strong. It is very likely to be breached. True, but that doesn't mean we should give up. We should try again. Since Mingxing County will inevitably face a siege, we can only do our best to prepare in all aspects. This way, we can better face various difficulties, Lin Ji said earnestly. And the fortress is the defense measure we need to rely on now. What do you mean? Both men looked at each other, puzzled. Seeing their confusion, Lin Ji beckoned them to follow him outside Mingxing County. In the distance, some craftsmen were building a domed structure. It didn't look very tall but was somewhat peculiar. Although it seemed strange, it also gave a sense of inexplicable charm. Many craftsmen were working diligently around it without complaint. Is this the fortress you mentioned? Zhou Yu blinked, stepping forward to curiously examine it. His eyes were full of disbelief. He had never seen such a strange building before. He felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. This thing doesn't look very defensible, and what's the point of building it here? It can't possibly block the enemy's path during an attack, can it? Zhou Yu said. And even if people escape inside, they probably won't be able to deal with the Huns. Lin Ji couldn't help but interrupt. Can you two let me finish my explanation? Who told you this thing is as simple as it looks? He then beckoned them to the front of the fortress, where they could see that it was not sealed and had a row of holes for observing the outside. This design was indeed unique. Young General, what is the use of this thing? Yu Yan asked, growing more curious. But no matter how clever he was, he couldn't figure out how the fortress would be used. Chapter 271. Ensuring fortifications brings hope. The significance of a fort is to block the enemy's advance. In other words, each of our forts is just a single point. Only when these points are connected into lines can they possess formidable defensive power, Lin Ji explained as he led the two men into the interior of a fort still under construction. From the inside, it looked like a small house, capable of temporarily housing people. However, all the furnishings were very simple. The only notable feature was the platform built near the window that allowed one to gaze into the distance. This is called the firing port, or the observation point, Lin Ji continued. From here, we can clearly see the enemy ahead. The lateral defensive range of the fort is not wide, as you can see. Lin Ji explained earnestly. This is why forts gradually fell out of use in later eras. They had significant drawbacks. Once the enemy entered the blind spot of firepower, they could easily approach the fort or even destroy it from within, rendering the fort defenseless. However, for the entire northern border, including Mingxing County, forts held extraordinary importance. If the enemy approaches from the front, the enemy is right up against the city walls. Why have many seemingly impregnable cities historically been forced to surrender or have their gates breached? The main reason is that the city's interior cannot deploy enough troops to defend all four directions simultaneously. When attacked from multiple fronts, there is always a weak point. It's impossible to build a city with only one entrance. Some places are built against mountains, and having only one entrance would make it impossible to reach other areas. Young General, can we finish building these forts before the Huns launch their attack? Zhou Yu inquired tentatively. If it were before, he would still have doubts. After all, such fortifications had not been truly tested in actual combat. The unpredictability of war means one can never know what will happen or how unforeseen circumstances might drastically alter the situation. However, one thing is certain. One must always ensure they have the capability to deal with all changes. For instance, if someone had proposed building forts before, Zhou Yu would have implemented the idea but not put all his eggs in one basket. If the fortifications proved to be impractical and did not work as expected, the consequences would be disastrous. But now, things were different. Lin Ji had proven his foresight in countless real battles, and everything he proposed had yielded extraordinary results. No one had ever achieved this before, not even Lin Jinqiu. We'll do as much as we can. We have no other choice, Lin Ji said with a wry smile. There was no other way. They were almost cornered by the enemy. The Huns had 100,000 troops, and that was not even the full count. From previous forays into the Huns' territory, if they were to mobilize all their forces, they could field at least 300,000 men. How many were there in the northern border? 10 times the number. Even if Lin Ji were to draft ordinary citizens to fight, these untrained civilians could not be as disciplined and obedient as regular soldiers, potentially leading to disastrous mistakes. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu nodded in agreement, sharing the same headache. A skilled housewife cannot cook without rice. With only a few tens of thousands of troops, they could not gain any numerical advantage, no matter how they strengthened other aspects. For this reason, neither Lin Ji, Yu Yin, nor Zhou Yu could change the situation. They were not gods and did not possess the ability to summon soldiers from grains of sand. In the following 7 days, all craftsmen in the northern border were mobilized to Mengxing County to build forts at a visible pace. To speed up the process, Lin Ji even reduced the structure and construction steps of the forts to the greatest extent possible. In his memory, forts were primarily designed to counter enemy firearms, including muskets, cannons, and other wide-area destructive weapons. However, the Huns currently had relatively few and primitive versions of these, which was a silver lining. One day, Lin Ji was busy in the county office, drafting new plans and considering potential battle strategies when a Yamen runner, rushed in. "Young General, there's a letter from Yuzhou City. It says you must read it personally." "Personally?" Lin Ji blinked, surprised. When he saw the letter, his expression changed, and he abruptly stood up, startling the Yi who had never seen the young general so out of sorts. "Is something wrong?" the Yi asked cautiously. Lin Ji didn't answer. After a brief silence, his face turned pale. "Tell Yu Yin and Zhou Yu I have urgent business to attend to in Yuzhou. Have them handle everything here." Chapter 272. The princess arrives at the northern border? Lin Ji didn't even have time to pack his clothes before hastily grabbing a fast horse from the back and galloping away. As he passed by the county magistrate's office, he happened to be seen by Yu Yin and Zhou Yu, who had just returned after investigating the terrain. They were about to report their findings when they noticed Lin Ji's hurried demeanor. Both of them were puzzled. They also grabbed a bailiff to inquire. What exactly happened? Why was the young general in such a rush? "I don't know either. A letter came from Yuzhou, and after the young general read it, he turned like this," the bailiff explained helplessly. "A letter? Who sent it, and what did it say?" Zhou Yu continued to ask. They clearly felt that something was amiss. However, given Lin Ji's character, he probably wouldn't tell them even if they chased after him. This lowly one doesn't know, but the envelope is here. The letter was taken by the young general. The bailiff handed over the envelope. Zhou Yu looked around, his eyes filled with confusion. This envelope doesn't seem different, but the handwriting is quite delicate, not like a man's. This remark alerted Yu Yin, who felt the handwriting was familiar but couldn't place it. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind. "I might know who wrote the letter to the young general, but I need to confirm it." Yu Yin didn't hesitate and immediately called his sister, Yu Luoyu, over. "Look at the handwriting. Do you find it familiar?" Yu Luoyu tilted her head, looking at the handwriting on the envelope, and asked curiously, "Brother, how do you have a letter written by the princess?" "The princess?" Zhou Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "It seems we were right. It was indeed a letter from the princess to the young general that made him so anxious," Yu Yin pondered. But there was still one question he couldn't figure out. Princess Li Qingwei was far in the imperial city. Even if something happened, Lin Ji couldn't rush back now. It would take at least a few days and nights to travel from the northern border to the imperial city, especially with the constant threat of war. Lin Ji, though usually appearing as a carefree young master, was very prudent in his actions. He wouldn't abandon everyone at such a time. According to the bailiff, Lin Ji first went to Yuzhou. Yu Yin suddenly realized, could it be that the princess is in Yuzhou? No way, the princess is of noble birth. Besides, everyone in the court knows that war could break out here at any moment. Why would the princess come here? Zhou Yu felt it was inconceivable. If you really want to ask, it could only be because of the young general. If not for him, the princess would never come to Yuzhou in her life, Yu Yin said solemnly. Zhou Yu blinked, unsure how to describe his feelings. Lin Ji and Princess Li Qingyue's engagement was something he had heard of, but they hadn't officially married yet. Was it necessary for the Princess Anning to travel so far to the northern border to find him? If so, what was the reason? Yuzhou. Lin Ji returned overnight. As soon as he entered the city, Governor Yang of Yuzhou was already waiting at the city gate. Young General, you're finally back. What's going on? How did the princess get involved? So, she really came? Lin Ji frowned, feeling an inexplicable urge to get angry. The northern border situation was unstable. He had sensed Li Qingyue's longing for him when Sui Bo secretly visited. Lin Ji wasn't stupid. He had been a sales manager and understood human emotions well. He could guess that Li Qingyue had a slight affection for him, but it might not be romantic love. After all, she was a high-born princess. How could she easily fall for someone like him? But this time, it exceeded Lin Ji's expectations. Without any prior notice, Li Qingyue had come to the northern border. This was terrifying. Young General, what does the court mean? We lack troops, and instead of sending reinforcements, they send a princess? Do they want Princess Anning to negotiate with the Huns? That's absurd. Even Governor Yang, who usually cared only for himself, couldn't stay calm. The abandonment of the northern border was evident to everyone. Governor Yang had long been dissatisfied with this and had complained many times. As a high-ranking official, he couldn't openly defy the court. If he did, he would be the most affected. So, he had to endure. It wasn't until Lin Ji returned to the northern border and led the troops to repeatedly defeat the Huns that Governor Yang saw hope. He no longer had high expectations for the court. If they didn't help, someone else could step up. After all, they couldn't deny the credit when the time came. Governor Yang was very clear-headed. He was an administrative official, not a military one. As long as someone could defend the northern border and fight, his position would be secure. He could still enjoy life. But pretending to be ignorant didn't mean he was truly ignorant. The court might think they could bully the northern border. Governor Yang, I just received the news about this. I'm not too clear, but rest assured, no one can affect our fight against the Huns, Lin Ji said decisively, his voice firm, not allowing any doubt. In this regard, he and Governor Yang had always been on the same side, which was why they could coexist peacefully. Governor Yang nodded and said earnestly, Young General, it's really troublesome for you to rush back from Mingqing County. I had no choice but to disturb you. Lin Ji understood. Governor Yang, though cunning, knew what was important. If the northern border fell, his personal interests would also be severely impacted. I'll handle this matter. As for the northern border, Governor Yang, you'll have to take charge, especially in logistics, which is crucial for the troops in Mingqing County. Chapter 273, Confrontation Upon Meeting. Young Darren patted his chest. Young General, you can rest assured on this point. Those officials in the court are unwilling to help you, but I absolutely will not. It's just that the fire hasn't reached the officials in the court yet. Otherwise, see if they can stay so calm. Of course, Young Darren is also doing this for his own interests. After a brief exchange, the two parted ways in a hurry. Lin Ji headed straight to the northern border general's residence. As soon as he entered, he saw Princess Anning, Li Qingyue, sitting in the main hall. Although slightly windblown, it still couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Young General, you're back? Xiaolian was overjoyed. Being at the northern border, she also hadn't seen Lin Ji for a long time. Uncle Sui and the old steward also hurried over. Li Qingyue, though sitting still, could clearly feel a hint of joy in her eyes. However, Lin Ji ignored her. He quickly approached Li Qingyue, directly questioning, What are you doing? Don't you want to live anymore? Why aren't you staying in your royal city and coming here to experience the scenery of this land? Why not go to Jiangnan? What's so good about this remote and desolate place? This sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. None of them had expected such a situation, finding it even more inconceivable and unbelievable. The old steward was even more at a loss for what to do. Hearing that the princess was the young master's fiancée and that they had spent some time together in the royal city, he naturally assumed they had a good relationship. Who would have thought that upon meeting, it would be so tense? Uncle Sui also wanted to step forward and explain, but was immediately interrupted by Lin Ji. What did you say to me back then? You said you would take good care of the princess in the capital, and I helped you write a letter to her, but now you've brought her here? I don't care if you lied to me, but I want you to ask yourself, is this appropriate? Princess Anning doesn't know what the northern border is like, but don't you, as her personal guard, know? Is this a place you should be? Under normal circumstances, Uncle Sui's temper would have likely flared up by now, but today, he couldn't say a word. Li Qingyue's expression faded. Coldly said, What? Do you hate me so much? Don't want to see me here? Yes. Lin Ji nodded without hesitation. Not a moment's delay. This is not a place you should be. I know you are a princess, pampered since childhood. Everyone treats you as the core. So if you want to come to the northern border, no one will stop you, everyone will go along with you. But I ask you to think clearly. This is not a place where you can play around. There are no royal rules here, no royal guards. If something happens, you'll end up like the common people outside, dead without a burial place. Not even a body to find. Lin Ji spoke very harshly. That tone was clearly reproachful. Li Qingyue was stunned for a while. Her eyes involuntarily reddened. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. She suddenly stood up. Lin Ji, you really have guts. Forget about everything else, coming all the way from the royal city to see you. Don't you have even a little bit of gratitude? I don't need it. Lin Ji said coldly. This is a battlefield, not a place where you can play around. If it were in the royal city, if it were in Jiangnan, I would be very happy, and even if I knew you were coming, I would definitely prepare fine wine and dishes to entertain, but I just don't want to see you here. All right. Li Qingyue nodded heavily. Her voice had already started to choke. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. I'll go pack now. We'll leave tomorrow. After saying that, she turned and walked into the backyard. The steward was at a loss, not knowing what to do. On one side was his young master. On the other side was the princess from the royal city. He, as a small character, really didn't know what to do. Xiaolian, seeing this, was also helpless. Young master, are you being too harsh on the princess? After all, it's not easy to come from the royal city here. You don't understand. Lin Ji sighed. He didn't want to either. But the problem was that he was indeed too anxious. When he received the letter, Li Qingyue hadn't even reached Yuzhou City yet. What if something happened on the way? What would he do then? Uncle Sui walked over. His expression complicated. What? Do you want to speak for your master again? It doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. I'll take it. But I absolutely won't take back what I just said. Lin Ji knew that only this way could make Princess Anning leave the northern border for good. If he hesitated for even a second, it might make Li Qingyue waver. No, young general, you're truly a man. I know what you're thinking, but Princess Anning didn't want to come, but she had no choice. Moreover, she can't even return to the royal city now. Uncle Sui patted his shoulder, then turned and left. Lin Ji, hearing this, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He found it even more strange. How could there be no way to return to the capital? Li Qingyue was the princess of the great Xia dynasty. No matter what, she wouldn't be so destitute that she couldn't return to her home, unless she really did something wrong. But he hadn't heard of any major events in the capital. In the room, Li Qingyue sat by the bed, moonlight streaming in through the window, pure yet cold. She quietly sobbed. Tears finally fell unwillingly. Only she knew how much grievance she had endured in the royal city during this time. When she saw Lin Ji for the first time upon arriving at the northern border, Li Qingyue was truly very happy. In these half years, she had almost waited every day for news that Lin Ji would return to the royal city. But the war at the border seemed endless. Even though good news kept coming back to the royal city, there was no news about Lin Ji's return. But who would have thought that, after half a year of longing, the moment of meeting would be met with a scolding? Li Qingyue didn't even understand what she had done wrong, and he spoke so harshly. Did she want to? If it weren't for the imperial command, how would Li Qingyue have the chance to come to the northern border? And she came to kill Linji. Throughout the journey, Li Qingyue's heart was in great torment. She didn't know how to complete the task her father had given her after seeing Linji. Some might say, why not just stay at the northern border for life? Chapter 274. Love so deep, hard to let go. If one truly loves someone, what does it matter to give up wealth and status, to lose the title of princess? Indeed, perhaps to outsiders, it seems so simple, with no need for hesitation. But can reality really be that straightforward? Princess Li Qingyue of the Great Xia dynasty wouldn't be so torn and conflicted over this matter if it were. As a princess of the Great Xia dynasty, her primary identity is that of a princess. In other words, everything she does should serve the royal family. Whether it was the initial order to marry Lin Ji, or the current command from Li Jingjin to have him killed, fundamentally, there is no difference. The only thing not anticipated was that Li Qingyue herself didn't foresee that during this process, she would genuinely fall in love with Lin Ji. And it is precisely because of this reason that she is now unable to complete the so-called mission, nor can she abandon her constraints to live a life of freedom with Lin Ji. Because she has been well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics since childhood, the education she received does not allow her to commit such acts of heresy and disrespect to her ancestors. So you just want me to leave? I will leave then. With such a vast world, I don't believe there's no place for me, a princess, to stay. Li Qingyue clenched her teeth, her face full of despair. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness. Those words earlier truly broke her heart. Combined with her usually proud and aloof personality, she was even less inclined to offer any explanations. At that moment, a figure suddenly walked in from outside the door. Li Qingyue raised her head. Then her expression changed dramatically. She quickly wiped away her tears and turned her back, completely unwilling to face the person who had come. It was Lin Ji. So sad, huh? It's been quite a while since I last saw you cry. Lin Ji said meaningfully. He understood how harsh his earlier words had been, but they were not spoken from the heart. It was entirely for Li Qingyue's sake. However, Suebua's words later made Lin Ji realize that there might be other hidden truths. Could it be that something really happened in the imperial city? If so, he couldn't ignore it. After all, Li Qingyue was his fiancée, and there was a bond between them. Lin Ji couldn't just turn a blind eye. A late show of tenderness is as worthless as grass. Haven't you heard that? It was you who told me that. Li Qingyue said coldly. Leave. Don't worry, I'll leave early tomorrow morning. I won't bother you here any longer. I won't affect your reputation as the young general at the northern border. Ah, can't you understand? I wasn't talking about face. I was asking why you came to such a place. Lin Ji said earnestly. In order to uncover the secret, he could only reveal his true thoughts. Only in this way might Li Qingyue be willing to communicate with him. And judging from her reaction, it seemed far from as simple as he had thought. Does it matter? Since you don't care about me, why should my reasons for coming matter? Li Qingyue directly shook off Lin Ji's outstretched hand. When a woman is angry, she is unreasonable. Especially a woman like Princess Anning. I can apologize to you. I did say some harsh things earlier, but it was out of goodwill. Goodwill? Those 2 words seemed to touch a nerve with Li Qingyue. I really didn't see where the goodwill was. You just wanted to show off your status at the northern border and display your condescending attitude as the young general. What else? I'm not so desperate as to come all this way just to be scolded by you. Lin Ji forcefully pulled her over. He said seriously, how could that be? I just wanted to say that it's very dangerous here. From the moment you left the imperial city, you could be in mortal danger at any time, especially at the northern border. Do you know, with your identity and only Suebua as a guard, if the Huns or Rongdi spies find out, they might try everything to capture you, because in their eyes, you would be the most powerful leverage to threaten the entire northern border. This was the real reason Lin Ji was worried. If she had come as an ordinary civilian, it would have been fine. Who would pay attention? But with the identity of a princess, it was so ostentatious, as if afraid that no one in the world would know. Once this news leaks out, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could even deprive Li Qingyue of any chance to regain her freedom. Hearing this, Li Qingyue's eyes revealed a hint of tenderness. Her broken heart seemed to mend slightly. Really? Why would I lie to you? Linji couldn't help but smile lightly. Indeed, during my time at the northern border, I occasionally thought of you. But with the issues here unresolved, I can't return to the imperial city. So thinking about it doesn't help. I can only focus on what's in front of me. But your coming is different. The northern border, although seemingly still under our control, only has a few thousand men, and now we can only defend Mingxing County. Linji said with some helplessness. Recently, both the Huns and the Rongdi have been increasingly frequent in harassing the border towns and cities. On one hand, it's because of the war, they need food and wealth. On the other hand, it's naturally a provocation. The reason for this situation is that Zhou Yu and his soldiers only have a few thousand men. In order to have enough strength to deal with the Hun army, they can only choose to concentrate their forces to protect Mingxing County and the surrounding towns. The entire northern border is vast. Many remote areas cannot be covered. Even reaching those places would take at least 10 days to half a month on horseback. A round trip would take at least a month. During this process, if the Hun army attacks, what can be done? As a result, many civilians have become even more miserable due to the war. Linji feels deeply guilty whenever he receives such news. He can't do much for the civilians. It's because he has too few chips, and it's for this reason that Linji is eager to defeat the Huns, to bring temporary peace to the people of the entire northern border. Otherwise, if it continues like this, the ones who suffer the most will still be the civilians. But I had to come. Princess Anning couldn't help but sigh. Why? Linji frowned. Could it be that the emperor is rushing the wedding? That doesn't make sense. Didn't he say he would preside over our wedding after I returned victorious? Chapter 275. Secret Engagement. In any case, don't ask anymore. Li Qingyue stood up. Clearly, she was still fuming. If you don't want me here, I'll leave on my own. If you do, I'll stay. Linji furrowed his brows slightly. He had always known the temperament of Princess Anning. She was a woman who appeared gentle, but was inwardly strong-willed. Though she seemed delicate, her mind was resolute. If she didn't want to say something, even if you pressed her to the end, you might not get a clear answer. Thinking of this, Linji couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. The only person who could make Princess Anning humble herself to such an extent was probably Li Jingzhen, and no one else. But what exactly did this emperor want to do? Why insist on sending Li Qingyue to the northern border? What scheme was he plotting in his heart? All of this had now become an unknown. There was no way to figure out the reasons behind it. After much deliberation, Linji finally decided to suppress his curiosity. Since no results could be obtained from questioning, there was no need to force it. Continuing to press might only add salt to Li Qingyue's wounds. He could see that the princess was in great pain now. But where did this pain originate? He had no clue for the moment. Stay, Linji said softly. Li Qingyue turned her head. Not forced. What's there to force? Staying in Yuzhou City is better than wandering elsewhere. Since there was no way to stop it, one might as well accept it. Although Li Qingyue did have skilled guards like Suebuo by her side, the world of martial arts is treacherous. Who could guarantee that accidents would never happen? Even the top masters in the martial world wouldn't dare say such a thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't often meet their end unexpectedly. Staying in Yuzhou, at least there were local guards and Yang Darren and his men to take care of things. Linji could also keep abreast of the situation at any time. And there were people like Shaolian. He didn't want to send Li Qingyue into danger himself. You still don't want me to stay. Li Qingyue was incredibly sharp. With just one sentence, she picked up on the underlying meaning. Already in a huff, she couldn't tolerate it any longer. She stood up to leave. Linji was quick-witted, grabbing her arm. He pulled her into his embrace. Seeing herself so close to the other, Li Qingyue's heart raced, her ears turning red. What are you doing? Trying to take liberties? What are you talking about? Lin Ji grinned. You're the wife the emperor has betrothed to me. Whatever I do, it's not taking liberties. But we haven't married yet. Li Qingyue tried to struggle. But how could she break free from Lin Ji's grip? So what? It's just a matter of time. Can the emperor go back on his word? Lin Ji couldn't help but tease. Li Jingzhen could do anything, but this particular matter was probably out of the question. A royal family breaking an engagement would surely become a laughingstock for everyone under the heavens, unless he betrayed the country or died. But Lin Ji wouldn't give him the chance. Thus, he was certain that the engagement between Li Qingyue and himself couldn't be dissolved. Let go. What if someone sees us? Li Qingyue's heartbeat accelerated. Her breathing became more rapid. This is my home. There are only a few people here. Who would come here to watch? Lin Ji inhaled the fragrance from her body. Looking at Li Qingyue's breathtaking beauty, waves of emotion surged within him. Perhaps having experienced the turmoil of the northern border and multiple brushes with death, he had become bolder. He kissed her directly. In that instant, the surroundings were so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Li Qingyue widened her eyes. Her gaze filled with disbelief. She never expected Lin Ji to make such a bold move. The two indulged in the moment for a while. Li Qingyue was almost out of breath. They finally parted. What are you doing? Li Qingyue asked, both embarrassed and flustered. She was a national princess and a maiden. Such matters had never been experienced. What's the problem? It's just a kiss to my own wife. Is there anything wrong with that? Lin Ji teased. Perhaps one day he might die on the battlefield. It wasn't an impossible scenario. The situation at the northern border was far more complex than imagined. If that day came, it would be a bit of a loss not to have even held hands with his beautiful fiancée. Stop fooling around, okay? Li Qingyue tried to remain composed, but her heart was pounding. She hadn't expected the changes in him after half a year. So much so that she didn't know how to respond. So what? Lin Ji seemed to be getting more into it. He held her even tighter. The distance between them was so close that they could feel each other's breath. Princess Anning, I know your feelings. To be honest, meeting someone like you and being favored by you is something I am deeply grateful for. Being sent to the northern border by the emperor, I have no complaints, because this is my home, and I should return no matter what. So, staying in the imperial city, I don't feel it's inappropriate at all. After all, they were fundamentally from two different worlds. One was a royal family enjoying wealth and honor, ruling over the entire country. The other was a warrior fighting on the battlefield, shedding blood for fame, and protecting the border. This engagement was merely because Emperor Li Chengtian hoped to stabilize the Lin family at the northern border. This time, since you're here, I won't let you leave. Lin Ji said, kissing her again. Li Qingyue felt incredibly warm. After such a long time, she finally heard such words. Her body completely softened. There was no longer any struggle. The next morning, at dawn, Lin Ji slowly awoke. Looking at Li Qingyue still sleeping beside him, he couldn't help but smile softly. This girl was indeed the most beautiful when she was quiet, without that aloof demeanor, nor the coldness that pushed people away. Unconsciously, he recalled the events of the previous night. When their emotions reached a peak, the fire of passion couldn't be restrained. They seemed to have set aside all worldly prejudices, even though they hadn't officially married. One had experienced life and death. The other had seen through the court. When they reunited, they were completely different from before. The two of them indulged until the early hours of the morning. Li Qingyue was exhausted, falling asleep not long after lying down. Seeing this, Lin Ji didn't intend to disturb her. He got up quietly. He had more important matters to attend to now. Chapter 276, National Duty and Personal Affection. Stepping out of the room, Lin Ji walked to the backyard and encountered Sui Bo. Recognizing that Lin Ji had just come from Li Qingyue's room, Sui Bo couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Young general, from now on, you must not let the princess down. Your relationship has changed. You don't seem to care at all? Lin Ji teased. People like you aren't supposed to value reputation and rules the most? Sui Bo shook his head. Compared to the rules in the palace, I care more about the princess's happiness. Whatever she wants to do, I will support her. If it were someone else, like Zhu Biao's son, I certainly wouldn't let him off easily. But since it's you, young general, that's a different matter. His expression was that of a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law, growing more fond with each glance. Linji couldn't help but smile back. Though they were decades apart in age, they felt like kindred spirits. This bond was indeed comforting, reassuring Linji that there was someone trustworthy by Li Qingyue's side. By the way, there's something I need to ask you, Linji said. Please, go ahead, Suibo gestured. What exactly happened in the capital that made the emperor send Princess Anning to suffer in the northern border? Despite their renewed relationship and further development, Linji had to investigate the reasons behind it. Li Qingyue's anger Anwei couldn't have been solely because of him. Based on his understanding of her, even if it were his fault, she wouldn't have been reduced to tears. Something far more distressing must have occurred, leading to the accumulation of emotions and causing her to break down. I really don't know, Suibo sighed meaningfully. You don't know? You're the princess's personal guard. You two are inseparable. Are you telling me you were just an outsider? Lin Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. It was understandable that he didn't know, being in the northern border where information was scarce. But Suibo, as a palace guard with extensive connections in the capital, not knowing spoke volumes about the secrecy of the matter. After you left, the capital saw a series of changes. Not only was Minister of War Zhu Biao reinstated, but the hostility towards you and the Lin family in the court grew stronger. Suibo sighed heavily, recounting the situation in the court and what he knew, including Zhu Biao's multiple attempts to discuss the northern border with the emperor. As I know, the princess was once summoned to the palace for a secret discussion with the emperor, after which the decree for her to go to the northern border was issued. Since then, the princess has been on edge, unwilling to mention it, and beyond that, I know nothing. Linji pondered, making mental notes. So you're saying the Ministry of War already sent someone to the northern border? Why didn't I receive any news? As far as I know, only one person was sent, the ministry's chief clerk. He probably wanted to avoid drawing attention, so he was very discreet. But he should be here, reporting your situation. I don't think he's on the same side as Zhu Biao, Suibo said seriously. Linji nodded. Then, I'll leave the princess in your and Shaolian's care. I can't stay long in Mengxing County. War could break out at any moment. If anything happens to the princess, I'll hold you accountable. Suibo's face turned grave. Don't worry. As long as the Huns don't breach the city, I won't let the princess come to any harm. Even if the city falls, I'll do everything to protect her. Lin Ji's eyes showed gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks between us. I only wish for the princess's safety and happiness. Whatever happens, I'll stand by her side. And you, young general, are the most important person to the princess. As long as you don't let her down, I'm sure she won't be unhappy. After exchanging more words and discussing the current political situation, Lin Ji left the general's residence. Suibo watched his departing back with deep emotion. It was unexpected that after crying for over a decade, the princess had finally found someone she could trust and entrust her happiness to. It fulfilled a long-held wish of his. He only hoped Lin Ji would survive this crisis and not meet any misfortune in the northern border. Turning around, he saw Li Qingyue standing behind, wrapped in clothes, her eyes full of reluctance. Suibo was surprised. Princess, when did you wake up? It's nothing. Did he not even want to see me one last time before leaving? Li Qingyue asked softly, understanding the urgency of the northern border's military situation. Lin Ji's return to Yuzhou City, even for a short while, showed how much he valued her. Perhaps the young general didn't want to see you upset. It's not far from here to Mengxing County. He can come and go as he pleases, Suibo said meaningfully. Li Qingyue nodded. Indeed. From now on, I'll live here. Suddenly, I find the northern border isn't as bad as I imagined. She looked around. The northern general's residence wasn't as grand as the one in the capital, yet she felt incredibly at ease, no longer suffering or living in fear as she did in the capital. Here, their only enemy was the Hun army. Internally, it was peaceful and stable. Such a life was something she never thought she'd experience. At this moment, she felt very content. Swaybo, have you been to the northern border before? This is my first time. Then let's go explore Yuzhou City and enjoy the northern scenery. Chapter 277. Don't worry, I'll take charge. Mingxing County. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu were deep in thought in the county yamen, contemplating strategies and troop deployments. This was the most critical matter for them at the moment. However, the fortress was still under construction and firearms were being forged. Apart from these two, they couldn't come up with any better countermeasures in the short term. Especially with the traps set up around the area, they felt that the defense of Mingxing County was too weak. If they deployed troops outside the city, it would be too scattered. Once the Huns discovered the positions of their soldiers, it would be extremely dangerous. But if they concentrated all remaining troops within Mingxing County, it would be insufficient. Although thunderbolts and firearms could provide considerable defensive and deterrent capabilities, these weapons would eventually run out. If it came down to hand-to-hand combat and the Huns outnumbered them, they would be in a very difficult situation. It seems impossible for just the two of us to handle this situation. No matter how we deploy our troops, our numbers are just too few, Yu Yin said despondently, tossing a chess piece onto the table. He felt frustrated but helpless. The current situation indeed seemed like a dead end. Both Yu Yin and Zhou Yu were highly skilled in military strategy. Even within the entire Great Xia dynasty, they were ranked among the best. The problem was that the resources they could use were too limited. Thunderbolts and firearms could indeed help them mitigate the disadvantage, but producing large quantities of firearms in a short time was extremely difficult. Moreover, they had no other advantages. Mingxing County, as a granary, was built on relatively open terrain to facilitate transportation from all directions. This was why the Huns, when sending Huoluo to sneak attack, only brought a couple of thousand men. To them, transporting grain from here was as easy as reaching into a bag. No one expected they would run into the Yu family army from the capital and the young general of the northern border. You know, we always thought the young general arranged everything so meticulously, as if it were all easy, but now we realize it's far from simple. Zhou Yu couldn't help but sigh. The gap between reality and imagination was indeed vast. Previously, because Ling Xiu made many things seem easy, they had a misconception that the northern border could easily handle the Hun army with insufficient numbers. Now, facing the task themselves, they found many flaws in their deployment. The main reason for this was the lack of troops, which prevented them from perfecting their defensive system. It was like a skilled cook without ingredients. The current situation was so complex that they couldn't find a way to cope. I wonder how long the young general will take to return from Yuzhou. It seems only he can take charge, Yu Yin sighed. At this moment, he realized his own limitations. With fewer troops, they had to be more strategic. War was never fair. It was either being beaten to death or turning the tide. Under such circumstances, many things could only be handled through their own means. If it were Yu Yin and Zhou Yu alone, they might have lost Mingxing County several times over. Does the princess's matter really worry the young general so much that he even abandoned the front line? Zhou Yu pondered, unable to understand. National affairs, life and death, survival and destruction. What was the significance of personal feelings in such matters? General Zhou, you don't understand. Although the young general seems carefree and unrestrained to outsiders, he is deeply loyal and righteous. During his time in the capital, it was the princess who truly took care of him. That's why the princess is very important to the young general. He just never mentions it because he's too proud, Yu Yin explained. Zhou Yu understood. I see. So, we really have to rely on ourselves. He sighed, hoping that Lin Ji's previous deployments, especially the fortress strategy, would play a crucial role. Only then could they ensure that Mingxing County wouldn't be besieged and fall into a dire situation. There were no reinforcements here. Once they died, it would be disastrous. As they worried, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door. Lin Ji walked in, dusty and hurried. Their faces were filled with surprise and disbelief. Young general, why are you back so soon? Isn't it obvious? With Mingxing County in constant danger, I had to rush back immediately. What about the princess? Why were you in such a hurry? Yu Yin couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Ji waved his hand, unwilling to elaborate. Who would have thought she would come to the northern border just like your sister? It's as if the capital can't accommodate me, and now neither can you. Just thinking about it made his head ache. The entire Great Xia dynasty, spanning over 90,000 li, was forcing them to the northern border. The court's minds were too narrow. By the way, how are the enemy forces in the northern border? Reporting to the young general, according to the scouts, Huoluo and Jia Mu have gathered 30,000 men and plan to attack Mengqing County again. It seems they are coming with full force. Yu Yin immediately reported. This was the latest situation. Only 30,000 men dare to attack Mengqing County? Do they think they are gods? Lin Ji couldn't help but mock. The two exchanged glances. Only the young general would dare to say such a thing. With a total of 40,000 men in the northern border, the Huns attacking with so many men was already exaggerated. Chapter 278. The Central Plains people are all one family. The enemy has now amassed even greater forces than before. This clearly indicates that they have been truly pushed to the brink. They are genuinely preparing to clash with the northern border soldiers using their toughest forces. Young general, our forces now number only 40,000. Although the enemy has only deployed 30,000, if they truly manage to encircle us entirely, it is likely that Mengqing County will not be able to hold out for long either. Zhou Yu said helplessly. Although in terms of numbers, they currently have a slight advantage. The problem is that those are merely the vanguard troops of the enemy. And the combat capabilities of the two-side soldiers are indeed not on the same level. This is beyond doubt. The soldiers under Zhou Yu's command and the Huns warriors, although they seem to have been beaten into submission in the past, if both sides fought with equal bravery, the Huns would still have the upper hand in combat capability. This is unquestionable. We need to fight with our brains. Engaging them head-on is not an option. These people are vicious and harbor deep hatred for us. If they manage to infiltrate, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Ji said meaningfully. The two looked at each other. Neither answered. They truly had no answer to this question. Their brains had always felt sufficient, but now they realized they were not on the same level. In that case, you two should send someone to discuss with the citizens of the city. Those willing to stay and fight the Huns together can stay, and those who are not willing can leave the city to avoid the trouble for now. Lin Ji said thoughtfully. He did not like to force things. Although the matter of the land concerned all the people, soldiers and civilians were different. Now, the northern border was short of troops. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to resort to such measures. However, Lin Ji did not want to put the citizens in a difficult position. He was a soldier, not here to conscript laborers. So if anyone was unwilling, he would not force them. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu nodded upon hearing this. Then they arranged for someone to handle it. Unexpectedly, only half a day later, good news arrived. Young general, the citizens of the city, upon hearing of the fight against the Huns, many men are willing to stay, and even some women are willing. But they have one request. They hope their families can be properly settled, so they can fight with peace of mind. Lin Ji was unexpectedly moved by this. He had not expected everyone to stand up and help him at such a critical moment. This was also an extremely rare thing for him. All right, go and tell them that tonight I will send someone to escort their families out of Mengqing County overnight. We will try our best to send them to Yuzhou, and if not, to other places with garrisons. Although there are garrisons in name, each place might only have a few hundred or 1,000 soldiers at most. This is the minimum number. If it is any lower, it would be equivalent to having no defense at all. Even bandits and robbers would be unstoppable. Bandits and robbers? Lin Ji's mind suddenly flashed with an idea. He thought of someone. General Zhou, tonight you will accompany me out of the city. I am going to Erlong Mountain. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu's eyes showed shock. They both found it incredible. Young general, that place on Erlong Mountain is not to be trifled with. In recent years, many people have taken to banditry and fled there. As of now, there are probably at least 4 or 5 gangs of bandits, horse thieves, and robbers. With the imminent great battle, the enemy could attack at any moment. If anything goes wrong there, it could lead to Mingxing County being implicated in the end. Zhou Yu said earnestly, his eyes full of concern. Clearly, he could not understand why Linji would suddenly think of going there. That's exactly why we need to go. Linji answered meaningfully. Don't underestimate these bandits, horse thieves, and robbers. To some extent, they are people who have their lives on the line, meaning their combat capabilities are stronger than ordinary civilians. If these people are willing to help us fight the Huns, we will have an overwhelming numerical advantage. Moreover, we can make use of the surrounding terrain to create more defenses. We need to do as much as possible to prepare. The two suddenly understood, but then they felt a bit incredulous. But young general, can this really work? I always feel there might be some concerns. Zhou Yu frowned. He had heard of the bandits on Erlong Mountain. Some of those gangs had even clashed with him before. However, since they were active in the northern border, relatively far from these cities, Zhou Yu, as the local commander, could not attend to them. So over time, there was a sort of mutual existence without much contact. Don't worry, I am even more confident about this than you. As for the others, leave it to Yu Yin to temporarily command. We must ensure the defense is solid. According to the current intelligence, the Hun army is likely to attack in 10 days. And the time left for them is not much. Linji is most worried not about the large army's attack. On the contrary, it is these people's sudden sneak attacks. That is what is most difficult to guard against. By night, the entire Mingxing County was brightly lit. Fortresses were being continuously constructed around it. In order to better deal with the situation ahead, the citizens and craftsmen of the city worked together, staying up all night to build the fortresses. The more there are, the greater their chances of victory. Meanwhile, Lin Ji and Zhou Yu rode alone towards Erlong Mountain. They traveled all night and only reached the foot of Erlong Mountain at dawn the next day. As soon as they approached the foot of the mountain, 2 people suddenly jumped out from the side. West-north sky, a piece of cloud, Crowlands and Phoenix crowd. Who goes there? State your name. I come from the south. I am the ruler. You are the subject. Linji answered fluently. This is the jargon of bandits and robbers, circulated for several hundred years. Even in later generations, it is still in use. After all, if you are not from the same trade, you simply won't understand this jargon. The 2 underlings were also surprised. Coming from the south. But in their impression, there are no bandits near Yuzhou City, which is close to the south. Which mountain gate do you pay homage to? We've never seen you before. I'm here to see Zhao Hu, the second in command of Erlong Mountain. Chapter 279. The Righteous Bandits of Erlong Mountain. Looking for the second leader? The 2 sentries at the mountain gate were once again astonished. They found it even more inconceivable. Although the name of Erlong Mountain was exceptionally renowned throughout the entire northern border, the 2 men in front of them clearly had the bearing of soldiers. Their entire demeanor exuded the atmosphere of a military camp. They couldn't recall any soldiers who had turned bandit on any mountain. Who exactly are you? I say, little brother, why can't you understand plain words? Linji shook his head. Or are you just trying to force me to take action? You should think carefully. Even though we're only 2, you're bound to suffer. He had come this time due to urgent matters. Moreover, the Huns were advancing fiercely. If they delayed too long, it could lead to a military blunder. The entire Mingxing County and the northern border would be in trouble. Linji certainly didn't want to waste too much time on these matters. You go report, I'll keep an eye here. The sentries exchanged glances. One of them hurriedly went up the mountain. The other curiously observed Linji and Zhou Yu. You 2 don't look like bandits? You're dressed quite decently. How did you end up in this line of work? Who told you we're bandits? Zhou Yu said proudly, his gaze full of condescension. As a general of the great Xia dynasty, although his family background wasn't particularly illustrious, he was a purebred soldier. In his eyes, these bandits were no different from sand. To put it bluntly, they were nothing. Not bandits. The man was startled, his eyes filled with surprise. He found it even more inconceivable. Did I hear wrong? How could you not be bandits? Then why are you looking for our leader? Boy, you'd better shut up and stop babbling here. Lin Ji dismounted, grabbing the man by the collar. Let me tell you, I'm the young general guarding the northern border, and this is General Zhou Yu. We're in a bad mood right now, so don't make things worse for yourself. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. The sentry was shocked and incredulous upon hearing this. He never expected these two men to have such a background. But then he quickly realized, wait, generals? Are you here to raid us? However, this sentry had been a bandit for so many years and had never seen two generals leading the charge. They didn't seem to fear anything. Didn't they worry about someone taking their lives? Bandits weren't the type to fear death. To put it bluntly, they were all vicious commoners. Many were forced into banditry due to desperation. In other words, they had already lost their lives once. For those who had died once, death was no longer a terrifying thing. What are you thinking? If we really came to raid, you two sentries here would have been taken down long ago. Lin Ji was quite speechless, unsure how to describe his feelings. It felt like this guy was missing a screw in his head, but thinking about it made sense. Those who came to such remote places to be bandits were probably poor commoners. They had no skills, no education, just brute strength, so they resorted to robbing and plundering. Fortunately, the bandits of Erlong Mountain didn't seem to have harmed the local people. Although Zhou Yu had fought them before, it was only because of differing identities and positions. The court could never tolerate bandits, even in the northern border. They had to make a symbolic move. After about half an hour, a group of people came down from the mountain. Leading them was Zhao Hu. When he saw it was indeed Lin Ji, he ran over excitedly. Young general, I didn't expect you really came. We've been waiting for you, Zhao Hu said excitedly. Hearing about how the other had blocked 20,000 Huns with 2,000 Yu soldiers, the story had spread widely throughout the border. Even the bandits were greatly shocked. 2,000 blocking 20,000 from advancing. To them, this was something they didn't even dare to imagine. No matter how brave, it couldn't reach such a level. Brother Zhao, I thought after so long you might not recognize me, but it seems you still are the same. Lin Ji couldn't help but tease. It's my men who don't know the rules. How could they stop the young general at the foot of the mountain? Zhao Hu immediately reprimanded the two sentries. He also noticed Zhou Yu. His gaze instantly turned sharp. I didn't expect the famous General Zhou would come to join the fun, Huns. It didn't change their nature. In this era, bloodline and birth were most important. Many couldn't serve the court due to their inferior birth, ending up in the rivers and lakes. And someone like Lin Ji, because his father was the northern general, no matter how many foolish things he did, he could still inherit the general's title. In a sense, Lin Ji was quite lucky. If it were someone else with similar experiences, they would have died countless times. How could they still be safe in the northern border? Chapter 280. A famous reputation really works. What's all this noise? Did I bring you here to compete with others and vent your anger? We have serious business to attend to, Lin Ji said, his eyebrows furrowing slightly at the sight. Zhou Yu swallowed his words upon hearing this, but his eyes still showed a clear dislike for Zhao Hu. Seeing this, Zhao Hu seemed to understand as well. Young general, what exactly brings you to Erlong Mountain this time? Zhao Hu asked. Is this how you treat guests? At least let me meet your leader instead of standing here in the wind, Lin Ji said seriously. The other party nodded upon hearing this and immediately arranged for someone to escort the two up the mountain. Upon reaching the location of the mountain stronghold, Lin Ji found that the Erlong Mountain stronghold was indeed different from what he had imagined. Most importantly, the surroundings were built according to the terrain, with many defenses. Judging from this situation, even if the imperial court sent troops to besiege them, it would take some time to reach the top of the mountain. The most crucial point was that this place looked even more treacherous than imagined, with many strategically important positions that were truly easy to defend and hard to attack. Not bad. I didn't expect Erlong Mountain to be so well organized. Not something ordinary people could create, Lin Ji couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Ji's eyebrows furrowed, his eyes showing surprise. The ability to set up such defenses was extraordinary. Moreover, bandits are different from soldiers. The biggest difference is that bandits often find themselves at a disadvantage. That is, unless they are raiding, they usually fight against superior numbers. A bandit stronghold doesn't have many people. At most, there are a few dozen to 100. If it can grow further, there might be a few hundred. But a bandit lair with tens of thousands of people like the water margin is extremely rare. That's why the water margin was seen as a thorn in the side by the court. An armed force with tens of thousands of troops is a ticking time bomb, a terrifying existence. Currently, Erlong Mountain has only over 100 people, but to manage it like this is already commendable. Indeed, young general, although many of the brothers on the mountain haven't read many books or seen much of the world, they still do their work well, Zhao Hu said. After all, the bandits of Erlong Mountain are specialized in dealing with the Huns. They have had plenty of dealings with the Huns, who are known for their rough and barbaric ways. Under such circumstances, they often have to use their wits. Otherwise, Erlong Mountain would have long been wiped out by the Huns. Not bad. You all are talents. It's a pity to stay in such a place all your lives. Being a bandit is a precarious existence, Linji said, looking around with a sigh. This is different from being a soldier. Like Zhou Yu and his men, who live in constant fear in the northern border, if they die, the court will at least provide compensation and give them a name. But if a bandit dies, they remain a bandit, carrying that stigma for life. Even years later, people might still consider them mere outlaws. There's no other way, Zhao Hu sighed. How many brothers on the mountain want to stay here forever? It's because they have no choice. Especially after those Huns occupied our village, killed our family and brothers, we have to take revenge. At this point, his eyes showed a murderous glint. To this day, the bandits of Erlong Mountain have been doing this, and they will do everything they can to avenge their fellow villagers. As long as the Huns exist, they won't disband. Why didn't you all think about joining the army? Linji asked casually. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. What's good about being in the army? You just stay in the barracks all day, looking imposing but doing nothing substantial, just putting on a show. I have no good impression of soldiers in my life. A burly man walked out, accompanied by a man with a goatee who looked to be in his 40s. The two exuded an imposing presence and a shrewd air, respectively. Could these two be the leader and strategist of Erlong Mountain? Linji asked without showing any emotion. Who are you to dare come to Erlong Mountain? Don't you know we are a gang of ruthless bandits? The leader said coldly, showing a distinct air of arrogance and superiority. The leader of a bandit stronghold is not much different from a general like Zhou Yu. One values brotherhood and loyalty, while the other understands the rules of the military. But a good bandit leader can't just rely on loyalty. They need to know a lot, even having a strategist, which shows that Erlong Mountain is indeed thriving. I am Lin Ji, the young general of the Northern Protectorate. Beside me is Zhou Yu, a general of Yuzhou in the northern border. Young general of the Northern Protectorate? The leader's eyes showed a hint of surprise, clearly quite unexpected. Are you the son of General Lin? It seems my father's name is quite effective in the northern border. Lin Ji couldn't help but joke, his tone becoming more relaxed. The name of General Lin Zhenxiu of the Northern Protectorate is indeed the most reliable safeguard in the entire northern border. Chapter 281. The one who eats but doesn't work. Whether it's the underworld or the officialdom, including ordinary people, after hearing his name, they will inevitably show a hint of joy and happiness. This is a rare thing. Lin Ji, after arriving at the northern border, gradually realized how much contribution his father and the northern border army had made here, which earned the deep respect of the local people. These soldiers are all like this. All the fame and honors they have gained are earned through their own blood and sweat, so they are the most worthy of respect. That's why the court is so wary of such talents, because they have their own outstanding abilities, and equally, they have reasons that make all the people and the common folk respect them. But those in the court, they are obsessed with power struggles every day. They don't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. So many times, the common people have little affection for those who are high in the temple. It seems their names are very loud. Their families are also very illustrious. But what can they do? You are high and mighty, indifferent to the lives of the common people. How does that have anything to do with me? The soldiers guarding the northern border at least protect our safety. You officials, each with sweet words. But not a single practical thing has been done. In the end, you still come to harm the army that helped repel the enemies. Who can accept that? I don't know what to call the leader, Linji asked calmly. His voice was neither servile nor overbearing. Even with the support of his father's general title, he knew not to look down on others. No one is inferior to anyone else. Judging from the situation at Erlong Mountain, the leader and the strategist must be talented people. Perhaps this time, he really needs their help. My name is not worth mentioning, but the brothers at the northern border and the people of the rivers and lakes call me Thief 9. You can call me that too, the leader said nonchalantly. Thief 9? Linji blinked. He really didn't expect the leader of Erlong Mountain to have such a plain and simple name. What is a thief? It means not taking the usual path. What they do is against the accepted norms and ethics. That's why they are called thieves. Now he's called Thief 9? He must be a fox among the bandits. And how should I address the strategist? The goatee man was clearly flattered. He didn't expect anyone to ask about him. Then he chuckled. My name is not worth mentioning, but if the young general doesn't mind, you can call me Strategist Sue. Linji nodded. Then he stated his purpose. Leader, Strategist Sue, I have come here for only one thing, and that is to ask for your help. Ask us for help? Thief 9 and Strategist Sue couldn't help but laugh. Even Zhao, whose eyes showed surprise. They had only ever heard of the government sending troops to suppress them. Never had they seen the government actively seeking their help. Young general, you must be joking. We are just a bunch of villagers, not comparable to the soldiers at the northern border. And how could General Zhou be willing to cooperate with us? Strategist Sue said sarcastically. But he kept glancing at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's face was a bit hard to look at. He hadn't expected to be mocked by these guys. But a great man does not haggle over every ounce. A little impatience spoils great plans. If he can't handle such a small matter, then he really doesn't deserve his reputation as a general. And now, with the great enemy at hand, how can he let such petty matters affect his emotions? Now, although I am the general at the northern border, I am under the command of the young general. As long as the young general speaks, I will not hesitate. Zhou Yu said calmly. His voice showed no ripple. It seemed he didn't care about the others at all. The bandits' eyes showed surprise. They were quite taken aback. They never expected Zhou Yu, who was usually so arrogant, to show such openness now. It seems that only the young general can take charge. But young general, why did you suddenly think of cooperating with us? Thief 9 asked slowly. His eyes showed curiosity. Linji then explained the current situation at the northern border. To be honest, the northern border has already had disagreements with the court, and they are unwilling to send troops. If it weren't for the outbreak of war, I wouldn't even want to deal with those guys in the court. They are just too self-righteous. When it comes to the imperial city, Linji is full of anger. Other things can be tolerated, but those officials in the court are really intolerable, especially someone like Minister of War Zhu Biao. This guy did such a serious thing, and now he can still hold an important position. Are the people in the court all fools? Or is it that Emperor Li Jingzhen trusts such a guy so much? If a monarch can be so foolish, then this country is not far from collapse. But Linji can also guess that Li Jingzhen is probably like this because of his own reasons. If it weren't for being too wary of the Lin family, he probably wouldn't have made such a choice. But those are all things of the past. Linji can't be bothered to argue with the other party. Not only is it meaningless, but it will only get him into more trouble. Under such circumstances, what he needs to do most now is to handle the affairs at the northern border first. Otherwise, he won't even have the chance to return to the imperial city to find trouble with Li Jingzhen. Those entangled in the imperial city, he still remembers them. He absolutely cannot let these people get away with it. And he cannot let them live very comfortably in the imperial city. Interesting, young general. I've heard a bit about your situation at the northern border and know what kind of person you are. But hearing is one thing, and seeing is another. The first time I meet you, I understand that the rumors are not false. You are indeed an outstanding and astonishing figure. Thief 9 said seriously. He didn't stint on his praise. You're making me blush with that talk. In that case, you must have agreed to my request? Linji asked tentatively. His eyes showed caution. From the current situation, it's not hard to see. The situation at the northern border is critical. It's not easy to solve the current problems. That's why Linji has to act quickly in everything he does. Because only in this way can they ensure that they are in an invincible position, so as not to fall into an unprecedented crisis. In addition, there is one more thing that must be treated with caution. Chapter 282. Not discussing cooperation, but business. That is in terms of tactics. Since the northern border now has very few soldiers available for deployment, Linji has relied on his advanced technology in the previous few battles. But things are different now. The Huns are desperate, and without any reservation, they have sent 30,000 vanguard troops to lead the way. Their intention is to besiege Mingxing County in a few days. Such a situation has probably never occurred in the history of the Huns' battles. To attack a small granary with a siege tactic is simply inconceivable. Yet, the fact remains. The combat capability displayed by the northern border has forced the Huns to take it seriously. And in order to better respond, the Huns will certainly not only send 30,000 men. There's a good chance their leader will lead other troops as follow-up reinforcements. A major battle is imminent. If the northern border falls into a disadvantageous position, there may not even be a chance to recover. But after Linji raised this issue, the surroundings became unusually quiet. Zhejiao and Su Junshi couldn't help but exchange glances. No one gave an answer. After a long while, Su Junshi slowly said, "Young general, although we are also fighting the Huns, you should also be aware that we are bandits. The principle of a thief never leaves empty-handed applies to us as well. If we help you fight the Huns for free and end up with many casualties among our brothers, then our mountain stronghold could easily be targeted by others. In the northern border, it's a place of survival of the fittest. Indeed, Erlong Mountain helps fight the Huns. But there are other bandits and outlaws. There are also nomadic bandits. They won't care about any national sentiments. As long as they can rob money and live a good life, everything else is irrelevant. Becoming an outlaw, though not all are the same, most people do it for themselves. The situation at Erlong Mountain is no different. They have no source of income, nor can they go down the mountain to do business. So many things can only be maintained by robbing. If it were in the prosperous areas of Jiangnan, these bandits would definitely live very comfortably, because there are wealthy people everywhere. But in the northern border, it's extremely difficult to come across a wealthy person. Sometimes, Erlong Mountain goes a whole month without a decent meal. No, aren't you guys claiming to fight the Huns? Why are you hesitating now when we ask you to join us in fighting the Huns? Indeed, just a bunch of good-for-nothings, people who can't be helped. Zhou said disdainfully. After all, he is a general. It's understandable that he looks down on bandits. Zhejiao, however, was not pleased with this. Zhou, if it weren't for the young general's sake today, I would have taken you captive by now. Do you think you'd have the chance to talk nonsense to me? You. What do you mean, you? Zhejiao was unyielding. The surrounding brothers also took out their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. Linji observed quietly. He said slowly, "Chief, today we are not here to cause trouble, but to genuinely discuss cooperation." Then he turned to look at Zhou, signaling him not to be impulsive. This is not about suppressing bandits. Why make it so tense? The chief then waved his hand, and the bandits around him put away their weapons. Young general, it's not that we are unwilling to help, it's just the situation of our mountain stronghold. The chief said meaningfully, "Our brothers can only survive by risking their lives for a bit of food. Helping you fight for free, in the end, those who get injured or die will be our own. Such a thankless task, we really can't do it, so please find someone else." Linji raised an eyebrow. He caught the hidden meaning in the other's words. Zhejia's words always carried a hint of banditry. It's not that the other side lacks awareness. Circumstances force people. A penny can make a hero's life difficult. Sometimes being a hero isn't so easy. You can't force it. After pondering for a moment, Linji smiled. In that case, let's not discuss cooperation, but business. Business? Yes. Linji nodded. I wonder if the two of you would be interested in a deal with me. This statement immediately piqued the interest of Zaijio and Su Junshi. I wonder what kind of business the young general is proposing. You help us fight the Huns, and after success, I will provide each of your brothers with a new set of clothes. Moreover, I will cover all your food and drink for the winter. Linji said earnestly. There are only a few hundred people in the entire Erlong Mountain. To put it bluntly, if the defenders of the northern border could save a little, it would be enough. Each person saving a mouthful of food would solve the problem. But the key issue is, these few hundred people are very good at guerrilla warfare, and every battle they fight is basically outnumbered. Such rich combat experience is very important to Linji. Moreover, Erlong Mountain is on the Huns' path of advance. With these people's help, they can slow down the Huns' attack to some extent, and help them better deploy their forces. In any era, or in any time, does war really depend on the killing ability of ordinary soldiers? Not just that. Information is particularly important in war. Those who can take the initiative are often those who obtain more information. Looking back over the millennia, those who truly became war gods did so because they collected enough information and intelligence beforehand. Whether it's the weather, terrain, including the opponent's strategic deployment, and many other factors. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you fight 100 battles without defeat. The words in the art of war make sense. This cannot be denied. The conditions offered by Linji immediately made Zaijio and Su Junshi tempted. If successful, it would mean they could eat and drink without worry this winter, no longer having to suffer from the cold and hunger as in previous years. However, young general, it doesn't seem like you have much sincerity, and although our brothers are poor, they can still afford clothes. Su Junshi said meaningfully. Linji couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Have you ever worn woolen clothes? Woolen clothes? What is that? The surrounding people looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. They had heard of wool. Chapter 283. Deal sealed. United resistance against the Huns. Linji's lips curled slightly upward as he understood Zaijio's concerns. These people, at the end of the day, lacked the confidence to take risks. They only acted when there was profit to be made. This was similar to many ordinary commoners. The key issue was that even if the commoners in the north worked diligently, they might not be able to eat their fill. This led many to choose to take to the mountains and become bandits. After all, the outcomes were the same. Why not take a risk? At least they wouldn't be bullied. Ultimately, it was because the great Xia dynasty neglected the northern border, forcing these ordinary people onto this path. Who wouldn't want a peaceful life? Living in this mountain stronghold was always a source of anxiety. Linji gestured with his hand, indicating Zhou to take off his coat. The latter nodded and then pulled off his sweater. A chill immediately enveloped him. So far, all the tailors and weavers in the northern border were working tirelessly to produce sweaters. With a steady supply of wool from the Huns, this business was gradually gaining traction. Apart from the soldiers in the barracks, even some commoners had started to wear wool sweaters. In the northern border city of Yuzhou, the wealthy had already pre-ordered sweaters for a month later. The income was quite substantial. Zaijio and Su the strategist took the sweater and examined it closely, still warm from Zhou's body. It felt extremely soft and comfortable. What's so special about this? Zaijio couldn't help but inquire curiously. Linji smiled meaningfully. To be honest, leader, this is our latest invention, with the ability to keep warm. In these wild mountains, I imagine the brothers of Erlong Mountain suffer more from the northern winds than the commoners in the city. If you have this, resisting the winter will be a breeze. In fact, Linji played a little trick here. Perhaps by next winter, everyone in the northern border would have the chance to wear wool sweaters. But this winter would undoubtedly be the toughest time for all the bandits on Erlong Mountain. Whether or not they would cooperate depended entirely on Zaijio and Su the strategist. Both looked at each other, unsure whether to believe or doubt. Strategist, what do you think? I don't think the young general would come here just to make fun of us, right? Su the strategist stroked his goatee thoughtfully. If Chen Xing is here to discuss a deal, and if we really have these clothes to keep the brothers in the stronghold warm, it would definitely be more beneficial than going down the mountain to rob. What was truly terrifying about winter was not the lack of food, but the lack of clothes. It was easy to freeze to death. Many of the brothers in the stronghold now wore fur coats or cloaks made from animal hides. But these only protected certain parts of the body. The strong winds would blow right into their necks. The stronghold was poor, with no chance to buy truly warm cotton clothes. Such items were only available to the truly wealthy in the northern border. They couldn't even dream of owning them. Why don't we try it first? Zaiju tentatively asked. Let's try it. If this really works, it could indeed help us better cope with the situation, right? Su the strategist also nodded in agreement. Then Zaiju took off his coat and put on the sweater. His face showed astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief. My goodness, the effect of this thing is incredible. Leader, is it really that warm? Believe me, just wearing this sweater, I feel like I could walk outside without feeling cold. Zaiju said as he stepped out of the main hall. The wind outside was howling, making it hard to keep one's eyes open, but strangely, apart from his head feeling very cold, Zaiju felt warm all over. He had never worn such a warm garment before. Young General, how is this sweater made? Why have we never seen it in the northern border before? Zaiju asked incredulously, his eyes filled with admiration. Frankly, if all the brothers in Erlong Mountain could have such wool sweaters, it would be an unprecedented change, even giving them extraordinary combat power. Why were the bandits of Erlong Mountain living so miserably? Why didn't they dare to confront others head-on? Was it just because of their small numbers? Of course not. Erlong Mountain was extremely lacking in resources. Whether it was food, supplies, or clothing, they were all in short supply. The key was that in such freezing weather, even if they wore thick clothes, they still weren't warm. Normally, they could manage, but sometimes when they went out to rob, they had to lie in wait. Even before, several brothers had frozen to death in the snow every year. It was truly heartbreaking. If from now on, all the brothers could wear such wool sweaters, this winter at Erlong Mountain would be very comfortable. Then they could hunt a bit in the mountains, and life would be quite pleasant. They would have the ability to help Ming County resist the Huns. Of course, I had someone make it. If the leader needs it, I can go back and have the people of Ming County make a batch of sweaters for you in a hurry. I think this winter, at least you won't have to worry about what to wear. These were all pure wool, without any impurities. Its warmth-retaining effect was far more significant than the wool sweaters Linji was used to. If you wore a fur coat over it, you wouldn't feel the cold even if you stayed outside for half a day. If the young general can really do that, then all the brothers in our stronghold will be eternally grateful. Zaiju said solemnly. He was witnessing the capabilities of the young general of the northern border, Lin Ji, for the first time. Previously, there were rumors that this man's methods were extraordinary, and now it seemed true. He had produced such an incredible item. Who in the world could compare? If that's the case, should we now discuss how to deal with the Huns? Lin Ji's lips curled slightly upward. He glanced at Zhou Yu. Both of them revealed a sense of relief in their eyes. It seemed that everything was going relatively smoothly. Chapter 284. An Opportunity for a Choice. Zaiju, the head of the Erlongshan bandits, nodded without hesitation. If this battle could provide winter clothing for all the brothers in the stronghold, it would be an unimaginable stroke of luck. Perhaps from now on, Erlongshan would no longer be the same as before. Most importantly, if they could truly collaborate with Linji, life would be easier for them in the northern border region. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Subsequently, both sides discussed the specifics of dealing with the Xiongnu. Although Erlongshan's numbers were not many, they held a decisive advantage in terrain. Therefore, Linji assigned them the main task of setting ambushes, ensuring the maximum reduction of the enemy's forces. In my estimation, The Xiongnu will likely choose this route or this one. Linji outlined on the terrain map. There were many routes from the Xiongnu territory to the northern border and then to Mingxing County, but the quickest was through the foot of Erlongshan. The other two routes, though relatively fast, were more perilous. Given Hualuo and Jiamu's previous losses under his command and the likelihood of them encircling Mingxing County, those routes couldn't be ignored. Even if they couldn't stop them, it was crucial to understand the enemy's marching route. This way, they could better coordinate their forces in time. Remember, your task is not to fight them to the death. You just need to keep engaging them in guerrilla warfare, slowing their advance and affecting their morale, while also eliminating as many enemies as possible. Linji's expression was stern, leaving no room for negotiation. Even using the Erlongshan bandits as auxiliary forces, he couldn't afford to send them to certain death. With only a few hundred men, they stood no chance against 30,000. If all of Zhejia's men were wiped out, other bandits and marauders in the area would seize the opportunity. If they then endangered the people of the northern border, it would be a disastrous loss. While some had a sense of national justice, others only sought personal gain. Such duality was inevitable. Linji didn't expect all the bandits in the northern border to have such high awareness. Even enlisting their help required careful consideration. If some acted treacherously and stabbed them in the back, it would be truly disastrous. Young general, we will do our best. The Xiongnu army will never pass by our Erlongshan, Zhejiu said with firm determination. Previously, when discussing deals, he merely sought a reason to convince himself and his brothers. In the matter of fighting the Xiongnu, these bandits were far more motivated than when confronting the government. No need, chief. Just remember to preserve your strength. The real battle is still ours to fight. These words made Zhejiu, Zhao Hu, and Su the strategist all feel a deep respect. Young general's righteousness is beyond our expectations. Of course, I know you were originally suffering common folk. Now seeking your help is truly a last resort. Linji couldn't help but smile wryly. If it weren't for the urgent need for troops, he wouldn't have sought help from bandits. Moreover, the situation around Erlongshan is very complex. At least you protect the people of the northern border and strike against the Xiongnu. Others may not be able to do the same. Linji said earnestly. Zhejia's heart skipped a beat. Since becoming outlaws, neither the Xiongnu nor the northern border region respected them, no matter what they did. In the eyes of others, they were just bandits. Once a bandit, always a bandit. Even though their reputation in the common folk was relatively good, many officials in Yuzhou City viewed Zhejiu as an insignificant bandit leader. It was only due to the current urgency of the northern border conflict that they couldn't spare the effort to deal with them. Otherwise, these bandits would be wiped out sooner or later. But he never expected to receive respect from Linji under such circumstances. Zhejiu suddenly felt that what he had done over the years seemed to have paid off. There was even a subtle sense of emotion. However, a man doesn't shed tears easily, especially not the head of a mountain stronghold. If his brothers saw this, they would surely laugh. After arranging the deployment, Linji prepared to return to Mingxing County. There were still many matters to handle in the city. Zhejiu and Su the strategist personally saw him off. Halfway down the mountain, Linji turned around. Chief, it's windy on the mountain. You should go back. As for the woolen sweaters, I will send them to you as soon as possible. No rush. This year is tough for everyone. I want the Xiongnu to see that we bandits of Erlongshan are not to be trifled with. Zhejiu said earnestly, his face radiating righteousness. Though his face was weathered, his heroic spirit remained undiminished. Linji couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Chief, if you survive this and we manage to fend off the Xiongnu, why not join me from now on? Join you? Zhejiu couldn't help but grin. So, young general's intention isn't just to enlist our help, but also to offer amnesty? That's right. I've heard your bandit brothers only robbed the Xiongnu, but that won't amount to much. If you join me, from now on you can operate openly in the northern border without worrying about logistics. I can guarantee that, Linji said with a smile. From their interaction, it was clear these were righteous men, though their gangster ways were too pronounced. If they were to join the military, their previously free lives would be gone. So Linji didn't press the matter. The choice was entirely up to Zhejiu. Seeing no response, Linji didn't pursue it further. After this battle, please come to Mingqing County. I, Linji, will definitely host a feast to reward you all. Even if you still want to live freely in the mountains, that's fine. Our friendship remains even if the deal doesn't. Having more brothers in the northern border is still a good thing. With that, he signaled Zhou and turned to leave the mountain. Chapter 285. One storm after another. Zhejiu watched the distant figure with a sigh. This young general, how is he different from my previous impression? Boss, did you ever meet him before? Zhao Hu asked curiously. He himself was indeed grateful to the Lin family for being saved by their subordinates. But even if Boss Zhejiu merely admired the other's reputation, he would never have made such a decision. Could it be that there were grievances between them before? Zhejiu smiled meaningfully. Let's not mention the past. What's most important now is to deal with the Huns. If the northern border falls entirely into their hands, even our Erlong Mountain will not be peaceful from now on. With that, he turned and walked back towards the mountain stronghold, hands behind his back. Zhao Hu blinked, looking utterly confused. What's going on? Why is the boss talking in riddles now, making people itch with curiosity? Second boss, you don't know, do you? Boss Zhejiu has actually crossed swords with that young general before. The strategist Su spoke meaningfully beside him. He was one of the few old-timers in the stronghold, even older than Boss Zhejiu. If not for their completely different specialties, he might have been the head himself. What? When did the boss have a grudge with the young general? Why have I never known? Zhao Hu widened his eyes, incredulous. If not for this revelation, he truly wouldn't have guessed. After all, before this, Zhejiu and strategist Su had been very calm, as if discussing a business deal. I reckon boss was just about to take action and detain the young general, but never expected such a drastic change in him. Strategist Su sighed. You know, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have recognized him either. Zhao Hu turned to look in the direction Linji had left, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Strategist Su, what exactly happened? Why would the boss say such things? Strategist Su smiled meaningfully and patted Zhao Hu's shoulder. It's best you don't know, and don't ask about this matter anymore, or you'll only bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself. With that, he turned and left. This left Zhao Hu even more bewildered and at a loss. He couldn't fathom what reason could have led these two men to speak in such a manner. On the official road, Linji and Zhou traveled side by side. Young general, this time it went so smoothly. It seems your reputation in the northern border region did the trick. But providing woolen sweaters to bandits and thieves, won't this spread and invite criticism? Are you afraid? Linji teased. I thought someone like you wouldn't care what others say, but it seems you do have these concerns. I'm not worried about myself, just don't want to affect the young general's future. Zhou mused. He didn't know much about Linji, especially after the latter went to the capital. Having stayed in the northern border region for so long, Zhou had a rough idea of what Linji had gone through. It was akin to shedding a layer of skin. If it were him, he might have fallen into even more trouble. That's why Zhou knew how hard it was for Linji to get to where he is now. Setting aside the past in the northern border region, Linji had really been treated inhumanely in the capital, with many deliberately targeting him. Who could swallow that? Linji had now become a flexible and magnanimous general, with the demeanor of the Northern Protector General. Zhou didn't want him to walk the old path again. It wouldn't be good for the northern border region or the Lin family. Don't worry, someone like me doesn't need to care about reputation. Besides, my reputation's already in tatters. Linji said calmly, his voice unusually tranquil. But to Zhou, it sounded oddly poignant. Seeing through the vicissitudes of life and returning to tranquility, perhaps for many, this is called maturity. But how many know what it took to achieve this maturity? Countless pains and endless twists and turns. In the end, the more wounds one suffers, the stronger the body's resistance becomes. It's somewhat the same principle. As they spoke, Linji suddenly raised his hand. Zhou reflexively tightened the reins, stopping his mount. What's wrong? Is something happening? Something's off around here. Linji frowned, sensing a tense atmosphere. And inexplicably, this scent was fierce, as if hiding in the shadows. Zhou Yu looked around, feeling an inexplicable unease. At this time, what they feared most was not encountering bandits. After all, they had just come down from Erlong Mountain. But what truly worried them was running into Hun soldiers. Whether they were scouting or something else, meeting them here was bound to be troublesome. If their identities were recognized, it would be even worse. The saying goes, to capture the thief, capture the king. If the Huns knew Linji and Zhou Yu were here, they would go to any lengths to pursue them. From their current location, the fastest way back to Mingqing County would take at least a day. If they couldn't shake off the pursuers within that day, the consequences would not only put their lives at risk, but also implicate the entire Mingqing County in the northern border region. This is why, after many battles, soldiers would rather sacrifice their lives to protect the general's survival. Because only with the general can the army's morale be rallied. Neither Linji nor Zhou Yu could be absent for the northern border region. Could it really be the Huns? Zhou Yu whispered, quietly placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at any moment. In such critical moments, any moment of laxity could cost them their lives, especially now when the enemy hadn't revealed themselves. One wrong move in this situation would surely cost them their lives. I don't think so. If it were the Huns, our identities would have been exposed by now. They wouldn't be toying with us here. Linji analyzed with certainty. Chapter 286, Bandits with Backing? Linji was incredibly intelligent and had a comprehensive understanding of the situation with the Xiongnu. If the Xiongnu were lurking nearby, even if they couldn't recognize him, they would certainly recognize Zhou Yu. As the commander of the northern border garrison, he had faced off against the Xiongnu army countless times. They might recognize Zhou Yu from afar. Since he was with him, they would likely assume they both came from the military camp. If this were in the past, the Xiongnu might have mocked and teased them. But after recent consecutive defeats, they harbored deep hatred for the northern border troops. If they encountered them, they would even wish to skin them alive. Let alone if it were a general like himself and Zhou Yu. Currently, since the enemy hadn't revealed themselves, it meant they hadn't identified their identities. So, it was highly unlikely to be the Xiongnu. If not the Xiongnu in this area, there was probably only one other possibility. Bandits. You mean we've been targeted by bandits? Zhou Yu frowned. The term, huzi, was another name for bandits. In the northern border, bandits called government officials tiaozi, and the government called them huzi. It was akin to the jargon used within their respective trades, making operations easier. Yes, Linji nodded. They should appear soon. Remember not to act rashly or expose our identities. Zhou Yu immediately understood. The two slowly moved forward. Their mounts seemed to sense the tense atmosphere. They snorted and kept trying to leave. As they advanced about 40 steps, several men suddenly jumped out from the sides, each wielding a cleaver, with the leader sporting a fearsome scar across his face. Stop! Leave all your valuables behind! The scarred leader demanded fiercely, brandishing his blade. Linji asked with a deep meaning, Sir, don't you find it tiring to come out and rob in this cold weather? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy some warmth on the mountain? The bandits in the northern border, though seemingly scattered, should not be underestimated. Some helped the local people fight the Xiongnu, while others collaborated with the Xiongnu to bully ordinary civilians. Essentially, one group, despite being bandits, acted with chivalrous intent. The other group, also bandits, engaged in treason and harming others without benefiting themselves. Before determining the bandits' background, they mustn't reveal their identities to avoid complications. The scarred leader had no patience and cursed, Hurry up and hand over your stuff, or you won't leave here alive. Linji smirked, teasing, Which mountain are you from? Don't you know there's a war in the northern border? Those who dare come out now are extraordinary. Do you really think you can rob me? The scarred leader arrogantly replied, Do you think you're something special? Everyone has backing. I dare be a bandit here because I have someone backing me. You think you can challenge me? Linji frowned, pondering. The bandit's attitude was unexpected. Most intriguing was the implication that he had someone backing him. In the northern border, prominent families or local officials like Yang Daqing wouldn't collude with bandits. If such a thing existed, Lin Ji would have known. If not, could there be another possibility? The bandits' backer might not be a Han Chinese from the northern border, but a Xiongnu. This wasn't impossible. The Xiongnu's living conditions were lower and their situation complex. Many Xiongnu, due to their lack of understanding of the Central Plains, needed to send people here to gather information. Planting spies in the city was impossible, but approaching bandits would be easy. Bandits, without backing, relied solely on themselves. If someone offered help and promised support, they would naturally agree. If so, these bandits must be eliminated to prevent potential threats. The scarred leader cursed, "You're asking for it. Let's get them, brothers. Kill them and take everything." The underlings swarmed forward. Zhou Yu was shocked by their audacity. Lin Ji, without hesitation, acted. He initially had no intention to kill, but now, to ensure their safety, he had to act. Don't just stand there, act. Though they didn't want to reveal their identities, they couldn't endanger themselves. There's no logic in enduring until death. In an instant, they drew their weapons and charged. The battle was intense, but these bandits, despite their numbers, couldn't match Zhou Yu and Lin Ji. Soon, they were beaten and begged for mercy. Chapter 287. Refusing a toast only to drink of fines. The scarred man stared incredulously at the two people before him. Only now did he truly realize he had provoked the wrong people. What was most concerning was the extraordinary strength they displayed, which seemed beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. "Who exactly are you?" he asked tremulously, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Lin Ji couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile at this. "Do you finally know fear now? Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago?" "So, to be in this line of work means paying a price. With such arrogance, didn't you ever worry about encountering someone who could take you down? To be honest, who is the person behind you?" Dealing with a few bandits held no significance for Lin Ji. His target was the person behind this man. From what the bandit had said earlier, it was clear that he dared to be so reckless at the northern border because he had someone backing him. This person was evidently different from the bandits of Erlong Mountain. Zhe Jiao and Zhao Hu, under normal circumstances, would not harm ordinary people unless those people were excessively unreasonable or had done something particularly egregious. Moreover, the bandits of Erlong Mountain primarily targeted the Xiongnu. But the man before him did not seem to hold such strong views. It wasn't that Lin Ji believed bandits had to have principles. After all, people are varied. There are always exceptions among the good, just as not all in the bad are the same. However, he keenly sensed that this man was extraordinary. "Who exactly are you?" The scarred man looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment, as if he found this very hard to comprehend. "Is it really necessary to be so dramatic?" Lin Ji's lips curled slightly, his voice full of disdain. "Since you don't care who you rob, does it really matter who I am? So you're not an ordinary person?" Even the scarred man, no matter how foolish, could see something was amiss. This person not only had decisive skills, but also displayed both courage and wisdom. In the northern border, someone with such bearing must have an extraordinary background. So the scarred man realized he had offended the wrong person. The problem was, he had no idea when such a formidable figure had appeared in the northern border. "Since you're so eager to know, let me tell you. I am the young general in charge of defending the northern border, Lin Ji. This time, you've fallen into my hands, and I will make you pay a heavy price," Lin Ji said meaningfully, causing the scarred man's face to change color instantly. The scarred man couldn't believe his bad luck. The person before him was none other than the famous young general of the northern border. The problem was, he had never encountered Lin Ji before, so he had no idea what the man looked like. "You're the one who terrifies the Xiongnu?" The scarred man's voice trembled. Lin Ji couldn't help but chuckle at this. "Don't believe me? Let me tell you. This man next to me is the commander of the northern border, Zhou Yu." The scarred man's face changed color once more. He couldn't believe his bad luck today. He had thought he had robbed two wealthy young men, only to find out their backgrounds were one more terrifying than the last. Linji and Zhou Yu were well-known figures in the northern border. Ordinary people saw them with joy and admiration. If not for these two, the northern border would have long fallen into the hands of the Xiongnu. However, where some rejoiced, others were troubled. The bandits in Erlong Mountain and other places in the northern border, upon hearing how formidable the officials were, naturally became wary. The Xiongnu, too, felt the same. Wait, you just mentioned the Xiongnu. Why would you know that they fear me? Linji suddenly caught onto a detail. At the same time, he seemed to have guessed who was behind this man. It seems you have a close relationship with the Xiongnu? What are you talking about? I'm just a local bandit. I have nothing to do with the Xiongnu. The scarred man's eyes flickered, revealing his nervousness. Still trying to deny it? Do you really think I'm so easy to fool? Or do you think being a dog for the Xiongnu is more honorable than informing on the Central Plains? Without a doubt, Lin Ji's guess was almost certain. He could understand the bandits' thoughts. In the past few years in the northern border, the Xiongnu had clearly held the upper hand, becoming increasingly rampant. Because of this, some people in the northern border, to ensure a relatively better living environment, chose to align themselves with the Xiongnu. While he could understand, Lin Ji could not accept it. There was no backbone at all. For small gains, they could ignore their own country and nation, even betraying their own people. In truth, such people deserve to be executed. Moreover, in any dynasty, there were always such people. They always felt their interests were paramount and that they had chosen a very wise path. Some were indeed forced into it, as only submission could bring them momentary peace. For example, if the Xiongnu had taken over the northern border, local people with families could not leave easily. In such cases, as ordinary people, they had no choice but to submit. After all, they had to care for their loved ones. Everyone has a weakness, and family is often the soft spot for most. Such situations could be somewhat understood, as they were forced into it. But what about these bandits? Not only did they become outlaws, bullying local people, but they also acted as spies for the Xiongnu, passing on information. That was intolerable. With the Xiongnu not even having attacked yet, they were already doing such things. What was the difference between that and being traitors and dogs? Why had there been constant battles in the Central Plains throughout history? It was because there were always soft-boned people who sought to sell their country for personal gain, believing they could trade it for wealth and honor. Chapter 288. Traitors cannot be tolerated. Before arriving here, Lin Ji was merely an ordinary sales manager. He had never experienced real war. Therefore, he didn't fully understand how despicable traitors could be. But there was one thing everyone unanimously detested. Everyone knew how revolting traitors were. When Lin Ji was doing business in the company, he had also encountered people who stabbed others in the back. These individuals sold out the company and all their former colleagues for personal gain. Their actions were no different from those of traitors. The worst part was that these people would leave a mess for others to clean up. Lin Ji had cleaned up after them countless times, so he deeply despised these traitors. After arriving in the Great Xia dynasty, Lin Ji also clearly realized what national enmity and family hatred were. The Central Plains people and the Huns, especially their warriors and leaders, were irreconcilable. It was either a life-and-death struggle or mutual destruction. Although the common people on both sides were innocent, the rulers on both sides always had extremely strong ambitions and made the people pay a heavy price for it. So if bandits worked for the Huns, Lin Ji didn't think much of it. After all, everyone was just ordinary people trying to survive. And it wasn't done by selling out national interests as a means. But this scar-faced man was different. If Lin Ji wasn't mistaken, the man was definitely selling intelligence about the northern frontier to gain personal benefits. I'll ask you one more time, are you working for the Huns? Young general, I really didn't know it was you. If I had known, even if you gave me 10 more guts, I wouldn't dare to rob you here. The scar-faced man dodged the question. He clearly knew that admitting to it would mean no good outcome. All the people in the northern border regions hated the Huns to the core. They would never allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, The scar-faced man also guessed that as long as he didn't admit it, there might still be a chance of survival. Admitting it meant certain death. This man in front of him wasn't an ordinary Central Plains person from the northern border, but the famous young general of the northern garrison. He wouldn't show any mercy to the Huns. Looks like I have to use some force for you to tell the truth. Linji was tired of wasting time with him and directly stepped on the man's left leg, breaking it. A shrill cry echoed in the open area. The scar-faced man never dreamed he would suffer such pain in his life. I'll ask you again, are you working for the Huns? Young general, I really don't know what you're talking about. The scar-faced man was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, but he still clenched his teeth and showed no intention of admitting. Linji nodded. In a way, you are indeed a man, but you will pay the price for your actions, as it was your own choice. Before the words were finished, Linji broke the man's other leg. Zhou Yu, watching from the side, was horrified. He thought he had seen all sorts of bloody scenes after many battles, but this was the first time he saw such a terrifying one. Lin Ji's terrifying suppressive force was truly incredible and unbelievable. What was most terrifying was that the man showed no sign of emotion from beginning to end. Zhou Yu had killed many people on the battlefield and was covered in blood. So he understood very well that the truly terrifying ones were not those who looked extremely fierce. In the northern border regions, if one wasn't fierce enough, bandits like these wouldn't have a chance to survive. This place was extremely cruel compared to the imperial capital. And those even more terrifying than the vicious ones were like Linji, who seemed like a ruthless killing machine. Every action, every person dealt with, was extremely intimidating. That was why Zhou Yu admired Linji so much. Who would have thought that a former playboy could become like this? It was truly unbelievable and inconceivable. Still not going to talk? Then your two arms might not be safe either. Linji said calmly. Anyway, your death doesn't affect me. Aren't you just bandits? Eliminating you is a piece of cake. I'll talk. The scar-faced man could no longer hold on. He knew he had no chance in front of Linji. These selfish people had no sense of justice. As long as they could protect their own interests, they would do anything. It would have been better to talk earlier and avoid this physical pain. Linji let go of his hand. His patience was limited, especially at a time like this. Did you help the Huns? The scar-faced man nodded. Then his face showed fear again. But I was just a messenger. The one really working for the Huns is our boss. Your boss? What exactly did he do? Don't tell me he just sold information about our northern border. Our boss has known the Huns leader for several years. It's said that the last major defeat at the northern border was mostly due to our boss's information, but I don't know how much of it was true. The scar-faced man said with evasive eyes. His forehead was still dripping with cold sweat. He had no choice. He could only shift all the blame to his boss. The less he knew, the better, because the more he knew, the more mistakes he made, and the worse the outcome. Zhou Yu was furious when he heard this. He couldn't help but curse loudly. So it was you bastards who did this. No wonder every time they fought the Huns, it seemed like the enemy knew their movements and understood everything clearly. Zhou Yu had always felt there must be a spy for the Huns in the northern border regions. But no matter how they investigated or guarded against it, there was no effect. The enemy seemed to have a heavenly eye. Now it seemed that it was these bandits who leaked information about the northern border guards to the Huns. Thinking of the brothers who died tragically, Zhou Yu was filled with rage, wanting to tear the man apart. Chapter 289. The guilty shall not be spared. I ask you, have you already sent people to infiltrate most of the cities at the northern border, ready to contact the Xiongnu leader at the first sign of any unusual activity? Linji continued to question. In fact, he always felt there was something amiss at the northern border. However, due to the sheer volume of tasks he had to handle recently, coupled with the already insufficient military strength at the northern border, which was common knowledge, there was no need to hide it. What worried him the most was that the factories he had established and the secret plans he had set up might be discovered by the enemy. Once this information leaked, it would be fatal for Mingqing County, Yuzhou, and even the entire northern border. For this reason, Linji always tried to keep his plans from being exposed before execution. sometimes even omitting Zhou Yu and Yu Yan. It wasn't a lack of trust in them. In the entire northern region, Lin Ji trusted these two generals the most, and they indeed possessed exceptional talents. But one could never be sure if there were eavesdroppers nearby. If overheard by others, the consequences would be disastrous. This encounter with the bandit only reinforced Lin Ji's suspicions. He currently had no energy to screen who among the city's residents were spies and informants. But knowing more would allow better prevention of information leakage. In this era, the most terrifying aspect of warfare was the leakage of information. Given the slow and backward means of communication, it was easy for the enemy to intercept messages. If a decree from the imperial capital was intercepted on its way to the northern border, the impact could be enormous, potentially leading to the collapse of the entire situation. Thus, Lin Ji dared not be careless. Now that he had identified this informant, he naturally wanted to dig deeper. Only this way could he ensure his environment became increasingly secure. Information was crucial in any period and under any combat conditions. To win a battle, one must have a thorough understanding of the opponent. Without this, no one could predict the outcome. This was why Lin Ji was exerting such strong pressure on the informant at this moment. I really don't know much. Young general, please spare me. All of this was done by our chief. I was just a messenger, the scar-faced man pleaded. But Lin Ji was not easily swayed. He wasn't about to let this man off with such a feeble lie. I'm asking you one last time. My patience is limited. If you don't want to end up a bedridden cripple, you'd better tell me everything you know. Lin Ji flexed his hands, looking eager, his face even showing a hint of excitement. The scar-faced man was truly frightened, his soul almost leaving his body. He dared not argue further and nodded repeatedly. I'll tell. I'll reveal everything I know. We've placed informants in every city, mostly doing small businesses, some in taverns, some in brothels, all to gather information. The scar-faced man spilled everything without hesitation. Lin Ji and Zhou Yu listened with bated breath. They had prepared themselves for the possibility of informants among them, but they never expected the Xiongnu to have infiltrated so deeply. Just in Yuzhou, there were already many. If not for this bandit's confession, they might never have realized it. If news leaked, it would be a fatal blow to Mingxing County. It seems you bandits do have some skills, managing to plant so many spies in the vast northern border. We underestimated you, it seems, Lin Ji said with a sardonic smile. The scar-faced man, though unsure what Lin Ji meant, felt a chill in his heart and quickly replied, Young general, you flatter us. We dare not claim such things. These informants aren't all from our mountain stronghold. Some are merchants, others are planted by the Xiongnu leader. We're just a small part of it. Lin Ji nodded and stood up. You should have just said that from the start. Now you've suffered broken legs for nothing. You could have avoided this pain if you had just spoken up. The scar-faced man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had saved his life. Whether he could return to the stronghold no longer mattered. He even thought of the possibility of the northern border soldiers raiding the stronghold soon. So, for him, the only thing to do was to flee as far as possible, even if it meant running to the Xiongnu tribes. As long as he could save his life, everything else would be fine. But just as he was about to relax, he heard Lin Ji continue, Zhou Yu, I know you have a mind to kill him. This bandit is of no more use to us. You decide his fate. Lin Ji turned away as Zhou Yu, hearing this, was overjoyed and drew his sword, his face full of ferocity and killing intent. The scar-faced man, seeing this, desperately tried to back away, but with his legs crippled, he could only crawl on the ground. His eyes filled with fear, he cursed, Lin Ji, you backstabbing bastard. You have no honor. Lin Ji shrugged, a faint smile on his face. I never went back on my word. I did say I'd let you live, but I never said Zhou Yu would spare you. Though this man hadn't personally killed any soldiers at the northern border, his leaking of information had caused many innocent soldiers to die. This blood debt had to be repaid. Just as Wu Duwei, who had disregarded his own title to avenge his brother upon learning Lin Ji was heading to the barracks. Chapter 290. Knitting sweaters in the factory becomes a hot commodity? Moreover, Zhou Yu, who commands the entire northern border troops, holds an even deeper grudge against the Huns. If we were to name someone in the northern border who harbors the most intense hatred for the Huns, the common folk would barely qualify as small fry. They have at most suffered grievances or lost loved ones at the hands of the Huns. But let's be frank, how many relatives do the common folk really have in their households? In contrast, how many soldiers does Zhou command? When he was stationed at the northern border, he had a full 100,000 men under his command. Over the years, as the battles continued and the northern frontier army disappeared, that number has dwindled to only about 30,000 to 40,000. Half of them are new recruits. Gradually, one can imagine how fierce the battles were back then. Those who have survived from the beginning to now, like Wu Dui, are essentially veterans. Their hatred for the Huns is beyond words. They would kill any Hun they see without hesitation, let alone traitors like the scar-faced man who betrayed their own people. Allowing such a person to live is a disgrace. Bright red blood slowly flows along the official road, blending into the tranquility of the world. Zhou is panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, but there is no joy in his revenge. Even if he kills these people, his fallen brothers cannot be resurrected. Yet, if he doesn't kill them, it would be a greater dishonor to those who have already died in battle. Lin Ji turns to look at the emotionally charged Zhou, patting his shoulder. It's all right. One day the vendetta will be avenged, and one day we will pay homage to the spirits of all warriors at the northern border. With that, he mounts his horse, and Zhou follows suit, the two riding off into the distance. Young general, why were you so certain that the scar-faced man must have ties with the Huns? Zhou asks as they gallop along the official road, his words interspersed with the rhythm of their ride. This was something he had always been puzzled about. According to Zhou's understanding, there might be connections between the bandit gangs and the Huns, but Lin Ji's actions seem to firmly establish such a connection. If they were merely ordinary bandits, Lin Ji's methods were too cruel, even beyond Zhou's own capabilities. Only someone with a deep-seated hatred could resort to such ruthless measures. Better to err on the side of caution, haven't you heard that? Lin Ji says with a slight smile. Zhou is taken aback, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never expected such words to come from someone like Lin Ji. What kind of expression is that? Don't look at me like I'm some kind of demon. Lin Ji can't help but tease. Besides, it was just a joke. Can't you tell when someone's joking? Come on, young general, how can you joke about something like this? If you don't explain, I really can't understand. Zhou says, feeling both exasperated and curious. If Lin Ji isn't the brutal type, then what led him to make such a judgment and believe his actions were justified? If you think about it carefully, you'll realize there's a strong possibility of ties between them and the Huns, Lin Ji says matter-of-factly. The lives of ordinary people in the northern border are miserable, as you've seen. These bandits and outlaws can't be doing much better. In essence, they turned to banditry because they couldn't survive as common folk, struggling even for basic sustenance. But that scar-faced man was not only energetic, but also well-dressed and warm, unlike the bandits of Mount Erlong. If he had plundered from the local folk, he wouldn't be so wealthy. The only possibility is that the Hun leader rewarded them, allowing them to live so comfortably in such a remote area. Lin Ji analyzes with great seriousness. Zhou's eyes widen in surprise at this explanation. So that's where the problem lies. Of course. Do you really think I act on instinct? If that were the case, the northern border would have been seized by the Huns long ago. Zhou once again shows admiration. Lin Ji's every move always gives him a sense of clarity. Although seemingly ordinary, each action is well-founded, convincing, and commendable. Young general, it's truly fortunate for the northern border to have you return. Without you, we would have been at the mercy of the Huns by now, Zhou says sincerely. Just the thought of those granaries would have made the Huns feel like they were at home. Lin Ji can't help but chuckle at this. I'm not that great. Without your support, I wouldn't have come this far. Everyone at the northern border is indispensable. We must thoroughly investigate the spies and informants in the city and blind the Huns' eyes. Zhou nods in agreement. The two then spur their horses on towards Mingqing County. By evening, the sky has darkened, and the city gradually quiets down. But in some textile factories, the work continues at a feverish pace. The demand for woolen sweaters is so high that the workers here operate on a 3-shift system. Everyone is able to complete large amounts of work and earn money in a short period. Perhaps it's because the people of the northern border have suffered for too long. Now that an opportunity is before them, no one is willing to give it up, even if it's very hard work. It's rumored that to secure a position in a textile factory, people have even resorted to speculation. Some claim they can secure spots through connections but require bribes. Linji can only laugh at this absurdity. When did working in a factory knitting sweaters become such a coveted job? But it also proves how difficult life is for the people of the northern border. However, Linji doesn't have time to deal with these trivial matters. He can only entrust the young family elder and his daughter to manage the situation, ensuring no backdoor deals are made. This initiative is meant to be mutually beneficial and beneficial to the nation, yet unscrupulous merchants have seized the opportunity to use such underhanded tactics. It's infuriating. Chapter 291. The defense of 3 routes must not be lost. As Yu Yin and Zhou Yu arrived to discuss troop deployment, Yu Yin said with evident joy, "Young general, I hear you had quite a fruitful expedition to Erlong Mountain at the northern border. Not only did you recruit a group of heroic men from the Jianghu, but you also eliminated some bandits who were maintaining the northern border." Linji couldn't help but tease, "How come your news is always so timely?" Turns out someone has a big mouth. Zhou Yu, standing beside them, looked embarrassed. "Young general, you can't blame me for this. Moreover, news from the northern border should be shared promptly. It's beneficial for all 3 of us. Otherwise, if others seize the opportunity, it wouldn't be a good thing." Linji didn't take it to heart. These were trivial matters, and with the current enemy at the gates, why bother dwelling on them? He understood Zhou Yu's intentions. Only by working together could the 3 of them manage Mingqing County effectively. "All right, let's get back on track and discuss the situation at the northern border," Linji said, pulling out a topographical map. The northern border stretched in a long strip, divided by the Tian Mountain and Baiyun Mountain. Beyond these mountains lay the northwest region, which was not under their jurisdiction. To the east of Tian Mountain and Baiyun Mountain lay the entire northern border, a terrain that was quite complex and currently under the control of the Turks. Fortunately, the Hun's army had not advanced in that direction. "Young general, based on our multiple analyses and sand table simulations, if the Hun's army wants to attack Mingqing County, there are only 3 routes they can take," Yu Yin said, gesturing as he spoke. The westernmost route follows the Haisha River. Due to the river's rapid flow, even in winter, the surface only freezes and does not dry up. Therefore, their vanguard will definitely send a group to bypass this area. The terrain of the northern border, though generally flat, still had many undulations amidst the crisscrossing mountain ranges. The plains were divided into sections by the connections between mountains and rivers. Yuzhou was the largest plain in the vicinity. If Yuzhou fell, the entire northern border would be in a very passive situation. Even if the court wanted to send reinforcements, they would be powerless. The Hun's army would only need to hold the key passes, preventing the court's troops from entering. "Do we have defenses set up on this route?" Zhou Yu asked curiously. Yu Yin shook his head. "We don't have enough troops to deploy there. Moreover, this route is very remote and the natural environment is extremely harsh. If we set up camp there, we might become easy targets for the enemy." Although the Huns didn't have firearms, they had crossbows, bows, and trebuchets. The Huns were backward, but that didn't mean they were fools. After suffering so many losses at Linji's hands, if they didn't learn their lesson, they really had no brains. Regarding the Haisha River route, we can choose a strategic pass that is easy to defend. This way, we only need to deploy a small number of troops around it. As long as we prevent the Huns' right wing from breaking through and attacking Mingqing County from this direction, our mission will be accomplished, Linji mused. What he excelled in was strategic thinking on the battlefield, which was similar to the tactics in the business world. One had to first determine the general direction, then make detailed adjustments, and finally solve the problem. Isn't this equivalent to giving up on the Haisha River route? Zhou Yu blinked, his eyes full of surprise. The Haisha River route was the most perilous of the three, but once breached, the enemy could advance unopposed, and the northeastern region of the northern border would fall into their hands. There was also a granary and a strategically important town. Don't you understand the concept of sacrificing the pawn to save the rook? Lin Ji sighed. Both Zhou Yu and Yu Yin were excellent on the battlefield. Once they were on the front lines, they were as comfortable as being at home, handling everything with ease. However, the two of them lacked a sufficiently macro-strategic mindset. This wasn't just a problem with Zhou Yu and Yu Yin. There were over 20 renowned generals in the entire dynasty, but those with a broad perspective could be counted on one hand. This was an inevitable limitation of the times. These soldiers were initially educated by reading various military books, then going to battle, integrating their knowledge, and finally accumulating their own experiences. This meant their learning was practical, and any single battle would have someone performing exceptionally. However, on the battlefield, it wasn't just about fighting. Strategy was crucial. Only by determining the correct strategy and complementing it with fine details could one achieve a good outcome. Otherwise, they would just be headless flies. That's why some had the talent for leadership, while others only had the talent for command. To become an outstanding commander, one must master both the big picture and macro strategy. If they made a misjudgment, the cost would be the lives of all their soldiers. This was no joke. It was the reality. From this perspective, Lin Ji saw things more clearly than the two of them. So, young general, your intention is to deploy heavy forces to defend Erlong Mountain and the eastern Hualong Pass? Zhou Yu seemed to understand and made his own guess. Although Erlong Mountain is guarded by Zhaijiu and his men, the number and combat capability of the bandits there are too poor, Lin Ji sighed. If not for the severe shortage of troops under his command, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of seeking out the leader of Erlong Mountain. Although he unexpectedly encountered bandits, it also proved that the situation at Erlong Mountain was very complicated. To truly stop the Huns' advance, they would have to pay a very heavy price. Lin Ji didn't think it was necessary. Bandits were bandits. Although they had rich combat experience, that didn't mean they could handle all situations. Moreover, Lin Ji couldn't treat them like livestock. That would be inhumane. Young general, do you mean to set up a second line of defense behind them? Chapter 292. The Essence of Strategy and Tactics. Lin Ji nodded solemnly. The bandits of Erlong Mountain were merely the first line of defense, and their primary task was to prevent the Huns from advancing rapidly. Once past Erlong Mountain, reaching Mingxing County would be extremely swift. Speed is of the essence in war, and the Huns have always fought with the style of quick attacks. Moreover, this time they brought 30,000 troops, clearly aiming for a swift and decisive victory. The saying goes, one's strength is renewed with the first drum, peaks at the second, and wanes by the third. What Lin Ji aimed to do was to dampen the enemy's morale before they reached Mingxing County. In essence, after the previous two defeats, the Huns' current offensive was entirely driven by their morale. If their morale was shaken, it would undoubtedly affect the entire process, making the situation extremely awkward and complex. Moreover, in the past, the Huns had a decisive advantage at the northern border. From the bandits' words, it's known that there are many Huns informants at the northern border now. They must be getting desperate by now. If they resort to unconventional means, it would be hard to prepare for. What I mean is, these 30,000 Hun vanguard troops will pay a heavy price to approach Mingxing County. Once they fail, even with numerical superiority, the Huns won't dare to attack as recklessly as before. Lin Ji said earnestly. This was the most critical point he was focusing on. It was also the most advantageous point for Mingxing County. In essence, in the current situation, Lin Ji wanted to break the stalemate. He couldn't go head-to-head, as that would only make the situation more awkward and complex. Instead, if they used psychological advantages, constantly harassing the enemy, and conducting various feints, the situation would change to some extent. Then, by overwhelming the enemy in morale, coupled with being the defenders, their advantages could be further expanded. Interesting. Yu Yin nodded. His eyes gleamed with excitement. If we really proceed as planned and deployed, the northern border can be invincible. Exactly. Linji stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Remember, no matter how we deal with any enemy in the future, we must despise them strategically and respect them tactically. Both men were puzzled by this. Aren't strategy and tactics the same thing? How can one despise and respect at the same time? Isn't that contradictory? Young general, your words are beyond our comprehension. We don't understand what you mean. Zhou Yu earnestly inquired. Seeking knowledge without shame is about asking those who are considered inferior for advice. In short, if Linji were just an ordinary merchant without the title of young general, Zhou Yu would naturally be considered a humble seeker of talents. But now, Linji has shown remarkable talent in every aspect, which is enough to make these two distinguished generals learn from him. They are also impressed by Linji's abilities. A scholar who can calm the world with his pen and a warrior who can determine the fate of the land from horseback. Isn't that what the young general embodies? The most incredible thing is that the young general's reputation in the northern border was really not good before. He was like a rat crossing the street. Even village dogs would bark at him. If not for the title of the son of the northern border general, Linji might have been drowned in the spittle of the northern border people long ago. But this time, returning to the northern border, Linji has shown everyone his true strength. Whether it's a prodigal son returning to his senses or not, at least now, there's only one person who can stabilize the northern border, the renowned young general of the northern border. If I were to explain this to you, it might take more than a couple of sentences. But as you fight more battles with me in the future, you'll understand the fundamental difference between strategy and tactics. Yuzhou, a guest house, an upper-class room. The Ministry of War's chief secretary sat by the bed, meditating. At that moment, the door was pushed open. A servant walked in. Your Excellency. The chief secretary slowly opened his eyes. How is it? Did you get any useful information? It's said that the northern border is on the brink of war. The young general, along with generals Zhou Yu and Yu Yin, are deploying troops in Mengqing County. No matter how fierce the enemies advance, they remain orderly. The servant reported the information he had gathered. The chief secretary couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With the northern border in such a tense war situation, as a court official, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing. But being under the command of Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War, revealing his identity would be counterproductive. It might even make the situation more awkward. Therefore, the chief secretary could only choose to go incognito, secretly observing from this place. But it must be said that since arriving at the northern frontier, upon learning of the changes that have taken place there, he could only marvel in private. Not to mention the numerous victories in battles, the lives of the people in the northern border region have also undergone significant changes. Especially when he first entered Yuzhou City, he noticed that the city had newly constructed many factories. Moreover, many buildings were constructed using the most advanced bricklaying techniques. This construction technique, even in the imperial capital, is only used in the palace. Ordinary people still primarily use luss and stone to build their homes. Chapter 293. The corruption in the court goes to the core. Even the inn where the Minister of Military Affairs is currently staying has been renovated, with houses built of red bricks. Although on the outside, they look no different from the other mud-wall buildings, they possess unparalleled advantages in terms of insulation and wind resistance. In this room, one wouldn't even feel cold as long as they are indoors. If the windows are not opened, one wouldn't even know the fierce winds outside. How many people in the imperial city could enjoy such treatment in the past? Now, most of the people in the northern border regions have adopted this construction technique, resulting in significantly improved living conditions. Moreover, the Minister of Military Affairs discovered that a type of clothing called woolen sweaters is popular in the city. Just hearing the name, he didn't find it particularly remarkable. However, upon learning that the woolen sweaters on the market sell for 15 taels of silver each, he was shocked into silence. In the imperial city, even silk garments rarely sell for such a high price. Only the luxurious robes worn by royalty and nobility could possibly fetch such a sum. How could such an expensive item appear in the northern border regions? Furthermore, there was something else that puzzled him greatly. The factories producing woolen sweaters sell them to the common folk at a relatively cheaper price. If nobles or wealthy individuals want to buy them, they usually have to wait in line. This is one of the reasons why woolen sweaters are so expensive on the market. In other words, anyone can buy them, as long as they are willing to queue up and wait patiently. Those who are not willing to wait naturally have to pay a higher price. Initially, the Minister of Military Affairs thought this was a scheme by local wealthy individuals in the northern border regions to amass wealth. He believed that the woolen sweaters must have a pungent odor and wondered if they could even be worn. It seemed like they were trying to swindle the common folk. However, after seeing them with his own eyes, he realized how miraculous these items were. In the freezing winter of the northern border regions, wearing a woolen sweater and lighting a fire indoors provided unparalleled warmth, even more so than fur coats and animal hair cloaks. What was most unbelievable to him was that all these things were the handiwork of the young general of the northern border, Lin Ji. One might attribute it to luck, to coincidence, but with so many things happening together, it couldn't be said that this guy had saved the world in his previous life and was now enjoying extraordinary luck. There's no such saying. The Minister of Military Affairs was well-read and versed in both literature and martial arts, so he naturally understood that some things cannot be explained by mere coincidence. Lin Ji had indeed made a groundbreaking move in the imperial city, uprooting the 4 major merchant groups. These 4 merchant groups were initially supported by the royal family to monopolize all trade in the imperial city. That's why the officials behind them dared to collude openly. In short, it was a symbiotic relationship between officials and merchants. Yet, despite this, Lin Ji showed no fear, and the Lin merchant group is still thriving in the imperial city. No one has tried to move against them because they simply can't. The Lin merchant group now basically controls most of the trade lines in the imperial city, including ports and river transport. Even the court cannot find any excuse to target them. The taxes they pay annually are a significant sum. The court benefits from this revenue, so there's no reason to move against them. Most importantly, they can't find a suitable person to take over. Everyone knows that the Lin merchant group was established by Lin Ji, and this young general of the northern border is no pushover. Although he has been exiled to the northern border to fight, the fact that he's still alive is a testament to his resilience. If he were to return to the imperial city one day and find his merchant group taken over by someone else, whoever that person is, they would not have a good outcome. So, the high-ranking officials in the imperial city don't want to provoke such a character. He's a madman. With 100,000 troops of the northern army vanishing, this guy entered the imperial city with just a maidservant and came out unscathed. How tough is Lin Ji's luck? It seems that the northern border region is indeed a hotbed of activity. I wonder if the young general can withstand the fierce attack from the Huns this time, the Minister of Military Affairs said meaningfully. Frankly, he certainly hopes that Lin Ji can achieve a great victory. Even if this guy has differences and conflicts with those in the court, these are at most internal strife. When external enemies appear, they should naturally turn their guns against the external threat together. It is precisely because of this that the Minister of Military Affairs is very dissatisfied with many officials in the court. They lack a sense of the overall situation and are only concerned with infighting. If it weren't for his important position in the Ministry of Military Affairs, he really wouldn't want to meddle in these messy affairs. This time, being ordered to come to the northern border region, the Minister of Military Affairs was actually quite pleased. Being able to stay away from the court's infighting is no less than a blessing. However, the most unfortunate is the Vice Minister of Military Affairs. Not only does he have to devise ways to compete with other departments, but also be wary of his superior, the Minister of Military Affairs, Zhu Biao. Serving in the court has never been an easy task. Many people do not have lofty ambitions. They merely seek personal gain and to bring honor to their ancestors. In essence, those with true great aspirations are probably still fighting on the front lines or managing small regions. My lord, since the situation in the northern border region is so tense, why don't we return first? The Minister of Military Affairs is pressing us hard. If we don't return to the capital to report, there might be trouble, the servant said cautiously. The Minister of Military Affairs shot him a stern look. Do you think it's easy to return to the imperial city? Let me tell you, the Minister of Military Affairs has given a strict order. If we can't deal with the young general, we won't have a chance to return. Initially, he wasn't quite sure about this. After all, Lin Ji is the general guarding the northern border region. Even if he doesn't have much military power, his position is indisputable. The most crucial point is that the Minister of Military Affairs received news from the imperial city that the princess has also been sent to the northern border region. This indicates that the emperor has decided to eliminate Lin Ji. Returning to the imperial city now might just throw oneself into a vortex. With his position as the Minister of Military Affairs, not high but not low either, he might just get caught in trouble. Chapter 294. A rare opportunity to stake everything. Why not seize it now? But master, staying hidden here forever isn't a solution, the servant said with deep concern. The delay in producing results would not be tolerated by the imperial court. If it led to further anger from the emperor, even the position of Minister of War might be lost. You've been with me for so long, yet you still lack ambition. As an official of the court, should we only consider our own interests? The Minister of War said, slightly furrowing his brow. It wasn't entirely the servant's fault. Many shared this mindset, but the minister couldn't help but feel disdain. He had long desired to leave the court, and if not for the unsettled state of the nation, he would have resigned his post as Minister of War. However, now in the northern borderlands, he saw an opportunity. Perhaps this was the best chance to shake up the entrenched powers in the court. Seeing how the Minister of War himself could act so recklessly, one could imagine the behavior of others. During times of war, the Minister of War's power was no less than that of the Prime Minister. After pondering for a moment, the Minister of War decided to take a risk. Prepare for me. Today I will meet with the governor of Yuzhou. What? Master, wouldn't this expose your identity? The servant exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. If their identities were revealed, coupled with the feud between the Ministry of War and Lin Ji, the consequences could be dire. A rare opportunity to stake everything. Why not seize it now? The Minister of War said with a heroic spirit. During his time in Yuzhou City, he had not only been observing various matters, but also trying to gauge the governor of Yuzhou's character. From the current situation, it seemed the governor was aligned with Lin Ji. Otherwise, the imperial court's orders would have likely prompted him to act against the young general. The most crucial task now was to unite all possible forces to open bandits. Zaimu looked surprised but slowed down, glancing around. The surrounding mountains were eerily quiet, covered in snow, with no signs of movement. Not likely, General Huolua. You might be overreacting. These bandits, even if they dared to block our path, wouldn't stand a chance against our 30,000 troops. Even if they couldn't defeat the northern garrison, there was no need to fear mere bandits. Don't underestimate them. I've heard that bandits and outlaws are rampant around Erlong Mountain, with complex and intertwined forces. If they set up an ambush, it would certainly affect us. Huolua paused his steed and continued. When dealing with someone like Lin Ji, one can't measure with common sense. Remember how we were defeated by him? His words struck a chord with Zaimu. Indeed, Lin Ji's tactics were unconventional. Each time they felt a tenfold certainty of victory, the situation would turn upside down, leaving them in an unprecedented predicament. After brief consideration, Zaimu agreed with Huolua. He then ordered his deputy, inform all brothers to stay alert and be prepared for battle. Wait, Huolua suddenly said. I think we shouldn't move all 30,000 troops together. Divide them into 3 groups. We two lead the vanguard. The middle 10,000 troops will scout the surroundings, and the rear 10,000 will cover our retreat. Keep the 3 groups about 3 miles apart. Is that really necessary? Zaimu blinked. Absolutely. With the troops from Haisha River and the other route yet to move, we are crucial. We must not let our morale falter. This battle was not only about regaining their dignity, but also an opportunity to redeem themselves. If they lost this time, Huolua and Zaimu would have to atone with their lives. Zaimu didn't argue further and instructed his deputy to make the arrangements. Soon, the formation of the 30,000 troops was adjusted, and they continued their march. Meanwhile, at the foot of Erlong Mountain, Zagio and his bandit brothers had already taken positions on the cliffs beside the road. The terrain here was treacherous, with towering cliffs on one side and dense forests on the other. Passing through this area required being ready for ambush. This spot was a favorite of bandits, offering both offensive and defensive advantages. However, now that they were setting up an ambush, the forest became an uncertain factor, also serving as a potential escape route for the enemy. Boss, are we really letting the forest side go? If the enemy escapes that way, won't we have let down the young general's expectations? Zhao Hu asked in a hushed voice. Under normal circumstances, these men wouldn't dare to stay out in the cold like this. They would likely freeze to death before the ambush succeeded. But now, with each bandit equipped with a woolen sweater, they felt empowered. Chapter 295. The Startled Bird, Unwilling to Engage. Zagyu wore a composed expression. You underestimate the young general too much. Don't you remember what he said about not putting all our eggs in one basket? The reason they let go of the forest area was a tactic to lure the enemy. Behind that forest, there were 5,000 soldiers guarding the northern border. It was said that there were secret weapons too. We just need to do our part. Relying on us alone to defend the entire northern border is wishful thinking. As he spoke, a bandit came running up. Boss, we've spotted the Hun's army heading this way. Zagio immediately perked up, shaking off the snow that had accumulated on him. Inform the brothers to get ready. The battle is about to begin. Shortly after, the Hun army of 10,000, led by Huoluo and Jiamu, marched forward in full force. As soon as they entered the ambush zone, bandits on both sides emerged, not only pushing the prepared rolling stones but also shouting. He was a great general of the Huns. Defeated by the soldiers of the northern border was one thing, but now even these bandits dared to challenge them. How could he endure this? If they left in such a disgraceful manner, they would surely be mocked by countless Hun brothers. Damn it! How dare these bandits, a mere bunch of them, confront our tens of thousands of troops? Brothers, charge! We must not let a single one escape. Just as Jiamu was about to give the order, Huoluo stopped him. Wait, don't you find it strange? What do you mean? Jiamu frowned. These bandits, even if they usually oppose us, it's just small skirmishes. But now they are well trained and have set up an ambush here. I think these few hundred of them are just a diversion. It's likely that the soldiers of the northern border are behind them. Jiamu's eyes widened. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Then he said unwillingly, "Are we just going to let them go like this? Can you swallow this? If we take Mingxing County and then the entire northern border falls into our hands, these bandits will be dealt with sooner or later. Our top priority is to hurry to Mingxing County. These people won't cause us much trouble." Huoluo's tone was firm. If it were before, he would have undoubtedly attacked without hesitation. Daring to provoke the Huns was simply asking for trouble. But after multiple failures at Linji's hands, he had grown and was no longer as impulsive as before. We must prioritize the overall situation. We are both under suspicion. If anything goes wrong here and affects our plan, the leader's blame will fall on us, and no one can bear it. Huoluo spoke earnestly. His words awakened Jiamu. He immediately ordered the deputy general to pass the order. Retreat towards the forest. There must be no hesitation. Seeing this, the Hun soldiers had no choice but to comply and ran towards the forest. Those who lagged behind were caught and killed by the bandits. Such a situation would not have occurred in the past. Seeing the Huns running towards the forest, the bandits did not intend to pursue them. Even so, they had killed nearly 100 Hun warriors. Boss, we've never had such a victory before. Zhao Hu and Su the strategist were both excited. In the past, when they encountered the Huns, they could only engage in small-scale skirmishes, let alone facing an overwhelming enemy force. Even if they had the guts, they dared not leave their mountain stronghold. But this time, although the Huns did not really engage with them, it was still a rare victory. They drove the enemy into a panic. It boosted morale. Exactly. Now we have the support of the general from the northern border. What can these Huns do even if they are powerful? Zeju said proudly. Inform all the brothers to clean up the battlefield, take all the valuable items from the Huns, and tonight we'll have a good drink to celebrate. But boss, now that the Huns are fleeing towards there, are we really just going to leave it at that? Su the strategist asked in surprise. Don't you remember what the young general told us? Zeju said meaningfully. The saying goes, don't pursue a desperate enemy. Given the disparity in numbers, the bandits naturally had no reason to continue chasing. And they had already achieved their goal. As for the rest, it was up to the regular army. Even if they wanted to help, they were powerless. Let's go back to the stronghold, leave a few brothers here to keep watch, and report any unusual movements immediately. Everyone nodded and then went down to clean up the battlefield. In the forest, Zhamu and Huoluo, seeing no pursuers behind them, immediately ordered all their soldiers to stop and rest. Chapter 296, Fire Suppression. Sniping in the woods. Huoluo's expression was extremely grave. Don't you find this ambush very strange? If these bandits were after looting the official road and seizing resources, they wouldn't have let us go so easily. They would have chased us relentlessly into the woods. They definitely wouldn't have allowed us to enter the woods. But after we came in, these guys seemed to change, and they didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the chase. If everything behind them is being manipulated by the northern border guards, then can it be understood that driving us into the woods was part of the plan? Zemu's eyes widened instantly. You mean, the enemy did this on purpose? Isn't there an ambush here? In an instant, an explosion suddenly sounded in front. Following that, the northern border guards appeared on the slopes on both sides. Each one held a musket. The sound of firing rang out. The Huns closest to them were extremely unlucky, being hit and bleeding profusely, with corpses strewn everywhere. There really is an ambush? Zemu was terrified. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe the shock in his heart. What are you standing there for? Retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately. Huoluo commanded without hesitation. However, due to being in the woods and unfamiliar with the route, the retreat was very slow and clumsy. This gave the northern border guards a great opportunity. 5,000 soldiers opened fire. Some charged with cavalry, others followed with long spears. Arrows, crossbow bolts, and muskets formed a barrage from a distance, and for a moment, the woods seemed like a living hell. Countless Huns fell one by one, helpless to fight back. Fortunately, Huoluo discovered it quickly. If they had moved forward another mile, even 10,000 men would have been hard-pressed to break out of the encirclement. Even so, in this battle, they didn't even have a chance to fight back, losing over 2,000 men. Retreating back to the foot of Erlong Mountain, the 7,000 vanguard troops rested in place. At the same time, the Huns realized how difficult this battle was. Before even approaching Mingxing County, they had already suffered repeated blows. This was too miserable. Zemu was even more furious. Damn it! These bastards actually dared to stretch the battle line so long, setting up an ambush here. And what the hell are those long-range weapons they used? The destructive power is so great. I've truly never heard of or seen anything like it. I've said it before, that Linji is definitely not to be underestimated. This guy's methods are extremely bizarre. The weapons they used are probably the latest models. Huoluo was already accustomed to it. There was no way around it. The level of their weapons had fallen behind, and the enemy had already set up an ambush. It seemed impossible to quickly approach Mingxing County. So what do we do now? We can't just stay here in the freezing cold, can we? Zemu was exasperated. Never had he imagined that after coming back, they would be caught off guard again. How to deal with this? Don't worry, I just took a quick look. There are only a few thousand men ambushing in the woods. If we can gather 30,000 troops, we will definitely be able to take them down in one fell swoop. Huoluo said with certainty. Now he didn't want to play any tactics. The only way to deal with these northern border guards was through sheer numbers. This was the most direct method, and the most effective way, because their strategic and tactical level was simply not on par with the enemy. So any further attempts were meaningless. On Erlong Mountain, Zeju was drinking and celebrating with his brothers. From the time they became bandits until now, they had never achieved such a great victory. Not only did they not lose a single soldier, but they also killed over 100 enemies. Although it wasn't much, but they were facing an army of 10,000. Brothers, drink up. Remember, this is our turning point. From now on, we'll also have some face in the northern border region, Zeju said loudly. His brothers were also in high spirits. Zhao Hu even carried a wine jar over. Boss, if anyone dares to disobey in the future, we'll have something to say. Have they fought the Huns? Have they faced 10,000 Huns? In this area, our Erlong Mountain is unique. But boss, second boss, the reason we were able to win this time is closely related to the young general. Su, the military advisor, said meaningfully. If it weren't for the foundation laid by the young general earlier, these Huns wouldn't have run away the moment they saw us. It has to be said, in terms of leading troops into battle, the young general is the most formidable person I've ever seen. Zeju nodded in approval. Suddenly, he smiled mysteriously. You haven't seen how ruthless the real northern commander Lin is. He's even more formidable than this young general. The 100,000 northern border army under his command roamed the northern border like no one's business. No one dared to provoke them. Not only did the Huns and Turks tremble at the news, but even the nearby bandits didn't dare to offend them. Don't mention 100,000 men coming to suppress the bandits. It's said that there used to be a bandit leader near Erlong Mountain with over 1,000 men, causing harm to the people. The northern border army only dispatched 100 men, directly wiping them out. It's only because Linji has shown mercy to them now. Otherwise, with their weapons and equipment, wiping out Erlong Mountain would be just as easy. As they were talking, suddenly, a brother came to report. Boss, something terrible has happened. What is it? Zeju frowned. It was rare to have a victory, and now someone was ruining the mood. The Huns are resting at the foot of Erlong Mountain. Is that so? Do they really not fear us, these brothers? Zeju put down the wine jar, ready to pick up his weapons and go fight again. Unexpectedly, the brother who reported immediately stopped him. Boss, this time it's different. The enemy is waiting for reinforcements, a full 30,000 men. Our few hundred brothers going down would barely fill their teeth. What? Zeju couldn't help but put down his weapon. With Linji backing them, Erlong Mountain indeed had a lot of confidence. But facing 30,000 Huns with just a few hundred of them would be tantamount to suicide. Moreover, these guys retreated from the woods, which means they might have already noticed the ambush inside. Now making a move would likely put them at a disadvantage. Situation. Zhao Hu, take a few brothers and go down the mountain tonight, bypassing the back of Erlong Mountain to reach the woods. Immediately inform the northern soldiers. Have them retreat quickly. Then he turned to the bandit who had come to report. Is there anyone else observing down below? The latter nodded. Boss, there are 2 more brothers keeping watch down there. I estimate that their reinforcements will arrive in another 1 or 2 hours. Zetu immediately pulled Zhao Hu. You must inform the northern garrison within 2 hours. This matter not only concerns the safety of our Erlong Mountain, but also the entire northern border. Although he was just a bandit, Zetu also understood the importance of national righteousness. This was the biggest difference between him and other bandits in the area. Otherwise, Linji wouldn't have come to find him. Zhao Hu nodded. He had always remembered the kindness of the Lin family and had been looking for an opportunity to repay it since meeting Linji. Now, despite the danger, Zhao Hu did not hesitate. Be extremely careful, Zetu advised. Everyone nodded. They immediately put down their wine jars and headed down the mountain. In the woods, the officer in charge of the ambush was a deputy general of the Yu family army, along with a staff officer. Everyone was lying in the snow, wearing woolen sweaters and fur-lined coats, which provided extraordinary cold resistance. Even in the freezing cold, they could endure. Strange? Why are the Xiongnu army so timid this time? They retreated after just one encounter? The deputy general stretched his neck to look. But in the woods, there was no sign of any Xiongnu soldiers. Could they have withdrawn? Don't talk nonsense. You don't know the temperament of the Xiongnu? The staff officer warmed his hands beside him. I reckon they might be like a bird hit by an arrow, panicking after their previous defeat. So this time they don't want to confront us head-on. So what should we do now? The deputy general frowned. In terms of military rank, his position was higher than that of the staff officer. After all, he had command of troops and could lead them into battle. The staff officer was mainly responsible for planning. However, during the process of military operations, both the staff officer and the deputy general had their own important tasks. Both were indispensable. It was only because the northern border was short of soldiers and officers that Yu Yen wouldn't have had the deputy general lead the troops alone to ambush here. If anything went wrong, it would be hard to escape responsibility. Fortunately, the deputy general of the Yu family army was no ordinary man. Although not a general, his ability to lead troops was superior to that of most deputy generals. What I'm most worried about is whether these guys will take a detour. Although this is the best route from Erlong Mountain to Mingxing County, if they take the mountain path, our ambush here will be useless. The staff officer slowly said. The deputy general nodded. You make a good point. We'll continue our ambush here. Unless we're sure they've taken a detour, we absolutely cannot retreat. He was the first line of defense for the entire northern border. The responsibility was extremely heavy. But after nightfall with the freezing cold, I'm afraid our soldiers won't be able to withstand such weather. The staff officer was worried. There's no other way. The situation is urgent, and we can't worry about anything else now. The deputy general pondered. He called over his guard and ordered all soldiers to stay at their posts. If they could not successfully block the enemy, they would not retreat. Among these 5,000 soldiers, there were both Yu family army soldiers and originally Zhou Yu's soldiers. Although they belonged to different camps, they were now united in fighting the Xiongnu. Don't hesitate at all. Why? The deputy general frowned. Such words were shaking the morale. If it were anyone from the military camp, they would have been dealt with according to military law. The Xiongnu has gathered 30,000 men, and they already know you're in the woods. They are now taking a detour from the foot of Erlong Mountain, about to encircle you. If you don't retreat now, it will be too late. What? Everyone's faces changed upon hearing this. The deputy general was even more troubled. He had originally thought that the enemy had 30,000 men from the start, but unexpectedly, only 10,000 men were the vanguard. The remaining 20,000 had taken a detour. No wonder there was no movement from the enemy troops at the foot of Erlong Mountain earlier. It turned out that these guys were also playing tricks. Deputy General, let's retreat quickly. The situation is not right. If these 30,000 men really surround us, even with our firearms, it will be hard to break through. The staff officer looked grave. He wasn't afraid of death. There were only about 30,000 to 40,000 men in the entire northern border. If these 5,000 men were wiped out, it would be a significant loss for the northern border. If the staff officer could hold off the enemy's 30,000 men by himself, he would do so without hesitation. These soldiers, if retained, would certainly play a greater role in subsequent battles. They must not be killed here. The deputy general frowned. He hadn't expected the situation to change so quickly. Is there any other way? Brother, don't take it personally, but under the current circumstances, staying here means waiting for death. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. If we can regroup with the main army, even if the enemy has 30,000 men, what can they do? Chapter 298. The Heroic Sacrifice of Zhao Hu. But it might be too late to retreat now, the deputy general suddenly said. The group looked surprised and followed his gaze. They saw a blaze of firelight moving from the northwest, no more than 10 li away. The enemy was on horseback. To facilitate the ambush, all the northern border commanders in the area had not been equipped with mounts. They were all advancing on foot. Damn it! How did these guys get here so fast? Zhao Hu gritted his teeth. Here, leave some firearms with me. I'll hold them off while you retreat. What? You're just 10 men, and they have tens of thousands. What can you do to hold them off? The deputy general's eyes widened in disbelief. This was even more absurd than trying to break a stone with an egg. Though we are bandits, we know we are Chinese. Now that the northern border is in trouble, we can contribute some strength to you. It's an honor for us. Zhao Hu gave a profound smile. Besides, you living is more important than our lives. So hurry up and go. It's really too late if you don't leave now. Tears welled up in the deputy general's eyes. He never expected the bandits of Erlong Mountain to be so righteous, choosing national justice without hesitation. Anyone with worldly experience knew that Zhao Hu staying behind to cover the retreat was essentially sacrificing his own life. There was no chance of escape. Even if the enemy had only a few hundred men, it would be enough for these brothers to handle. The deputy general patted Zhao Hu's shoulder. Brother, you must take care. When you return, we will definitely celebrate and welcome you back in Mingqing County. All right, go quickly. If their encirclement forms, you won't be able to escape, Zhao Hu said resolutely. Despite the reluctance of the deputy and staff officers, they had no choice but to retreat. Ambushers feared being counter-surrounded the most, as they were outnumbered. Once they were at a geographical disadvantage, they would be in unprecedented trouble. Immediately, the deputy general did not waste any time. He had his men hand over 10 rifles, plenty of ammunition, and some crossbows and other weapons before leading all his soldiers in a retreat towards Mingqing County. Zhao Hu, leading 10 of his mountain stronghold brothers, headed northwest. On the way, he had already made up his mind. Brothers, this is our time to bring glory to our ancestors. Though we never became soldiers in our lifetime, dying on the battlefield is something we won't regret. Second in command, when we came up the mountain, we never thought we'd live to be old. It's better to die as heroes than to live a miserable life. At least people might remember us. The brothers behind him were equally resolute. They knew what awaited them, but none retreated. Sometimes, choosing to charge bravely and die standing was far better than living on your knees. In the quiet woods, the sound of firearms rang out. Almost simultaneously, the Huns' battle cries were loud and clear. The northern soldiers retreating turned back, seeing the distant firelight like a raging flame of will. The deputy general's eyes reddened. He knew what was happening there, and what fate awaited those people. Move on. These are all heroes, the staff officer said through gritted teeth. The deputy general nodded. As commanders, they couldn't be emotional in such times. They had to be responsible for all their men. Everyone left at the northern border now was fearless of death, but they had to die with purpose, not in vain. Don't worry, brother. One day I'll avenge you, and let the enemy know the spirit of the Chinese people. The deputy general exhaled white mist and then, without looking back, headed towards Mingqing County. At Erlong Mountain, Zhejiu paced back and forth in the Hall of Righteousness, his eyes filled with anxiety. It had been nearly 3 hours since Zhao Hu went down the mountain to report, but there was no news. The sentries reported that the Han army was heading towards the woods, and the situation was unknown. At that moment, a bandit came in. Chief, what is it? The 5,000 northern border soldiers have retreated safely, but what? Zhejiu frowned, feeling a sense of unease. The second-in-command and the brothers who went with him to attract the Han army, to buy time for the northern border soldiers to retreat, all died in battle. Zhejiu was struck as if by a thunderbolt, his eyes filled with anger and sorrow. The military advisor, Su, couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. This Zhao Hu, what was he thinking? Has he forgotten our bandit ways? He had to become a hero at a time like this. How did the second-in-command die? Zhejiu took a deep breath, suppressing his grief as he asked. The second-in-command and the other brothers, a total of 10, fought the Han army of 10,000 to buy time. In the end, they were hacked to pieces by the Huns. The messenger couldn't help but cry as he spoke. Even as bandits, they had never seen such a gruesome death. When they tried to recover the bodies, they couldn't even tell who was who. Zhejiu's eyes turned red with anger. Zhao Hu was his longest-serving brother, and their bond was like that of siblings. He never expected Zhao Hu to die so tragically at the hands of the Huns. They were all good men. They were all upright men. Zhe said through gritted teeth, pouring wine onto the ground. Brother, rest in peace. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Whoever harmed you, I will not let them off. The other bandits were also deeply grieved. Second in command Zhao, who was highly respected in the mountain stronghold, and his sudden death in the wilderness was unbearable for everyone. Yet, they also understood that Zhao Hu chose to sacrifice himself for the northern border, making him a hero. Even as bandits, they were far better than the officials in the court who only talked big. Military advisor Su. Present. From now on, we are at odds with the Huns. No matter what, we must show the Huns our capabilities. Zhe said firmly. Chapter 299. The Huns have also become clever. Mingxing County. Military camp. Lin Ji wore his battle robe. He was making the final deployment of troops with Zhou Yu and Yu Yan. As soon as the Hun army entered the northern border, they had already received the corresponding news. The most critical issue at hand was whether they could successfully intercept the Hun army according to the pre-planned deployment. Moreover, all scouts and spies needed to report the situation every hour. On one hand, they were getting the fastest understanding of the frontline situation. At this moment, a deputy general of the Yu family army quickly walked in. General, why are you back? Lin Ji's eyes were filled with surprise. According to the estimate, the deputy general should be leading 5,000 soldiers to intercept the enemy near Erlong Mountain. How could he possibly return to Mingxing County? General, we underestimated the enemy. The deputy general was out of breath, his face smeared with dirt, looking very disheveled. He then recounted everything that had happened near Erlong Mountain. Yu Yin frowned slightly. How could this be? Did the Hun army predict our deployment? Or was there a leak of information? Zhou Yu couldn't help but look up. Lin Ji shook his head. Based on what the deputy general said, it seems that the 30,000 vanguard troops of the Huns were divided into 3 parts, with Huoluo and Jia Mu leading the vanguard army. After entering the forest, they encountered fierce resistance from the northern soldiers, naturally making them more vigilant. This gave them the opportunity to bypass and encircle from behind at night. So never underestimate any place. We are growing, and they are growing as well, Lin Ji said meaningfully. However, the speed of both sides is different. But if one becomes arrogant and underestimates the enemy, the price to pay is unimaginable. If that's the case, how did you break through the encirclement? Zhou Yu continued to ask. It was the second leader of Erlong Mountain who stayed behind to draw the fire for us, giving us the time to escape. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them fell into silence. Even without the deputy general's explanation, they could guess that Zhao Hu was probably in grave danger. As a bandit, he could have a sense of righteousness and consider the safety of the entire North at critical moments. For this alone, he truly deserved the title of a Central Plains person. All right, war is inevitable with casualties, Lin Ji said with profound meaning. His heart was slightly grieved. He had only met Zhao Hu twice, but the latter left a deep impression on him, quite different from other bandits. It's just a pity that heroes often die young, and in times of chaos, many people will inevitably pay the price. And those who survive must carry on the will of the dead. Notify all the soldiers in the camp. Be prepared. Also, the brothers on the roads of Tonghe and Haisha River must not withdraw. They must ambush the enemy's follow-up troops, and if necessary, completely block the 30,000 troops in front. Yes. On the official road of the northern border, the Hun army marched boldly. Huoluo and Jia Mu sat on horseback, examining the fire stick in their hands. It is said that this thing was used to attack us in the forest. Jia Mu said puzzled. But this thing seems to have no possibility of long-range attack to us? Why does it have such great power? Although Zhao Hu and others had already led the charge, before dying, they used up all the ammunition of the rifles, just to not leave any chance for the enemy. However, the Hun army suffered such a big loss on this, so of course, they had to study it carefully. They are not fools. How could they not learn from their mistakes? Maybe this is the same as with bows and arrows. If we don't have something to shoot out, This thing in our hands is indeed not as useful as swords and spears. Huoluo tried to pull the trigger, finding no abnormalities, but he could clearly feel that this fire stick might have an unusual origin. Forget it. This thing is useless to us. Let's just throw it away. Xiaomu's fiery temper flared up again. Huoluo quickly stopped him. Since the Central Plains people know how to use this thing, it means they also have corresponding methods of use. We keep it now, and if we can find out how to use it later, this thing might not be useless to us. Hearing this, Xiaomu also felt reasonable. However, we must be careful from now on. Since the Central Plains people in the forest ambush were equipped with such weapons, it might be the same near Mingxing County. Last time, the Huns suffered a big loss from the thunderbolt. So this time, the two of them were extremely cautious. During the march, they constantly had people pay attention to the surroundings, and even sent out hundreds of people to clear the way, just to prevent the army from falling into an ambush and having no chance to retreat. It's known that once the thunderbolt is triggered, they might all be buried there. In order to attack Mingxing County as soon as possible, the Hun army did not stop at all. They marched overnight. By the second day's dawn, they had already reached outside Mingxing County. But just as the two were about to launch a large-scale attack, a scout quickly reported from the front. "General, there is something unusual below Mingxing County. What's the situation? I don't know why, but there are many round mounds below, and they seem to have high defensive power." Upon hearing this, Xiaomu and Huoluo immediately ordered the army to stop and set up camp, while leading several soldiers to a high place to look outside. The situation outside Mingxing County was clear at a glance. Countless fortifications stood on the plain, looking extremely bizarre yet strikingly noticeable. What is this thing? Xiaomu pondered, feeling even more strange. Huoluo was also thinking. The previous losses were still fresh in their minds, and this time they could only succeed, not fail. In that case, inform a team to go and check the situation. If anything is wrong, retreat immediately. The deputy general beside him nodded upon hearing, then returned to the camp to select soldiers and prepare to go to the foot of Mingxing County to scout the road. At the same time, on the city wall of Mingxing County, Lin Ji led the way, his battle robe fluttering in the wind, majestic. Just like the northern general Lin Jinqiu, Zhou Yu and Yu Yin were on the other two city gates. They had to ensure to prevent the enemy from surrounding Mingxing County. At this moment, the deputy general ran over. "Young general, a team of Hun soldiers has been spotted outside the city. The number is not large. Should we open fire now?" Chapter 300. Unexpected situation. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow. "There's no need to rush to fire. Let them come closer. Won't this expose our fort? And if these people get too close, won't it affect our walls as well?" The deputy general hesitated to speak further. The purpose of constructing the fort was originally to repel the enemy's large army from a long distance away, and to prevent them from encircling the entire Mingxing County. But now, allowing the enemy to approach. What's the point of building the fort then? This squad is just a scout team they sent out. If we fire now, it will certainly alert the enemy, and the effect will be greatly reduced, Lin Ji said meaningfully. To get rich, one must take risks. The battlefield is no different. The higher the risk, the higher the potential rewards. The Xiongnu army is no longer the same as before, merely charging wildly. They have also learned the strength of the northern border soldiers. So, without understanding the situation clearly, they won't act rashly. Even if it's a human wave tactic, it also requires a certain method. You can't just rush up without any consideration. What's the difference between that and a mob or a fool? The deputy general nodded upon hearing this. He then immediately ordered all soldiers to hold their positions. On the other two walls, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu also received the news. They were surprised by Lin Ji's composure. But since the young general had given the order, no one could disobey. That's how it is on the battlefield. Even if the general's command is wrong, it must be obeyed. This is what is known as military morale. What the soldiers consider is not to judge whether the general's command is right or wrong. They only have two tasks. One is to execute the order and eliminate the enemy. The other is to do their best to ensure they survive. The battlefield is that cruel. Everything else is superfluous. Soon, the Xiongnu scouts returned to their camp and reported the situation to Hualuo and Jiamu. Strange. What is Mingqing County planning? They built so many round forts, but they seem to serve no purpose, and their defense is virtually non-existent. It looks like they are deliberately baiting us. Hualuo nodded in agreement. Jiamu, you are finally treating them as real enemies. The people of the Central Plains are very different. Some are incompetent and only know how to talk about war on paper, which we both know. But these three northern generals are definitely not like that. Lin Ji comes from the northern Lin family. Whether or not he has inherited his father Lin Jinqiu's true skills, just from the previous encounters, it can be seen that he has surpassed his teacher. As for Yu Yin and Zhou Yu, one is from a military family, and the other has long been stationed at the northern border. Neither are easy opponents. Now that their defense is full of loopholes, it's clearly a trap to lure people in. But now we can't figure out the situation. Can we just wait here? Jiamu was unwilling. Speed is crucial in warfare, and quick battles can better ensure victory. The main reason is that war is a huge consumption, and the Xiongnu are already short of food supplies. If the siege of Mingqing County turns into a protracted war, it will have a significant impact on the entire Xiongnu army. Food supplies may become insufficient later. Plus, with the severe cold, long-term camping in the wild will be a problem for the soldiers. Of course not. What we need to do now is to surround Mingqing County first. If we can capture Mingqing County before the leader arrives, that would be the best, Hualuo said without hesitation. But even so, one must not be careless. It's essential to ensure one can respond flexibly. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "How about this? Let's try a feint attack to test the waters. If anything seems off, we retreat immediately." This was already the best option available. The forts are located several miles around Mingqing County. The key is that the Xiongnu army doesn't know what these forts are. If they attack rashly and there are ambushes inside the forts, they would be deliberately delivering their heads to the enemy. Good point. Jiamu nodded. Since Mingqing County is surrounded by those round forts, let's split our forces into 3 routes. I want to see what tricks Lin Ji is playing. Immediately, the Xiongnu's 30,000-strong army began to move. They marched towards Mingqing County in a grand procession. Lin Ji stood on the city wall. Seeing the military flags fluttering closer in the distance, there was not a trace of a smile on his face. The battle was imminent. He knew that this time, the northern border would face the Xiongnu's true advance. Whether they could hold the northern border was something he had no confidence in. As the army approached the forts step by step, Lin Ji couldn't help but frown slightly. Strange? Why aren't the Xiongnu playing by the rules? According to his estimate, since the Xiongnu had sent scouts to investigate the situation before, they wouldn't easily send troops without understanding it. Now that the true effectiveness of the forts hasn't been revealed, the enemy is already pressing in? It doesn't make sense. Could this also be a test? The key function of the forts is to catch the enemy off guard. When the enemy advances aggressively, the musketeers in the forts can quickly strike the enemy's morale. If the Xiongnu's morale is halved, then Mingqing County is basically half secured. With time, victory is within reach. But now, Lin Ji didn't dare to rashly give the order. What if it's a feint attack? The effect of the forts would be greatly reduced. At that moment, Lin Ji suddenly heard gunfire from the west. His face suddenly changed. What's going on? Who ordered the fire? Reporting to the young general, it should be the West Gate. That's the area under Zhou's command. If there's no accident, it should be Zhou's order. The deputy general whispered beside him. He also realized that something might be wrong, but he didn't understand why Lin Ji was so angry. With the enemy so obviously attacking, why hold back? Idiot! Lin Ji couldn't help but slam his palm on the wall. He cursed inwardly. Zhou Yu always lets me down at crucial moments. No wonder he hasn't won many battles in the northern border in these years. It's not that he lacks ability. It's just that he can't keep his composure. How can you reveal your cards to the enemy right from the start? Seeing the west gate already engaged in battle, Linji knew he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately signaled the messenger to wave the military flag. The forts outside the city immediately erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, with countless bullets pouring out. Chapter 301. Easily expose the bottom card. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. As soon as Huolua sensed something was amiss, he immediately issued the order. The original 10,000 soldiers had long been prepared to retreat at any moment. Now, upon hearing the command, they turned around and fled without hesitation, even discarding their armor and weapons. To them, life was undoubtedly more important than these equipments. As long as they could preserve their lives, there would still be opportunities for another battle. The clash between the two sides was imminent, but quickly subsided. The area around Mengxing County returned to tranquility once more. The Huns, seemingly wary of the tremendous power displayed by the musketeers in the fortresses, retreated very swiftly. They even returned directly to their camp. That was close. Thankfully, you had foresight. If we had all charged forward, intending to take it by force, we would probably be severely wounded by now. Zemu said with a sigh, his voice filled with relief. This battle was not only about the dignity and honor of the Huns, but also about the lives of the two leading generals. If there were another crushing defeat, no one could bear the consequences. By then, even if the Hun leader was willing to give them another chance, Huolua and Zemu would have no face to show to all the elders and common folk of the Huns. I felt there must be something strange about this. Indeed, now we need to reconsider our tactics, Huolua said, still feeling uneasy. Although this engagement did not result in heavy casualties, it was still a warning to them. Mengxing County was as solid as a rock. The defenses built by those fortresses were virtually impregnable. To approach, they would have to sacrifice lives. The key issue was whether they could breach the fortresses after getting close, which was also a significant problem. From the reports of the initial reconnaissance team, these fortresses were exceptionally sturdy. Although they did not understand what techniques the northern border used, there was no doubt. Extremely difficult to handle. Zemu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the situation is more troublesome than we imagined. We absolutely cannot be careless. Mengxing County, in the military camp. Seeing the Hun army retreat, Zhou Yu and Yu Yin, along with receiving Lin Ji's orders, walked joyfully towards the council hall. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, Lin Ji burst into a furious tirade. What are you doing? Don't you want to win this battle? Young general, why do you say that? Zhou Yu was completely bewildered by this cold water. All the joy in his heart vanished. Yu Yin was equally puzzled. Why was there so much anger after winning the battle? Ask me? Look at how decisively the Huns retreated. Does that seem like their style? This attack was clearly a feint. Their purpose was to test us. But you directly ordered your soldiers to fire. If the Huns adopt other offensive methods in the subsequent process, do you think we can really hold out with such a small area like Mengxing County and only 1,000 or 2,000 men? Since the soldiers stationed on the road had not yet retreated, the current military strength of Mengxing County was only this much. Fortunately, the Huns did not know this situation. Otherwise, it would only become more critical. Zhou Yu's face could not hold. After all, he was also a general. Being scolded by Lin Ji in front of his subordinates, how could he establish his authority in the military camp in the future? What's wrong with that? Zhou Yu retorted stubbornly. Do we have to watch them approach the fortresses, even besiege the city? If that's the case, we can't hold out at all. But there was no need to fire. Lin Ji suppressed his anger. If the opponent was fainting, they had 10,000 ways to deal with it. There were bows, crossbows, and thunderbolts on the city walls. All these were known to the Huns, and once used, they could achieve the same effect as now. Young general, I don't think we can blame General Zhou. After all, we were not sure if they were fainting. Compared to letting them besiege the city, this method is also understandable. Yu Yin tried to smooth things over. Are you speaking up for him? Lin Ji showed no patience. Seeing Zhou Yu's embarrassment, he knew why the other party was still arguing. He then called the adjutants and generals to leave. The council hall was left with only the three of them. Zhou, I've given you enough face. Now, it's just the three of us here. I'll ask you, did you do anything wrong? Young General, I still don't understand what I did wrong. Zhou was full of confusion. The other party had given him a step, and he couldn't refuse. And now, with the enemy at hand, internal strife was not allowed. Zhou still had this sense of overall situation. He just really didn't understand why Linji was so angry. Forget it. It's also my fault for not explaining it to you in advance. Linji sighed. He hadn't expected Huolua and Zemu to be so cautious with their troops. Seeing that the two still didn't understand, he finally broke the final window of truth. I'll ask you, why did the Huns retreat so decisively just now? Now you should understand that they were feinting, right? The two nodded. The musketeers in the fortresses are our last card. We were waiting for the enemy to launch a massive attack, so we could weaken their combat power to the greatest extent. Judging from the situation just now, the Huns' casualties would definitely not exceed 2,000. This was far from Linji's previous estimate. According to his calculations, even if the enemy had 30,000 men, if they wanted to break through the fortresses and besiege the city, they would have to lose at least 10,000 men. But the result was such an effect. If it were a business transaction, it would basically be a losing deal. Now that the enemy has become more vigilant, they will definitely find a way to deal with our fortresses. So our fortresses have lost their advantage and can only become targets for the enemy. Linji said meaningfully. This was also why fortresses were basically abolished after a few hundred years. Firstly, fortresses themselves have certain disadvantages. And under more advanced weapons, fortresses have no defensive power. Long-range heavy weapons would basically destroy them completely with one strike. Although the Huns did not have such highly destructive long-range weapons now, but these people were not brainless. They would definitely find a way to deal with the fortresses. Zhou suddenly realized. He finally understood where the problem was. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. He no longer cared about his face as a general. Young General, if that's the case, what should we do? Chapter 302. I'm not familiar with Linji. Linji remained silent. The battlefield was ever-changing. Before this, he believed that with his advanced technology and relatively comprehensive tactical theories, he could maintain an absolute advantage. Although he often took risks, the odds of winning had been greatly increased. This time, however, Mengxing County faced an unprecedented disadvantage. The advantage of the fortress was no longer as significant, and whether it could achieve the expected results was now uncertain. If the enemy's 30,000-strong army surrounded the entire Mengxing County, they would only need to wait for reinforcements to arrive. At that point, Mengxing County would be in dire straits. All we can do now is take it one step at a time. Although the fortress plan has been exposed by the enemy, it still has some defensive capabilities, Linji said, turning around abruptly. Yu Yin and Zhou looked grave. Young General, give the order. We will do our utmost. Not only do we need to change our tactics, but most importantly, both of your mindsets must shift, Linji said earnestly. Previous victories were largely due to luck, but if we underestimate the Xiongnu because of that, we will surely suffer a major setback. This incident should serve as a lesson, understand? Zhou nodded. He suddenly understood why, in the past few years, he had lost more often than he won against the Xiongnu. It was indeed because his perspective was too narrow, and sometimes he made very basic mistakes. Including this time as well. Zhou's combat experience was indeed rich, but to be a qualified general, he still had a way to go. Receiving guidance from Linji this time was a significant gain for him. Yuzhou, the governor's residence. Governor Yang sat in the main seat. The other officials around him were also silent, the atmosphere extremely heavy. This was because the Minister of Military Affairs sat in the first seat on the right. Although in the court, this was not considered a high-ranking official. In Yuzhou, a remote and poor region, he was already a very high-ranking official. Minister, your arrival in Yuzhou may indeed involve many matters that I cannot assist with, especially since the northern border is at war. And I have devoted all my energy to this matter, Governor Yang said, evasively. Anyone with a bit of intelligence could guess why a court official from the Ministry of Military Affairs had come here, especially given the feud between Lin Ji and the Minister of Military Affairs that had now reached Yuzhou. Whether for his own position or for the entire northern border, Governor Yang could not possibly help the Ministry of Military Affairs harm Lin Ji. That would be courting death. Governor, you misunderstand. I am not here to accuse anyone, but to inquire about the situation on the northern border, the minister said meaningfully. Governor Yang turned around, surprised. Inquire about the war? Could it be that you are asking about the young general? I truly have nothing to say. The young general stays in Mingxing County, ruling there, and I, as a local governor, have no control over him. This was clearly feigning ignorance. The governor was a high-ranking official, at least a third-rank official. Lin Ji, despite inheriting the title of general, did not have real military authority, or in other words, was a titular commander. In terms of rank, he might be at most a fourth-rank official. Defying authority? In such a place ruled by a local potentate, who would believe it? The Minister of Military Affairs couldn't help but laugh. It seems Governor Yang has a good relationship with the young general. Such blatant protection. Aren't you afraid that this will reach the capital and draw the ire of the Minister of Military Affairs? You're joking. How could I possibly protect him? This second-generation noble is always causing trouble. Besides, I have no official dealings with the Minister of Military Affairs. Why would he bother with me? Governor Yang pretended to know nothing. Those around couldn't help but chuckle. But it was probably only Lin Ji who could make Governor Yang go to such lengths to cover for him. After all, the safety of the northern border depended on him. Governor Yang, since that's the case, I'll be frank. I came to Yuzhou this time indeed under the order of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the Minister of Military Affairs explicitly said that he must see the young general dead. Those around couldn't help but shudder, their eyes filled with disbelief. Had the officials in the court become so arrogant as to openly come to the northern border to deal with someone? The Minister of Military Affairs was perhaps too overbearing. However, I don't think it should be like this, the minister continued. Regardless of who the young general is, since he is protecting the northern border, he is a brave general of our great Xia dynasty. As officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs, we should lend our full support. This statement confused Governor Yang. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the minister was friend or foe. One moment he wanted to harm Lin Ji, the next he wanted to help him. Was he playing a double game with him? Minister, what exactly do you mean? Governor Yang, the situation on the northern border is critical, and there is insufficient military strength. If the young general's forces were to be defeated, Yuzhou might not hold either. So, the most important thing now is to help them mobilize troops, preferably to secure reinforcements. Governor Yang sighed upon hearing this. He had guessed as much. If the Minister of Military Affairs truly wanted to harm Lin Ji, he wouldn't have come to tell him all this. And he had stayed in Yuzhou for nearly half a month, yet he had gained nothing. He could have continued to hide and wait for the right opportunity. Since he didn't do that, it meant they were indeed on the same side. Minister, your words are easy to say. The northern border originally had only a few tens of thousands of guards. The court has never sent additional troops. Do you know how many men the young general brought from the capital? 2,000. They clearly sent him to his death. It's thanks to the young general's good fortune that he has lasted until now. Otherwise, Yuzhou would have already fallen into the hands of the Xiongnu. Speaking of this, Governor Yang was filled with anger. Why should the feud between the court and the Lin family involve Yuzhou? This was also why he had been covering for Lin Ji. Since the court didn't care about his life, why should he listen to them? After all, he was just a local potentate for life. He didn't want to return to the court anyway. Indeed, the affairs of the Ministry of Military Affairs are not something I can control, and the royal decree is something I cannot defy. But with my status and the power of Governor Yang, we can take the opportunity to mobilize troops from the vicinity of Taiping Pass. Chapter 303. Strike first when the enemy hesitates. Taiping Pass. Minister Yang was slightly taken aback. He was quite surprised. Taiping Pass was a crucial route from the northern border to the heartland of the central capital. There were indeed a group of soldiers stationed there. However, those soldiers were known for their arrogance, and the commander, Yang Feng, had quite a background, having once been the deputy general of the Divine Navy. Later, due to a military offense, he was demoted to Taiping Pass, where he has been for 3 years now. Chief Secretary, I am not very familiar with General Yang, and we have had no interactions. It is said that he even had a falling out with the Northern Border Army. Can he really support our northern border? Minister Yang probed, his eyes filled with worry. The Chief Secretary of the Ministry of War smiled faintly. Minister Yang, that's why I came to see you today. What do you mean? Although Yang Feng is indeed a fierce general, he is somewhat underutilized at Taiping Pass. Therefore, with the seal of the prefecture of Yuzhou and the order from our Ministry of War, I believe General Yang would not miss the opportunity to return to the Divine Navy. In this world, there are no deals that can't be made, only prices that can't be agreed upon. Whether Yang Feng agrees or not, it only needs to be proven that this assistance is effective enough. Will the Chief Secretary go there personally? Minister Yang's eyes revealed astonishment. He never expected that the Ministry of War would be so sincere. The Chief Secretary sighed. With the enemy at the gates, how can we be held back by personal grudges? Besides, I have no old feud with the young general of the northern border, and now there is even less reason to ignore it. Minister Yang couldn't help but stand up. If it really comes to that, all the people of the northern border will be immensely grateful. But why would the Chief Secretary be willing to lower his status to help? The Chief Secretary smiled meaningfully. Linji has brought too many surprises, and I believe this time will be no different. Perhaps he can change the entire situation at the northern border. More importantly, the Chief Secretary hoped to use Lin Ji's strength to change the entire court's landscape. At the very least, it should no longer allow someone like Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War to act with impunity. Meng County. The townspeople were busy in an orderly manner. Craftsmen were making ammunition, while the ladies were knitting woolen garments. There were also other supplies, such as red bricks and everyday items. Meanwhile, on the city walls, Lin Ji gazed at the distant wisps of smoke. That was where the Hun's army was stationed. Zhou Yu and Yu Yin stood on either side, both with furrowed brows. They had realized how wrong they were with their previous actions. Whether they could remedy the situation was uncertain. Young General, this stalemate is not in our favor. Zhou Yu couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't issued the order first, the Hun's army might have already been severely weakened. The standoff seemed to place Ming County in an invincible position. But the longer it dragged on, the greater the threat to them. Yet, they didn't know how to break this deadlock. Have the troops ambushed at Haisha River and Tong River been recalled? Lin Ji asked calmly. The latter nodded. After you gave the order, I immediately sent someone to recall them. They should be back soon. Lin Ji pondered. It seems we have to take a risk. What do you mean? Yu Yin was puzzled. Clearly, the enemy is now discussing how to break through our fortifications to better besiege Ming County. They won't act rashly in a short time. To break this stalemate, we can only strike first. Lin Ji's gaze gradually grew firm. There was no turning back at this point. Young General, are you suggesting we launch a surprise attack on the enemy's camp? Why not? Lin Ji already had a plan in mind. The old saying goes, if the enemy doesn't move, neither do we, but that's not the case now. The Hun's army has concluded that they will defend Ming County to the death. If they launch a surprise attack now, the effect would be remarkable, possibly leading to unprecedented results. Notify the two armies recalled to wait on either side of the enemy. Also, select 50 elite soldiers for me, the best of the best. Lin Ji's tone was unwavering. Young General, since I caused this situation, let me resolve it. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. No, I'll go first. Lin Ji said with certainty. You. Both men exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock. Young General, this mission is fraught with danger and could result in heavy losses. As the first general of Ming County, how can you risk yourself? Zhou Yu felt even more guilty. He had caused the mess, but now Lin Ji had to clean up after him. For him, it was somewhat unbearable. All right, I was also a bit rash before, so I scolded you in public. You don't have to take it to heart." Linji waved his hand. "Although I am the highest ranking here, some risks should indeed be taken by me." He possessed the Divine Dragon 100 Forms technique, which he had already mastered to the level of Grandmaster. Even if he encountered danger, he could handle it with ease and escape unscathed. Neither Yu Yin nor Zhou Yu could guarantee that. Linji was very aware that Ming County could no longer afford to make the same mistake twice. At that time, you two will watch the situation from the city walls. Remember, only if the Hun's army is overwhelming and launches a full-scale attack. You can order the soldiers in the fort to act. Otherwise, do not move rashly. The two exchanged glances and realized this might be an extraordinary mission. But at this moment, they had no more room for discussion. Sometimes, dead ends are truly walked into step by step, and there's no choice but to blame Zhou Yu's impatience. "Young general, you must return." They didn't want him to end up like the second-in-command of Erlong Mountain, who never came back. "Don't worry, I'm quite resilient. If he wants to kill me, he'd need 3 heads and 6 arms." Linji smiled lightly and turned to walk down the city tower. Seeing this, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu couldn't help but remain silent. After a long while, Zhou Yu slowly said, "Can you believe this is the same carefree and pleasure-seeking young general we once knew?" Chapter 304, Nighttime Ambush. At the main camp of the Huns, Hualuo, Zhamu, and their deputy generals and staff officers gathered together. 2 generals, the Central Plains people really have found a way. Look at this thing, it's truly unbelievable, and it's hard to describe its power. It's utterly terrifying. The deputy general recalled the terrifying scene when they encountered the fortress earlier, the barrage of bullets raining down, making it impossible to defend against. If they hadn't retreated quickly enough, who knows how many would have fallen under the fire of the rifles. Hualuo took out the rifle again. He continued to play with it back and forth. By now, he had roughly figured out how to use the rifle. It seems this thing requires special projectiles to achieve its full effect. Unfortunately, we only have the rifles, but not the projectiles they fire. Zhamu nodded in agreement. If all the fortresses of the Central Plains people are equipped with such things, it will be extremely difficult for us to break through their defenses. Even with the human wave tactic, by the time they reached the walls, they would suffer heavy casualties. The saddest part is that the bows and crossbows currently available to the Huns have a much shorter range than the rifles of the enemy. Even if they wanted to use bows and crossbows against the rifles, many of their comrades would fall before they even reached the effective range. It must be another trick by Linji. This guy used to be a profligate, didn't he? How has he become so formidable now, with tricks coming one after another? From the initial traps, to the later thunderbolts, and now the rifles. There has never been a repetition. Each time, it causes significant damage, leaving them helpless. If we want to break through the fortress defenses, it seems we can only choose a more direct and brutal method. That is, using boulders. Hualuo said seriously. But the problem is, as the vanguard, our plan was to first encircle the entire Mingqing County and then slowly wear them down. We didn't bring enough trebuchets. Zhamu was a bit troubled. Trebuchets are huge and slow, greatly affecting the advance speed. So when they set out, they only brought a few, for the convenience of siege. But now it seems that these few trebuchets would have a hard time getting close to even one city gate. There are quite a few fortresses set up by the enemy. If the trebuchets can't resolve the situation quickly, the enemy will surely react, and then they will also choose other means to counter. In that case, let's make trebuchets on the spot, as many as possible. Hualuo said seriously. From now on, except for the patrolling and sentry soldiers, everyone else will take turns resting, and we must manufacture enough trebuchets in the shortest time possible. Do you have any objections? Everyone nodded in agreement. Then the deputy generals and staff officers went down to arrange for the Hun warriors. Zhamu pulled Hualuo aside. Will this work? If we extrapolate from our current speed, it will probably take at least 10 days to make enough trebuchets. The battle is about to erupt. The situation on the battlefield changes in an instant. 10 days is enough for many things to happen. Huoluo smiled lightly. Haven't you noticed? The reason they set up such a formation is that they want to defend Mingxing County to the death. I'm sure they are just waiting in the city for us to attack first. They won't dare to do the opposite. Jiamu pondered. Although he still had a slight bad feeling, this might be the best way at the moment. And with only 30,000 defenders in Mingxing County, if they dared to attack, it would play right into the hands of the Han army. At that time, they could surely wipe them out. Night fell. All was quiet. The winter in the north seemed even more fierce. The cold wind howled. The Han camp was brightly lit. Countless people worked through the night to make trebuchets. Fortunately, the terrain nearby was relatively reasonable, and the trees needed for making trebuchets were easy to find. Huoluo and Jiamu also did not rest, coming out to check the situation at night. The deputy general introduced on the side. 2 generals, currently all the soldiers in the camp are divided into 3 shifts. Each shift works for 4 hours, and it does not affect patrolling and sentry duty. Huoluo nodded in satisfaction. Good, this is very good. Seeing the trebuchets being built in a well-organized manner, his heart also gradually rose with confidence. Linji, don't think that only you are smart in the world. We Huns are not the kind of brainless fools. You have your tricks, I have my countermeasures. Let's see whose methods are more powerful. However, to prevent any accidents, he still instructed the deputy general to expand the scope of patrolling and sentry duty, to avoid any unexpected situations. The deputy general nodded and was about to go down to arrange the corresponding personnel. At that moment, suddenly, an explosion sounded outside. At the same time, dazzling flames shot into the sky. What's going on? Huoluo and Jiamu's hearts skipped a beat. A strong sense of unease surged up. All the soldiers immediately dropped what they were doing and stood up to look around. After a moment, a soldier ran over in a panic. 2 generals, it's bad. There are enemies outside the camp. They are fierce, and the roads outside our camp have been blown up. What? Upon hearing this, Huoluo and Jiamu were stunned. How is that possible? Everyone, listen up, prepare for battle immediately. The 2 ran towards the camp gate without hesitation. Just as they reached the gate, they saw countless figures around. At the same time, the sound of rifles rang out. Meanwhile, a figure stood out prominently on a distant high ground. Even though they couldn't see the face clearly, Huoluo recognized the person at first sight. Linji? Ha ha ha, didn't expect it, did you? Do you really think we would just sit and defend Mingxing County? Let me tell you, to oppose us, unless you have 800 tricks up your sleeve, you will never be my match. Before the words were finished, several figures appeared on both sides of the camp. Not only that, countless thunderbolts were thrown down from high places. The entire camp was in chaos. Countless soldiers were either lightly or heavily injured by the explosions. Huoluo gritted his teeth in anger. Jiamu was equally incredulous. He didn't blame Huoluo for the wrong judgment. On the contrary, the enemy was too cunning. Who could have thought that Linji would really dare to attack, even doing the opposite? Didn't he fear paying a heavy price for it? Bastard! No matter what, today we will capture you alive. I don't believe we can't handle you with 30,000 men. Chapter 305. Persuading Yang Feng. At the Taiping Pass, within the military camp. As the commanding general of the pass, Yang Feng was polishing his weapon in his room. It was a silver spear, sharp and glistening with a cold light. He had no idea how many times he had polished it. Yang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that despite my aspirations, I would end up guarding the Taiping Pass? I suppose you must be lonely too, huh? For a military general, a weapon is the most important thing. Losing a weapon is like a scholar losing his pen. Not only does it lose dignity, but also the most important companion. Ever since he came to the Taiping Pass, Yang Feng had not been on the battlefield for 3 years. It wasn't that he was negligent in his duties or had fallen into despair. It was just that the Taiping Pass itself was relatively awkward. Although it seems to be the most important pass connecting the northern border to the Central Plains, as long as the northern border is not breached, the Taiping Pass is irrelevant. Moreover, as a military general, one must also fulfill one's duties. Since his task is to guard the Taiping Pass, he cannot go anywhere else. Many officials in the court are very envious, even mocking him on multiple occasions. But to Yang Feng, those are nothing but mockery. A military general who cannot go to the battlefield, staying here like a housewife, not stepping out of the door. What kind of general is that? It's no different from being in prison. This is why the Yu family army was so frustrated at the White Wolf Pass. In essence, it's just suffering. Moreover, the Taiping Pass is even more peaceful than the White Wolf Pass. Due to its special geographical environment, there are no bandits or robbers around. Yang Feng's only way to practice is to spar with his subordinates, and there is no other way. Over time, he also finds it boring. How can the soldiers under his command really compete with him? Unless they want to be given the cold shoulder. The more Yang Feng thinks about it, the angrier and more frustrated he becomes. At this moment, a subordinate quickly enters. General, someone is requesting an audience. Don't you know what time it is? Are you making fun of me? I'm not seeing anyone. Come back tomorrow if you have something to say. Yang Feng says without hesitation. It's almost midnight. It's already late at night, and ordinary people are already asleep. Do they think people in the military camp don't sleep? But General, the identity of the other party seems to be extraordinary. The subordinate outside hesitates. Yang Feng looks impatient and stands up to open the door. How extraordinary! Didn't I tell you to ask them to come back tomorrow? General, maybe you should take a look. The subordinate says, handing up a waist token. Yang Feng's eyebrows furrow as he sees it. It's the waist token of the Yuzhou prefect and the Ministry of War. How could such a high-ranking official visit at midnight? Unless there's something important. After thinking it over, Yang Feng doesn't dare to be too arrogant. Invite him in. No need, General Yang. I thought I wouldn't see you today. Your grand manner is quite surprising. The chief secretary of the Ministry of War steps out from the corner, with a faint smile on his lips. Yang Feng's eyebrows furrow. After all, he was once the deputy general of the Divine Navy, and he is familiar with the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of War. He recognizes the other party at a glance. Chief Secretary? What brings you to the Taiping Pass at such a late hour? Is this how General Yang entertains guests, chatting outside the door? The chief secretary says calmly. This. Yang Feng immediately realizes his lapse in manners. He then orders his subordinates to prepare for the reception, and personally welcomes the other party to the main hall. After everything is ready, he asks solemnly again, Chief Secretary, is there an urgent situation that made you come here at night? The Ministry of War is an important department under the Imperial City. If there's a problem in the Imperial City, it shouldn't involve the Taiping Pass, right? Far away, in the remote countryside. Even if he had to choose 10 more times, he wouldn't want to come here. Indeed, General Yang, you've been quite comfortable in the Taiping Pass, haven't you? The war at the northern border is intense, yet you're here enjoying your peace. The chief secretary says with a meaningful smile. What do you mean by that, Chief Secretary? The war at the northern border has nothing to do with me. As the commanding general of the Taiping Pass, I should naturally consider how to guard it. Other matters are none of my business. To be in a position is to fulfill its duties. Yang Feng's current duty is here, and he cannot consider matters at the northern border. This is called overstepping one's authority, a big taboo in officialdom. But now the northern border needs General Yang's help. Does General Yang really want to stay here forever? Need me? Yang Feng's eyes reveal a look of surprise. The other party's identity is beyond doubt. Having the waist token of the Yuzhou prefect and the Ministry of War is enough to prove it. It's just that Yang Feng doesn't want to interfere with the affairs at the northern border, not because he doesn't want to, but because he doesn't have the ability. If the northern border falls, he is responsible for guarding the Taiping Pass. Even if it falls in the end, he will not bear the blame. But if he leads troops to support the northern border and ultimately fails to resist the Huns, he will be inescapably to blame. The complexity of these relationships is self-evident. Chief Secretary, you should be clear about the rules in the court. Without the order of the Ministry of War, I cannot move the troops on my own. Please don't make things difficult for me. The Chief Secretary is not surprised. Anyone in Yang Feng's situation would react the same way. But preparations had been made before coming. General Yang, do you want to stay in the Taiping Pass for the rest of your life? I think you are very clear about how difficult it is to achieve merit here. If the northern border falls, the Huns will surely press forward, and whether the Taiping Pass can be defended, General Yang, you should know better than I. Rather than waiting to die, why not go out now and fight for a chance of survival? Yang Feng looks up in surprise, his gaze complex and difficult to read. After a moment of silence, he asks meaningfully, Chief Secretary, can you tell me who has the ability to persuade you to come forward? It can't be the Imperial City, because all it takes is an order from the Ministry of War, and I cannot refuse. If I tell you it's because of General Lin Ji of the Northern Garrison, would you believe me? Yang Feng's eyes widen. He never expected to hear such an answer. Lin Ji? How could it be him? When he was still in the Divine Navy, he had heard of the legendary father and son at the northern border. Chapter 306. The key to the northern border lies with Lin Ji. General Lin Junxiu of the Northern Garrison is responsible for fighting battles outside, galloping across the world, and establishing his reputation. His unpromising son, Lin Ji, on the other hand, indulges in wine, women, and pleasure. This has almost become a laughingstock throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. Everyone knows Lin Junxiu, wise and capable his entire life, has raised a useless son. But Yang Feng never expected that the chief minister's request for troops was actually for this fellow. Chief Minister, are you trying to send me to my death? What do you mean by that? The Minister of War asked indifferently. Who in the world doesn't know that the young general of the Northern Garrison, Lin Ji, is a good-for-nothing, relying on his father's foundation to act recklessly, but in reality, he's just a rich young master with no real skills. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with disdain. There's no helping it. People are bound to be envious of others. If I had Lin Ji's starting point, I would have already been ennobled and appointed. How could I have ended up here at Taiping Pass? The Minister of War smiled meaningfully. General Yang, I understand your thoughts, and I know what people think of Lin Ji. However, some things are better seen than heard. Up until now, haven't you heard the rumors about the northern border? If Lin Ji were really as useless as you say, it would probably be the Taiping Pass, not Mengxing County at the northern border, facing the Hun's army now. Yang Feng was stunned. His eyes revealed a look of contemplation. This was indeed a crucial point. From the time the northern border saw conflict until now, several months have passed. Yang Feng had long thought that the enemy should have already broken through Yuzhou and might arrive at Taiping Pass at any moment. To his surprise, everything remained safe and sound. Could there really be some secret behind this? Chief Minister, are you sure this isn't a trap? You know, I'd rather do nothing than make another mistake. I have no backing in the court. Sometimes, even doing nothing can land me in trouble. In any case, I've said what I needed to. It's up to General Yang to weigh the pros and cons. If the northern border is held this time, all the soldiers at Taiping Pass will be credited with a great merit. At that time, General Yang won't have to be so humiliated as you are now. Yang Feng remained silent for a long time. Then he slowly spoke. Chief Minister, since you've said so much, I'll go and see for myself how the northern border was defended. Outside Mengxing County, even in the dead of night, it was as bright as day. In the Huns' camp, flames flickered everywhere. Countless figures and shouts rose and fell. General, the enemy must have been prepared. They've occupied the high ground around us, and we can't get close. The deputy general, disheveled, reported to Huolua and Jiamu. Ever since they discovered Lin Ji's forces attacking, they had responded as quickly as possible. But it wasn't very effective. The camp's losses were extremely heavy, especially in terms of food supplies. The Central Plains people seem to have investigated thoroughly, targeting almost all the locations where the Huns stored their food. Damn it! Huolua gritted his teeth in anger. Losing to Linji was one thing. Now the enemy was so arrogant that they didn't even care about their own safety to harass his base. This is intolerable. How many men do you have to dare do this? Don't you fear death at all? Brothers, don't lose your composure. Their ammunition will run out, and that will be our chance. Everyone nodded. They also guarded their positions, bracing themselves. As the fire subsided and the surrounding noises grew fainter, Huolua knew this was a sign that the enemy's ammunition was running out. He immediately stood up and drew his sword. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Charge out and capture Linji. I will definitely petition for merits for all of you. Swift as the wind, Huolua charged out first. But to his surprise, as soon as he reached the camp, he found the enemies outside had already started retreating. Huolua was furious. Come and go as they please? If this got out, how could he continue as a general? He had never seen anyone so arrogant. Just as he was about to chase after them, Jamu held him back. Brother, what's wrong with you? Didn't you advise me to stay calm? Why can't you think straight now? Can you swallow this? Huolua cursed through gritted teeth. On the way here, he had repeatedly warned himself to be careful and avoid such incidents, but never had he expected the pressure to be so immense when facing them. It was for this reason that Huolua couldn't remain calm at this moment. Of course I can't, but since he chose to flee, it means he's already prepared enough. What's the difference between us going now and committing suicide? Jamu said earnestly. Huolua felt like he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed true. He took several deep breaths to calm down. So, what do you suggest we do? This time, his harassment is just to make us lose our composure. That's why we need to speed up even more. Only then can we ensure we have the ability to respond in the future. Jamu said earnestly. So, the most important thing for us now is to prepare everything. That was the top priority and what needed to be done immediately. Huolua nodded. You're right. At the same time, he glared hatefully in the direction Linji had left. You little brat, just you wait. One day, I'll make you pay with blood. Meanwhile, outside Mingxin County, Linji's forces were retreating frantically. Only after reaching the fortress did they slow down and look back. But no one was pursuing them. Linji frowned slightly. Young general, what's going on? Could they have seen through our plan? The deputy general asked curiously beside him. Linji shook his head, pondering. I think they're probably worried about suffering another heavy blow, so they didn't pursue. So, what should we do now? Don't worry, Linji said indifferently. Today's goal had been achieved. He hadn't expected to make a big impact all at once. First, he needed to disrupt their morale. Chapter 307. No one shall hurt Linji. Returning to Mingxin County, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu immediately came forward. Both were full of concern. How is the young general? Did we manage to strike a blow against the enemy? You two really are ungrateful, aren't you? Not caring about our situation first, but instead focusing on whether we defeated the enemy. Linji said with a slight smile, his voice tinged with teasing. The two looked embarrassed. Zhou Yu felt a bit helpless. Young general, since you have returned safely, naturally everything is fine. So we asked about the situation with the Huns. It's true, these Huns have really gotten smart, not coming to pursue us, which is quite surprising to me, Linji said seriously. Based on his previous understanding of the Huns, after such a sneak attack, they would definitely be resentful. But now, they could remain so rational, not even leaving their camp. It was truly baffling and hard to believe. However, this was also good. As the saying goes, startle the snake by beating the grass. It was to show the Huns the spirit of the defenders of Mingxin County. Don't think that just because they were in a disadvantageous position, they wouldn't dare to fight. In critical moments, no one would retreat. Young general, I estimate the Huns have suffered a loss this time and will rest for a few days, giving us a chance to catch our breath, Yu Yin said seriously. Whether at Erlong Mountain or in the recent two encounters with the Huns, the consumption of gunpowder was not low. Even though Mingxin County was working overtime to produce ammunition, due to the relatively complex process and the low efficiency of the craftsmen, coupled with the imperfect facilities and technology, it was not easy to produce a large amount of qualified ammunition in a short period. But this short period of peace was crucial for both sides. I don't think they will let us off so easily. And this time their actions were too abnormal. They must be plotting something, Linji said thoughtfully. What makes the young general say that? During the raid on their camp, I noticed many soldiers seem to be sensing something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be large equipment, likely engineering devices or trebuchets. In such a situation where battles could break out at any time, even if the Huns were foolish, they wouldn't do something against common sense. So their intentions must be very obvious. And large equipment, if used to attack Mingqing County, trebuchets and engineering devices would be the most destructive weapons. What should we do now? If the Hun army has built a large number of trebuchets, Mingqing County might find it hard to resist. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu's faces changed drastically. Although Mingqing County had heightened the city walls under Lin Ji's leadership, to resist the enemy's attack, other defenses were also needed. Just raising the walls wasn't enough. It's okay. If they want to break through Mingqing County, they'll have to spend a lot of effort, Lin Ji said with unwavering determination. If they could repel the Huns this time, the entire situation at the northern border would see a significant change. From then on, there would be no need to worry about whether the capital would send reinforcements, as the northern border would have the ability to stand on its own. Yuzhou, General's residence. Late at night, the surroundings were quiet. Princess Li Qingyue was sitting idly in the courtyard. The long night made it hard to sleep. After the brief reunion, she was now separated from Lin Ji again. But this felt much more comfortable than being in the palace. In the capital, she had to be cautious everywhere, always on guard against various unexpected situations, including the pressure from her father. Thinking of the orders Emperor Li Jingzhen had given her, Li Qingyue's brows furrowed even more, her mood uneasy. Although the emperor had once said that if she couldn't complete the mission, she would stay in the northern border for the rest of her life. Now, Li Qingyue felt that if she could spend her life here with Lin Ji, it wouldn't be a bad thing. But the key issue was, if she really couldn't complete the task, Li Jingzhen wouldn't let it go. At that time, if he sent someone else, it really wouldn't know what to do. Princess, you haven't slept yet? Xiao Yin walked over. Aren't you the same? Li Qingyue smiled faintly. Xiao Yin and Yu Luoyu were among the few friends she had. This time, coming to the northern border, she had originally thought she could reunite with Yu Luoyu, but found out the other was in Mingqing County. Lin Ji had repeatedly warned her not to go to Mingqing County, and she really missed Yu Luoyu. I'm just a servant. Isn't it normal for me not to sleep at this time? But it seems the princess has something on her mind? Li Qingyue let out a bitter smile. If I could be like you, an ordinary girl from a common family, maybe at this moment, I would be lying in the arms of the person I love, living a very comfortable life. Princess is joking. So many people envy you, yet you say you want to be an ordinary girl. Aren't you afraid that if others hear this, they'll be jealous? Xiao Lian said with a smile. She didn't have much goodwill towards the people in the palace. It was mainly because the royal family's hostility towards Lin Ji was too great. Princess Li Qingyue was an exception. It was mainly because she genuinely treated Lin Ji well. Once you enter the deep ocean of the noble family, how can you easily resolve so many crises and troubles? Suddenly, she asked out of nowhere, if one day your father asked you to kill the person you like the most, what would you choose? This matter had troubled Li Qingyue for too long, and there was simply no way to solve it. That depends on the situation. Xiao Lian smiled meaningfully. If the person I like is a great villain, someone the world wants to kill, and I have the ability to kill him, then naturally, I should be selfless. But he's good to you otherwise, why would you want to kill him? Li Qingyue's heart stirred. It seemed she didn't want to accept this answer. Xiao Lian smiled lightly. Since the princess already has an answer in her heart, why ask me? Li Qingyue was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected the other to answer her like this, but it seemed to make sense. Since she was so resistant to Li Jingzhen's orders, it meant she had made another choice. Thinking about it, she was still a princess, but she didn't see things as clearly as a little maid. ###Chapter 308 The commander dared to venture deep alone? Li Qingyue suddenly felt that all the years of studying the classics had been in vain. How could she not understand the profound truths when they came to her own life? Indeed, it seems that listening to a wise man's words can indeed surpass 10 years of reading. There is truth in that saying, she mused. Xiaolian shook her head. Princess, ever since you arrived at the northern border, you've been in low spirits, especially after the young general returned to Mingxing County. You've been even more troubled. Although I don't understand why someone of your noble status would come to such a remote and desolate place, I believe there must be a compelling reason for your presence here. Princess, although in my heart you are a friend, if one day you were to harm the young master, I would not hesitate to turn against you. Xiaolian's smile faded, her voice now sharp and pointed. It's said that a woman's sixth sense is very accurate. Xiaolian could sense that Li Qingyue's visit was anything but ordinary. Her words were both a reminder and a warning. Don't think that just because you are a princess, you can act recklessly. You must also consider whom you are dealing with. However, I believe the princess would never harm the young general. Xiaolian suddenly smiled sweetly again. Li Qingyue was momentarily lost in thought, unsure of the depth of this little maid's intentions. How could she switch so effortlessly between friendliness and hostility? Princess, no one here in the northern border can harm you. Since you are the fiancée of the young general, it is my duty to protect you. And I believe the young general will return safely. Li Qingyue remained silent for a long time before offering a faint smile. Yes, he will return safely. After all, he managed to survive the dangers of the imperial city and return to the northern border. Now, facing the Huns, it should be even easier. In the Huns' main camp, the Hun leader sat in his tent, examining the map and managing the affairs of the camp. Although many in the Central Plains looked down on the Huns, one should never underestimate these barbarians. They have managed to survive in the north with their own capabilities and unique strategies. Otherwise, how could they now lead an army to attack the northern border? There are too many in the Central Plains who have misplaced confidence, always feeling superior. They fail to realize that the Great Xia dynasty is no longer what it used to be. Not just the northern border, but also the northwest and the southern barbarians are beginning to stir. They have not yet made their move. This southward advance is something the Hun leader is determined to succeed in, not only to avenge past humiliations, but also to make the entire Great Xia dynasty understand their might. At that moment, a subordinate came to report. Leader, speak. Generals Huolua and Jiamu have led 30,000 vanguard troops to Mingxing County. The Hun leader's eyebrows shot up. That's good news. However, leader, it is said that the troops led by the two generals encountered fierce resistance from the enemy and were even ambushed by the enemy. The subordinate reported the battle situation in detail, not daring to leave out a single detail, for fear of being held accountable later. The Hun leader frowned slightly. Those two, they are truly incapable of handling even the smallest tasks. What can we expect from them? Leader, what should we do now? The Hun leader's gaze grew serious, his brows furrowed. The arrow is on the bowstring, and it must be fired. With 30,000 troops already in Mingxing County, retreat is not an option. Inform Huolua and Jiamu to hold their positions. If they cannot capture Mingxing County in a short time, they must fortify their defenses and wait for the main army to arrive. Yes. The subordinate immediately left the tent. Before he could even step out, another deputy general entered. What now? The Hun leader frowned, deep in thought about how to break through the northern border and govern the Hun tribe. Why were these people coming in one after another? Leader, we received a secret report that the young gentleman from Yuzhou, who came to trade with our tribe, is none other than the northern garrison's young general, Lin Ji. What? The Hun leader stood frozen, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Are you sure? Leader, according to the information from our spies in Mingxing County and Yuzhou, this man was reportedly seen near Erlong Mountain and had a skirmish with local bandits. Several bandits were killed, but one saw his face. The deputy general handed over a portrait. Perhaps the bandits, feeling humiliated by their defeat, sought help from the Huns. But as soon as the Hun deputy saw the portrait, He immediately realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to inform the Hun leader. The Hun leader unrolled the portrait, and his entire being was struck as if by a bolt of lightning. A moment later, he was filled with rage. This scoundrel dared to infiltrate our ranks disguised as a destitute youth. No wonder he had felt the man's extraordinary bearing, far from that of a down-and-out. If not for the investigation confirming Lin Ji's identity, the Hun leader would never have believed it. Leader, this northern garrison's young general is completely different from the rumors. Not only is he brave and resourceful, but he is also very cunning. He even dared to venture deep alone. The deputy leaned in, speaking mysteriously, his eyes filled with solemnity. The enemy's commander infiltrating their camp was a terrifying prospect. It meant all of their military secrets might have been exposed. They would be at a significant disadvantage in this battle. No, chronologically, Hualua and Jiamu suffered defeat first, and then this man came to our tribe. The Hun leader pondered, feeling a strange unease. Though shocked by Lin Ji's audacious move, he wondered why. Just to scout the camp? If so, it was unnecessary for the commander himself to risk it. If not, what other reason could there be? It had been a long time since Lin Ji's visit to the camp, and no abnormalities had occurred since. This was all very strange. Chapter 309. Mysterious Secret Passage. The Xiongnu chieftain finally understood why Lin Ji had sold the seemingly worthless items from the Xiongnu tribe to the northern border region. In essence, it was nothing more than a smokescreen. As for the talk of revenge and getting rich, they were just pretexts. There was no credibility to them at all. Even he himself had been manipulated by the other party. This was not a mere failure in competition. It was a humiliating defeat. Chieftain, Lin Ji's movements are mysterious, and his actions are unpredictable. He came to our Xiongnu tribe before but did nothing. Now it seems that he might have been planning to assassinate the chieftain but couldn't find the right opportunity, so he returned to the northern border region. The Xiongnu chieftain shook his head after hearing this. He didn't quite agree with this statement. From Lin Ji's previous actions, it's clear that he is arrogant and extremely capable, both brave and resourceful. He won't stop until he achieves his goal. Such a person would definitely think of other means after a failed assassination attempt. There's no reason for him to slink back like that. Then, chieftain, what do you think his true purpose is? The deputy general beside him looked bewildered. He had no idea how to describe his current feelings. Lin Ji's actions were utterly baffling. I don't know, but this man is definitely a major threat to us. Immediately dispatch men to investigate thoroughly. Find out everyone who has had contact with Lin Ji from the past until now. The Xiongnu chieftain said with certainty. He had to ensure that there were no hidden spies of the enemy among them. Otherwise, all their movements would be known to the defenders of Mengqing County. Not to mention 100,000 men, even 200,000 might not be enough. The cruelty of war is far more terrible than imagined. Mengqing County. Lin Ji led a group of soldiers on patrol in the city. The passing civilians nodded and greeted him respectfully. It was thanks to people like him that the northern border region and Mengqing County had remained stable until now. Otherwise, given the Xiongnu's aggressive attacks, they would have already occupied the northern border region and wreaked havoc. The lives of the common people would have been even more miserable. After a brief clash with Hualuo and Jiamu, both sides have now entered a period of calm. Lin Ji is well aware that this is the calm before the storm. If they let their guard down at this time, they would pay a very heavy price. It could even drag the entire Mengqing County into an abyss. At that moment, someone ran over. Young General, there's a message from the blacksmith shop, please go there. Lin Ji nodded. Then he instructed the soldiers behind him. Young General, is everything ready? Lin Ji asked. Everything is prepared. Then he led the way into the kitchen. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu were even more puzzled. Could there be another world in the kitchen? But when they followed and came to a large jar, they found a secret passage under the water jar. What? How could there be such a thing in the blacksmith's shop? That blacksmith has a huge problem, Yu Yin said, wanting to grab the man and interrogate him. Unexpectedly, He was pulled back by Linji. Are you not sleeping well these days? Your mind unclear? If there's a secret passage here, who else could have had it built if not me? The two of them suddenly realized. But young general, why build a secret passage here? Follow me in and you'll see. Then Linji went down first. The two immediately followed. After walking down a flight of stairs, they reached a flat path. The wall lamps on both sides were lit with candles, illuminating the entire secret passage. Perhaps because this passage was built in a hurry, the surrounding soil was merely compacted with tools and not lined with bricks. However, to prevent the passage from collapsing, wooden frames were used for support. It seems that the blacksmith occasionally uses this tunnel and stores some daily necessities and long-lasting vegetables. There's no help for it. The northern border region is already desolate. Plus, ongoing wars. People in various places are often robbed. In order not to have their food completely taken away, normally, they would choose to build a cellar or another hidden storage place at home. It's to ensure that they have something to use in the last moment. But as they walked further, the tunnel became empty. Apart from the wall lamps and wooden frames on both sides, there was nothing else to see. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu became more and more shocked as they walked. They never expected the tunnel to be so long. Although not spacious, it would take several months to dig such a tunnel. Young general, did you start having this tunnel built several months ago? Zhou Yu's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Linji smiled meaningfully. As the saying goes, a wise rabbit has 3 burrows. Besides, when I first came to the northern border region, I had no soldiers, no technical support, and no current firearms. I had to leave myself an escape route. Especially after the first encounter with the Shonu army, Linji realized the key issue. He couldn't guarantee that he would always win. If one day Mingxing County was breached, it didn't matter if he couldn't leave. But the civilians in the city couldn't all die here. For this reason, he secretly had the blacksmith in the city build a secret passage. The purpose was to use it in critical moments. However, now it has an unexpected use. #### Chapter 310. Monitoring Mingxing County, working for the Shonu? The saying prepare for a rainy day is exactly what you've done, young general. Your surprise is truly overwhelming. Zhou Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Yu Yin nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the young general bringing us here today, we would have never imagined that such a mysterious place exists here. Don't be in a hurry. This is just a small appetizer. Nothing worth mentioning, Linji said calmly. After walking for nearly a stick of incense, they could gradually see the distant light. The secret passage was nearing its end. The end of the passage was ingeniously set among a pile of weeds. Even if someone passed by here, they might not notice it unless they looked closely. To their surprise, there were 3 horses placed at the exit of the passage. What does this mean? Zhou Yu's eyes were filled with curiosity. Just follow me, don't ask so many questions. Your mouth isn't just for talking. It's also for eating, Linji said, directly mounting a horse. Although puzzled, the 2 men followed without hesitation. They had left Mingxing County and were heading southwest. After about an hour, Linji suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, have you been following us all along? Don't you think it's time to show yourself? Or do you plan to catch up with us on foot? Yu Yin and Zhou Yu quickly turned around and noticed someone following them from a distance. The follower was clearly startled to have been discovered and panicked, turning to run. But how could Linji let him escape? He leaped forward and blocked the man's path, revealing a meaningful smile. Well, finally caught you. Never thought you could run so far. Who are you? I don't know you. The man's face showed panic, his eyes darting around. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu also approached, their eyes filled with caution. In this wilderness, encountering someone was already rare, let alone someone who had followed them this far. It was hard to believe it was just a coincidence. Stop trying to fool me. If you confess now, there might still be a chance, Linji said indifferently, his eyes showing a hint of impatience. He didn't want to waste his time on meaningless matters. I really just happened to meet you all. I have no connection with you. Stubborn fool. If you don't drink the respectful wine, then you'll have to taste the punishment wine. Lin Ji stepped forward, sealing the man's acupoints to immobilize him. He then used his internal energy. With the dragon elephant skill at a new height, Lin Hao could use it effortlessly. Making the man confess didn't require complex methods. His internal energy alone was enough to make the man unable to resist. In just a moment, the man showed signs of extreme pain, writhing on the ground as if suffering unimaginable torture. "Spare me, please." Yu Yen and Zhou Yu watched this scene with a shudder. Thankfully, they were on Lin Hao's side. Otherwise, encountering such a person would be terrifying. "Still not talking? Seems my methods aren't harsh enough." "I underestimated how tough your bones are," Lin Ji said, ready to apply more pressure. The man's face showed panic and he quickly begged, I'll talk. "Then speak up. Please, can you ease my pain first?" The man pleaded weakly, having never imagined encountering such trouble and suffering. Seeing this, Lin Ji eased his methods, allowing the man to recover slightly. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath as if having just escaped death. "Now, you can talk," Lin Ji said. The man nodded. "Young general, I didn't mean to oppose you. I was just following orders. They told me to keep an eye on you." "Who ordered you to do this?" "I dare not say. Do you think you still have room to negotiate with me?" "It's the Xiongnu." "What? You're working for the Xiongnu? How can you betray your identity as a Han?" The man's face showed helplessness and pain. "I didn't want to, but they took my family. If I didn't help them, my family might be in danger." Zhou Yu looked thoughtful. "You don't seem to be from Mingxing County?" "No, I'm from Lukai County, Northwest." "No wonder," Zhou Yu mused. Lin Ji's eyes showed contemplation. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Yu nodded. "Lukai County, though it sounds nice, is one of the poorest places in our northern border. The people there live in extreme hardship, especially in winter when heavy snow makes it impossible to go out. It's also closest to the Xiongnu and Tujue borders, often suffering from foreign raids. The locals are in great misery." "Why don't you help them?" Yu Yen blurted out. Zhou Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Even if I wanted to, I'm powerless. The place is over 100 miles away, and with insufficient troops in the northern border, we can't send anyone to garrison there." This was true. Although the Great Xia Kingdom was vast, due to limited military and local resources, many places couldn't be managed. Even the county magistrate there is a local acting in place of a real official. The central court can't send anyone. No one wants to go. Being assigned to Lukai County was akin to being exiled to Lingnan. One's life would be ruined. "It seems this guy is somewhat justified," Yu Yen said with a sigh. "Nonsense. No excuse justifies betraying one's country," Lin Ji said bluntly. Though he didn't like the court, as a Han, he should consider his fellow Han people. Hashtag Chapter 311. The opportunity lies in your own hands. Yu Yen and Zhou Yu's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They also realized that Lin Ji had likely already made up his mind to kill. Despite his playboy demeanor in everyday life, when it came to serious matters, he was absolutely unyielding. In both his personal life and work, Lin Ji was a completely different person. Zhou Yu once made a small mistake while guarding Mingxing County, and Lin Ji berated him harshly. But upon closer reflection, it was understandable. If Mingxing County had fallen, the consequences would not have been borne by Zhou Yu alone. It would have affected tens of thousands of soldiers and all the civilians in the northern border. Now, the man before them, who had been spying for the Huns, was in a similar predicament. Although it seemed he was forced into it, the intelligence he provided to the Huns was highly detrimental to the northern border. The implications were terrifying and not something that could be easily resolved. Under such circumstances, all actions had to be considered for the safety of the northern border and its people. "Young general, are you really going to kill him?" Yu Yen couldn't help but feel pity, especially seeing the man's pitiful state. But in the northern border, life was often cheap. Even a peaceful life was a distant dream. The people of Lukai County, who were also forced into dire situations, longed for stability. Yet, they had no choice. Just thinking about it made one feel deeply sympathetic. His death penalty can be waived, but the punishment for his crime cannot be escaped, Linji said calmly. The man blinked upon hearing this. From today on, you will stay in Mingxing County and atone for your crimes. If you dare to pass information to the Huns again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The man was struck as if by a thunderbolt and replied, his face ashen, young general, why not just kill me? What are you doing? The young general said he'd spare you. Why are you seeking death? Yu Yin exclaimed, wide-eyed. Was this man's mind malfunctioning? How could he say such a thing? Unexpectedly, the man was in great pain. 3 generals, you don't know. My whole family is held captive by the Huns. If I don't pass information to them, they will kill my family. Rather than witnessing my family's death, it's better if the young general kills me. Perhaps the Huns will release them upon hearing the news. Sometimes, life is terribly unfair. Those in the royal city enjoy all kinds of wealth and luxury. Yet, the people in the northern border live in misery, without the right to choose their own lives. Many in Yuzhou or Mingxing County can still choose to flee south. While life in the Central Plains or Jiangnan might not be much better than the northern border, at least it's stable, without the threat of bandits. But the plight of this man is even worse. He has no choice and his entire life is manipulated by others, reduced to a mere tool without any dignity. Lin Ji squatted down, his gaze unwavering. Do you really want to save your family? The man nodded without hesitation. This was the reason he had endured humiliation. Despite his poor background and difficult life, he knew he was a Central Plains man and should not betray his country. But for his family, he had no choice but to make this difficult decision. Because the country had not come to his aid when needed, but his family was irreplaceable and the only reason he continued to live. I can tell you responsibly that all Central Plains people captured by the Hun tribes are treated like slaves, without dignity or freedom, forced to do hard labor every day, Lin Ji said coldly. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. The Hun I contacted said they were living well. Would you believe such a ridiculous statement? The cruelty of the Huns is well known. They hate us Central Plains people to the core. Even some of their own people live in misery. Do you really think they would treat your family well? Lin Ji didn't say another truth that might be too cruel for the young man to bear. His family might already be gone. If, as the man said, his entire family was captured by the Huns, the elderly and children would be treated like animals. The fate of women was self-evident. Men would suffer even more, barely able to live as humans. The Huns numbered only a few. Their living conditions were far from comparable to those in the Central Plains. Under such circumstances, the Huns could muster 100,000 troops to attack the northern border. The bloodshed was obvious. The man stood there, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been drained. Lin Ji patted his shoulder. You don't need to follow me anymore. If you believe what I said, go back to Mingxing County and report to the military camp. Say I sent you. If you don't believe me and continue to gather information, I advise you to stop following us. If I find out again, I will take your life. With that, he turned and left. This was his final act of mercy. If the man didn't appreciate it, there was nothing more to say. As the saying goes, compassion does not lead troops. Righteousness does not manage commerce. Lin Ji was usually easygoing, but when it came to protecting the northern border and the military, there was no room for negotiation. If you want me to listen, you must provide a reason that I find convincing. Otherwise, don't bother me with anything else. Lin Ji's intelligence and vision were beyond the imagination of many people today. The man sat on the ground, his body like an empty shell. Chapter 312, The Mysterious Valley. Seeing that the other party remained unresponsive, Lin Ji decided not to say anything more. He waved his hand, signaling Yu Yin and Zhou Yu to remount their horses. The 3 of them continued their journey southwest. After traveling for about a mile, and ensuring that no one was following them, Yu Yin couldn't help but ask, Young General, why are we still moving forward? Isn't the purpose of this trip to draw out these spies? At this point, they understood why Lin Ji had suddenly summoned them. It was clear that he wanted to stir up trouble and make the spies lurking around Mengxing County reveal themselves. Yet, they were still heading southwest. Could it be that there were other spies around Mengxing County? But how could Lin Ji be so certain? Capturing these spies is just a side task. To be honest, the purpose of bringing you two out this time is not just that, Lin Ji said with a meaningful smile, his voice calm and unwavering. Perhaps it was because the matters he faced were different from what others imagined that Lin Ji could remain so relaxed and composed. But he was very clear about what he was doing. What? Young General, are you saying that all of this was just a side task for you? Zhou Yu's eyes showed astonishment, finding it incredible. He had never expected that Lin Ji's goal was not just to capture these spies. Yes, the main reason I went through so much trouble to have you two follow me out through a secret passage was to avoid the eyes and ears. I didn't expect the Xiongnu to be so meticulous, placing spies both inside and outside the city. No wonder they were so well informed about all the movements at the northern border before. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Sometimes, it's not that the teammates are too foolish, but the enemies are too cunning. Of course, this was unavoidable. Since the disappearance of the Northern Border Army, the Northern Border has been in unprecedented crisis. Zhou Yu only had a few thousand men. How could these few thousand men cope with the Xiongnu and Tujue armies, who were all very troublesome characters? Given this situation, Zhou Yu suffered defeat after defeat, losing his confidence. After so many events, anyone would find it unbearable, let alone the current situation. So, what is the purpose of our trip out of the city this time? Yu Yin couldn't help but ask curiously. You don't need to worry too much about that. I called you here because I have something new to research, something that can change the entire war situation and prevent us from falling into a very awkward disadvantage, Lin Ji said calmly. This statement immediately piqued the curiosity of the two. Their eyes filled with astonishment. They knew that whatever Lin Ji produced would be of high quality. Whether in military affairs, daily life, or other aspects, the things Lin Ji researched always had a unique position and exceptional effects. The entire northern border now had no one who did not admire the young general's actions. Lin Ji, due to his birth, had already occupied an extraordinary position at the northern border. Lin Jinxiu had done too much for the northern border in those years. The Northern Border Army had protected the northern border countless times. For the past 10 years, the main reason the Xiongnu and Tujue had not successfully invaded southward was due to the Northern Border Army. For this reason, even after Lin Ji had done so many things, he was still forgiven by the people of the northern border. Now, Lin Ji's rebirth had given everyone hope, as if a new Lin Junxiu had emerged. Even someone like Zhou Yu, who had seen countless deaths and dared to put his life on the line when necessary, now admired Lin Ji greatly. How many people in the world could be as important to the northern border as the young general? What they could not have imagined was that in this wilderness, what could Lin Ji possibly research? Just looking at it didn't seem like anything special. The three of them rode for about 2 hours and finally arrived at a valley. The surroundings were covered in snow, and the entrance to the valley was also blocked by high snowdrifts. However, to the surprise of the two generals, as they approached, hidden sentries suddenly appeared from both sides. Young General, Lin Ji nodded. Is everything normal here recently? Young General, everything is normal. No one has come here, and everyone inside is working in an orderly manner. Lin Ji nodded. Remember, absolutely do not lower your guard. Always keep an eye on the surroundings to ensure that within a radius of 20 li, there are no suspicious individuals. Don't worry, young General. This place is rarely visited, and we've set up some traps around. If any suspicious individuals approach, they will definitely fall into our trap, the sentry said earnestly, his face red from the cold. In such freezing weather, lying here required great courage and strong willpower. Ordinary people simply couldn't do it. All right, return to your positions. We'll go in ourselves, Lin Ji said and rode into the valley. The two following behind were already dumbfounded. They had never expected that in this wilderness, there would be hidden sentries. If these two hadn't appeared on their own, they wouldn't have even noticed them. Such concealment skills were too strong. Where did the young general find such extraordinary people? What intrigued them even more was what was hidden here. Why go to such great lengths? As they entered the valley, their doubts were immediately resolved, but the shock they felt was beyond words. Inside the valley was a small village with smoke rising from chimneys, and the sound of blacksmiths hammering iron could be heard. "What is this place?" Yu Yin finally exclaimed, unable to describe his inner feelings. It was incredible and unbelievable, something he could never have imagined seeing with his own eyes. Chapter 313. The New Weapon, Cannon. As they were discussing, an elderly man approached. Upon seeing Linji, he was filled with joy. "Young general is here. Everyone, come quickly, the young general is here." The entire valley of villagers, upon hearing this, rushed out of their houses and surrounded Linji. "Young general, why do you have time to come here today?" "Yes, if you were coming, you should have told us in advance so we could prepare. Now it's too embarrassing. We didn't prepare anything for your welcome." Linji didn't take it to heart. Instead, he remained calm. "I'm here not to freeload. Of course, there's something important, but you don't need to get too excited. Just go about your business." "Young general, with all due respect, if it weren't for you funding the construction of this village, we wouldn't have the ability to move in, and we might have already been killed by the Huns at the border," the elder said earnestly. "So, the young general is our great benefactor. Naturally, we should warmly welcome you." "That's not necessary. As the saying goes, do good without expecting reward. I helped you not to expect any return but to find you a job so you could be self-reliant. From now on, you at least have the means to live here, unlike before," Linji said meaningfully. "By the way, how is the task I assigned you progressing?" Upon hearing this, the elder immediately became excited. "Of course, we prioritize the task you assigned. However, we are clumsy and can't be as proficient as you, so we haven't made much. Only a few." Linji pondered for a moment, seemingly assessing whether the quantity they discussed was sufficient. "No choice, it's a critical period. Even if there are only a few, we'll have to use them for now. Take me to the blacksmith's workshop." The elder nodded and signaled everyone to return. Then he led Linji to the blacksmith's workshop. Behind them, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu followed like two clueless fools, bewildered and unsure of what was happening. "Do you understand what's going on? Why did we come to such a place? Even if we did, how come there's a small village here that I've never heard of before?" Yu Yin sighed inwardly at this. "If you don't know, do you think I would? You must be more familiar with the northern border than I am. I've only been here for half a year, and have mostly stayed in Mingqing County." Yu Yin had been at the northern border for nearly half a year. Due to the military affairs he had to handle, he mostly stayed in Mingqing County. Occasionally, he would take his soldiers out for field training or to execute missions, but the places he visited were still relatively few. The northern border was vast, and it took years to fully understand the situation there. Even Zhou Yu might not be able to name all the places in the northern border. This era had many limitations, especially in the transmission of information, which was quite troublesome. Ordinary people simply couldn't cope. This was why the situation at the northern border was extremely complex. By the time news reached them, the situation might have already changed drastically, with no one previously aware of the issues. Quietly following Lin Ji into the blacksmith's workshop, the blacksmith was equally excited upon seeing the three. Especially when he learned that Lin Ji had come to inspect their work, he immediately led them to the backyard. "Young General, all the products are here, and we perform regular maintenance every day, just in case these items deteriorate over time." Lin Ji nodded and immediately went to inspect. Zhou Yu and Yu Yin, however, looked around with puzzled expressions. The items in the backyard weren't particularly large. They had a simple design, just a stand supporting a cylinder, all made of steel. But they didn't seem particularly powerful. "Young General, what is this thing? Why have we never seen it before?" "Yeah, did you bring us all this way just to see this small thing?" After all, the items in the backyard weren't even half as tall as the two of them. "You know nothing. This is my secret weapon, called a cannon," Lin Ji said meaningfully. This cannon was different from the so-called redcoat cannon. The redcoat cannon was indeed powerful, but it had a fatal flaw: low mobility. Its heavy nature made it cumbersome in war, limiting its practicality. Especially in the icy northern border, moving a red coat cannon from one place to another was very troublesome. Even with a horse-drawn carriage, it would take a significant amount of time. But this portable cannon was different. It was lightweight and easy to carry. The weapon could move with the user, and its effectiveness was not inferior to the red coat cannon. Initially, Lin Ji had indeed considered developing the red coat cannon. Its production process was relatively simple and took less time, suitable for sudden wars. But after much thought, he decided to make the portable cannon, which was truly suitable for the war at the northern border. Cannon? What is that? Yu Yin blinked. Although he was used to the things Lin Ji could create, this one seemed to be for war. The name itself suggested that. But how much destructive power could such a small thing have? Probably just a bit stronger than a crossbow, and not as reliable as a musket. Young General, can this really help us alleviate the crisis at the northern border? I find it hard to believe, Zhou Yu said doubtfully. The current situation forced them to face many problems. Chapter 314. Secret Military Factory. The situation at the northern border is extremely complex. For them, there is not even an opportunity to make mistakes. Under such circumstances, everything they do is crucial. In other words, one wrong step leads to a series of errors. The price paid in the end is unimaginable and unspeakable. Under such circumstances, Lin Ji and his team have no room for error. Therefore, the most important thing for them is not to make mistakes. If this cannon cannot achieve the expected results, in the eyes of Yu Yin and Zhou Yu, there is no need to invest manpower and resources in its research. Lin Ji couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. So, you two really lack vision and perspective. Do you think I would waste precious time on meaningless things at such a critical moment? But this thing doesn't look very destructive, Zhou Yu said hesitantly. It's not that he looks down on it, but he finds these things too hard to believe. Even in a short time, it's hard to imagine. This is the most important and troublesome point. Don't worry, there's nothing that can't be solved, Lin Ji said calmly. And this cannon can be seen as a miniature trebuchet. Moreover, its power is definitely no less than that of a trebuchet. Really? Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up with disbelief. Could this thing really compare to a huge trebuchet? That seems a bit too exaggerated. In their impression, nothing has ever been able to achieve this. Why would I lie to you? Just like when you first saw the thunder and firearms, this is simply an upgraded version of the firearm, mixed with the effects of the thunder. The definition of a cannon depends on its power and coverage. This portable cannon is actually only defined as a single soldier weapon, and the real mortar is the true upgraded version of the red cannon. Its power can unleash tremendous combat effectiveness from a very long distance. Moreover, if the number of mortars increases, the resulting fire coverage can cause significant damage to the enemy. Even under the condition of equal forces and weapon advancement, the number of mortars also determines the advantage of both sides. Now, the Huns are manufacturing trebuchets, thinking they can counter the military deployment in Ming County. Lin Ji, however, is not concerned. Although it seems they are at a great disadvantage, how could someone like him, who is always prepared, be easily restrained by the current situation? I tell you, these things have extraordinary deterrent power. Even compared to the Huns' trebuchets, they are no less. Really? Can we see it in action? Zhou Yu blinked, his eyes full of curiosity. Lin Ji slapped him on the forehead. What are you thinking? Testing this thing? Wouldn't that cause an avalanche here? I've worked hard to build this secret base, and you want to destroy it. Zhou Yu suddenly realized. Then he couldn't help but ask, Young General, when did you establish a small village here? Why didn't we know about it? Even Zhou Yu and Yu Yin didn't realize this problem. The scariest part is that this was secretly established right under their noses. If it weren't for Lin Ji bringing them here today, the two of them would still be in the dark. Fortunately, this place was built by Lin Ji. If it were the Huns or the Turks who secretly built a small village here, it might eventually grow into a fortress, and everyone would still be clueless. At that time, they would be slaughtered without any chance. Isn't that obvious? Lin Ji said meaningfully. What's a secret base if it's not a secret? And ever since I learned that the Huns had spies, the protection level here has been raised. I originally wanted to tell you, but the situation at the northern border was urgent, and this is our most important place. It must not be known to the enemy, so I didn't tell you too. Linji doesn't distrust you, Yin and Zhou. It's just that the fewer people who know about certain things, the safer it is. Moreover, this place looks like an ordinary small village on the surface. But in reality, it is Linji's secret military factory. All the skilled blacksmiths and craftsmen in the northern border have been secretly gathered here. The purpose is to establish a military factory with real strength, to deal with the Huns and the Turks. The number of defenders at the northern border is definitely not an advantage, and they may fall into crisis at any time due to the huge disparity in numbers. As for the court, Linji now understands. It's impossible for the Ministry of War to send troops. These guys are all hoping for his death at the northern border, so how could they send reinforcements? For this reason, Linji knows that he can only absolutely trust himself at any time, any place. Fortunately, ever since the appearance of the firearm, Linji has started to build and arrange this village. All the villagers here are from the northern border. They either lost their homes or their loved ones. Some are even disabled. Finding such a place for them also provides a shelter, no longer having to wander in the ice and snow every day. After hearing this, Yu Yin and Zhou finally understood. Their eyes couldn't help but show admiration. Young General, it's still you. To be able to do such an inconceivable thing, we couldn't imagine or predict it before. Linji waved his hand upon hearing this. He didn't take their flattery to heart. I tell you, Ming County and Yuzhou should be the places with the most Hun spies, so you can't tell anyone about this place. If I find out that a fourth person knows, both of you will be punished by military law. Chapter 315. In just half a day, has the sky changed? Business is business. Linji was unyielding on this point, with no room for negotiation or compromise. This was different from when he managed the Lin family trading company. In business, one must be flexible and adept at dealing with various parties, as more friends mean more paths. But in military affairs, there is no need for such flashy tactics, especially since many operations must remain completely secret before execution. Linji had invested a great deal of effort into everything within this valley. He could not afford any mishaps. If the Huns discovered this place, it would be too easy to breach. There were no garrisons, and the terrain was highly suitable for encirclement. Given this situation, it was imperative that outsiders not know about it. Yu Yin and Zhou had no objections. As generals, they understood the importance of secrecy and could empathize with Linji's concerns. In fact, the young general had no need to bring them here. Their presence indicated sufficient trust, and they had no reason to betray it. Young general, how do we transport these weapons out? Yu Yin couldn't help but ask curiously. Do you think I brought you two here just to sightsee? Of course you'll help. Linji raised an eyebrow. Us? Yu Yin and Zhou blinked, showing curiosity. They hadn't done such manual labor before. Of course. These things aren't heavy. A cart will do. Don't tell me you're unwilling to do such a small task, Linji said seriously. Yu Yin and Zhou had little to say, so the three of them had the blacksmith load the weapons onto a cart. Once everything was ready, they left the valley without delay. On their way back to Mingxing County, Zhou couldn't help but ask, Young General, while you need to ensure this place isn't discovered, how do the villagers' daily necessities get taken care of? Of course, there are designated people to handle that, Linji replied while riding his horse. Yu Yin and Zhou drove the cart. It was unimaginable that the scions of prestigious families were now used as cart drivers. Once a month, they select a day and arrange for someone from the valley to go out and purchase supplies, Linji explained. Since he was establishing a secret base here, he had to consider every detail. This was essential for a manager. Fortunately, having been a sales manager in his previous life, managing a few subordinates wasn't unfamiliar to him. Of course, the villagers in the valley sometimes faced issues, which was inevitable. Linji was doing his best to address them. Although he was now in the northern border region, the establishment of the garment factory provided him with additional income, preventing him from falling into poverty. The three of them drove the cart back to Mingxing County, entering through the city gate rather than a secret passage. The guards were surprised, unaware of when the young general and the other two generals had left. However, they dared not ask too much. The squad leader approached and saluted. "Young general, Generals Yu and Zhou, how is the situation in the city? Any unusual movements from the Huns?" Linji nodded and inquired casually. The squad leader shook his head. "We are monitoring the Huns and haven't detected any unusual activity. However, there is news from Yuzhou." "Yuzhou?" Linji frowned. Could it be another imperial decree from the court? He had no hope left for the officials in the capital. They hadn't sent reinforcements for so long, clearly wanting to watch the drama unfold in the northern border region. The decree from the court was likely not good news. Yes, the governor of Yuzhou sent a messenger with a letter stating that General Yang Feng of Taiping Pass will soon lead troops to support us. What? The three of them were equally astonished and surprised by this news. Why? Do you find this unusual? Linji turned around. He had long given up hope on receiving reinforcements and was planning to use the money from the garment factory to recruit soldiers and buy horses to strengthen their defenses. Only with sufficient military strength could they better address future situations. The northern border region was not at peace, and all people in the central plains were at risk. Impossible. How could Yang Feng be willing to support us? Zhou Yu pondered. Yu Yin also looked puzzled. Although I don't know Yang Feng well, I've heard he originally served in the Divine Navy and had some disputes with General Lin. His arrival now might be for other motives. Linji pondered. This news was indeed sudden. If Yang Feng was genuinely here to support them, the defense of Mingxing County would certainly be strengthened. But the problem was that he couldn't determine if Yang Feng was here to cause trouble or to help. Any other news from Yuzhou? Linji turned to the squad leader. The latter shook his head. Young general, I'm not too clear on the specifics, but it's said that the governor of Yuzhou and the chief of staff of the Ministry of War jointly persuaded General Yang to dispatch troops. Chief of staff of the Ministry of War? Linji blinked. He had only been to the secret base for at most half a day. How had so many changes occurred in such a short time? Yang Feng was at least the commander of Taiping Pass, not too far from the northern border region. But the chief of staff of the Ministry of War must have come from the capital, a long and arduous journey. Yet, he knew nothing about it. Why would the Ministry of War send someone to the northern border region? Yu Yin also looked puzzled. Young general, it seems this time they are not here for friendly reasons. We must be careful, Zhou Yu advised. Let's see what they're up to. In the northern border region, we three are in charge. Even if Yang Feng brings troops, he'll have to listen to us, Linji said with a smirk, his face showing pride. He wanted to see what tricks the Ministry of War was playing. He then ordered the guards to move the cannons to the barracks and return to the county office with Yu Yin and Zhou Yu to discuss countermeasures. Their previous deployments were based on the current situation in Mingxing County, in the northern border region. The sudden appearance of Yang Feng and the chief of staff of the Ministry of War meant the situation might change. They needed to prepare for all eventualities to adapt to any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 316. Exploiting Weaknesses, Seizing Mingxing County. Xiongnu. The vanguard camp. Soldiers were feverishly constructing trebuchets. Despite the previous ambush by the Central Plains forces, the losses were not severe. Everything was still within the capacity to bear. Huolua and Jiamu were also strategizing in their tent. Mingxing County is surrounded by fortresses, with relatively fewer in the south. If we want to successfully breach Mingxing County, we probably need to transport the trebuchets to the rear and take a detour, Huolua said with gravity. This time, the two had come with the determination to win at all costs. Only victory was acceptable, no defeat. So far, in two confrontations with the northern garrison, they had not gained any advantage but had some understanding of the opponent's tactics. A direct confrontation. Even if the Xiongnu army had numerical superiority and slightly superior individual combat capabilities, it might not necessarily gain the upper hand. The result could even be heavy losses on both sides. This time, the Xiongnu's goal was not just Mingxing County. It was the entire northern border. After taking it and making some adjustments, the Xiongnu leader planned to push southward in one go, directly attacking the imperial capital. Hence, the strategy of swift combat was adopted. Minimizing casualties on their side was the ultimate goal. Detouring is not an easy task. According to the reports from our scouts, there are ambushes in the mountain paths and waterways on both sides of Mingxing County, Zhamu mused. But recently, they have all been recalled, though we don't know if this news is true or false. Lin Ji was a cunning and deceitful character. He often played extremely dirty tactics. It was possible that the news he spread was meant to mislead them. In reality, there might still be hidden troops in the mountain paths and waterways. If it were a rapid march, there wouldn't be much of a problem, as they could retreat in time if danger arose. But trebuchets were large and cumbersome. Once discovered by the enemy, there would be no time to escape. Either they would die defending the siege machines, or abandon the trebuchets and flee alone. Either way, it was a huge loss. Huolua studied the terrain map, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Is there a possibility that we could create some commotion on the mountain paths, making the enemy think we are advancing from there? Then, while they concentrate their forces to block us, we send a team of engineers to transport the trebuchets to their rear. At that moment, the south gate of Mingxing County would be weakly defended, and we could easily breach it. Huolua's hand traced the terrain map as he spoke. Zhamu grew more excited with each word. His eyes sparkled with the flames of vengeance. This method is excellent. The biggest flaw of Mingxing County is their insufficient troops. By exploiting this, we can divert their forces and give ourselves ample time to deploy. Once we take Mingxing County, the entire northern border will be a piece of cake. The Xiongnu were not fools. Their intelligence personnel were numerous. They were well informed about the entire northern border. Before Lin Ji's return, all northern border soldiers were led by Zhou Yu. The total number was only a few thousand. The reason the Xiongnu did not launch a large-scale attack was to continuously probe. They wanted to see the attitude of the Great Xia court towards the northern border. After waiting for half a year, they only sent Lin Ji back, who brought only 2,000 troops. At the time, this was a joke among the Xiongnu. But no one expected that Lin Ji and his 2,000 Yuejia troops would change the situation at the northern border. Now, both sides were in a highly tense situation. So Huolua and Zhamu were very clear. If they could take Mingxing County and defeat Lin Ji, the entire northern border would have no more resistance. As the two enthusiastically discussed, a soldier rushed in. Two generals, the latest news from Yuzhou. General Yang Feng of Taiping Pass is leading 20,000 men towards Mingxing County. What? Huolua and Zhamu were shocked. Taiping Pass was not unfamiliar to them, because its geographical location was at the juncture of the northern border and the Central Plains. However, the northern borders battles had never involved Taiping Pass. Moreover, in the past few years, no matter how badly the northern border was beaten, the people of Taiping Pass ignored it, showing no intention of support. For this reason, the Xiongnu dared to be so bold. Why did it change today? For the first time, they came to support the northern border. Could it be because of Lin Ji? Huolua pondered. What do you mean? I don't believe that guy has such face to invite the soldiers of Taiping Pass. Zhamu snorted coldly. The rules of the Central Plains were well known to them. The garrison of each place could not easily move out of their jurisdiction. If they won, it was fine. If they lost, they would certainly be held accountable by the court. So the garrison of Taiping Pass did not come to the northern border. One was due to their duty, and the other was that they really did not want to participate in the battle. Now that Lin Ji was at the northern border, he could actually find support? Perhaps the soldiers of Taiping Pass believe Lin Ji has a chance to hold the entire northern border, so they want to take a gamble, Huolua said meaningfully. If so, we must hurry up. Otherwise, once the reinforcements from Taiping Pass arrive, we will be at a greater disadvantage. Zhamu said gravely. Huolua also nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must speed up now and not delay any longer. To avoid more dreams at night? But the trebuchets are not all finished yet. Wouldn't that be too hasty? Zhamu was concerned. In the past, they never fought so cautiously. Now facing Lin Ji, they dared not be careless. No, if the enemy's reinforcements don't arrive, and the south gate of Mingxing County is the weakest point, only 1 or 2 trebuchets would be enough to breach it. The reason the Xiongnu army built so many trebuchets was to destroy the fortresses of Mingqing County. Now, with the urgent situation, they could not care so much. Use whatever they had. Jiamu nodded in agreement. Good. I will immediately assemble the soldiers and set off now. This time, we must take Mingqing County, not only to show our strength to the leader, but also to let Lin Ji know that provoking the Xiongnu has no good end. Chapter 317. Accelerate the advance. We must hold the border. Northern Pass Road. The Taiping Pass garrison marched towards Mingqing County in full force. Leading the charge was General Yang Feng. To fully support Mingqing County, he had left only 2,000 men at Taiping Pass for emergencies. After all, that pass was a crucial route to the Central Plains and could not be left unguarded. If the Huns were to slip through, it would be a grave mistake. General, why are you willing to dispatch troops to reinforce the northern border this time? The deputy general asked, his face full of confusion and doubt. What, do I look like a coward to you? Yang Feng retorted indifferently, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter. In truth, upon learning that Lin Ji had returned to the northern border, Yang Feng felt deeply uneasy. While he harbored no particular animosity towards Lin Ji, the fact that he was Lin Zhenqiu's son made things complicated. Yang Feng's current predicament was largely due to Lin Zhenqiu. During the battle between the Divine Navy and the Woko pirates in the East Sea, despite their victory, the Divine Navy suffered heavy casualties. As the deputy commander, Yang Feng bore significant blame and was reassigned to Taiping Pass, where he had been stationed for many years. Moreover, he had recently heard that the Yu family army had won first place in the imperial military drills. This news shocked Yang Feng. Although the Yu family army had once been outstanding in the Great Xia, times had changed, and they were now nothing more than a prestigious name. Yet, this 2,000-man force had defeated the elite troops selected by the Divine Navy. Even more bewildering was the rumor that Lin Ji had supported the Yu family army's victory. The father-son duo were like mortal enemies to the Divine Navy. This time, Yang Feng was heading to the northern border to see for himself what kind of person Lin Ji was, capable of not only helping the Yu family army win the military drills, but also holding the northern border until now. Of course, Yang Feng also had his own motives. If the northern border fell, Taiping Pass would be indefensible. 2,000 men wouldn't even be enough to fill the Huns' teeth. He also wanted to know if Lin Zhenqiu was still alive. This old man had caused him so much suffering. If given the chance, Yang Feng would make sure to strike back and settle the score. At that moment, a soldier galloped towards them. General Yang. What is it? Yang Feng frowned, his eyes thoughtful. News from Mingqing County. The Hun army has launched an attack. The battle has already begun. What? Yang Feng was surprised. It didn't make sense. Previously, the Huns had been ambushed and were planning to rest temporarily. Normally, a commander would either retaliate immediately or recuperate before attacking again. But now, the Huns were attacking with full force just days after their rest, which defied logic. Why is this happening? How is the situation in Mingqing County? I do not know, but it is said that the Mingqing soldiers are bravely resisting, and the battle is extremely intense. Yang Feng's brow furrowed. The front line was under heavy pressure and could collapse at any moment. As the Minister of War had said, the situation at the northern border was no longer just one person's concern but affected everyone. The Huns were advancing fiercely, clearly preparing to move south. If Mingqing County fell, the northern border would be defenseless, and all the pressure would fall on him. Even if Yang Feng didn't care about the northern border civilians, he had to consider his own future and life. Inform everyone to advance at full speed. We must arrive before Mingqing County falls. Yes. The 20,000-strong army immediately increased its pace. Mingqing County. The battlefield was ablaze with gunfire. Soldiers were either on the city walls or in the fortresses. The sound of muskets echoed continuously. Young General. The enemy is fierce this time. They seem determined to fight to the death, the adjutant said anxiously. The enemy's rapid arrival had caught them off guard. No one had expected the Huns to attack at this time, defying all logic. Lin Ji, observing the situation outside the city, also frowned. Thinking back, the Huns had indeed been growing stronger with each encounter, and their tactics had significantly evolved. It was no wonder these nomadic tribes could dominate the northern border. Fortunately, the fortresses were sturdy, and the musketeers inside effectively repelled the Hun cavalry's attacks. However, the muskets' firepower was insufficient, and soon the Huns reached the fortress's walls. Their tactics were highly targeted. They used sandbags to block the fortress's observation ports, preventing the musketeers from firing and forcing them to either defend the fortresses or engage in close combat. The battle was intense and brutal, with casualties on both sides. Zhou Yu led the charge, engaging the enemy outside Mengxing County. The battlefield was a signal that enemies had appeared. This action immediately made Linji understand. As expected, their frontal attack is just a feint. Their real goal is to sneak attack our south gate. Since the Huns' camp was already very close to Mengxing County, Linji had no choice but to withdraw the soldiers who were ambushing near the mountain and water paths. However, he still left a small number of people there to get first-hand intelligence. The reason why the horns could be heard at the south and west gates must be due to the news from the scouts. What? The Huns went to such great lengths just to divert our firepower? Yu Yin widened his eyes. He never expected the enemy to be so cunning. I told you, never underestimate the enemy. Linji's face was solemn. Yu Yin, take command. Here. Immediately lead 5,000 soldiers with cannons to the south gate. Once you find the enemy, use firepower to cover the attack, absolutely not allowing them to approach the gate, especially the trebuchets. At this moment, Linji had a rough understanding of the enemy's tactics. Deploying a large number of troops in the front was not only to attract firepower, but also to attract Mengxing County's troops. While the battle was intense here, the enemy also sent troops to the rear. The trebuchet, as a powerful engineering tool of this era, had an irreplaceable role. Especially those huge boulders. Once they hit the city walls, the destructive power was astonishing. Even the soldiers guarding the city tower would be injured. Yu Yin clasped his fists in salute. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, he did not hesitate and immediately led his men to the south gate. Just as he arrived at the south gate, he saw the shadows of huge trebuchets in the distance. Yu Yan's face changed dramatically. My goodness, these Huns are incredibly cunning. Their war of the Huns had only 30,000 men. There were still 100,000 more troops waiting for them. If today's battle ended in a narrow victory for Mengxing County, they might still not be able to withstand the subsequent Huns' forces. In an instant, the cannons roared. A few mobile cannons fired their ammunition. In the distance, huge explosions occurred. 2 trebuchets were instantly blown to pieces, and the siege troops faced fierce resistance. What is this thing? Can the Thunderbolt firecrackers be fired so far? My goodness, when did Mengxing County become so impregnable? Even the weakest South Gate has such formidable combat power. Our mission is to breach the South Gate. All the grievances we've suffered over the years can be resolved today, all depending on us. The engineer captain kept encouraging the troops, but they could hardly move. Seeing the deadlock was hard to break, the engineer captain was anxious. Generals Huolua and Zemu led their troops at the north gate to buy them time, but the south gate could not open the situation. The saying goes, a small action can affect the whole body. Such a result would inevitably lead to the entire war situation not being able to make further breakthroughs, and the Huns would suffer heavy casualties. Captain, what should we do now? We're still about 100 steps away from the trebuchet's range, but we can't move forward at all. A soldier couldn't help but ask, what are you standing there for? Go back and report to the 2 generals right now. Yes. At this moment, on the front battlefield, Huolua sat in the rear. Zemu was leading the Huns' troops in bloody battle. The battle was extremely intense. The scene was unusually fierce. There were corpses everywhere. Huolua frowned tightly, his heart anxious. The only thing he had to do now was to wait for the south gate to be breached. Then they could take advantage of the situation to make trebuchets. Although this giant weapon was cumbersome, it had its unique advantages, and its range was extremely wide. It could just avoid the firepower coverage of firearms, and the explosion zone of thunderbolt firecrackers. Under such circumstances, they still couldn't effectively breach the south gate. Were these people all useless? No. The Central Plains people at the south gate don't know where they got a new weapon that can shoot thunderbolt firecrackers over 1,000 steps away. Our trebuchets hadn't even reached the range when 2 were blown to pieces, and countless people were injured. Huoluo widened his eyes again. He had originally thought that thunderbolt firecrackers and firearms were the most advanced weapons of the enemy, and he had already thought of countermeasures. Although thunderbolt firecrackers were powerful, their throwing range was limited, and while firearms could hit enemies from a distance, they couldn't inflict mass casualties. These 2 weapons were indeed advanced, but they each had their drawbacks. Huoluo's reason for adopting such an offensive strategy was to capitalize on their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Who would have thought that an unexpected situation would still occur? Chapter 319. Hesitation leads to defeat. Huoluo watched the intense battle unfolding before him and couldn't help but sink into deep thought. Who could have imagined that the situation would change so drastically? What was even more inconceivable was that he was genuinely unaware of these changes. What kind of person was Linji? Why could he repeatedly produce things that shocked everyone? Did this guy really have no limits? Or was everything he did just a smokescreen? The true strength had never been unleashed. Just thinking about it was mind-boggling and hard to believe. In a short period, he couldn't even find words to describe his shock. Huoluo also knew there wasn't much time for contemplation. Jiamu was leading the troops in a bloody battle at the front. Even if someone were sent to notify them now, they probably couldn't retreat. But the southern gate of Mingxing County was in danger. If this continued, the situation would become extremely complex, and there would be no breakthrough. General Huoluo, what should we do now? If this continues, we will lose so many comrades for nothing, the deputy general said anxiously. Breaking through the northern gate was a daunting task, if not impossible. The northern gate had the most garrison troops in Mingxing County. The combat strength was also the strongest. There were nearly 10,000 riflemen and garrison soldiers. The enemy had only a few thousand troops stationed at the southern gate. But it was this disparity that made the current situation extremely difficult. At least in the short term, they couldn't break through the gate. The consequences naturally were extremely severe. Immediately send all the soldiers to the southern gate for support. No matter what, we must ensure that the trebuchets can break through the enemy's southern gate, Huoluo said decisively. There was no room for hesitation now. Even if all the troops at the northern gate were wiped out, he had no way to retreat. General Huoluo, isn't this equivalent to a last-ditch effort? The deputy general said in shock. His eyes revealed disbelief. Do you think we still have a choice? Huoluo said bluntly. The battlefield changes in an instant. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and send reinforcements. Do you want all the soldiers at the southern gate to be wiped out? The deputy general dared not hesitate any further. He immediately took action. This situation was naturally observed clearly by those on the city walls. Young general, the enemy is moving. It seems they are planning to send troops to the southern gate for support. Do we need to allocate forces now? Linji frowned. He also saw through Huoluo's intentions. The enemy was clearly planning to go all in. Gathering all their forces to the southern gate was because it was undermanned. If he sent troops to support the southern gate now, the defense at the northern gate would weaken. The warriors below were locked in fierce combat. Although neither side had gained an advantage, if they retreated, the riflemen on the city walls would be left unsupported. With the Huns approaching fearlessly, even if the rifles could eliminate the first wave of enemies, it would be difficult to wipe out the rest. Rifles were replaced in later eras because of their slow reloading speed. Their continuous firing capability was extremely weak. This made the situation very difficult. Linji had always wanted to quickly develop the Maxim gun, a weapon with epic-making significance. It could achieve continuous firing, and it could also effectively kill the enemy. In this era, it had extraordinary and terrifying combat power. But unfortunately, he didn't have much time, and it was impossible to do so. Leaving aside these subsequent issues, Lin Ji being able to produce the Thunderbolt cannon and rifles was already remarkable. The biggest problem was that they couldn't withstand the enemy's overwhelming numbers. If the Thunderbolt cannon and rifles were all used at the northern gate, without a doubt, even if the Huns had twice as many troops, it would be useless. The powerful firepower coverage and continuous firepower output would make it impossible for the enemy to advance. This was the most exaggerated aspect of modern weapons. But the current situation was not optimistic, especially since the enemy's goal was to force Lin Ji to deploy troops to the southern gate. If he did so, he would fall into the trap. But if he didn't send reinforcements, the southern gate might be in crisis. The situation had become very tense, even a bit out of control. Young general, please give the order quickly. If this continues, it won't do, the deputy general said anxiously. Lin Ji pondered. You are in charge of holding the fort here. Remember, under no circumstances allow the enemy to enter the gate. If anything goes wrong, I hold you accountable. Since he couldn't disperse the forces, Lin Ji decided to take action himself. One man could stand against a million. The deputy general was shocked and incredulous. Never had he expected to be entrusted with such a critical task. Young general, is this not a bit risky? What are you afraid of? Right now, you are just a deputy general, but one day you will become a true general. Will you be afraid of losing control then? Lin Ji's voice was firm and unyielding. The deputy general shuddered. His gaze became resolute. Young general, I understand. Rest assured. I am here. The gate is here. I am gone. The gate is gone. Good. Lin Ji nodded. If Zhou returns, let him take over my duties. Until then, you are in charge of the northern gate. Remember, the safety of Mingxing County rests on you alone? Yes. The deputy general nodded. He then went to the city wall. Even though he was extremely nervous, he did not retreat. His spear stood firm. Sometimes, men have no choice but to charge forward. Hesitation leads to defeat. Lin Ji did not waste any time. He grabbed his weapon, jumped off the wall, and rode off at full speed. Mingxing County was not large. But even so, it would take at least a cup of tea's time to cross the city. The Hun army had already moved out. He had to get there before them. Although the portable cannons could indeed bring strong combat power to Mingxing County, the ammunition was limited and could not sustain continuous bombardment. Under such circumstances, the efforts they could make were also very limited. To break the deadlock, someone had to step up with decisive superiority. #### Chapter 320. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Lin Ji finally arrived at the south gate after a hurried journey. Outside, the city was already engulfed in flames. The soldiers on the city walls were all grim-faced. Despite their current overwhelming advantage, no one could muster a smile, as the ammunition was visibly dwindling. General Yu, if this continues, we might run out of ammunition. The artillery soldiers shouted frantically, their voices filled with anxiety. The Huns had now realized that the cannons had a limited range, so they did not immediately bring their trebuchets within the cannon's reach. Instead, they resorted to using crossbows, arrows, and even human wave tactics to constantly wear down the defenders. Although this method was almost suicidal, it ensured that their trebuchets remained intact. For the Huns, the trebuchets were their key to siege warfare. Without them, all their previous efforts would be in vain, and the situation could become extremely precarious. In a siege, this would be equivalent to handing their advantage over to the enemy. No, we absolutely cannot let our guard down. General Yu's brows were furrowed, his gaze filled with solemnity. The situation was sudden, and the forces at the north gate were not abundant. If the enemy managed to close in on the gate, it would be like handing themselves over completely to the opponent. They would have no means to resist. General Yu, do we really have to go to such lengths? An artillery soldier beside him asked, his eyes filled with helplessness. Do you think we have any other choice? For us, there is no turning back. General Yu's gaze was resolute. From the battlefield, although they did have the upper hand, it was not as strong as one might imagine. The most crucial point was that this advantage could be lost at any moment. Therefore, General Yu had already prepared for the worst. He would rather die with the North Gate than let the Huns pass through. After all, if the Hun army wanted to enter the city from the South Gate, they would have to step over his corpse. At that moment, a messenger ran over. General Yu. The young general is here. What? General Yu's eyes widened in surprise, finding this development quite unexpected. Isn't the young general defending the North Gate? Why is he here at the South Gate? Although the South Gate was indeed in crisis, the Hun army was mostly concentrated at the North Gate. At such a critical moment, if there was no commander on the front lines, it would be like a scattered sand, potentially shaking the morale. This was a terrifying prospect. Lin Ji, though not battle-hardened, would certainly not make such a low-level mistake. While he was still in a daze, Lin Ji had already briskly walked up to the city wall. How's the situation? Not looking good. General, you didn't have time to ask too many questions. Although we destroyed 2 of their trebuchets, the Huns have since become very cautious and moved the trebuchets out of our cannon range. Then why are you still firing? Lin Ji frowned, examining the situation on the battlefield. But the enemy has switched to a human wave tactic, using suicidal attacks to try to close in on the South Gate. We had no choice but to respond in kind. General Yu's tone was tinged with helplessness. There were also arrows and fire arrows involved, but they couldn't afford to ignore them. The South Gate had very few troops, just a few thousand. If the enemy managed to breach the walls, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Ji looked at the situation below the city wall and realized it was as he had expected. Don't worry, I'll handle it. You? General Yu's eyes widened in surprise, finding it hard to believe. Could Lin Ji really use some special means to turn the tide in this situation? If so, his strength must be formidable. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hao, holding his spear, leaped off the city wall. The surrounding soldiers were all stunned. They never dreamed that Lin Hao would take such a drastic action. Young General, what are you doing? General Yu was frantic on the wall. If anything happened to Lin Ji, it would be a devastating blow to them. Hold your positions. Do your jobs. Lin Ji didn't look back, simultaneously unleashing the dragon elephant skill. Though alone, he exuded the presence of 1,000 troops as he strode towards the Hun army. The Huns were bewildered by this sight. What's going on? Why would someone come out to die on their own? Wait, isn't that Lin Ji? What? The Huns stretched their necks to get a better look. Seeing the general's armor and the conspicuous white robe, there was no doubt that it was Lin Ji. Is he crazy? Does he really think he can stop us all by himself? This is perfect. If we can kill Lin Ji, we can regain control of the situation. Then, with no leader in the northern border, it would be a great victory for us. In an instant, all the Huns were elated, each pulling out their weapons, ready to swarm and take down Lin Ji. Brothers, charge! This is our chance to make a name for ourselves. The Huns, already braving the cannon fire on the city gate, found their target and became even more excited. Soon, the 2 sides clashed and the melee erupted. Lin Ji, with just a spear, was unstoppable. His spearwork was like a blooming flower, and any Hun who got close was instantly felled. His combat prowess was terrifying. On the city wall, all the soldiers watched in shock, unable to express the tension in their hearts. General Yu, can't we do something to help the young general? Shouldn't we try to assist him? A soldier couldn't help but say. Do you think I don't want to? But we have no means to do so right now. General Yu sighed inwardly. No one wanted to help Lin Ji more than him, but before leaving, Lin Ji had instructed them to hold their ground. Chapter 321. One man can stand against thousands. This was not all. Yu Yan's options were also very limited at the moment. It was impossible to use cannons. Cannons didn't distinguish between friend and foe. If they were to explode in the nearby area, it might even injure Lin Ji. He certainly didn't want that to happen. The only thing we can do now is to trust the young general. I believe that no matter what, the young general will not disappoint us. Yu Yan said with conviction. Lin Ji was definitely not the kind of person who was all brawn and no brains. Every action he took must have had its own profound meaning. Since he dared to fight alone, it meant he had the confidence to win. Inform everyone to hold their positions firmly and not make any mistakes. This was the only thing they could do now. As the saying goes, 3 parts are destined by heaven, and 7 parts are earned through hard work. But those 3 parts are extremely important. Without them, the 7 parts of effort would be in vain. Understood. Everyone nodded. At the same time, Lin Ji was wreaking havoc among the enemy forces. Being alone, he no longer needed to worry about anyone else. He could fully demonstrate his extremely powerful combat abilities. Wherever he went, he was unstoppable, and no one could withstand his terrifying combat power. My goodness, what is this guy? Why is his strength so terrifying? It's unbelievable. Do you think I don't want to know? Look at us. Charging forward is no different from committing suicide. He directly picked up an enemy on horseback and threw him down. Then he mounted the horse and galloped away. Seeing this, everyone around was astonished. They all thought Lin Ji was going to escape. But what happened next left everyone present dumbfounded. It was completely unexpected. Lin Ji directly charged towards the trebuchets. The Shonu soldiers immediately realized. He's going to destroy our trebuchets. Everyone stop him. Absolutely do not let him get close to the trebuchets. But even with the numerous Shonu soldiers, it was futile. Because Lin Ji had become a war god. His terrifying impact force was jaw-dropping. He was unstoppable, like a force of nature. No matter how many people stood in his way, it was useless. The Shonu soldiers were all terrified. Many who wanted to stop him lacked the courage. This guy was too terrifying. Especially the extraordinary dominance he displayed. It was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In an instant, Lin Ji reached the trebuchets, then leaped and thrust his spear. With a forceful strike, the core part of the trebuchets collapsed. My goodness, was this something a human could do? Everyone was stunned. In both strength and speed, Lin Ji completely overwhelmed them. 1, 2, 3. The trebuchets, made day and night by the Shonu soldiers without rest, were like paper in front of Lin Ji. There was no defense at all. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. No way. This is too ridiculous. I can't imagine how Lin Ji could have such strong combat power. It's unbelievable. Oh no. Are we doomed to suffer a crushing defeat? Countless Shonu soldiers were on the verge of collapse. They didn't even know how to stop him. Lin Ji alone seemed like 1,000 soldiers and horses. And so many of them in front of Lin Ji had no room to maneuver. They seemed like toys. In their impression, Lin Ji was just a carefree playboy. Although his return to the northern border had brought many changes, this could still be understood. Maybe the kid had learned some secret techniques in the imperial city and could apply them to the war at the northern border. But how could Lin Ji have such high martial arts? Clearly, before, he only had a little bit of mediocre skill at the northern border. Now he could calmly move through tens of thousands of troops, going wherever he wanted. No one could stop him. Even the flawless human wave tactic was useless at this moment. Was he really invincible? At this moment, after seeing this scene from the city walls, everyone couldn't help but cheer. My goodness, the young general is too strong. I finally understand why the young general went alone. We would have been a burden. If the young general can really achieve this counterattack, our Mengxing County might become a legend in the entire Great Xia dynasty, because no one can replicate such an extraordinary battle. The soldiers discussed animatedly, even forgetting their tension, because the shock Lin Ji brought them was too great. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, even if the current emperor came out to say it, no one would believe that one person could resist the enemy's thousands of troops. And be so calm. Yu Yin, who had been frowning tightly, gradually relaxed. He also realized that Lin Ji's goal was not to kill all the enemies, but to destroy the trebuchets. Because as long as these trebuchets were all destroyed, the Shonu would not be able to make a comeback in a short time. Chapter 322. Reinforcements have arrived. With the advancement of the times, technology has indeed played a significant role in warfare. Weapons such as muskets, cannons, and thunderbolts have significantly altered the landscape of the northern border. Without these advanced armaments, a defense like Mingxing County would not stand a chance against the repeated incursions of the Xiongnu army. Given that there are only a few tens of thousands of soldiers, even with balanced forces, a 1-to-1 confrontation would be impossible if the Xiongnu had reinforcements. If all the soldiers at the northern border were exhausted, the war would collapse on its own, and the northern border would be handed over. However, this does not diminish the terror of traditional weapons. Trebuchets, boiling oil, and siege ladders, though seemingly crude, can still breach a city under overwhelming numerical superiority. This is why in ancient times, battles often saw hundreds of thousands of troops deployed, as they had no technological advancements and could only rely on numbers to win. Currently, the Xiongnu's trebuchets pose the greatest threat to Mingxing County. If they can destroy these trebuchets, the situation in Mingxing County will ease. With time, Linji can create more miracles. Brothers, do not let your guard down. We must hold our position and constantly observe the battlefield. Fire the cannons at the right moment. We must ensure the safety of our young general. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the enemy's camp, Linji was unstoppable. But surrounded by Xiongnu soldiers, even his bravery couldn't withstand the overwhelming numbers. His extreme offensive power and destructiveness were due to the peak state of his Shenlong Baixianggong. However, even the strongest will tire. As the Xiongnu continued to wear him down, Linji began to struggle. The Xiongnu were in a hurry, but so was Linji. He knew these weren't all the Xiongnu forces. More were on their way from the North Gate. If he couldn't destroy all the trebuchets in time, the arrival of reinforcements would spell disaster. Even Lin Hao could be trapped in a dire situation. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. Dust clouds rose as countless Xiongnu soldiers charged. Lin Ji frowned. Just as he feared, even the best preparations couldn't account for every variable. Great. Our reinforcements have arrived. Lin Ji, you're done for. Even if you're powerful, can you take on 10,000? When the numbers are overwhelming, there's no need for a direct assault. Simply encircling the enemy and wearing them down is enough. This tactic is almost unbeatable in a numbers game unless the enemy is an elite force, each capable of defeating hundreds or thousands. But even the entire Great Xia dynasty couldn't field such a force. Lin Ji, now surrounded, frowned. The situation had become extremely complex. A single misstep or distraction could lead to unimaginable consequences. You think Mingxing County is impregnable? Today, I'll make you pay and show the northern border what happens when you oppose the Xiongnu. The deputy commander, furious, had suffered several defeats at Lin Ji's hands. Though the Xiongnu leaders scolded Huoluo and Jiamu, none of the soldiers could swallow their pride. Whoever takes Lin Ji's head will be promoted 3 ranks and awarded 100 taels of gold and 10 slaves. This announcement energized the Xiongnu soldiers, even those who knew they were outmatched. For ordinary soldiers, if they couldn't advance, they remained mere cannon fodder. Surviving meant honor. Risk and reward went hand in hand. No one hesitated. The encirclement tightened. Seeing the danger, Lin Ji jumped to escape but found a new encirclement forming. After several attempts, his energy drained, sweat pouring down his forehead, and he began to pant heavily. On the city wall, everyone watched in horror. Yu Yan was particularly anxious. The young general is in grave danger. If we don't help him, it could lead to a major problem. The entire northern border could lose its commander. Lin Ji was crucial to the northern border. His innovations had never existed before. Without him, the northern border would suffer under the Xiongnu, and people wouldn't have warm clothes. Many would freeze or starve. Yu Yan wanted to help but feared the cannons might hinder Lin Ji. The portable cannons, due to insufficient practice, had poor accuracy, potentially missing by dozens of steps. The trebuchets were large, so precision wasn't needed, but now, with Xiongnu everywhere and Lin Ji trapped, it was different. At this critical moment, a loud cry echoed from the distance. Yu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Were the enemy's reinforcements not just one batch? When did the Xiongnu have so many men? But what followed left the northern soldiers on the wall stunned. A group of troops emerged from the eastern woods, flanking the Xiongnu from behind. The two sides clashed, causing numerous casualties. Many Xiongnu fell without understanding what hit them. General Yu, it seems our reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements? Could it be the soldiers from Taiping Pass? Yu Yin widened his eyes, trying to identify the newcomers. Hashtag Chapter 323. The young general is our protector. At this moment, Lin Ji dared not divert his attention to look behind him. Although he had already heard the shouts, he was completely in a state of excitement. His adrenaline was surging, and his dragon elephant skill was pushed to its limits. Steam was constantly rising from his body, a sign that his internal energy was rapidly depleting. Yet, Lin Ji had doubts in his mind. Could it be that there was another wave of reinforcements for the enemy? How could that be? It was impossible for the Huns to withdraw their forces from the ongoing battle at the northern gate. Could it be the Huns' follow-up reinforcements? If that were the case, Mingxing County would be in grave danger. However, Lin Ji did not have the luxury to worry. All he had in his mind was one thought. That was to kill. No matter how many came, he would just keep killing. Even if the enemy had 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, they could not deter his resolve. As long as his strength did not run out, he absolutely could not fall. He would do his utmost to kill one more person, because one less Hun meant one less enemy for Mingxing County. There was only so much he could do. When he personally stepped onto the battlefield, Lin Ji was already gambling with his life. He had no other choice. He could only use this method to try to turn the tide. But a person's ability is ultimately limited. If he could not turn the situation around, he would have to accept his fate. All matters under the heavens are like this. The war at the northern border is even more so. Meanwhile, inside Mingxing County, at the clothing factory, the civilians were still hurriedly making sweaters. There was a battle outside, but they were already accustomed to it. Everyone was even chatting and laughing. How many Huns do you think will die this time? Who can say for sure? Anyway, no matter how many come, it makes no difference to us, as long as we have General Lin. That's true. As long as General Lin is here, we don't need to worry. Ever since Lin Ji arrived at the northern border, he was like a reassurance pill for all the civilians. They no longer had to live in fear as they did before. They could live a more peaceful life. Yu Luoyu was inspecting the workshop to ensure there were no mistakes. In Mingxing County, since the establishment of the clothing factory, her daily work was to manage it. Although she was paid like others, the more important reason was that Yu Yin and Lin Ji wanted to find her a job to pass the time. In essence, it was to prevent the girl from running around. If she were to run to the northern border again like last time, no one knew if she would be lucky enough to meet Lin Ji again. Hearing the civilians' praise for Lin Ji, she felt very happy. After all, he was the man she chose. To be so beloved was naturally a source of pride. She just didn't know how long this time the Hun army would delay. That moment, someone rushed in. Everyone, pack up immediately. Head to the blacksmith shop right away. What's going on? All the women and workers in the workshop were surprised to see that the messenger was a soldier. Their eyes showed astonishment and bewilderment. General Lin is currently fighting a desperate battle outside the city. This time, Mingxing County is in grave danger. General Yu has ordered me to inform all the civilians to evacuate Mingxing County through the secret passage at the blacksmith shop, to avoid a catastrophe. What? Everyone present showed shock and disbelief in their eyes. Although the situation at the northern border had always been grim, ever since Lin Ji arrived, he had repeatedly turned the tide. Therefore, the civilians believed that as long as General Lin was there, Mingxing County could not be lost. Even if the Huns were powerful, they could not break through the impregnable defenses. But they never expected the situation to be so dire this time, even evacuating everyone in advance. This meant that all the soldiers of Mingxing County were prepared for the worst. That was to die with the enemy. Yu Luoyu's smile disappeared instantly. She immediately grabbed the soldier and asked, "What's going on? Why is General Lin fighting the enemy outside the city? Isn't he the main commander?" Under normal circumstances, the main commander had already assumed the role of a field marshal, although not officially titled as such. but a field marshal usually commanded, not personally fought. If the situation had reached this point, it meant that their side was in a huge disadvantage. Even the highest commander had to take the field. "Miss you, please leave quickly. General, you specifically instructed me not to tell you more," the soldier said helplessly. Before leaving, Yu Yin had specifically instructed him to prevent Yu Luoyu from acting rashly at a critical moment. Yu Yan's death was of no consequence. He was a general. Dying on the battlefield was his duty. Yu Luoyu was his sister, the last descendant of the Yu family. Yu Yin had to ensure the family's lineage continued. He could not let the Yu family's bloodline end here. "Tell me quickly. If you don't, no one leaves today." Yu Luoyu, being a general's offspring, showed a bit of the spirit of a heroine. The surrounding people nodded in agreement. "That's right. How is General Lin? If we don't know his situation, we absolutely won't leave. We thought the court had abandoned the northern border, but only General Lin dared to come and defend it. Since General Lin didn't abandon us before, how could we leave quietly without knowing the situation now? Although we are not great heroes, we also have a sense of right and wrong in our hearts. We absolutely cannot do such ungrateful things." Seeing everyone had the same idea, the soldier was helpless. The order he received was to lead everyone to evacuate Mingxing County. If he failed to do so, he would have no way to report back. After pondering, the soldier had no choice but to tell the truth. A large force of Huns suddenly arrived at the southern gate. "The situation is critical, and our defenders are very few. General Lin is currently fighting the enemy alone." "Alone?" Everyone present showed shock and disbelief. They never dreamed that Lin Ji would try to hold off the enemy's army by himself. No one had ever dared to be so audacious. Did he really not fear death? "What are you doing? Isn't General Lin going down to fight alone, just courting death?" Yu Luoyu said anxiously. "I'm going to the southern gate." "Miss you, you can't go." The soldier immediately tried to stop her. Chapter 324. United Hearts, Life and Death Together. "Miss you, the southern gate could fall at any moment. If you go there, you would only throw your lives away. Moreover, you are all elderly, women, and children. General, you instructed that your safety must be ensured." The soldier tried to sound as authoritative as possible, but deep down, he knew this was a last resort. If there were any other options, Lin Ji wouldn't have sent him to evacuate the townspeople of Mingxing County. "Brother soldier, I understand your intentions. If you need to escort other civilians out of the city, I have no complaints and will not hinder you. But my brother and the young general are fighting at the southern gate. I absolutely cannot abandon them and live in cowardice." Yu Luoyu spoke with unwavering determination, her eyes filled with an unyielding resolve. In such critical moments, she must stay, even if it means dying together with them. For in Yu Luoyu's heart, they were the two most important people. The others present exchanged glances. Suddenly, a young girl from the Yang family stepped forward. "Brother soldier, I won't leave either. You should hurry and escort them out." "Little girl, why are you being so stubborn? This is war, not a game of house. People die in war." The soldier was bewildered by these two women. Shouldn't they be afraid? Instead, they were rushing to their deaths. He couldn't fathom what they were thinking. "The young General Lin has done us great favors. Without him, how could I have such a peaceful life today? And ever since they arrived at the northern border, they have been tirelessly protecting Mingxing County. Now, when they need help, how could I leave?" Even the soldier was moved to tears. He never expected that at such a critical moment, all the townspeople would unite so strongly, willing to set aside personal interests and stand together with Mingxing County. And all this was because of one person, the young general of the northern border, Lin Ji. "Everyone, I cannot make this decision. How about we all go to the southern gate together and let General Yu decide?" "Yes, let's go to the southern gate now." The townspeople grabbed whatever they could find. Wooden sticks, farm tools, even shovels. They were ready to fight the enemy with whatever they had. Not only in the clothing factory, but also on the streets, all the civilians received the news. Their reactions were surprisingly consistent with those in the clothing factory. A massive crowd formed and headed towards the southern gate. Although many of these civilians were not well educated, their lives of hardship in the northern border made them understand even more that to have a decent life, they needed a strong country. Only a country could protect the lives of its people. Without it, individuals would only be subjected to the Huns' torment. At the southern gate, Lin Ji was so engrossed in fighting that he had lost all sense of direction. At the same time, the shouts from behind grew closer. He suddenly realized that the voices were speaking in the Central Plains language. Turning around, he saw people also dressed in the uniform of the Central Plains Army. The leading general wielded a long saber and shouted loudly, "Who dares to cause trouble in my northern border? You have no idea how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is. Brothers, let's kill them and show these Huns that we Central Plains people are not cowards." Lin Ji was momentarily stunned. Probably because he was too excited from fighting, his brain slowed down. Only then did he realize that these were reinforcements from Taiping Pass. He hadn't expected them to arrive so promptly. Just as he was momentarily distracted, a Hun took the opportunity to sneak attack. Yang Feng, from a distance, saw it and threw his saber over. "Watch out!" he shouted. Lin Ji instinctively dodged to the side. The saber flew past where he had been standing and struck the enemy who was about to attack him. "Thank you," Lin Ji nodded, pulling the saber from the corpse and tossing it back. Yang Feng had already ridden up to his side, catching the saber. "We'll talk about everything else when we get back alive. I never thought you'd be so brave, fighting alone against 10,000. Before he finished, he had already charged back into the fray. The soldiers from Taiping Pass followed suit, immediately pouring into the crowd. The battle situation underwent a dramatic change. Although the reinforcements from Taiping Pass were not numerous, they played a significant role in turning the tide. The Huns, already intimidated by Lin Ji's bravery, were now completely routed. The battle was nothing short of brutal. Almost every strike brought down a soldier. On the city wall of the southern gate, Yu Yin watched the scene with a trembling heart. He considered himself from a military family and had fought in battles before. Even after retreating to Bailing Pass, he often practiced with bandits. But seeing such a fierce battle today, he couldn't help but sigh. It was perhaps the most brutal war he had ever witnessed in his 30 years of life. The narrow area outside the southern gate was now crowded with tens of thousands. The sounds of battle and the thick smell of blood filled the air. It felt like a living hell. At that moment, a shout came from behind. "General Yu? General Yu!" Yu Yin turned around to see the soldier he had sent to evacuate the civilians. He couldn't help but frown. "Why are you back so soon? If anything happens to the civilians, I will hold you accountable." Chapter 325. Destroying the catapults. The soldiers, upon hearing this interrogation, showed expressions of helplessness. "General Yu, it's not that I want to neglect my duties, but there are some things I simply can't do. And with so many people, I can't possibly tie them all up and take them away one by one." This statement caused General Yu Yin to look puzzled. "What are you talking about? Who are you tying up? They are civilians. Don't they have legs? Can't they walk on their own?" His entire focus was on the battlefield outside the southern gate. If possible, he wished he could grow several pairs of eyes to observe the situation everywhere. Most importantly, the situation outside directly affected the safety of Mingqiang County. It was crucial and could not be compromised. "General Yu, precisely because they have legs, that's why I can't do it. Don't believe me, take a look for yourself." The soldier gestured, and General Yu took a few steps back to the inner side of the city wall. Lowering his head, he almost thought he was seeing things. Below the city gate, countless civilians held various farming tools, looking ready to sacrifice themselves with resolute gazes and a mighty aura. "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to take them away? How come these people are still here and unharmed? Don't tell me you sent them away and they came back on their own." General Yu was furious. Such a simple task as evacuating the civilians couldn't be done properly. How could they even think about going to battle? They probably wouldn't even know how they died. General Yu, they never intended to leave in the first place. The soldier recounted the situation in detail. "General, you felt both angry and moved. This is simply outrageous. But given the current situation, he couldn't force these civilians to leave, especially since doing so might be hurtful. In that case, let the civilians help move things. Remember, make sure they don't leave the southern gate." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, the battle outside the southern gate had reached an extremely intense stage. With Yang Feng leading the defenders of Taiping Pass, although the soldiers were fierce, they seemed to lack combat experience. Even flanking the enemy didn't cause significant damage, and the situation quickly returned to a state of intense stalemate. "These Xiongnu are too formidable." Yang Feng gripped the reins tightly, constantly looking around with a gaze filled with anger and ferocity. If his first battle in Mingxing County ended in defeat, he would likely become a laughingstock from then on. The Xiongnu side was equally perplexed. Perhaps due to previous setbacks in Mingxing County, they now believed that all Central Plains soldiers were formidable. However, the reinforcements from Taiping Pass, unlike the soldiers of Mingxing County, did not have advanced weapons, discipline training, or long-term combat. Charged out of the city alone was just to destroy the catapults? Even if the catapults were destroyed, defending against so many Xiongnu would still be difficult. "Trust me, it won't be wrong. At least it won't lead to pointless deaths of your men," Linji said decisively. Although he didn't know why Yang Feng came to support him, it was a good thing on the battlefield, better than being left without help. Yang Feng was inexplicably infected by Lin Ji's strong confidence, and then turned to raise his long sword. "All soldiers, attack the catapults." "Yes, sir." The soldiers from Taiping Pass, who were initially unsure of their direction, immediately became energized upon hearing this order. Destroying the catapults was much easier than fighting the Xiongnu to the death. Moreover, the majority of the Taiping Pass soldiers had emerged from the forests at the rear, occupying a prime position. With little effort, they had already reached the catapults. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Although these soldiers weren't particularly skilled, their sheer numbers were an advantage. Dozens of men hacked at a single catapult, and soon, the massive machine collapsed. One after another, the catapults fell. The Xiongnu engineer captain was devastated by this sight. "No, stop them from destroying the catapults." But no matter how loudly he shouted, the other Xiongnu couldn't come to the rescue in time. Previously, in their attempt to kill Lin Ji, they had pushed their formation forward. When the reinforcements from Taiping Pass arrived, their numbers played a significant role, completely cutting off the Xiongnu army from their catapult units. Soon, all the catapults transported to the southern gate were destroyed. Lin Ji, seeing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his spear, leaped high into the air, and stood on a vantage point. "All Central Plains soldiers, listen up. Retreat immediately to Mingxing County. Do not engage the enemy further." All the soldiers from Taiping Pass nodded in agreement and then adjusted their formation, heading towards Mingxing County. The Xiongnu army, now like defeated roosters, had lost any desire to attack. They knew that many cannons on the city walls were waiting for them. Any attempt to approach would surely result in devastating firepower. The consequences of such a loss were too dire to bear. "We should retreat too. Report this to the general." Seeing the Xiongnu army gradually withdraw, the soldiers on the southern gate finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to help but raise their arms and cheer. "Great, we've won again. We've once again averted the crisis. Mingxing County can continue to hold on." Chapter 326, a hard-fought victory. The city gates opened. Lin Ji and Yang Feng led the soldiers of Taiping Pass into Mingxing County. Yu Yin and the townsfolk had already been waiting at the city gates. "Young General Lin, this is wonderful. You've finally returned," Yu Yin said excitedly. Yu Luoyu, seeing Lin Ji covered in blood, felt an overwhelming heartache. "Are you injured? Should I call a doctor in the city to check on you? Why are you here?" Lin Ji's breath had only just stabilized. His internal energy was still in turmoil. Combined with the massive expenditure of strength and prolonged tension, the sudden release of that tension brought an unexpected wave of immense weakness. Young General Lin, just now I was worried that Mingxing County would be breached by the enemy, so I wanted to send the townsfolk out of the county first, but to my surprise, all the townsfolk were willing to fight alongside us. Yu Yin said, sighing deeply. His face then broke into a smile. But now you're back. We've resolved the crisis at the south gate, and the north gate is now impossible to breach. This time, the Huns will surely retreat in defeat. We've also regained our pride. This was the most difficult battle since the disappearance of General Lin Jinxiu, the northern frontier's protector. Though it seemed Mingxing County had the upper hand, the reality was far from it, and the Hun strategy was indeed masterful. They managed to devise such a desperate exchange. Imagine, without Lin Ji, under those circumstances, the south gate would have been impossible to hold. Huolua and Jiamu were also commendable generals, able to make such swift adjustments under such bizarre battlefield conditions, truly astonishing and unbelievable. Hearing this, Lin Ji's heart, which had been hanging, finally settled. He had been most worried about the consequences if Mingxing County were breached. Now, the weight on his heart was lifted. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. He collapsed to the side. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Feng quickly caught him. Young General, are you all right, young General? The surrounding crowd's eyes were filled with concern. Yu Luoyu was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Yang Feng checked him over. Then, with certainty, said, there's no need to worry too much. Your young general has just overexerted himself, too weak now. Let him rest a bit, and he should be fine. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ji was then arranged to be taken back to the county government to rest. Meanwhile, at the north gate, the battle continued. With the fortress already compromised, it was now a close-quarters fight. Musketeers couldn't leverage any advantage. Huolua watched the intense battle, his heart filled with unease. He had a bad feeling. He felt something was wrong at the south gate, and no news had come from the south gate yet. Shouldn't be. He had sent everyone there for support, and the defenders at the south gate were only a few thousand. If they couldn't breach the gate under such conditions, it was truly incomprehensible. Just then, a messenger hurried over. General Huolua, something terrible has happened. What is it? Our troops sent to the south gate didn't breach it. Not only that, they faced fierce resistance, and all our trebuchets were destroyed. Upon hearing this, Huolua's blood rushed to his head. It was like a bolt from the blue, unable to accept the reality. He had bet everything on this, pouring all his forces into it, only to receive such news. Was this destined to be their defeat? Perhaps due to the massive mental shock and high-pressure stress, Huolua fell off his horse and lost consciousness. General! The surrounding Huns were shocked. They never expected things to turn out this way. For a moment, they couldn't accept it. Who could have thought they would be in such a situation? At that moment, Jiamu, who was fighting on the battlefield, also heard the cries of his comrades. His eyes flashed with confusion. What happened to Huolua? In that moment of hesitation, the northern soldiers seized the opportunity to sneak attack. They dealt a heavy blow to Jiamu's back. With a cry of pain, Jiamu fell heavily to the ground. Seeing their two generals, one unconscious and one severely injured, the Huns didn't dare to stay, retreating in haste. Seeing this, Zhou Yu and his men at the north gate couldn't hide their joy. Great, General Zhou, we did it. We actually drove the Huns away. From now on, we can hold our heads high. No one in the northern frontier or even the entire Great Xia dynasty will dare to underestimate us. Exactly. How many could win such a battle? It's beyond extraordinary. Everyone celebrated and cheered. Zhou Yu also subconsciously looked towards the city wall, but surprisingly, he didn't see Yu Yin and Lin Ji. Strange. Where did those two go? Having been fighting on the battlefield, he was unaware of what happened inside Mingxing County. Only now did he realize, a bit late. General Zhou, young General Lin, and General Yu went to the south gate to deal with the enemy. I think the reason the Hun army retreated so quickly is largely related to the situation at the south gate. The deputy general said matter-of-factly. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. Well said. Indeed, it's them two who are crucial in critical moments. Let's go back and find them to celebrate. This victory feast must be enjoyed. Zhou Yu said, his face filled with joy. He didn't even know the roller coaster experience Lin Ji and Yu Yin had. Only upon arriving at the county government did Zhou Yu learn what happened at the South Gate. When he heard that Lin Hao had single-handedly faced tens of thousands of Hun cavalry, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, completely at a loss for words. This was too exaggerated. With one person holding off the enemy, what was the difference from a god descending? Chapter 327, A Pyrrhic Victory. As Zhou Yu was about to step in to congratulate Lin Ji on his valiant and invincible performance, he was pulled aside by someone. General Zhou. What's the matter? Zhou Yu looked at his deputy with a puzzled expression, noticing the grave look on his face. Perhaps you should wait a bit before going in. General Lin is currently in a fit of rage. Raging? Zhou Yu blinked, his eyes revealing astonishment and unexpectedness. Why would he be raging after a victory? It was incomprehensible. What is the reason? I'm not sure, but it seems to be because General Yu allowed the civilians to act freely. It nearly caused the people of Mingxing County to lose their lives. Is it that serious? Zhou Yu pondered. He was in charge of the Northern Gate, battling fiercely with the enemy, and had no chance to deal with matters within the city. Seeing the situation now, it seemed something serious had indeed happened to provoke Lin Ji's anger. Over their long period of acquaintance, Zhou Yu had come to understand Lin Ji's temperament. He never cared about trivial matters. Even playful banter would not make him angry. But in serious matters, anyone crossing the line or being half-hearted would face his rebuke. Adults could understand Lin Ji's intentions. It was about the safety of the people, not just a personal matter, so strictness was necessary. A scolding now was better than losing one's life later. General Zhou, I'm on my way to the Southern Gate camp to invite General Yang to discuss important matters. Why don't you come with me? General Yang? Zhou Yu frowned. Which General Yang do we have in Mingxing County? There were only 3 generals, weren't there? It's General Yang Feng from Taiping Pass. He's here? Yes, if it weren't for General Yang leading his men to break into the enemy's ranks and destroy the trebuchets, we wouldn't be standing here now. The deputy said with lingering fear. Zhou Yu thought it might not be a bad thing. It was better than going in to face Lin Ji's wrath. Though he was impressive in everyday matters, no one wanted to face Lin Ji's fury when he was in a temper. Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from inside. Zhou Yu, since you're back, why don't you come in? Zhou Yu inwardly cursed his bad luck and kept signaling to the deputy to avoid getting involved. The deputy nodded and quickly left. Zhou Yu sighed, realizing he couldn't escape this, and braced himself to enter the county office. He saw the deputy, the adjutant, Yu Yin, and Yu Luoyu all with downcast faces. Pretending to be unaware, Zhou Yu forced a laugh and asked, What's going on? Why such a big fuss? What are you pretending not to know? Lin Ji replied expressionlessly. Young general, since we've won, why make such a big deal out of it? Win? Lin Ji stood up abruptly. Do you call this a victory? Do you know how dangerous today was? Though it's not much your concern. But as a commander responsible for the northern border and Mingxing County, you have a duty to know. Zhou Yu was utterly confused, not knowing why he had incurred such wrath from Lin Ji. Beside him, Yu Yin kept signaling, but Zhou Yu's nature wasn't one to back down easily. He wanted to understand, or else he wouldn't feel right about it. Young general, under the attack of 30,000 Huns, we managed to resist fiercely, holding out until the end and preventing the enemy from succeeding. Isn't that a victory? Lin Ji laughed at this, clearly angered. Zhou Yu, don't blame me for being harsh. No wonder you're stuck here at the northern border for life. Zhou Yu's face changed. It was a saying that hitting below the belt was akin to rubbing salt in wounds. Every general aimed to be ennobled and recognized, but Zhou Yu had been at the northern border for nearly 10 years. Though he had reached the rank of general, he felt he had hit a ceiling. There was no chance for further promotion, an inevitable fact given his lack of connections in the capital. To his surprise, Linji spoke so bluntly in front of everyone, more humiliating than accusing Zhou Yu of tactical errors. Young general, I hold you in high regard. Why do you humiliate me so? Humiliate? Do you call this humiliation? Lin Ji sneered. I ask you, why did you fight to the death at the northern gate today? The question left Zhou Yu dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Why fight to the death? Wasn't the reason obvious? To prevent the enemy from breaching the gate and capturing Mingqing County. Wasn't that right? Since ancient times, battles have been about speed and decisiveness. We had enough musketeers, even though the enemy's breakthrough prevented them from firing from the fort. But didn't you think of letting these soldiers out? Withdrawing them to the gate area could still be effective. With muskets as cover, eliminating the enemy would be faster. Zhou Yu was speechless, not knowing how to respond. It seemed reasonable, but under those circumstances, he hadn't thought that far. He led his troops out to rescue the musketeers in the fort, never considering bringing them out to fight again. Now, Lin Ji's words made sense. Our army was already at a significant numerical disadvantage and fought a defensive battle, meaning we were always on the defensive. Under such circumstances, you should have thought of actively breaking the deadlock, not wasting time entangled with the enemy. Lin Ji said with conviction. Think about it. If you had dragged all the Hun forces to the northern gate, would there have been a problem at the southern gate? If it weren't for the soldiers from Taiping Pass coming to our aid today, we would have already become the enemy's prey. Zhou Yu had no more complaints. Though Lin Ji's words were harsh, they were all true, leaving no room for rebuttal. After a long moment, he looked up, sincerely acknowledging, Thank you for your guidance, young general. It was my arrogance. I will study military tactics diligently and hone my skills to prevent such incidents from happening again. Remember, you bear the responsibility for the safety of the entire northern border. Chapter 328. Lin Ji's instruction. Understood. Zhou Yu nodded heavily, looking like a well-behaved student. The renowned general of the northern border, who had earned his reputation through countless battles, was completely convinced by Lin Ji. He was acutely aware that the current state of the northern border was entirely due to Lin Ji's efforts. To put it bluntly, if he, Zhou Yu, had been in charge, the situation would have likely collapsed long ago, let alone achieving today's precarious victory. All right, you all can leave now. Reflect on your actions, especially you two siblings. Lin Ji frowned, directing his words at the Yu siblings. This is a battlefield, not the capital, nor a place where you can act recklessly. In the future, can you think more before acting? If you don't use your brains in battle, what else are you going to rely on? You are fighting against others, not committing suicide, understand? The Yu siblings nodded. After everyone left the county government office, Yu Yin let out a sigh of relief. Finally over. If he kept going, I would have felt utterly ashamed. I didn't realize your resolve was so weak. Just a few words and you can't take it? Zhou Yu couldn't help but tease. You have no idea. Before you returned, we were scolded for a full 2 incense sticks of time. It almost made me doubt my existence. Just thinking about it made Yu Yin shudder. Is it really that exaggerated? I thought the young general made a lot of sense, Zhou Yu said, full of curiosity. Was he being too lenient? Surely it wasn't that harsh. That's because you don't know what happened at the South Gate. If you did, you wouldn't say that. Yu Yin sighed meaningfully and then recounted the entire situation at the South Gate to him in detail. Zhou Yu gasped. You were really dancing on the edge of a knife. A slight misstep and everyone would have perished. Indeed, Yu Yin said, glancing playfully at Yu Luoyu beside him. Do you know what that's called on the battlefield? It's insubordination, and if severe, it's legally punishable. Brother, I just couldn't bear to leave you behind, Yu Luoyu said, feeling wronged. If something happened to you and the young general, how could I live alone in this world? Yu Yin sighed helplessly. Zhou Yu couldn't help but tease. Miss you? It seems you're quite bold now. But why didn't you dare to speak up in front of the young general? Don't mention it. I can't control my sister. Only the young general can rein her in. A natural balance. The two couldn't help but exchange a smile. Yu Luoyu blushed deeply. Although she had been scolded, she harbored no resentment and could understand the situation. At that critical moment, even if she were Linji, she wouldn't want them to take unnecessary risks. It was all within reason. All right, let's go back and rest. We don't know when the next battle will come, so we must be prepared. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens again, we'll both be held accountable. At the Southgate camp, all the soldiers of Taiping Pass were resting. Due to their sudden arrival and the limited capabilities of Ming County, they couldn't arrange new barracks for them. Under such circumstances, they could only temporarily settle here. Yang Feng also took on the role of guarding the Southgate. Gazing at the calm battlefield outside, the air still carried the scent of blood. Recalling the previous battle scenes, he found it hard to believe. When his troops arrived outside Ming County, they received news of the situation. Yang Feng had to speed up, but when he reached the South Gate, he saw only Linji fighting alone, a shock that words couldn't describe. One man holding off thousands was just an exaggerated literary device. Yet, it was now happening before his eyes. Especially when he charged into the battlefield, Linji remained uninjured, and the Xiongnu showed extreme fear. Was this man's power really that terrifying? Yang Feng had been in the military for many years and had never seen such a formidable person. He suddenly understood why, during the military drill, the Divine Navy had lost to the Yu family army, which only numbered 2,000. With such terrifying combat power, it was already awe-inspiring. In terms of tactics, there must be something unique. When did the Lin family of the northern border become so formidable? Lin Jinxiu left, and now there's Lin Ji, neither of them easy to deal with. One was more formidable than the other. His deputy approached him. General Yang, what are you thinking about? I'm pondering how the current situation at the northern border came to be. Yang Feng said meaningfully. The situation? Isn't it good for us? Good. Yang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you see how fierce the Xiongnu were today? With tens of thousands of men and so many trebuchets, the South Gate not being breached was already extremely lucky. Imagine if we were defending with only a few thousand men. Could we handle it? The deputy pondered this and realized it was indeed the case. Based on the situation at the time, Ming County was almost in the Xiongnu's grasp. To still hold out until they arrived was nothing short of miraculous. General Yang, what kind of person is this young General Lin? When we reached the battlefield, he was the only one fighting down there with so many enemies. If it were me, I'd have been chopped to pieces long ago. Under such a barrage of attacks, bones would likely be crushed to dust. And with so many corpses, it was unclear how long Linji had held on. That's what makes it terrifying. Don't ever think that kid is just an ordinary person. It seems this trip to the northern border is really an eye-opener for us, Yang Feng said meaningfully. His personal grudges with the Lin family were just that. If they could resolve the crisis at the northern border this time, perhaps he could earn merit in the court and return to the Central Plains. Do you want to stay in Taiping Pass for the rest of your life? Of course not. The deputy blurted out. So, we must seize this opportunity. Linji managed to turn the tide, which means he's a lucky general. Perhaps the crisis at the northern border will be resolved soon. As they spoke, a messenger arrived. Both generals, the young General Lin invites you to the county government office. Chapter 329. Desperate Defense. The Hun's main camp. Huoluo and Jia Mu knelt on the ground, their faces covered in dust and ash. The leader of the Huns looked grim. Those around him dared not even breathe heavily. When they learned that the two generals had led 30,000 men to attack Mingxing County again, only to return empty-handed, not only that, but also suffered heavy casualties. It was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Not going to explain yourselves? The Hun's leader asked indifferently, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Leader, we have nothing to say about this failure. We are willing to accept any punishment, Huoluo said despondently, his eyes devoid of any light. He had lost. Lost completely, utterly, and in every way. He had thought he was fully prepared, even believed he held an absolute advantage. But never had he imagined. Linji was truly like a divine general descended from the heavens, terrifyingly formidable. Not only did he give them no chance, but even when they were on the brink of falling off a cliff, he managed to turn the tide. Having served in the military for years, they had never encountered such a formidable enemy. At this moment, they had nothing to say. What do you mean? Are you just going to admit defeat like this? The Hun's leader's eyes showed surprise. He had never expected these two to be so resigned to their fate. Those around them exchanged glances. Huoluo and Jiamu were usually so proud, and now they were utterly demoralized. One could see how much the Battle of Mingxing County had affected them. Leader, Linji is indeed extraordinary. We are not his match. Even if you decide to execute us in the camp today, we have no complaints, Jiamu sighed. At this point, they didn't want to explain any further. Who would believe it anyway? 30,000 men attacking a small county. The enemy also had 30,000 men, but under any circumstances, the Huns were always in a dominant position. This was beyond doubt. There was no suspense, and yet they lost. Besides lacking in command ability, what other explanation could there be? Jiamu and Huoluo were now completely demoralized, fully prepared to face any consequences. It was just death. Living on, they would only be humiliated. Perhaps from now on, everyone in the Huns' army would only mock them when they mentioned their names. You just want to die like this? The Huns' leader narrowed his eyes. His voice was intimidating. Leader, we are inferior, and this is the law of the jungle since ancient times. We hope the leader can see our past achievements and take good care of our families. This is our only remaining wish. Huoluo said weakly. Seeing this, the Huns' leader's fury erupted. He slammed the table and shouted, "Get up!" The two men stood up listlessly. Look at the two of you. Just because you lost a battle, you want to die? Do you still have any of the Huns' spirit? Everyone knows that we Huns are men of action, standing tall and proud. You have to admit your mistakes and take your punishment, but what about you two? Just want to die? It's not that easy. The two exchanged glances. Their eyes showed surprise. Even if they were dumb, they could tell the Huns' leader didn't have the intention to kill them. What they couldn't understand was, having made such a big mistake, could they still be forgiven? Leader, what are you? The Huns' leader stood up. He looked around. No one dared to meet his gaze. Although he had arrived with the main army late, the Huns' leader was not a fool. This time's defeat, his subordinates had already reported the cause and effect to him. Huoluo and Jiamu were indeed at fault. But if all the blame was placed on them, wouldn't that be too foolish? To execute the commanding officer after a defeat? That was something a tyrant would do. The Huns' leader considered himself comparable to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and believed he was far more illustrious than the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Even if he really wanted to kill these two, he would never let others criticize him. I ask you, since retreating back here, have you thought about why you failed? Jiamu and Huoluo exchanged glances. Then they shook their heads blankly. This was the most despairing part for them. If they knew which step they had taken wrong, they could at least learn from it. But the current situation was, they didn't even understand which move had gone wrong. The only conclusion they could draw was that the opponent was simply a step ahead. They had nothing to say about the loss. Not summarizing after the fact, just wallowing in self-pity. Look at yourselves. Is there anything left of you that resembles a Hun warrior? The Huns' leader scolded them with a heart full of regret. The two had no words to defend themselves. They didn't want to summarize. But the key was, they didn't know where to start. About the battle, I've heard a bit. This young general of the northern garrison indeed has some skills. I have to admit, to turn a bad situation around like this is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. But, don't forget, you are Huns. We can never bow our heads to the people of the Central Plains. We should never let them look down on us. Seeing this, those around them knew the Huns' leader didn't intend to kill the two generals, so they all knelt down and bowed. Leader, the two generals are probably also confused and disheartened due to the defeat. We hope the leader can give them another chance. Yes, with such a large force, we are bound to have the upper hand, so why worry about not taking Mingxing County? With 100,000 men, couldn't take a county? It would not only be a joke for the Huns. In the next few decades in the northern border, this would be an unprecedented joke. They weren't even attacking Yuzhou, just a grain county, and it was already so difficult? Even when they had fought against the Northern Expeditionary Army, they had never been so embarrassed. Right, since you've lost, you should learn to summarize. Stop sighing all the time. Don't you know this affects morale? But leader, we really have no other options. Lin Ji is as cunning as a fox. No matter what tactics we come up with, he can respond quickly in a very short time. So that even though it looks like we have the advantage, once we engage, we immediately fall into a disadvantage. Huoluo spread his hands. He wasn't unwilling to help, but he really had no more strength. Having served in the military for years, he had never found any place as difficult to attack as Mingxing County at present. Surprise attacks didn't work. Siege battles didn't work. Even using giant siege engines didn't work. Chapter 330. The North's Anchor of Stability. It's said that it's because they have weapons completely different from ours that led to your defeat. Is that right? The Hun's chieftain continued to ask. The two men nodded and then shook their heads. What does that mean? Indeed, their firearms posed a significant obstacle to us at the beginning, and we managed to capture some, but without ammunition, we couldn't use them. However, in this siege, what truly decided the outcome was not these weapons, but a man named Lin Ji. Lin Ji? The crowd's eyes revealed astonishment, even confusion at the statement. Wasn't that obvious? From the beginning of the war at the northern border until now, it was all because of Lin Ji that the situation repeatedly became extremely tense. If it weren't for this man, the entire northern border would likely have already fallen into the hands of the Huns. It's said that when we attacked the southern gate, this man held off 10,000 men single-handedly. What's more, we couldn't gain any advantage, and he destroyed the catapults we had detected right under the noses of our countless soldiers, leading to our complete hopelessness in attacking the southern gate. Huoluo recalled the situation reported by his soldiers and the shock he felt when he later visited the southern gate. If not for witnessing it himself, who would believe such a thing could happen to them? The other generals around looked at each other in disbelief. Holding off 10,000 men alone? Was that possible? Even though the Huns were known for their bravery, they couldn't hold off 1,000 against the Central Plains people. Yet now, Lin Ji could perform such an astonishing feat. How could it not be baffling? The Huns chieftain fell silent. Clearly, the answers from the two men were beyond his imagination. After a moment, he suddenly smirked. Very impressive, isn't it? High combat ability, right? All right, let's see whose strategy is superior. I want to see if this man is as cold-blooded as the legends say. Chieftain, you must not underestimate that man. His methods are truly extraordinary. Huoluo was startled. This scene was all too familiar. When he first clashed with Lin Ji, it was the same. Zemu was too. Now it was the Huns chieftain's turn, and he hoped history wouldn't repeat itself, or else they might never be able to protect the Hun tribe again. Once the Turks and other northern small nations learned of the Huns' weakened forces, they would surely take the opportunity to invade. In this place, it was survival of the fittest. The wars between tribes were equally brutal. Do you two think you can teach me how to fight a war? The Huns chieftain raised an eyebrow. Then he couldn't help but smile. Lin Ji, let's see if you care about the old man's life, or if you can really be as heartless as stone. Yuzhou. The governor's mansion was in chaos. Ever since learning that Mingxing County was in imminent danger, everyone was plunged into fear and anxiety. If Mingxing County fell, the entire northern border would also fall into unprecedented crisis. To get the latest news, Governor Yang had sent out over 10 people to gather information. Each one was a cause for deep concern. What's going on? At a time like this, such a problem arises? It's incomprehensible. Your Excellency, there's no news. Isn't that the best news? Sima tried cautiously. Nonsense. No news? Governor Yang widened his eyes. That means all our scouts have been captured, and this place could fall into the hands of the Huns at any moment. The surrounding people fell silent. No one dared to say another word. That moment, a scout rushed in. How is it? Governor Yang asked eagerly. The scout was out of breath. Good news, Governor Yang. Mengqing County is safe. Truly? Truly. When the southern gate of Mengqing County was in imminent danger, fortunately, General Yang from Taiping Pass led his troops to arrive just in time, which resolved the crisis. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The stone in their chests finally fell. The Minister of War stood up and said meaningfully, Governor Yang, it seems we must congratulate you this time. To defend the northern border under such difficult circumstances is an immense merit. Forget it. Governor Yang waved his hand as if exhausted. Do you know what's really going on here? I'm just sitting here, scared out of my wits, but young General Lin is truly fighting on the front lines, always in danger of his life. At this point, he sighed with a sense of inexplicable emotion. To be honest, I really don't want to see young General Lin leave. Who said young General Lin is leaving? The Minister of War suddenly said. Governor Yang blinked. Did I hear wrong? Young General Lin has achieved such great merit. Wouldn't the court reward him? It seems Governor Yang doesn't understand the relationship between young General Lin and the court. The Minister of War clasped his hands behind his back. He stopped halfway through his sentence. Governor Yang immediately understood. He then dismissed the others. Until only the two of them remained in the main hall, Governor Yang continued to ask, Is what the Minister of War said truly what I think? Yes, Governor Yang, I think you understand. How long has General Lin been guarding the northern border? Governor Yang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He knew this matter very well. Lin Jinxiu was renowned and had achieved countless merits, even being conferred the title of Zhenbei General, ranking as a second-class official in the court, even higher than himself. Under such circumstances, for him to still be guarding the northern border was indeed unusual. But having been in the officialdom for so long, Governor Yang understood the reasons. It was simply that the court feared Lin Jinxiu's high merits and dared not let him return to the capital. So he was kept in this remote place. Are you saying that young General Lin will eventually follow in his father's footsteps? The Minister of War nodded. The greater the merit, the more the Ministry of War and the Emperor will look at him unfavorably. How could they allow young General Lin to return to the court? Governor Yang's expression was complicated upon hearing this, not knowing how to describe his feelings. It was indeed good for Lin Ji to stay at the northern border. But for someone like him to spend his whole life in a remote place was truly a pity. Governor Yang, I think you know very well how to write this military report, don't you? The Minister of War suddenly said meaningfully. #### Chapter 331. The Rich Feast in the Noble Mansions. Within the imperial city, Minister of War Zhu Biao was indulging in luxurious food and clothing in his mansion. Several singing girls were playing the qin, performing music and dancing. This life was truly carefree and leisurely. It was hard to imagine such a stark contrast within the borders of the great Xia dynasty. The soldiers at the northern border could barely afford to eat. Commoners were dying of hunger and cold during the winter. Yet, within the imperial city, it was a scene of wealth and prosperity. This has always been the case, whether in times of peace or turmoil. The rich feasting while the poor freeze to death has been the norm. There is no way around it. Human lives are worth less than grass. At times, the common people's lives are truly unbearable, even beyond words to describe their suffering. Master, young master is back. The steward whispered into Zhu Biao's ear. Zhu Biao's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this. He then waved his hand, signaling all the singing girls to leave. A moment later, Zhu Zheng, wrapped tightly, walked in. Father, I've finally returned. Yes, you must have had a tough time outside, right? It wasn't too bad. Many people in Jiangnan took care of me, but it's still not as comfortable as in the imperial city. Zhu Zheng sighed. In Jiangnan, he had to rely on silver to smooth things over. Those who helped him did so only because he was the son of the current Minister of War. Though he was respected everywhere, Zhu Zheng still couldn't be as free as he was in the imperial city. And he didn't have to worry about others' opinions when he went out. I've actually been wanting to come back for a long time. Since father never gave me any news, I didn't dare to return to the imperial city rashly. After all, this boy had once had the audacity to commit an improper act towards the princess. Can you be more cautious in the future and not always use such crude methods? Zhu Biao lectured. We are a noble family, and if others find out, won't they laugh their heads off? But now you can stay safely in the imperial city. Lin Ji and the princess have already gone to the northern border. No one here can do anything to you. As long as you stay low-key, avoid letting the news spread, then everything will be fine. And Zhu Biao was confident. With time, perhaps Emperor Li Jingzhen would no longer pursue this matter. Since the emperor didn't implicate him because of the princess's incident, it meant that in Li Jingzhen's heart, he was more important than Princess Anning. To put it bluntly, Princess Li Qingyue was just a decoration. Apart from consuming resources in the palace, she had no positive effect. But he, the legitimate minister of war, could not only mobilize the army but also help the emperor solve some problems. For anyone, especially since you have no deep feelings for Princess Anning. Speaking of Lin Ji, Zhu Zheng's eyes darkened. Father, why hasn't that guy died yet? If it weren't for him, how would I have ended up in Jiangnan? Zhu Biao chuckled lightly upon hearing this. He patted his son's shoulder. You need to learn to be patient. Some things can't be achieved overnight, including dealing with Lin Ji. Father, have you thought of a way? Zhu Zheng's eyes lit up with excitement. He was eager to act. Didn't I just teach you to be patient? How quickly you forget my advice. Zhu Biao frowned. Zhu Zheng nodded. But father, what method can we use to deal with him? He's far away at the northern border. That's exactly why we can deal with him. Zhu Biao said meaningfully. With the emperor far away, how can we manage it? Zhu Zheng blinked, full of confusion. You only know how to eat, drink, and play. You should learn something. How else will you inherit your father's estate in the future? Zhu Biao couldn't help but scold. Although he became the Minister of War partly due to his family background and the connections he built in the imperial city, it's not like Zhu Biao had no skills. Those holding important positions in the court must have their own strengths, whether it's shrewdness, diligence in governance, or flattery. There must be something outstanding. Unfortunately, Zhu Zheng hadn't learned any of these. Thinking of his future in the civil service, Zhu Biao felt worried. But father, you're still here. Zhu Zheng didn't care. Then he eagerly asked again, can Lin Ji really die at the northern border? Of course. Even if he has great abilities, how can he control the situation at the northern border? Zhu Biao's lips curled slightly. As I know, the Huns have sent 100,000 troops to attack our northern border. And the emperor hasn't issued any orders to mobilize troops, which means the emperor doesn't want to see Lin Ji's triumphant return. Even if he has extraordinary abilities, without enough troops, how can he defend the northern border? The Huns have 100,000 troops. The northern border only has a few tens of thousands of soldiers. Even if Lin Ji could mobilize all local generals, resisting the vast Hunnish army would just be a pipe dream. Zhu Zheng suddenly understood. Then he couldn't help but laugh. What a great plan. Father is indeed more resourceful. It's a pity I can't personally kill that guy. Zhu Zheng said regretfully. From his tone, it seemed he was certain Lin Ji would die without a burial place. Zhu Biao waved his hand. You're wrong. The highest form of strategy is often to use others' hands to kill and to destroy the enemy's spirit. Doing it yourself is the act of a fool. You must remember, in whatever you do, always learn to assess the situation, especially when facing formidable opponents. Zhu Zheng nodded, though he didn't quite understand. He didn't care about these things. As long as his enemy died, it was a joyful event. But only by personally killing the opponent could he feel that the grievances he suffered had vanished. Otherwise, he would always feel unsatisfied. At that moment, the steward rushed in. Master, the Minister of Military Affairs requests an audience. Why is he here? Zhu Biao frowned, deep in thought. He found it quite unexpected. Chapter 332. Zhu Biao is about to act. Under normal circumstances, Many of the Ministry of War's affairs are handled within the department when work resumes, unless there is a particularly urgent situation or a major event. But according to Zhu Biao's knowledge, only the northern border is currently at war. Could it be that the situation at the northern border has suddenly changed? For the Minister of War Zhu Biao, even if the entire northern border falls, it doesn't matter to him. After all, he doesn't need to go to the front lines. He only needs to command troops from the imperial city. As for the lives of those civilians and soldiers, if they die, they die. They are not related to him anyway. Let him in.
Yes.
A moment later, an official from the Ministry of War hurried into the reception hall. As soon as he saw Zhu Biao, he couldn't wait to report. Your Excellency, the latest news from the northern border is that the Huns have been defeated again. Lin Ji not only gathered all the soldiers at the northern border, but also mobilized the soldiers from Taiping Pass. What? Zhu Biao was incredulous upon hearing this. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Could this kid be a cat? Does he have 9 lives? Are you sure the Huns sent 100,000 troops this time? Not exactly, but the Huns' vanguard army was 30,000 strong. It is said that this time they couldn't even take a small granary county at the northern border. Zhu Biao couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. What's going on? When did the Huns become so useless? They couldn't even take a granary, and with 30,000 men, they are a bunch of useless eaters. If the civilians at the northern border heard this, they would probably be so angry they would spit blood. They are there fighting wits with the enemy, always on the brink of life and death. The officials in the capital not only don't help think of solutions, but now they are also mocking them. Even hoping for the enemy to win? Do they have any shame? With the situation at hand, they are only concerned about their personal grudges. How can someone like this hold such an important position as the Minister of War? And the Emperor is indulging it. But the situation is still okay now. The Huns haven't suffered a major blow. They should still have 100,000 troops. Zhu Biao said thoughtfully. As the Minister of War, it's not just about managing all the military camps and soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty. It also includes collecting military intelligence from other countries. This is called prevention in advance. Zhu Biao hates Lin Ji to the bone and is willing to use the entire northern border as a price. But before that, he also needs to have a good understanding of the enemy. That's why Zhu Biao thinks that even if the Huns take the northern border, it doesn't matter. With their forces, it's impossible for them to attack the central plains. But now, the situation has changed. Lin Ji is so lucky, even until now, he hasn't died. Your Excellency, what should we do now? I've heard that Lin Ji has made significant contributions this time. If he is recalled to the capital, it will be difficult to act. The official from the Ministry of War said meaningfully. As a follower of Zhu Biao, he has no sense of right or wrong, only interests. What national justice, what ethnic feelings are worthless in front of him? If he can be promoted, don't say sell out the entire northern border. Even if he has to hand over the entire central plains, it doesn't matter. What matters is that he can enjoy wealth and honor. Other things can take a backseat. Zhu Biao pondered. It seems we need to find another way. How to do it? This kid is now the de facto emperor in the northern border. Not only do the local garrison commanders obey him, but he has also mobilized the soldiers from Taiping Pass. Isn't that strange? Zhu Biao raised his head, feeling quite puzzled. The commander of Taiping Pass, I remember, is called Yang Feng. Didn't he have a grudge with the Lin family before? Now, he actually listens to Lin Ji? All the generals of the Great Xia dynasty are recorded in the archives. Zhu Biao may not know all of them, but he knows many names. After all, he is the top person in military affairs. If he doesn't even know such basic things, it would be too derelict of duty, even if he wants to flatter. He needs to do some real work. Can't just be all talk. Once it's discovered that there is no actual performance, he will definitely be criticized. This I don't know, but it must be said, this kid really has some ability to survive until today in such a place. The official from the Ministry of War echoed beside him. His tone was full of anger. He had no grudge with the Lin family. He did this just to be on the same side as the Minister of War. As long as someone supports him, he will climb up very quickly. There is no doubt about this. I don't care what the situation at the northern border is, I just want to know when Linji will die. Zhu Biao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His gaze was extremely vicious. You little brat, I really underestimated you. Since that's the case, I'd like to see how long you can stay in the northern border. Whether you have the life to return to the capital. The author called over his most trusted person. Go to the Jianghu, the world of martial artists, and hire a few exceptionally skilled assassins for me. No matter how much they ask, I am willing to pay, but there is only one requirement, to kill someone like Lin Ji. In fact, Zhu Biao could have done this long ago, but he hadn't found the most suitable opportunity. But now it's different. The northern border is full of opportunities. As long as he can seize one, he will definitely be able to ruin this guy's reputation, and he will never have the chance to return to the capital again. It will also eliminate the Minister of War's biggest worry. Minister, isn't this a bit too risky? The official asked cautiously beside him. Risky? Do you think the people in the martial world will find you? With your abilities, even if you get there, you won't be of any use. At the same time, in the residence of the Vice Minister of War, he was reading official documents and couldn't help but sigh for the warriors at the northern border. I really don't know when this world will truly be at peace, the Vice Minister of War said meaningfully. However, the only good news is that the northern border has won several battles recently. It is said that under Lin Ji's command, although there are only a few thousand men at the northern border, they are fighting fiercely. Perhaps it won't be long before they return in triumph. At that moment, suddenly someone came to report. Vice Minister, urgent report from the northern border. Then handed over a letter. After reading it, the Vice Minister's joy instantly vanished. What replaced it was a dark cloud. Chapter 333. Where there are villains, there are also heroes. How could it be like this? He simply couldn't understand. Lin Ji was talented and well-rounded in both literature and martial arts, a very commendable individual. Moreover, his father was Lin Jinxiu, the northern garrison general. Wasn't this a case of inheriting his father's legacy? And he even surpassed his father in performance. But sometimes, being too outstanding tends to attract jealousy and envy. In the military reports, the Vice Minister of War saw the efforts of all the soldiers at the northern border, especially in the most recent instance, leading over 30,000 men in a bitter struggle in Mingxing County. They managed to defeat the enemy's 30,000 troops. Just this alone was enough to illustrate how formidable Lin Ji was in leading troops into battle. Yet, the more the Vice Minister of War worried. If this report were to be submitted to the Ministry of War, or if Emperor Li Jingjin himself were to inquire, Your Excellency, the northern border has been repeatedly asking when our Ministry of War will dispatch troops to reinforce them. If we continue to wait like this, the northern border might indeed fall. The Vice Minister of War was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do. He was at most the second in command of the Ministry of War. As for the first in command, Zhu Biao, he would love nothing more than to tear Lin Ji to pieces. How could he possibly send troops to support? Even the supplies and provisions were being severely reduced. Sometimes, soldiers are not wolves. When going down to inspect, the conditions they saw were truly unbearable. The Ministry of War had now become Zhu Biao's personal fiefdom. He could do as he pleased. If this continued, both Lin Ji and the northern border would likely fall into the hands of the enemy. Just thinking about it was a huge problem. Although Lin Ji was young and not a peerless genius in leading troops, he was already considered a top general in the entire dynasty. After all, it's easy to get 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a good general. A good general can ensure that the soldiers under him suffer fewer casualties. There might even be a chance to turn the tide. If the northern border were to completely fall, it would be extremely troublesome to gather enough troops and generals from the east, south, and west to take charge of the northern border. And most importantly, it would consume a lot of time and money on the way. If such a situation occurred, there was no doubt it would have a significant impact on the entire city. The only ones who could help him were probably the Vice Minister of Justice and the Deputy Minister of the Grand Court of Revision, Gao Feihu. It seems we must act quickly. If Minister Zhu Biao finds out about this, he will certainly not tolerate it, the Vice Minister of War said seriously. He was a man of vision, and he knew that some things could not be ignored. Just thinking about it, the situation was so complicated. The only thing to do was to do everything possible. If so, then for him, he must find enough ways to solve it. Otherwise, the entire northern border would fall into crisis. Mingxing County, the county office. Lin Ji and Yang Feng sat facing each other. The atmosphere was awkward and tense. Even Yu Yin and Zhou Yu were confused. Yang Feng was supposed to be here to support Mingxing County. But why did it seem like enemies meeting? Lin Ji was also confused. He didn't think he had any connection with this general. Why was he glaring at him? Young General Lin, I believe you know I was originally stationed in the Divine Navy, right? Lin Ji blinked, suddenly realized. If you're still holding a grudge about the military drill, don't look for me, look for him. No way. Yu Yin widened his eyes. So quick to sell me out. As the saying goes, enemies meet, eyes turn red. He finally understood why Yang Feng came with such ferocity. It turned out to be because of this. Yang Feng smiled lightly. Young General Lin, I'm not so narrow-minded. When I learned that the Divine Navy lost to the Yu family army in the military drill, I was extremely surprised, even completely puzzled. How could a mere 2,000 men defeat our all-elite Divine Navy? Outsiders didn't know, but Yang Feng did. Although the Divine Navy was best at sea battles, to deal with complex situations, they never slackened their land training. Later, they learned that it was Lin Ji who was behind the scenes, even with some so-called three axes, directly causing the Divine Navy and the Celestial Strategy Army to be confused. Emerging as a dark horse in the military drill, Yang Feng had always found it hard to understand. Lin Ji was the son of Northern Garrison General Lin Jinxiu. But if he really had such abilities, he would have surely made achievements at the northern border. How could he possibly end up in the Imperial City, barely surviving? And this time, during the process of supporting Mingxing County, he personally witnessed Lin Ji's abilities. Brave and invincible, truly had the bearing of a divine warrior. This completely made him submit. In the military drill, his former unit lost not unjustly. However, by the way, young General Lin, do you know why I was stationed at Taiping Pass? Lin Ji frowned. How would he know? He wasn't omniscient, and he wasn't familiar with Yang Feng. How would he know his past? But he had a feeling. Since the other party mentioned this to him, it probably had something to do with him. Please go ahead, General Yang. Yang Feng nodded. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. The reason I was transferred out of the Divine Navy was entirely due to your father's doing. Lin Ji's heart skipped a beat. No way. It turned out to be an old enemy? Chapter 334. Merit is not always a good thing. Lin Ji had always believed that he was the only troublemaker. Therefore, he had made many enemies in the northern border region in the past. But he never expected that his father was also not someone to be trifled with. Now, his father had left him with such a troublesome situation. Lin Ji hesitated to speak. General Yang, to be honest, I am not very familiar with the events that happened before, nor do I know why my father was closely related to your transfer from the Divine Navy. But in any case, I am very grateful that you could come to Mingxing County. If not for you, I might have already been killed by the enemy. Perhaps because he had offended too many people before. Now, when encountering such a person, Lin Ji would apologize first. It was likely not his fault, but something his father had gotten into. Chapter 334. Merit is not always a good thing. Lin Ji had always believed that he was the only troublemaker. So, he had made many enemies during his time at the northern border. But he never expected that his father was also not one to be trifled with, leaving him with such a troublesome legacy. Lin Ji hesitated. General Yang, to be honest, I don't know much about what happened between you and my father, nor do I understand why he was transferred away from the Divine Navy. But nonetheless, I'm very grateful that you came to Mingxing County. If not for you, I might have already fallen in battle. Perhaps because he had offended too many people in the past, Linji now instinctively apologized first whenever he met someone new. Even if it wasn't his fault, it was likely his father's doing. Just thinking about it was headache. But as long as it helped resolve the issues at the northern border, a little humility wasn't a big deal. Great men don't quibble over trifles. There's no need to pretend to be modest in front of me. I remember clearly the scene of you battling the Huns outside the southern gate. Linji felt a bit awkward. Even if he wanted to appear humble, the other party wasn't giving him any face. So, what exactly did Yang Feng mean? General Yang, if you have grievances, you can vent them on me. Just please, on the battlefield, don't let personal emotions interfere. Linji straightened his back and said seriously, taking all the blame onto himself. A father's debt is a son's responsibility. Since it was his father's trouble, he had to solve it. Linji might have been innocent, but now that he was in this body, he had to be grateful to the original owner for surviving in this world. Yang Feng sneered at this. Young General Lin, are you looking down on me? To say such things. Although I know I'm not a hero, and my military skills might be inferior to yours, I would never jeopardize the safety of the northern people for personal matters in times of national crisis. Linji was completely confused by this. The other party clearly came to seek justice, yet said such words. What was his plan? If that's the case, I really don't understand. The grudge between you and the Lin family, I suppose it can't be settled so easily? Of course not. So this time, I came from Taiping Pass to help you at the northern border on one condition. Yang Feng said confidently, without any room for negotiation. Zhou Yu, who was beside him, couldn't hold back. The young general treated him with courtesy, but that wasn't a reason to push his luck. Not only did he press forward step by step, but he was also extremely arrogant. Who could accept that? Just as he was about to speak, Linji stopped him and asked calmly, what exactly does General Yang want to demand? That the northern border must be defended, and not a single city should fall to the Huns. It must not be lost. At this, the three of them looked at each other in astonishment. What kind of demand was that? Linji couldn't help but laugh. Even if General Yang didn't say it, I should do so. But this demand really puts me at an advantage. Don't be too pleased too soon. Yang Feng said meaningfully. I haven't finished yet. This time, I brought my troops to the northern border against the Ministry of War's orders. If the court investigates, I will be guilty of insubordination. So, if the northern border is defended and the Huns retreat, you must let me take the main credit. If not for this reason, he wouldn't have brought his troops to the northern border. Just as he had worried before, if the northern border fell, he would be unforgivable for disobeying court orders. Even if they won, it would only be a case of making up for past mistakes with no real gain. Given this reality, Yang Feng made this demand. It seemed excessive and unreasonable, but he had no choice. He couldn't just come here, help, lose men, and then be scolded for it. That was unacceptable. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu felt indignant. What kind of demand was this? It was outright banditry. If the northern border was defended, all the credit would be his. What would that make them? Tourists? As military men, the worst thing was to steal someone else's credit. Yang Feng, coming from the Divine Navy, didn't even know this simple principle? It was laughable. Just as the two were about to object, Lin Ji smiled calmly. Of course, General Yang has come a long way from Taiping Pass and deserves to be treated well. Don't worry, in this military report, I will make sure the court attributes all the credit to you. Yang Feng's eyes showed surprise. He had expected the young man, being hot-headed, to argue with him. After all, anyone would be unable to stand having their credit stolen. But to his surprise, Lin Ji agreed immediately. If he wasn't pretending to be magnanimous, then he was extremely clever. The pros and cons of this situation, even Yang Feng couldn't see through without guidance. And in the midst of this conversation, Lin Ji understood it all clearly. It was truly baffling. All right, then I'll lead my brothers from Taiping Pass to set up camp outside the city. For the next period, I'll have to trouble the young general to take care of us. With that, Yang Feng stood up. As soon as he left the county office, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu immediately surrounded Lin Ji. their eyes full of confusion. Young General, what are you doing? If all the credit goes to him, what about you? You've been here at the northern border for over half a year, running around? Now he takes all the credit? Isn't that all your hard work for nothing? Linji smiled meaningfully. Wrong. He's actually helping me. Helping you? Both were dumbfounded, unable to understand. Yes, the credit for defending the northern border can belong to anyone. General Yang, you too, Yang Feng, or even all the people of the northern border. But it must not belong to me. Linji said profoundly. However, as long as the problem at the northern border could be solved, a slight bow was not a difficult thing. A great man does not quibble over trifles. There's no need to pretend to be modest in front of me. I still remember the scene of you fighting the Huns outside the southern gate. Linji felt a bit awkward. Heck, even if he wanted to pretend to be modest, the other party didn't give him any face. So, what exactly did Yang Feng mean? General Yang, if you have any grievances, you can vent them on me. I just hope that on the battlefield, you will not bring personal emotions. Linji straightened his back. He said seriously, and attributed everything to himself. Father's debt, son's responsibility. Since it was his father who caused the trouble, it could only be solved by him. Linji, although innocent, but now, thanks to this body, he could survive in this world, and he had to be grateful to the original owner. Yang Feng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh when he heard this. Young General Lin, you are underestimating me too much, aren't you? To say such a thing. Although I know I am not a hero, my ability to lead troops into battle may be slightly inferior to yours. But in times of national crisis, I absolutely cannot ignore the safety of the people in the north for personal matters. Linji was completely confused upon hearing this. The other party was clearly here to seek justice. Now, they were saying such things. What exactly were they planning? If that's the case, then I really don't understand. The grudge between you and the Lin family, I don't think it can be settled so easily, right? Of course not. So this time, I specially came from Taiping Pass to the northern border to help you. You have to promise me one condition. Yang Feng said confidently. There was no room for negotiation at all. Zhou Yu, who was beside him, couldn't stand it anymore. Young General Lin treated him with courtesy, but that was no reason for him to push his luck. Not only did he press forward step by step, but he was also extremely arrogant. Could anyone accept that? Just as he was about to speak, Linji stopped him and asked calmly instead. I wonder what kind of request General Yang wants to make? That is, the northern border must be defended, and absolutely no city should be captured by the Huns. And it must not be lost. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at each other in astonishment. What kind of request was this? Linji couldn't help but laugh. Even if General Yang didn't say it, I should do so. But General Yang's request really gives me a big advantage. Don't be too happy too soon, Yang Feng said meaningfully. I haven't finished my words yet. This time, I brought the troops here against the orders of the Ministry of War. If the court investigates, I will be guilty of a heavier crime. So if the northern border is defended and the Huns retreat, you must let me take the main credit. If not for this reason, he would never have led his troops to the northern border, just as he had worried before. If the northern border was taken down, he would be guilty of inexcusable crimes, disobeying the court's orders by bringing troops without permission. Once the Ministry of War investigates, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he won, he would at most offset his guilt without any gain. It was based on this fact that Yang Feng made such a request. It seemed to be pushing his luck, even unreasonable. But he had no choice. After all, he couldn't come here to help, suffer losses, and then be scolded, right? It was a bit hard to accept. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu, upon hearing this, felt unhappy. What kind of request was this? It was clearly a bandit's behavior, defending the northern border. The credit was all yours. What were we here for? Tourists? As military personnel, the most taboo thing was to seize someone else's credit. Yang Feng, who came from the Divine Navy, didn't even know such a simple reason. It was simply ridiculous. Just as the two were about to refute, Linji smiled lightly. Of course, General Yang came all the way from Taiping Pass and should be treated with respect. Don't worry, this time, I will definitely make sure that the military report lists all the credit to you. Yang Feng's eyes revealed astonishment. He originally thought that this young man, full of vigor, would argue with him a bit. After all, anyone would not be able to bear their credit being snatched away by others. But to his surprise, Lin Ji agreed immediately. If he wasn't pretending to be generous in front of him, then he was extremely intelligent. The pros and cons of this situation, if not pointed out by a wise man, even Yang Feng himself couldn't see through. And in the midst of this conversation, Lin Ji could understand it clearly. It was truly incredible. All right, since that's the case, I will lead my brothers from Taiping Pass to camp outside the city. For the next period, I will have to trouble young General Lin to take care of us. After saying that, Yang Feng stood up. Just as he left the county government office, Yu Yin and Zhou Yu immediately surrounded him. Their eyes were full of doubts. Young General, what are you doing? If all the credit goes to him, what about you? You've been at the northern border for half a year, running around? Various things have been happening one after another, and now the credit is taken by him? Isn't that a waste of your effort? Lin Ji smiled meaningfully. Wrong. His actions are actually helping me. Helping you? The two were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand it all. Yes, the credit for defending the northern border can belong to anyone, General Yang, you too, including this Yang Feng, or even all the people in the northern border, but it cannot belong to me. Lin Ji said meaningfully. Chapter 335. I won't return to the court. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu listened, growing more and more puzzled. Why do things have to be this way? But it's clear that you, General Lin, have the greatest merit in all of this. They didn't even mention themselves. Governor Yang, Yang Feng, and all the other officials in the northern border region. All of them were merely benefiting from the situation. Without Lin Ji, not only would they not have achieved merit, but simply surviving would have been a stroke of luck. To think they could have repelled the Hun's invasion? It was nothing short of wishful thinking. Don't you understand yet? Why has the court never sent reinforcements all this time? Why was Yang Feng so afraid of being punished when he came to support the northern border? Why, when the situation at the northern border is so urgent, did they still send the princess here? Lin Ji's series of soul-searching questions left the two men stunned, completely at a loss for words. They had an answer in their hearts, but they couldn't bring themselves to say it. The reason is simple. The court can't tolerate me, Lin Ji said, rising with a profound meaning. From the moment he was dispatched to the northern border, he had realized how resolute Emperor Li Jingjin was. In the imperial city, he had uprooted those merchant guilds, thereby making commerce flourish. Although this had certainly harmed the interests of the noble families within the court, the interests they had been protecting were inherently vicious cycles. This new model could even bring more revenue to the court. When the people's businesses thrived and their lives improved, they could pay more taxes to the court. Lin Ji didn't believe that Li Jingjin couldn't see this. Even so, the emperor persisted. What did this mean? In the eyes of the emperor and his ministers, the greater the merit Lin Ji achieved, the greater the threat he posed to them. So they had to nip it in the bud while they still could. The fact that 100,000 Northern Army soldiers had disappeared in the northern border and no one had inquired about it was enough to show. The court simply didn't want to care. No matter how powerful, what could one do? With great merit overshadowing the ruler, high-ranking positions, and commanding 100,000 soldiers, who knew what kind of schemes you were plotting? General Lin, if that's the case, what should we do? Zhou Yu sighed. No wonder it was so uncomfortable staying in the northern border. It was all because of the Lin family. If it were before, Zhou Yu would certainly blame all the troubles on Lin Ji. If not for them, the Lin father and son, how could the situation have become so complicated? But now, these words, Zhou Yu could never bring himself to say. Indeed, the reason the northern border had suffered so much in the past 2 years was indeed closely related to the Lin family. But think about it, how many years had Lin Jinxiu defended the northern border? Now Lin Ji had come to take over his father's position, continuing to defend the northern border. How much effort and dedication had been put into this? Only those who had truly defended the northern border would understand. Yes, we've always been in a passive position. Even if we could really repel the Huns, I'm afraid what awaits us is the dark hands of the court. Yu Yin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Soldiers feared most being stabbed in the back by the court's officials, fighting bloody battles in the front, only to be betrayed by those behind. No matter how hard you guarded, traitors were hard to guard against. Such a situation could cost anyone their life. I heard that General Lin's sudden disappearance was also closely related to people in the court. Zhou Yu nodded. Indeed, there are rumors in the northern border that when General Lin was about to lead his troops out, he had seen officials from the Ministry of War. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes. He was hearing this for the first time. Just hearing it made one's blood boil. So that's it. No wonder my father, who was so wise, would lead 100,000 soldiers deep into enemy territory and be unable to return. It turns out someone was meddling. These are just rumors, but it's common knowledge that the Ministry of War has always been wary of General Lin. Zhou Yu slowly said, "The Ministry of War is nothing. My father commanded 100,000 Northern Army soldiers. How many people in the entire Great Xia dynasty have such military power? Minister Zhu Biao of the Ministry of War is just an official in the court. Although he has the power to deploy troops, he absolutely couldn't have done this." Lin Ji said meaningfully. The one behind the scenes was self-evident. It must be Emperor Li Jingzhen. Having figured this out, Lin Ji felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. "Brothers, I've made up my mind. After repelling the Huns, no matter what orders the court gives, I absolutely won't return. You two can go back and claim the merit." Zhou Yu and Yu Yin looked at each other, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Clearly, the one with the greatest merit, but under the pressure of the court, had to choose to self-conceal, even losing the chance to return and receive rewards. This court is truly disappointing. I'm afraid within 20 years, the entire world will become like the northern border. Zhou Yu said with deep meaning, "Don't speak such treasonous words, or you might bring unnecessary trouble. What's there to fear? This is the northern border. There are no court officials here." Zhou Yu shrugged, not taking it to heart. "You can't say that. If the court officials really come, you might not even know." Lin Ji teased. "When the Ministry of War's secretary came here before, you didn't receive any news, did you? Not even Governor Yang knew." The two looked at each other. "All right, these are all things to consider later. I'm just telling you this in advance. But you must remember, after this war, you and I will have no more connections. Because that would only make it difficult for you to move in the court." Yu Yin frowned upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that, young general? I owe everything I have today to you. If I were to completely cut ties with you from now on, even if I agreed, my sister wouldn't." Lin Ji couldn't help but smile wryly. "You two siblings are not easy to deal with. Meeting you, I really don't know how to describe my feelings. What's there to it? It's only right," Yu Yin said with a light laugh. Zhou Yu also nodded. "Young general, although we've had our differences and grudges, in my eyes, you are a true hero, far better than those despicable people in the court." Chapter 336. The entire Hun's army on the move? As the three of them were chatting leisurely, a messenger rushed in, panicked. "Bad news, 3 generals. The enemy forces have arrived at the city gates, and this time, the leader of the Huns is leading them." Upon hearing this, the 3 present exchanged astonished glances. It was beyond their comprehension. How is that possible? Why would they return so soon after their defeat? Yes, it's only been about 10 days since their defeat. Could they have recovered so quickly? The leader of the Huns? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow, his eyes thoughtful. "It seems we've really pressed them hard this time. They're ready to fight to the death. Young general, what should we do now? Should we go out and fight them, or what?" Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask, showing no hesitation or fear. His expression indicated that he was ready for anything. "Since they've come to our doorstep, we must show them our strength. Otherwise, they'll look down on us," Lin Ji said with a slight smile. "Inform everyone to prepare for battle at any moment. Go to the south gate and inform General Yang and his men not to come out. Let them move to whichever gate the Huns appear at for support. Understood. The arrival of Yang Feng and all the soldiers of Taiping Pass was a great boon for Lin Ji. Even he hadn't expected it. This increased their chances of victory in ways he hadn't anticipated. Perhaps this was what people meant by the will of heaven. On the city wall, Lin Ji, Yu Yan, and Zhou Yu, along with their elite troops, stood ready. Musketeers, thunder throwers, and cannons, all were in position. Due to the sudden arrival of the enemy, the musketeers couldn't be properly stationed in the fortresses, so they were moved to the city walls. This ensured that the enemy couldn't breach the walls. Since they lacked follow-up firepower, they concentrated their forces. Below the city gates, 10,000 soldiers were waiting, capable of holding back 50,000 enemies. For any others who might bypass to other gates, Yang Feng would be there to intercept. Thus, the arrival of the Taiping Pass soldiers was crucial for Lin Ji. With sufficient forces, they could better arrange their troops and not be as constrained as before. However, what no one expected was that a large contingent of enemy forces approached from afar. Everyone was on alert, but the enemy sent someone out in advance. Who is this guy? Lin Ji frowned. He's another general by the side of the leader of the Huns, called Nero. Nero? Lin Ji's eyes showed surprise. The name sounds formidable. Indeed, he's considered the foremost expert in tactics among the Huns. Zhou Yu's face showed some embarrassment as he spoke of this. What's wrong? Yu Yan asked curiously. I've lost the 3 most humiliating battles of my life, 2 of them to him. This man is extremely skilled in warfare. It's said he's fought over 50 battles in his life and only lost 5 times. Of those 5 losses, 4 were to General Lin. Zhou Yu glanced at Lin Ji as he spoke. It was evident how terrifying Lin Zhenxiu's reign was at the northern border. For 4 years, the Huns and Turks dared not approach the northern border. It was only after Lin Zhenxiu's disappearance that these forces began to stir. Impressive. Yu Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he asked curiously, speaking of which, young General Lin, did your father never lose a battle in his life? As far as I know, not at the northern border, Lin Ji replied calmly. His father's honor was his father's alone. Lin Ji's honor was something he had to earn himself. What do you mean, not at the northern border? It's said that before coming to the northern border, General Lin was a garrison commander in the northwest. He lost there because he had only 5,000 men against an enemy force of 30,000. Zhou Yu explained slowly. Such a disparity in forces was already very alarming. The soldiers who survived that battle in the northwest later became the elite of the northern army. After all, soldiers were like iron ore, and those who survived countless trials were as strong as steel. At that moment, Nero arrived at the city gate and shouted loudly, "Young General Lin, are you interested in coming down for a talk?" This action surprised everyone and seemed even more perplexing. Young General, this guy definitely has something up his sleeve. He probably has archers hidden behind him ready to ambush you the moment you step out, Zhou Yu said nervously. Nero was very good at playing the fool to catch the wise. He usually appeared friendly, but his moves were ruthless, and ordinary people couldn't handle him. Archers? They didn't bring any siege equipment, so I doubt they intend to attack the gate. There must be another motive. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the formation of the Huns' army. It was clearly a defensive formation, showing no intention of attacking. If they were attacking suddenly, it meant they planned to take Mingxing County this time. Now, they were in a defensive formation? It was utterly incomprehensible. This guy is good at setting up feints. There must be some other plot involved, Zhou Yu said firmly. Yu Yan also didn't want Lin Ji to take the risk. The situation at the south gate was still fresh in his mind. Even now, he felt a chill down his spine whenever he thought about it. If something happened to Lin Ji, just he and Zhou Yu, even with Yang Feng, would find it hard to resist the 100,000-strong Huns army. Young General, it's better to think this through. I feel there's something more to this, Yu Yan said. Don't worry, last time they had tens of thousands and couldn't take my life. This time, there's only Nero. I don't believe he can defeat thousands alone, Lin Ji said confidently. Normally, he wouldn't have agreed to such a meeting. But now, in the heat of battle, morale was paramount. If he avoided the fight, it would surely affect the morale of the troops. The situation in Mengching County had always been dire. If the army's spirit faltered, it would be extremely difficult to regain it. You two stay here on the city wall. Remember, if anything unusual happens, don't worry about my safety. Immediately order the musketeers and cannons to act. Yu Yin and Zhou Yu wanted to dissuade him, but seeing Lin Ji's firm attitude, they had no choice but to comply. After he left, they immediately ordered all soldiers to be fully prepared. Chapter 337. The Shameless Nero. In front of the Hun's army formation, Nero gripped the reins, his face filled with arrogance. Beside him, his deputy leaned in and asked in a low voice, "General, do you really think this guy will dare to come to the appointment? I feel like he'll just hide like a coward. It doesn't matter. If he dares to come, I certainly have a way to deal with him. If he doesn't, I'm equally pleased." Nero said disdainfully. Having dared to come here, he had already prepared 3 countermeasures. Firstly, if Lin Ji didn't dare to leave the city for the appointment, he could use this as an excuse to ridicule him as a coward. He could also take the opportunity to provoke the other side. With the pure-mindedness of the Central Plains people, they would surely rush out all at once. At that time, they would directly change the formation, turning defense into attack, and taking Mengching County would be a breeze. The second possibility was that Lin Ji would leave the city for the appointment, but he would try to ambush himself on the way. That would also be fine. Behind Nero, there were secretly deployed hundreds of archers. As long as he showed any unusual behavior, the archers would immediately shoot without hesitation. As for the third possibility, Nero thought it was unlikely, but he still made a budget beforehand. That was if Lin Ji dared to come for the appointment and was unusually frank. Then he would naturally carry out the mission entrusted by the leader. A moment later, the gates of Mengching County opened wide. Lin Ji appeared, alone on a horse with a spear. Not a single attendant followed behind him. Seeing this, Nero couldn't help but show a look of surprise in his eyes. He had thought the other party might be bold and daring, but he never expected such recklessness. Daring to come alone? How much did this guy underestimate them? "General, what game is this guy playing? Is he trying to outsmart us here?" The deputy widened his eyes. It was the first time he had faced Lin Ji personally. He found the other party's behavior extremely unbelievable and incomprehensible. No rush. Let's see what tricks he has up his sleeve first. Nero was calm, perhaps because he was originally a cunning person, so he didn't show any fear at the moment. Soon, the two were only about 10 zhang apart. Nero also walked out from the front of the army. "Young General Lin, you truly live up to your reputation. Facing our Hun's 100,000-strong army, you dare to come alone? This kind of courage is probably only possessed by your old man. Thank you for the compliment, but I can't say I'm happy. I'm more curious about why you invited me here today." Lin Ji asked calmly. His voice was exceptionally calm. Nero frowned slightly. He had originally thought the other party was deliberately pretending to be calm to confuse him, but after seeing no abnormal actions, he felt puzzled. Was he really so arrogant? Or did he not take him at all? Since it was the third situation, then execute the leader's task. "Young General Lin, to be honest, when our leader learned that a general like you would disguise yourself as an ordinary civilian and infiltrate deep into our Hun's camp to gather intelligence, he was indeed very surprised." "Is that all?" Lin Ji replied indifferently. "If you just want to flatter me, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Although the praise of the enemy is indeed a kind of affirmation for me, in my opinion, some things are better done by oneself. So it would be more appropriate to start the battle sooner." He didn't want to waste time with these people, no matter what medicine was in the other party's gourd. In any case, as long as he remained unchanged, he could respond to any change. No need to rush. Nero seemed very relaxed. "It's the first time I've met young General Lin face to face. To be honest, I'm a bit excited, and wouldn't it be nice to satisfy a small wish of mine?" As Zhou Yu said, this guy likes to play dumb and act crazy. "All right, then go ahead and explain. I'd like to hear what you think of me in your eyes." "To be honest, When I learned that young General Lin led several thousand people at the northern border to resist us Huns and could persist for so long, I was really impressed. You know, the northern border of the Central Plains is as fragile as paper in our eyes, not a question of whether it can be pierced or not. But when we want to pierce it. But since you came, the situation has changed dramatically, even completely beyond our ability to cope. To have such ability, I really admire it. Linji was gradually worn down. So I also admire the young general's ability. The first time he came to the Huns tribe, he recognized our people and even made our people willing to help him. If it were me, I really couldn't do it. Linji frowned slightly. He heard the implied meaning in the other party's words. What do you mean? I think my meaning should be very clear. Nero said and waved his hand. Then someone came out. Linji only glanced and his face changed. The one being escorted out was none other than Uncle Sangba, whom he had helped before. Lin, brother? How did you get here? What's going on? Weren't you a merchant? How did you end up here? Uncle Sangba's eyes were full of shock and disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Uncle Sangba, I really don't know whether to say you're naive or stupid. Until now, haven't you realized the situation? This guy is not some fallen noble son. From the beginning to the end, he is the son of Lin Junxiu, the defender of the northern border. Lin Ji? Nero said sharply. Lin Ji also narrowed his eyes. He never expected the other party to use this move. Obviously, Uncle Sangba's actions for him had been discovered by the Hun leader. It seemed he had underestimated the other party. Lin Ji had thought that one day he would be discovered, but he never expected it to be so soon. I didn't know he was the young General Lin. Uncle Sangba's expression was flustered. Since being captured, he had been feeling inexplicable. At this moment, everything was clear. Nonsense. Nero no longer had the feeling of a smiling tiger. Now he was sinister, making people's backs turn cold. Sangba, do you know what you're called? Treason and betrayal. Wherever you are, it's a capital offense. Lin Ji's heart moved. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Uncle Sangba, the other party had indeed taken good care of him during his time in the Huns tribe. Chapter 338. One Life for Another. New Era. This matter has nothing to do with him. He was merely used by me. You saw it yourself. He only just found out about my identity. Lin Ji said expressionlessly, trying his best to control his emotions and avoiding eye contact with Uncle Sangba. He knew the situation of this middle-aged elder very well. Originally, to save his son, he had even come to the northern border to seek help from Lin Ji. In essence, he was just an ordinary, simple, and honest commoner. Even if he had Hun's blood in his veins, war should not involve such people. Lin Ji could sense that he had never been to the battlefield before. The eyes and demeanor of someone who has killed are different. Are you pleading for him? New Era seemed to enjoy such scenes, tilting his head with interest. It's quite interesting. A middle-aged man like you would plead for a Hun. If your court in the Central Plains knew about this, would they also consider it treason? None of your business. Lin Ji finally understood why Zhou Yu was so repulsed by this man. Indeed, his methods were extremely disgusting, and his words made one feel uncomfortable all over. Even someone as steadfast as Lin Ji was affected. Judging from this, the man's abilities were indeed formidable. He is a Hun, and he is an ordinary commoner. War should not involve him. If you want to do anything, come at me. Why trouble an old man? Uncle Samba's eyes filled with gratitude. He never expected Lin Ji to stand up for him at such a time. This proved that he had not misjudged the man. It's interesting. I didn't expect your friendship to transcend the enmity between enemies. Frankly, it's quite surprising. But you know, in my eyes, anyone who helps a Central Plains person is a traitor. Whether they are willing or not, such people cannot stay in the Hun tribe. Of course, if you want to save him, you can, but it's one life for another. This is an ancient rule. Uncle Samba's eyes widened again, then lost focus. He knew he was doomed. Being sent to the battlefield as a criminal, how could he ever return? Thinking of this, he looked up in desperate prayer. General, everything was done by me alone. Please spare my family, okay? He did not harbor any hope that Linji would risk his life to save him. This was his last and only request. Sorry, when you did this, why didn't you think of the consequences? Now you want to beg? Do you think it's possible? New Era's extremely cold expression made one's teeth itch. He truly embodied shamelessness to the extreme. But I didn't know. And at the time, it was because my son was seriously ill, and only he could provide the money for medicine. General, please, I can die, but please spare my son, okay? Uncle Samba pleaded bitterly. After all, it is always the common people who suffer in war, which is beyond doubt. Whether from different countries or not, the common people's plight is the same. Just as New Era was about to completely shatter Samba's spirit, a voice suddenly rang out. All right, one life for another. What? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. No one expected Linji to actually say such words. Uncle Samba was moved to tears. Honestly, he never thought that Lin Hao, for someone who was not even from the same country, would take such a big risk. This sense of chivalry was enough to earn respect and admiration. Brother Lin, it's really unnecessary. My old life is not worth much. You are a general guarding the northern border. Your duty is extremely important. How can you risk yourself for me? Uncle Samba was overwhelmed with gratitude. He understood the sentiment, but he could never allow such a thing. Shut up, old man. You claim you haven't betrayed your country, but at a time like this, you're siding with the enemy? How can you face the Hun leader and all our brothers and sisters? New Era kicked him to the ground. What are you doing? Linji stepped forward, his tone aggressive. Don't be nervous, young General Lin. Although I am indeed shameless in the eyes of you Central Plains people, I have one good quality. I can distinguish between right and wrong. This old man's life is worthless. He can be killed anytime. But you are different. You are the pillar of the entire northern border. Have you thought it through? Yes, take my life in exchange for his. Let him go and take me back. Linji said resolutely. If that's the case, then please, young General Lin, take matters into your own hands. New Era gestured, and someone behind him immediately threw out a hemp rope. Clearly, the man was still wary. Linji dismounted, patted his horse. Take that old man into the city later, understand? The horse pawed the ground, as if it understood Linji's words. Then, he stepped forward, picked up the rope on the ground, and tied himself up. Seeing this, Uncle Samba tried to dissuade him again. Brother Lin, it's really unnecessary. You helped save my son before, and I was already deeply grateful. How can I let you risk your life now? Linji came to Uncle Samba's side. Uncle, although this war is between our great Xia and the Huns, since you are a commoner, it has nothing to do with you. Go to Ming County. The soldiers there will take good care of you. As for your family, you will reunite with them in the future. But, Uncle Samba hesitated. New Era kicked him again. Get lost. If you want to go to the Great Xia, then stay there. In the distance, on the city wall, everyone watched in disbelief. What's going on? Why did the young general tie himself up? Who is that old man? Could it be General Lin? Yu Yin stretched his neck to look, but the distance was too far to make out clearly. What kind of eyes do you have? That old man is clearly a Hun. Can't you see that?